What were the facts you learned in school that are no longer true? Part 1. You're not going to have a calculator everywhere you go. In India, we were taught math without calculators, and so even the dumbest of nuts could do some sort of mental math. Then we all went to university where we could use the technology of calculators. By the next semester, I was double checking if 4 plus 2 equaled 6. The food pyramid. So I'm not supposed to eat 700,000 calories a day? Seriously, I could never wrap my head around that. 45 to 56 servings of bread a day? While true that the infectious agents aren't necessarily the cause of incapacitation, it is definitely true that commando dragons harbor some of the most outrageous bacterial populations in their mouth. There is a ton of work going into research of Komodo because of what we can learn about antibiotics and bacterial resistance from a creature with such diverse and rare normal flora. I was told more recently that they have both bacteria and venom. Also, on one of those nature documentary shows narrated by Attenborough, there was a water buffalo being followed by dragons for days, telling me that either the venom sometimes acts slowly or sometimes they opt to kill by microbial infection instead. The dragon kept licking the wound. I think the venom stopped the blood clotting and the buffalo kept bleeding, eventually getting very weak and collapsing. The Great Wall of China is the only man-made structure visible from space. But space is visible from the Great Wall of China. The tongue has different taste zones. Oh, I remember that. I tried that myself many times. I was never able to replicate the experiment. Could not imagine back then that there was any chance that information written in a book could be so wrong. So I concluded that my tongue is broken, or I don't know how to experiment. Pluto was a planet when I was at school. It's a cold celestial dwarf. When I was a kid, we were taught that penguins' feet didn't freeze because of their circulation. Turns out they have antifreeze proteins in their blood that bind to ice crystals and stop them from growing so their blood stays liquid, well below 0 degrees. Source: worked at a university research center with a guy that did his PhD in antifreeze proteins. They have a number of adaptations to help solve the cold feet problem. It is super cool, IMO. Basically, the tissues are structured differently to conserve and maximize blood use, and the return veins from the feet overlap closely with the downward arterial network. This allows the cold blood coming back from the foot to be warmed enough by the hot blood going out, which equalizes their temperature, so the returning blood won't send the penguin into shock. A very similar mechanism is in human testicles to maintain the low temperature of the sperm and high temps of the internal organs. Bodies are so neat. You have to learn in cursive writing. High schooling will not accept anything that isn't cursive. Yes, I remember teachers racing students in handwriting. Teachers would write the alphabet as cursive and students would do it in print. This was the only argument they used as to why cursive was better. Then high school came and no one wrote in cursive and everything we handed in had to be typed. Joke's on them. I combine cursive and print when I write. Sometimes even, I can't read what I wrote. There is a country called Czechoslovakia. And a year or so ago, the Czech government changed the name to Czechia. That two blue-eyed parents can't have a brown-eyed child. Apparently, not only is this pure myth, the genetics of eye color is more complex than that. It led to a lot of kids being rejected by their real fathers before DNA testing became available. My son was taught that you had to have the same blood type as one of your parents. He told his teacher that his dad is O+, I'm A+, and yet he is O-. And the teacher gave him a funny look and told him that maybe he should have a talk. He came home in a panic and asked if he was the result of an affair. I was so pissed. Of course I had to be sarcastic about it. You figured it out. Dad cheated on me and got pregnant, which is the only way this could happen because you look just freaking like him. He calmed down, did a bit of research, then apologized. I was taught in grade school that we had to know the metric system because the United States was going to adopt it like any day now, for sure. That was about 30 years ago. The US moving towards the metric system, inch by inch. Christopher Columbus was the first dude to discover America and tried to bargain with the Indians, but couldn't work it out because of cultural differences. In grade school during the 70s, we were also taught that he sailed west to prove the world was round. You're born with a set number of brain cells, and that number can only diminish throughout your life. I believe this myth arises from the fact that neurons, nerve cells, usually do not undergo cell division. This is why damage to the spinal cord can cause permanent paralysis. However, the brain does contain cells other than neurons, which are capable of cell division. These cells are called the glial cells and serve a variety of different functions: repair, myelin, synthesis, etc. So while the number of brain cells can increase, the number of neurons pretty much only diminishes over time. I don't know how much common it is, but if the Earth were 1 centimeter closer to the Sun, we would be burnt. 1 centimeter further from the Sun, we would be frozen thing. No, we wouldn't. The distance is changing all the time during a year. No one better jump then. Forget jumping. If you're a couple of inches shorter or taller than your friend, at least one of you is screwed. Elliptical orbit. Interesting? Not sure if the flat earthers will agree though. The difference between the closest, January, and the furthest, July, is about 3 million miles. Current estimates say Earth wouldn't be somewhere you'd want to live if it were much more than a few million miles closer to the Sun because of greenhouse effect. But with our current atmosphere, we could be all the way out by Mars and still be okay, if a bit chilly. That's around 50 million miles further than we are now, or about 150% of our current average distance from the Sun. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Nope, just a slogan paid for by Kellogg's. Also, John Harvey Kellogg invented cornflakes because he believed that eating bland food would stop people from masturbating. That fat is the biggest cause of heart disease. Sugar companies paid off scientists to focus the blame off sugar and push it onto fat. Oh right, I remember that. We were always cooking things on pig fat. Then they came with animal fat is unhealthy. We half ignored that as a family. Some years later, actually, vegetable oil is worse than pig fat. Go figure. In psychology class, we learnt about the bystander effect in the Kitty Genovese story, where apparently she was raped and killed. She cried for help, but her neighbors in the building apparently assumed someone else was going to help her. Turns out the story was embellished by a reporter so that it sounded like no one did help her, but her neighbors actually helped and she died on the way to the hospital. Actually, the story was embellished by the police because several neighbors did call the police and no one responded. So the police defended themselves with an aggressive "no one called the police" media push, which was picked up in a big way by the New York Times. But the good news is that the aggressive media coverage of this story and resulting public outrage helped lead to the establishment of the nationwide 911 emergency phone system. There are 5 senses. I'm actually getting my PhD in neural engineering, and it blew my mind when I started learning of all the other ones. Now it totally bugs me when we were ever taught it. Strictly speaking, there are dozens of senses. Dozens! Which leads to multiple perceptions of being. I think the general subject is quite complicated though, and probably prudent to hold off trying to distinguish the two to children. There's a bunch of stuff we learned, UK, in school, that scientists has since moved on from. A brontosaurus is no longer a thing, now called an apatosaurus. Britain no longer has a desert. Was Dungeness since reclassification. Panda bears were declassified as bears and are now reclassified as bears. Even the way dinosaurs are depicted has changed. Look at velociraptors in Jurassic Park to now have feathers. Actually, the brontosaurus is back. New discoveries have led to paleontologists realizing that brontosaurus is a separate species from the apatosaurus. Most tyrannosauruses were completely feathered and their posture was really long and sprinty. At least, that is what we can believe now after more study. At the time, I was to believe that they were like upright iguanas with big teeth. And we can believe the giant chicken theory right up until someone discovers more evidence that shows they were actually covered in razor wire and had biomechanical implants. Pluto is the 9th and last planet in the solar system. The atom is indivisible. I will be successful if I get an A in every class. They first split the atom in 1917. Apparently my school only heard about it in 2004. My early teachers always said that the Pilgrims and the Indians got along and had a happy Thanksgiving. All was joyous. But when I got to 4th grade, my teacher basically said, everything you know about Thanksgiving is a lie. And sadly, we learned the truth. At least you were taught that in grade 4. My grade 12 Canadian history class still taught that when the settlers came, everything was joyous and the fur trade was a turn-of-the-century operation. Took an Aboriginal class study in university and I was in shock. One of my favorite high school teachers either couldn't at the time or failed to even address the real reasons behind the reserves. What were the facts you learned in school that are no longer true? Part 2. Human blood is blue until it's oxygenated. BC and AD, before Christ and after death, and the years in between weren't recorded. Technically, these were never true though. Wait, they actually taught you that? From what I can gather and from my own schooling experience, it was more to do with the lack of information, i.e. veins were blue on diagrams, so kids just assumed those vessels carried blue blood and the teachers never corrected them. I'm still in school and so many things have already changed. Pluto used to be a planet, then food pyramid used to be valid, and you can't start a sentence with the word but. But I was taught differently. Prepositions are also definitely words you can end sentences on. I've heard that this rule was actually a holdover from Latin, in which you really can't end a sentence with the preposition. Zealous schoolmasters or scholars try to apply it to English, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in that. It takes 7 years to digest gum and tortillas. Late to the party, but your permanent record. I hope that you know this will go down on your permanent record, the one your future employers will ask to see whenever you apply for a job. The South Pole is the hottest place on Earth and snakes are invertebrates. Oh wait, that was never true, just had a very stupid teacher. As an 8-year-old, bringing a dictionary to prove her wrong was extremely satisfying and disturbing at the same time. Snakes are almost nothing but vertebra. Also, South Pole? What? Good on 8-year-old you for standing up against that nonsense. Go Ask Alice was not written by an actual teen drug addict. It was written by a middle-aged Mormon youth counselor. When I read it years ago, the biggest thing I couldn't get over was that the main character and her friend, both 15, ran away to another town for a month and opened up a boutique. Like, how would that work even in the 1960s? Who would rent shop space to a 15-year-old? I also remember that they painted the floor like candy cane or something, and that sounded hideous. People are either right-brained or left-brained. To add to this, we were taught that we only use 10% of our brain. 1. Tectonic plates don't exist. The Earth's crust is fixed. 2. At some point in the past, the climate was unformally warm across the planets. See number 1. Number 3. Junk DNA was truly junk. 4. Fat is evil. Carbs are the healthy choice. 5. Eggs are evil. Eggs are good. Eggs are evil again. Number 6. Light rays travel through ether. Just kidding. How old are you? Plate tectonics have been taught for at least the last 40 years. Older than that. Old enough, in fact, to have been in 7th grade 40 years ago, where I did a science report on the new controversial plate tectonic theory. Time sure does fly. Thunder was caused by clouds hitting each other really hard. It's like car accidents for clouds. Lol. What silliness. Obviously it's Thor. That carrots are good for your eyesight. This was a lie used to cover up the invention of radar. The British developed radar but didn't want their enemies to know. To cover up the earlier sightings of planes, they spread the lie that carrots improved your eyesight. Everyone knows how to write and read cursive. Half the people who can't write cursive can't even read their own cursive. We were naming continents and my teacher wasn't sure if Africa was a continent or a country. I mean, maybe they were referencing the 8th century Islamic sub-state of Africa in modern-day Tunisia? I lived in a slightly rural suburb. Our music teacher literally taught us that Chinese people were often named after the sound of a coin thrown down the stairs. The world and awareness was small before the internet. Super late to the party, but learning that Rosa Parks didn't randomly decide to just not move from her seat. Everything had been planned. They picked Rosa to do this because she was a feeble old woman who had good standing within her community, no criminal record, etc. The first person to not move from her seat on a bus was actually Claudette Colvin. The reason her case wasn't picked up by the civil rights movement was because she had a criminal background and wouldn't appease the bleeding heart case that they needed. This is so much information on the civil rights movement that isn't taught in elementary through high school. Political staging has been going on for centuries. This, amongst other events, tell only one side of that story. I would argue that it doesn't lessen the significance and bravery she showed in this case, or many others in the civil rights development. How has no one mentioned so far the different learner types? Are you an auditory learner or a visual learner? Maybe you prefer doing things instead of sitting. Nope, all lies. No one person can only learn in one way, but rather every person uses a combination. This BS put me in a different group that had to listen to the teacher talk, while other students had to go do fun stuff or at least see something. Needless to say, each group got worse grades when put in a single area of learning. Who would have thought? Seems madness to interpret the learner types like that. Pretty sure people have their own preferred ways, given a certain set of criteria, but to think people can be one thing seems strange to me. Oil would run out by 2015. I watched a YouTube video saying the northern ice cap will be gone in 2015 too. Whites and blacks drink from separate water fountains, plus lots more stuff. Was a true fact when I was in grade school. The nuns and priests drilled separate but equal into our brains with vigor. Ah, the days of the southern patriarchal system. I would actually love to hear more about the things you were taught in the lines of separate but equal. I've only read about it as there's this thing that happened a long time ago, it was bad and dumb. Worse, it wasn't really all that long ago. The part of the reason Columbus decided to take his voyage was to prove once and for all that the earth was flat. And now people have started arguing that it's flat again. We've come full circle. That marijuana is a gateway drug to much worse things, and drug dealers will offer you a free sample to get you hooked on the stuff. I've seen the second thing happen. I'm more disappointed about all those free drugs we were told people were just dying to give me. Work hard and go to college, and you'll one day have a job, home, and a life. I mean, I feel like working hard and getting a relevant degree definitely helps to get a job, a home, and a life, but I see what you're saying. In my school, they told us you can't start a sentence with and that turned out to be false. It's still technically incorrect because it's a dependent clause, but rules are made to be broken. That an HIV positive diagnosis meant certain death from AIDS within a couple of years. Going by the public sentiment of the time, I don't think too many people in 1991 honestly thought that Magic Johnson would still be alive in 2017. The perception that HIV/AIDS is primarily only a gay disease has also been thoroughly debunked since I was in primary school. But I can't say we were ever explicitly taught that it was, not by the time my generation had sex ed class in the mid-late 90s anyway. Of course, what you heard on the news and from the average person outside of school was a different matter. Prior to 1987, an HIV diagnosis did mean death in a couple of years. Treatment options got a lot better in the early to mid-1990s. and a millionaire pro athlete is more or less the perfect person to live a long time when faced with a disease where the big barriers to long-term survival are money and being disciplined enough to comply with complex dosing schedules and whatnot. Medieval armor was so heavy that they had to hoist knights on horses using cranes. Swords were very light. The armor was pretty heavy, but not that heavy. An actual non-cavalry fight between two components in plate armor was pretty much a wrestling match with the goal of stabbing something soft. I was raised in Colombia and taught that there were only 5 continents. Now I live in the US and apparently they teach that there are 7 continents, adding Antarctica and separating North and Central America from South America. That's more of a linguistic thing than either version being right. I can't seem to find, but there's a good video that explains why English speakers mean US citizens when they say Americans, but in Spanish that word refers to anyone from both continents. While I barely speak Spanish, after learning about the differences, decided to use the version that's standard in whichever language or culture I'm in. There are some people that consider Eurasia a single continent, while distinguishing the Americas because of the plate tectonics too. And a major proponent of the 5 inhabitant continents is the Olympics, which is why there's only 5 rings. Fusion could never happen on Earth due to the high temperature required. I recently learned it's been possible for years. I actually feel pretty bad betraying my former teachers because it was one of those things that defined my worldview. In fairness, perhaps what they meant is sustained fusion. All the experimental reactors so far have run for a few minutes or less before shutting down due to overheating and radiation damage. A design that can run indefinitely, resisting those very high temperatures without gradually melting, has yet to be demonstrated at a scale.
Teachers of Reddit. What is the most ridiculous thing you have heard a parent say? Part 1. I have a few stories, but my favorite happened to a coworker. This girl didn't study and skipped most of the questions on a test. Mom came to argue about her daughter's failing grade and said she should only be graded on the questions she did answer, so therefore should have scored 100 since the few she chose to answer were correct. This makes me wonder just how the parent got through school. Had an Asian kid that was acing everything, straight A's. I told his mother that I think he is a little bored. She puffed up and said, "I will go home and speak to him about that at once." You just killed a poor little Asian kid. Here's my favorite ridiculous parent story with a happy ending. Kid obviously forges signature of dad on a failed test. Teacher calls the kid out on it. Dad comes in and insists that it is in fact his signature. His little prince can't get in trouble after all. 2 weeks or so later, the dad comes into school outraged that he hasn't been informed of the big project, causing the little prince so much stress. "But you have been informed," says the teacher. "Here's the slip I sent home for all the parents, and that's your signature, right?" "Right," says Dad. Congratulations, he played himself. This is what happens when parents try to be friends instead of, well, parents. How dare you tell my child that there were people before God existed? We were studying ancient Egypt, and I mentioned that the priests that they were reading about had similar roles to their priests and pastors. They just weren't Christian, since Jesus hadn't been born and Christianity hadn't started yet. I reminded the parents that there were parts of the Bible that took place before Jesus' birth, in Egypt. Yep, so many people have not actually read the Bible who comment on it. My SO is 23 and just started recently as a high school English teacher. He's teaching summer school right now, and a parent asked if he could stop dressing so well or if there was an older teacher available, because his daughter won't stop talking about how handsome her teacher is. If your friend wants, I can write out a diet and activity plan that I've been working on for the last 23 years that is guaranteed to make him unattractive to women. It's not your job to teach my son lessons. I kid you not. I had to sit back for a moment to recover from reading that. At parents' evening. Don't worry about my daughter, she's thick. She only needs to cook and clean. How is my son doing? What I've always failed to understand is the women from that culture or background who spout that rhetoric. Don't you want more for your daughter than you have? Why are you so happy to tear her down and treat her like she's stupid, when you would probably hate to be treated like that yourself? For the taxes we pay, we expect our teachers to get our kids into any college we want. Got fired once because I gave a C to the daughter of the president of the school board. Kid deserved a D. Slacker wouldn't do anything. I like to think that she went on to flunk out of college. Parents' evening last year, year 10, so 14 or 15 years old, told a woman that her son was doing really well in English and was very bright. She actually scoffed and said, "Really?" The boy was sat there too. I asked what he was thinking of doing when he left school, and he said he wanted to go to college to do A-levels. Kids at the school had ridiculously low aspirations, so this was music to my ears. His mother interjected and said, No, you're doing an apprenticeship. You're gonna be a plasterer like your dad." Now, I have no problem with kids taking the vocational path as opposed to the academic, but this kid had a chance, and he wanted to take it, but his own mom made him feel that there was no point. So sad. I honestly feel really bad for people with parents like that. Had a star athlete who was being recruited by Ivy League schools failing my English class. On top of his general poor academic performance, I also caught him cheating on a homework assignment which he vehemently denied. His mom scheduled a meeting with an administrator and proceeded to berate me and to accuse me of discriminating against student athletes. I was the pep club sponsor at the time. Then she said her son would never cheat. I pulled out his homework and proceeded to read one of his answers. As a 16-year-old girl. Mom then begins yelling at him, "You can't even cheat, right? What's wrong with you? How are you going to get into college if you can't cheat?" What is wrong with some of these parents? I admit I have cheated on a few exams, but I never got caught. I'm not proud of it though. In college, I had a pre-calculus professor who was terrible at teaching that most of the class would cheat on tests purely out of desperation. We couldn't complain because she had tenure. Although, I have never cheated on a homework assignment. By the way, getting caught cheating in high school is different than getting caught cheating in college. In college, the consequences are serious. Intellectual property is a real gray area in regard to blatant plagiarism. I remember my teacher caught a kid in our class who plagiarized an essay. As he was reading it, the teacher cut in and started reading something off the computer that was almost word for word what the kid wrote. Every single thing he handed in after that, the teacher checked. I remember him claiming to write a song for this one girl he liked. I didn't know it at the time, but it turned out to be a Beatles song. After Thanksgiving, but before Christmas, one mom said, "If you don't let my daughter sing Oh Holy Night for the Christmas show, I'll withdraw her and my son from the school, and you'll never again have such talent." Truth is, her daughter couldn't sing on pitch no matter what, and didn't even try because she had zero interest in it. This makes me so sad. I hate how parents force their passions and interests on their kids when the kids have zero interest in any of it. There's an episode of South Park that shows this, the one where the kids are on a baseball team that they couldn't care less about. This finally inspired me to make an account. Multiple times over the school year, she emailed me with something like, "My child has been coming home saying she has no homework in your class. I believe she should be having homework from your class every day. Can you please give her some homework?" 1. There was actually homework. 2. The kid was not turning in any homework that quarter. 3. The zeros were all reflected in the online grade report, which the parent apparently refused to read. Spanish class. Parent asked me to exempt her kid from speaking anything in Spanish, said it made her daughter uncomfortable to say anything in Spanish. Tell the mother listening to her makes you uncomfortable. At the end of each year, all the students' merits are tallied up, and the top 3 students get a prize. One of the parents was complaining about how unfair their child started so low every year. It was a lot harder for them to get to the top. The list starts alphabetized. Teacher. To be fair, today we will line up reverse alphabetical so everyone gets a chance to be first. Oblivious teacher never noticed that the change was never of benefit to those in the middle of the alphabet. When talking to a parent regarding behavioral issues, the parent said, "From 8 to 2, he's your problem, not mine." I wish school only lasted from 8 to 2 for me. My mother is a retired English teacher. Helicopter parents would regularly call to inquire about their kids' grades. That's confidential as per college policy. If you want to learn your child's grade, you're going to have to ask him or her. Parent. But I'm paying his or her tuition. Mom. It doesn't matter. Your child has a right to privacy. I can or will only discuss your child's grades with him or her. Parent. I'm calling the dean. Mom, by all means. Rinse and repeat over and over and over. Another one. Taught in an old, impoverished town. Father told me he would not allow his son to read poetry because it would make him gay. Yes, my child is misbehaving, throwing chairs, hitting other kids, etc., but you took his paper airplane in 2nd grade and scrunched it up, so this is really your own doing. I think the best thing to do is for you to help him make a new paper airplane and apologize. Then I'm sure he'll behave. The kid was in 6th grade at this point. That is just embarrassing. Not as bad as some, but when I was student teaching, a parent emailed saying to give his child a C. No reason, just give her a C. She was getting an F, and I couldn't believe the insanity of just saying what boiled down to C, now. I'd have wanted to make a special, crafty, sparkly C to give to the parent to give to their child on parent-teacher night. Here, I made this for your daughter. Here's another one. Kid wrote a perfect sentence in Spanish as an answer on a test. Unfortunately, it was copied verbatim from a worksheet that she had on the floor next to her. I asked her what that sentence meant, and she did not know. Of course she got no credit for it. Father was livid, said that she had memorized it and should get full credit for a good sentence. I responded that if she memorized it, then it was plagiarism. She had to write an original sentence. Dad was furious at me and made threats. I think you were too hard on the kid. I memorize every possible phrase I could ever need to use in conversation when I learn a foreign language. It's the simplest way. She didn't memorize it. She copied it from the worksheet that was at her feet, and the sentence was completely unrelated to the question on the test. Yes, memorizing phrases is a great strategy when learning a foreign language, but when you're in your 2nd year, you need to be able to compose a lot more than just an original sentence. Oh yeah, her behavior and aggression vary with the phases of the moon. Publicly threatened to kill me for unplugging her phone charger. She forgot to tell you the kid was a werewolf. My mom frequently is forced to let kids retake tests because they didn't do well on them. Not because the kids have any sort of problem, but because the parents complain that their genius somehow got a failing grade on a test, so the school just gives in and lets the kid redo it. That is ridiculous. I have failed tests in school occasionally, and my parents never did that. I don't get kids and parents today, and I'm 27 years old. Not me, but my girlfriend is a teacher. One of her students' parents admitted to allowing their 2nd grade child to watch Smurf porn. Their justification was that it was okay for the kid because it was just cartoon characters. And then she called child services, right? That sounds like there's something going on there. This isn't a case of forgot to turn the filter back on or forgot to clear the history. This is people knowing that their 2nd grade kid is watching porn. Corruption of a minor. 3rd-degree felony or 1st-degree misdemeanor. Either way, probably some prison time. Source, I googled it. Country! Rodeo! She was calling her kids over. She was sending her other 2 kids, Chevy and Tractor, to a different school then. I wasn't a teacher, but I was volunteering while in college to help a school district run a group field day. Me and another friend of mine were asked to sub in for a class versus class game of tug of war for 1st graders. One class had 6 less students. Of course, me and my friend ham it up, act like we're really struggling, etc. Afterwards, one of the parents of the kids from the team we were on just started shouting at us, telling us we should be ashamed for not trying our hardest and for faking. You didn't pull the kids who are a good deal younger and weaker than you to the ground, therefore risking my son or daughter's team's win. You should be ashamed. This is my son. His name is Dylan, but we calls him Dildo. Squiscar has a kid? Teachers of Reddit. What is the most ridiculous thing you have heard a parent say? Part 2. I was in an IEP meeting. When the counselor asked the student what his post-high school plans were, he proudly stated that he was interested in studying animal science. His mother angrily swung her head at him and said, "Oh, hell no! What about our plans for the NFL?" The student got embarrassed and said, "Well, I need a backup plan, Mom." And she said, "Not when you're as great of a player as you." The student was mediocre at best at football. Mom just wanted a kid with a giant paycheck. After Columbine, a group of parents got together and circulated a petition to allow their 7th graders to bring guns to school to protect themselves. Don't ask me how, but they actually got the PTA to vote on it. And they actually had to have a tiebreaker vote. Obviously, it didn't pass. There was an article about it in the local paper. I couldn't find a copy so far. If I do, I'll post. I wish that would have passed. I can only imagine the reaction of the police officer and the parents after all the kids get arrested. No, ma'am, your petition does not supersede federal law. Okay, one more. A parent said our snacks were a microaggression against her. We had the same snack literally every day. Graham crackers. Apparently, these are her words, not mine. You expect a black child to not feel ostracized with day after day of a white people food like graham crackers? I asked what alternative she suggested. Injera, Ethiopian flatbread. I told her the government chooses our snacks without our input, and if she had a problem, write her congressman. She trash-talked me as a racist the rest of the year. Thankfully, the other parents disagreed with her. Oh, so did my African-American foster daughter. Who knows what would have happened if you gave them goldfish or saltines? I'm black and I happen to enjoy graham crackers. My son didn't kick the door. He closed it firmly with his foot. He's used to doing that. Yeah, of course, I'm sure he does it at home. It's worse when I had another teacher tell me that I shouldn't chastise my student for kicking the door because he was just knocking with his foot. No, she wasn't joking. His hands are free, and in what world is it acceptable behavior to knock with your foot in the first place, if that exists? I'm not a teacher, but my mother has strabismus. She's cross-eyed. One time at parent-teacher, my mom and my 6th grade teacher were arguing about me. Then my mom said, "My child is not a liar. I always say, look me in the eye and tell me the truth." And the teacher blurted out, "Which one?" which caused me to spit-take my water. I said this once to a teacher who was objectively a horrible human being. Got sent to the principal's office, where the principal and I had a jolly good laugh when I retold the story. Why does my student have an A? I know she bombed some stuff. After I put in grades, 30 minutes later, why does she have a low B? And why does she have a 0 out of 12 on that quiz? Sunday school teacher here. Some 2-year-olds I was working with were playing with some toys, and Kid A tackled Kid B's toy and yelled, "I killed you! You're dead!" Kid B's mom was in the room and lectured Kid A on how he shouldn't use the K word or the D word, and asked me to keep an eye out to make sure it wouldn't happen again. How can telling a kid not to kill, and that even in Sunday school, be considered as the most ridiculous thing? Would like to know what Kid A's behavior is like today or when he's a teenager? That sounds like she may be trying to teach him not to threaten people. I was told last year that the obvious reason I work in special education is because I can't get a job teaching normal children. My mom had to have extra college credits to teach her special needs kids. That doesn't even make sense. Kindergarten teacher here. Number 1, why isn't my child writing their name yet? Number 2, I don't want my child wearing sunscreen. We live in far north Queensland. Number 3, I took my child to the GP. He doesn't need a specialist. Number 4, my child is free range. I will not vaccinate. You raise your children like people raise chickens. I teach piano. I used to be a concert pianist. After I was teaching this 7-year-old girl for about 2 weeks, the father pulls me aside after the lesson and asks, "So, how long until she's as good as you? 6 months?" I wish I could have learned the piano in 6 months. Took me about 6 years of lessons to get where I am today, and I could still be better if I had the opportunity to play or practice more. Friend of mine who works in a public school shared this story with me. Teachers are meeting with parent of a 3rd grade student who was at risk of failing for the 3rd time. Teachers were concerned that the student was actually in need of additional and specific support. Read special education. The parents seemed to agree. The parents stated that when she was pregnant and expecting, it was suggested to her that she eat tortillas to help with her nausea. The mom suggested that she must have eaten a burnt tortilla while pregnant, and that is why her daughter had learning difficulties and was in need of special educational services. Mom called to ask me why I favor all the other children over her daughter. She came to this conclusion because her child didn't get to sit by her friend at art. They chose their own seats, and the girl didn't get the seat she wanted because she was late that morning. The remainder of the year, the mom brought the situation up any time I tried to talk to her about behavior issues. Student and parent tried to get me fired. They emailed the principal, Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, and President Barack Obama. No reply from any of them. There's their mistake, right there. Should have gone straight to Super Nintendo Chalmers. I teach 3rd grade, and I had a student who was really struggling with his inability to focus and follow instructions. When I mentioned my concerns to his mom, she replied, "Oh yes, we took him to the doctor. He either has ADHD or hypertension. I'm not sure." I am under the impression that you can't diagnose ADD, which comes first, until a child is 12. ADHD also usually shows after puberty as well. When talking to parent about how child gets overly defensive when unsafe behavior is corrected, they really respond to energy. You should try communicating telepathically, specifically when saying no. Didn't really know what to do with that one. I am thinking so hard at you right now. I don't understand. Why do we need someone to run a cable over to the other building to get wireless internet access in it? To be fair, wireless internet is new. One of my friends, when he lived in a very, very rural part of the country, simply had a USB stick for wireless internet. Plugged it in and he had a 3G connection, one he paid for through the nose. It's easy to see someone unfamiliar with technology being confused by this. A mother to her daughter in 1st grade. And if that girl makes fun of your shoes again, let me know so I can come up here and check her. This mother wanted to check another girl in 1st grade. If you're not aware, in the hood, checking someone means jumping them or some form of violence. Checking means to put someone in their place by threatening or making fun of them but not getting physically violent. You would check someone who is fronting, which is acting tough. Once had a parent there for a meeting about her emotionally disturbed child who happened to melt down over the same issue, standing in line for lunch daily. He had this hang-up about not having enough time to eat, so he would cut in line. His classmates would call him out on it, not rudely, just saying, "Hey, you cut," and he would deny, argue, and the situation would devolve. I tried severally positive and negative reinforcement to solve the problem, but nothing worked. So anyway, he is melting down worse than his usual, and she says, would like to go talk to him about following the rules and such. No, she goes out and tells him that she's going to transfer him to another school to avoid all the bullies. Does she realize that transferring him to another school is not going to do anything if he behaves the same way? I worked at an elementary school once. One morning, a father came to his son's class teacher to tell her that his son won't come to school today, and to ask what his son could do at home to keep up with the class. When the teacher asked why the son wasn't coming to school, the father replied, "I needed to punish him, and school is the only place he likes to go, so I forbid it for today." My mom did the same thing to me. Locked me in the house for 1 full month at one point. She also had the electricity and phone turned off for this period. Started off 11th grade with all A's, almost didn't pass because she kept me from school so much. Not a teacher, but I volunteer as a mentor. A parent told me she couldn't do anything about her 8th grade daughter's truancy issue because the girl wouldn't get up for the bus in the morning. The mother just didn't know what to do with her. Therefore, the girl continues to miss school, as it is clearly out of the mother's hands. I had a serious issue with refusing to get up for school. My mom tried everything. I feel really bad now, and I was obviously a little troublemaker. The issue was I was never able to fall asleep until I had passed out from exhaustion. I had a lot of anxiety, so my brain would just keep me up all night. I still did my work and turned it in. Teachers tolerated me. I still have issues going to sleep and take a sleep aid. They don't always work though, but I just suck it up like every other sleep-deprived adult out there. Oh look! They teach girls-only STEM classes. That's nice that they let girls pretend to be engineers. Or when I told the dad, "Oh, you and your son are doing stuff with Arduinos? He is probably going to be a better programmer than I am by the time he's my age." And the father responded with, "Well, duh, you're a woman. Women can't program. You can officially get out of my classroom. All you're teaching your kid to do with Arduinos is copy someone else's code. You're not teaching them to think programmatically. The world doesn't need more skitties." To be fair, the girl-to-guy ratio at the STEM college I went to was like 50-1. I'm not saying girls can't work in IT because I work with them and they know their stuff, but it's definitely a male-dominated field. I'm not a teacher, but regularly deal with parents and children. The rec department I work at has a junior lifeguard program. We have different levels for younger kids and kids with lower swim skills. I had a parent today threaten to remove his child from the program because she was in the low level, not the high level. His girl is a very nice kid, but she can't swim well. If we moved her to our upper group, she'd be swimming in the open ocean while barely being able to dog paddle. We've explained why it's too dangerous and have refused to make the change, but he still demands it. He's so embarrassed his kid is a weak swimmer, he's willing to risk her life to make others think she's good. Not a teacher, I was an IT technician. I had one parent demand we install plastic screen covers on classroom computers to protect their children from radiation. Oh yeah, sure, because we all know the best tool to protect from radiation is plastic. My dad is a school bus driver, and he kept having trouble with a girl that wouldn't stay seated. She kept moving around in her seat, and he actually found her upside once with her feet sticking up. He went to her house after the route and talked to her mother, who defended her by stating that her daughter has ADHD and that she has a hard time sitting still. My dad, as all of our family, is a bit sarcastic and replied, "Oh, well in that case, you should contact the school and make special arrangements for her to be transported upside down." The mother just replied, "Oh, okay," and went on with the conversation like it was just a normal request.
What was your school's faculty secret? A shocking percentage of the senior class was sleeping with teachers. Very small school. Ours too. Literally, just a few years after I graduate, I see a teacher's face from that school on the Houston news. They got busted in a similar relationship with a student and was arrested. No idea where they're at now. One of our male teachers took in a girl student from an abusive home, and she lived with him for the rest of the senior year with his wife. After she graduated, he divorced his wife and married the former student. They're still together to my knowledge. Also, this wasn't like a getting with the hot young teacher thing. He was a homely man in his 50s. He was later fired for a similar situation that happened years prior after the previous student came forward. Also, apparently our teachers had their own most likely list that featured gems like most likely to get a life sentence and most likely to fall for a Ponzi scheme. Grade 12 chemistry teacher, on the last day of class, went through every single person and tried to predict their futures, openly in front of class. One student was likely to go to Europe and find the perfect Aryan chick, while I was either going to do everything or nothing. I can't actually remember any of the others, but the first dude married a Korean, so the teacher was way off. High school QB was sleeping with the football coach's wife for 2 years before the coach found out everyone else knew. Girl in my grade was doing extra credit every day with the new math teacher our whole junior and senior year. They married shortly after we graduated. No one was surprised. 8 years later, they are still together. Too bad the wife probably won't be charged or even discredited with child predatory charges. Same thing happened at my school, except it was a female health or PE teacher sleeping with a 17-year-old guy. Just got fired. My 3rd grade teacher, Mr. V, was gay. Not a big deal now, but in a small town in Michigan in 1973, coming out was not exactly an option. The thing is, he was everyone's favorite teacher. Kind, caring, enthusiastic, funny, and really, really good at his job. We called him Mr. V because his last name was too hard for 3rd graders to pronounce, something like Vesilovsky, and he eventually had his last name legally changed to V. Many years later, when I was on a break from college in the 80s, I went out to dinner with him and his friend, and it dawned on me, oh, Mr. V is gay. I'm pretty sure the faculty knew, and probably the most observant parents, but if I remember correctly, it was never an issue. I mean, it is nice that no one actively outed him, but it still sounds like he was dealing with the oppression of silence, which is sad. The whole, as long as you stay within the lines we designate, we'll tolerate you. Back in high school, we had a campus similar to a college campus. Instead of one large building, it was several buildings laid out. One building was dedicated to math, another for science, etc. Anyway, there were tunnels built underground that connected all the buildings that no one was allowed to use. Only faculty members knew where and how to access them. Evidently, they were built during the Cold War in case the United States was under attack. My uncle had a great story about secret tunnels at his college. They were supposed to be closed, but some student discovered an entry. It was a whole network dating from World War II between the buildings and the church in the middle of the campus. The local priest was a terrifying person. Every Sunday his sermon was a shouting performance about the evil he saw everywhere and in everyone. "Satan, I know you are close, very close. Where are you?" So one day he heard a cavernous voice coming from the tombs. "I'm right here, in this church." Art teacher's staff room always smelled like pot. They always denied smoking pot. They smoked a lot of pot. Spent most of high school wanting to become an art teacher because they sat around listening to The Cure and looking cool and indifferent. Their staff room was in a small dark building at the end of campus and looked really grunge. One time we were loudly talking outside their window and an art teacher came out to tell us to move along because we were ruining their jam session. Our high school librarian and business teacher were in a same-sex relationship and lived together. Nobody cared. This was mid-1960s. It was an open secret that one of our coaches was a lesbian. 1980s rural England, so unthinkable that she could be out and keep her job. So it wasn't talked about. A shame. She was one of my best teachers. Freshman year math teacher, a woman, had 2 dads. I don't remember how it got brought up, but she told us and immediately regretted it. Us immature kids ended up making her quietly cry at her desk. She moved away soon after that. I felt bad the rest of the day, even though I wasn't a part of it. Senior math teacher was a terrible teacher. Just didn't teach whatsoever. Sat at her desk all class and gave us crosswords. She had a good sense of humor though, and was horsing around with a kid in class and play punched him in the chest. The kid is a troublemaker and goes to tell administrators she punched him, so she got her stuff and left before he could. We just didn't have a teacher the rest of the day. She never came back to work after that. That sucks. The first one. My 7th grade math teacher was Russian and Jewish, and some rude student drew a swastika on the blackboard. Her dad died in the Holocaust. She cried and left at the end of the year. I also did not participate, and I also felt awful, and am half Jewish. One of the teachers was there her first year out of college and was secretly dating a senior boy. Right after graduation, they started dating publicly. Similar thing happened with the band teacher at my school. They dated for a while and then got married and moved out of the country. They recently got divorced though. 2 married teachers worked at the high school. The wife was hot, and the dude looked like a toad. The dude paid my 16-year-old friend $35 once a week to mow his lawn and satisfy the wife while he watched from the closet. It never came out. Eventually, she divorced him and moved away. So are we readers to assume that your friend was hot? A teacher at our high school was featured on America's Most Wanted. He was a cop that had sexually assaulted a woman during a traffic stop. He had gotten a job at our high school using his brother's identification. I was sitting at home watching the show and told my grandma he was a teacher at our school. She told me I was crazy. The next day we had an assembly and a note was sent home to the parents. The English teacher and the social studies teacher had the hots for each other. The vice principal would sometimes get so wound up in his lectures about God and country he would start crying. The girls' gym teacher was gay. The PE head teacher used to scream at us about abstinence until he was red in the face and would have to excuse himself to calm down. Our principal would gather the seniors together and lecture them about going to uni. If you don't continue your education at university, you are a drain on society and might as well just die. One time he went so hard that he threw up. My psych teacher was the baseball coach for over 8 years, winning the division title almost every year. Out of the blue, he gets fired with no explanation from the school. Turns out that he slept with one of the players' moms, and the school found out somehow. I heard about it from an ex-teacher that I stumbled on during vacation. Something similar happened at my high school, except it wasn't coach, it was an administrator who was the teacher for student council and was well respected and admired by a lot of the student body. The worst part was that there were students who thought the administrator shouldn't have been fired and what he did wasn't that bad, and said that around the administrators and the mom's kids. At the school my wife once taught at, the principal was very much of the mind that if you were a young female teacher, you were supposed to adore him at all times. She didn't really play that game, and so he kept writing her up for the smallest infractions. He was also very quick to remind the teachers that he knew people in the town and was thus immune to all retribution. And then he was caught, quite literally, having an affair with the wife of someone who worked in central office. About 20 years later now, he's still managing the gas station that's right down the road from the school. I don't know if this is what you're asking for, but here I go. There was a teacher, not mine, who would give alcohol to students and teachers if they paid money. They would hand shots and carved out books that she would lend to students. She gave out bottles and brown lunch bags for people who forgot their lunch. The only reason she got caught was because her son raped a girl and found evidence of it in their house. Never commit a crime while committing a crime. That's how you get caught. I swear I would be such a better criminal than most. Well, my math teacher had a secret. He had placed hidden cameras in the girls' locker rooms and bathrooms. It's not a secret anymore, so needless to say, he's in prison now. Haha! 9th grade bio teacher was fired and arrested for placing cameras in the women faculty bathroom. The dude was also a leader of a youth group at some big New Age Christian church a few towns over. The sad part is, he was the nicest man. My favorite teacher, hands down. He was inspirational, kind, and not the least bit creepy. It just goes to show you that monsters take on many forms and can hide it well. I went to a Catholic school, despite not being Catholic. One of the religion teachers got married and had a kid 5 months later. After some math, they fired her. To me, that is so ridiculous. The woman obviously needed a job because she had a child. Yet because of some outdated moral clause, she loses that job? Good grief. This isn't actually a secret, but rather a rumor that went around school that was a secret for a while. But this year, an art teacher at my school walked in one day very disorientated and red-eyed. He was pulled out by the vice principal and wasn't seen again for several months. During this time, lots of rumors circulated that he came to school high and had weed in his car, and this went on for a while. We had a long-term sub, and no one knew what was going on until one of my friends revealed to me that the gym teacher confirmed those rumors. Turns out we were all wrong. Poor guy got into a car accident and got a concussion and came into school that day anyway. He spent months in the hospital recovering. That the reason that computer accounts and security and general IT stuff was a mess was that the old IT guy intentionally complicated things for the sake of job security. And that complication could not save him when the cops found CP on his computer. So he was arrested, and nobody knew how the system was set up, so they scrambled for years to keep things working. At one point, all the seniors had permission to see not only their own individual files, but also all freshman files. The new IT people, several years after taking on this mess, didn't seem to know this was happening. The shop teacher was a raging alcoholic, and the music teacher liked to grab girls by the boobies. No one cared. It was the 80s. As a girl who lived in the 80s, we cared, but no one in authority did. We'll probably get buried, but a girl in my class. Her mum was the head teacher of quite a prestigious private school. Our school and her father was the English teacher. Her father had an emotional affair with a student a couple of years older than us, was writing her love letters and keeping a diary. The student finally told someone what had happened, and because nothing sexual had happened, he had just lost his job and put himself into a mental health facility. They got divorced soon after, and girl went on to be head girl, and head teacher left the position.
What's something stupid you used to do in middle school to be cool? Part 1. Made a secret deal with a close friend. We both will subtly drop rumors about each other that we both have hot girlfriends outside school. The next day, after football, I initiated, "Have you seen Pat's girlfriend? She's a real cutie." Another guy. "He was saying the same about you this morning. What, you guys made some loser pact about a pretend girlfriend?" Me. "I gotta go. See you tomorrow." I have a creeping feeling that would have gone a lot smoother if you two didn't use the same guy to start the rumor. Carried around a handmade sign I took everywhere. One side said, "Awkward," the other, "So random." I held this up at some situations to be funny. I wasn't funny. Like some kind of socially retarded Wile E. Coyote? I was in a breaking crew comprised of 5 Caucasian boys ranging in age from 13 to 14. We were purposefully awful as a kind of performance art. We'd gather at the New York Public Library on Saturdays with our boombox and have everyone laughing at us. My street name was Weak Tea. Me. I'm almost to your house. What's your street name again? Friend. Weak Tea. Me. It's not showing up on the map. Friend. Oh, lol. Lawrence Court. Stuffed my bra. P.S. It worked. In my middle school, just wearing a bra would have made you a sensation. I went to an all-boys Catholic school. Chain wallets. It started off with short chains. Eventually, it became an unspoken contest to see who could have the longest chain. I flipped over the handlebars of my bike many times when that chain got wrapped around the pedal. Buy dog collars, cut and resend loops. Have friend follow you to carry epic chain. I wore shorts every day. It's raining and freezing cold outside? Doesn't matter, I'm wearing shorts. Well, duh, why wouldn't you? I mean, they're both comfy and easy to wear. People made fun of my voice, so I started trying to speak in a lower tone, which backfired almost immediately. My gym teacher referred to me as Kermit the Frog for years. Oh man, I was basically the squeaky voiced teen until I was 20. It was weird though. After the ostracism of high school, it somehow swung back over to novelty in young adulthood. I used to have this party trick where I could, at will, drop my voice to a smooth, Barry White-esque baritone. I could keep it up for as long as I wanted, but it wasn't me, you know? Wear an upside-down, backwards to the left, yellow visor with my bleached, peroxide hair gelled up. Were you a member of Sugar Ray? Riding that darn S everywhere. You know the one. I think this might be it. I used to swear around everyone except the teachers. So you were every middle schooler ever? Wore my backpack straps as low as they could possibly go. The bag would slap against the back of my legs every step, but I didn't care because I was the man. In middle school, I never caught on that everybody did this. I wore my backpack up tight, right behind my shoulders. One day, somebody laughed at me and called me a nerd for wearing my backpack so high, and then I joined the club. I used to wear band-aids on my knees, just because. I thought it made me cooler somehow. I once started walking with a limp in the mall when I was with my mom. I didn't have any pain, I just thought that cool people limped. My mom took me to the doctors, even when I insisted that nothing hurt and I'd stopped limping. I went to a Catholic school, so I thought being an altar boy made me pretty darn cool. It did not. At least the priest thought you were cool. I would crawl around on the floor of the school bus and mess around with people's feet. Also, one time I ate a dirt-covered Smartie, and I don't even think anyone was watching me. I'm legitimately starting to think I'm actually retarded in some form or another. I misread that as Sharpie and cringed, then cringed again when I reread it correctly. I used to keep my afro pick in my hair. I'm a curly-haired Arab boy. I see no problem with this. What he's saying is that the thug life didn't choose him. I am choosing a book for reading. I can only imagine how sad your father felt. Throwing pencils upwards that they get stuck in the ceiling. I still think this is somehow cool. I played that stupid game, Quarters, with the cool kids. For those who never have had the pleasure of playing this game, I'll give you a brief background. One person starts a quarter spinning on edge by flicking it. The second person has to touch the quarter without stopping the spin, followed by person 1 touching the quarter. This touching goes back and forth between the two people like a sad game of hot potato until one person touches the quarter and it stops spinning. If you were the poor soul that caused the quarter to stop spinning, you had to put your knuckles down on the table, and the other person would fling the quarter at you as hard as they could. It would hurt and make people bleed, but in middle school, it was the coolest thing to do during lunch break. My version of bloody knuckles is we'd punch each other's fists like a bro fist, but a lot harder, till you bled. It was to see who could last longer. I would spill gasoline on my shoes in small engine repair class and walk through the halls to evacuate school for an hour. This is not advised. Wow, over 1,000 upvotes for being a punk in junior high. I got caught the third time. It was okay with me, I got away with it, until copycat gas shoe assholes popped up, then the adults caught wind of my prank. I had a mullet, listened to DJ Quick, wore a Ghost Rider t-shirt all the time, and called everyone Kemosabi. Listening to DJ Quick legitimately makes you cooler, so a quarter ain't bad. I'll take wear Heelys for 1,000, Alex. Do you know why Heelys don't have brakes? Because swag stops for nobody. I used to spike my hair to look like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Later on, I realized I look like a douche. Well, in all fairness, Vegeta was kind of a douche. Shut up, Kakarot. We made these pen launchers out of broken pens and rubber bands, and would shoot paper, pen refills, and toothpicks at random people. One of my friends used a metal pen refill one day, and it actually got stuck in the kid's arm. We stopped using them after that, for a while at least. We had a whole arms race going on with these things in 8th grade. The pen launchers were just the start. Another piece of classroom artillery was a tic-tac ballista made from broken mechanical pencils. It was easier to conceal. Some guys rolled up pieces of paper and used those as bolts for crossbows they made out of pencils and rubber bands. Someone had a crude catapult at some point, and so on. One of the deans found out, and a bunch of us got in minor trouble, though, which ended the fun. I would get a girlfriend and then never talk to her again, and she would break up with me. I don't know if it was meant to be cool, but it worked to keep me from ever kissing a girl until I was 16. I did this unintentionally in 8th grade. A girl asked me out through her friend. I said yes, then proceeded to avoid her because I was, and still am, awkward as heck. Lasted 4 days when she broke up with me through her friend. Only dating experience I had until college. This is probably more high school than middle school, but brag about not getting enough sleep. Everyone did it. Oh, you got 5 hours of sleep last night? I've only gotten 2 hours of sleep the past 2 nights. Some stupid game where being the most miserable makes you the coolest. A lot of people continue playing this game into adulthood, and not only with sleep. The kids I coach do this, and with eating as well. I haven't eaten since noon, or all I've had to eat today is a bagel, and we finally sat them down and explained how crucial diet and sleep is to performance. It was one of those moments where you can see the light bulb go off above each of their heads every few seconds. Straight magical. Plus, it shut them up with that weird exhaustion dick measuring. Bonus. Made little stick figures out of pipe cleaners. I made the heads just big enough to fit around a pencil. It made me happy seeing someone pull out a pencil with one of my little pipe cleaner people on the end of it. That's not stupid. That's actually quite ingenious. I thought I was both punk and grunge. I would wear flannel shirts, cargo pants, and 10 necklaces and 20 bracelets. I thought I was cool. Cringe. I'd wear that now. Something must be wrong with me. Wasn't me, but when I was in middle school, we had the group who considered themselves the thugs. They weren't that bad. They were pretty much the class clowns that you also didn't want to mess with. Well, I remember in 6th grade, I went into the bathroom, only to find them kicking one of the guys on the floor, counting to 30, while the guy on the floor laughed. When it was over, they congratulated him and welcomed him into their group. Yep, so cool. I think laying on a middle school boys' bathroom floor should be initiation enough. Sheesh. I'd wear 2 pairs of pants. Normally, basketball shorts under jeans. If you asked me, then I'd swear it was because it was more comfortable, but really, I just thought I was the bomb. I did this sometimes because people kept pantsing me. There was this one kid who got his pants and boxers pulled off, and I was scared. Some kid pissed his pants on a field trip and was just hiding from everyone as we were about to get back on the bus. Poor kid was already kind of an outcast. So, to save him from the shame and humiliation, I put water on my crotch from a nearby faucet, and when the kids called me out, I just told them it was what all the cool kids my age did. I was much older than everyone, had to read you some grades. It's a long story. Anyways, they all bought it, and before we got on the bus, everyone had pissed their pants. It was kind of gross now that I think about it. You need to get up with Adam Sandler ASAP. Wear running shorts and my 1993 Toronto Blue Jays Division Championship t-shirt to class every day. The shorts would ride up and it looked like I was wearing Speedos, while the shirt had holes in the shoulder. I was a self-loathing rich kid and thought if I looked poor, I could be cool. Ha! I can relate to this. I'd wear a pair of shoes till they completely fell apart, because I didn't want to be made fun of for having a new pair of shoes. What's something stupid you used to do in middle school to be cool? Part 2. Aggressive rollerblading. Senate everything. Bonus points if you wore soaps, and the world was your playground. I wore fangs for the entire year of 8th grade. No, I don't want to talk about it. That is hilarious. Also, I'm supposed to be studying Okazaki fragments now, so I'm counting this. Put rubber bands on my jeans to scruff them up, take fashion pictures with girlfriends and hand them out to friends, wear a belt buckle with my first name's initial on it, wear a K-Swiss with the flaps, carry only a folder and no backpack. East LA in the early 2000s. The rubber bands, belt buckle, and folder were things people did back when I was in middle school between 03 and 06. West LA girl here. I used to wear all black clothing. No one was impressed, not even the goth kids. I like black clothes, and I'm bad at talking to girls. Hair gel. Lots of it, just plastered in my hair to the point of forming a helmet. I would use my older brother's hair gel, and when he ran out, I would have to use shampoo and pray that it didn't rain. Naturally, as a 12 to 15-year-old, you'd hang out at the park. Sometimes it did. Play Magic: The Gathering. Oh, wait. I waited until I was in my mid-20s before I started playing. I would have been teased as a kid for playing this, but now I'm old enough that nobody can make fun of me for having people over my apartment for EDH. Then my father stops over because he found out I was playing cards and thought that meant poker. I wore fingerless gloves for an entire day and tried to play it off as weight gloves. However, the little Tykes green logo was very, very visible. The cringe is real. I'm cringing and laughing in equal measure. Draw random marks on myself so people thought I got into a flirty pen fight with the girls. There were 2 girls who would always draw on me during science. I would get so mad because my mom would get mad when I'd come home with marks all over both arms, and other boys would get really angry or jealous about it, and it just did not click for me. Turns out I'm gay, though. Well, it's not something I did to be cool, but to fit in and seem more normal. I used to pack my own lunch when I was a kid because my mom couldn't be bothered with it, and it really hurt my feelings when other kids would complain about how their moms never got it right and would pack the wrong stuff. So I would pack the only things we had in the fridge and pretend to be upset when my mom would get it wrong and put the diet pudding in, instead of the regular stuff. In reality, I did it on purpose, so people thought my mom cared enough to pack my lunch too. I didn't just want to fit in, I wanted to blend in. I did something similar, but I would pack my lunch with forged "Love Mom" notes, then act all embarrassed when someone pointed it out. I was a loser. In my middle school, wearing name-brand clothes, the kind where everyone can see the logo, was cool for some reason. The 2 big brands were Echo and South Pole. Problem was, these clothes were expensive, and my single-parent household wasn't exactly well off, so everyone made fun of me because all I had was secondhand clothes, often too small for me. My mom conceded to buying me 1 South Pole t-shirt. I wore that shirt literally every day. People still made fun of me. I learned a lot from that experience. I had a similar experience. I look back on it and my mom tried so hard to get me the things I want, and it breaks my heart because I know she worked so hard and I was such an ungrateful little kid because I wanted what everyone else had and got mad when I couldn't have it. I would wear button-up shirts and button them unevenly. So there was a spare button on the bottom and an extra buttonhole on the top. The theory was that it would annoy girls and they would fix it for me. Had a friend who would have the tags on his shirts stick up for the same reason. Sadly, this was mid-college. As an Asian kid who didn't weigh above 100 pounds until high school, wore an extra large G-Unit t-shirt that had sleeves which would reach my mid-forearms with size 32 jeans. I lived in a suburban town with a median income of over $100,000, and my school students were predominantly Asians and Jews. I was a member of a group of kids who dressed similarly. You mean you lived in basically every suburban town with a median income of over $100,000? Don't worry, I went through this phase, but not even close to as bad as you did. Used to bring universal remotes to school and turn off the TVs when teachers tried to show videos to mess with them. Brought little remote control race cars and put cups over them and drove them around the floor to scare people who thought it was a rodent. Oh, and JNCO's pants. Oh gosh, my one buddy did this in college at the cafeteria. There was a big football game on, and he kept switching the channel to a religious station and cranking the volume up the entire way. Of course, the range on his remote wasn't very good, so we were sitting at the table right next to the TV, clearly laughing our asses off but trying to suppress it. It didn't take long before some of the bigger guys in the cafeteria threatened to beat our asses if we didn't knock it off, but gosh, was it funny. My friends and I came up with our own jackass, called ourselves All Balls. Being in middle school at the height of the skater and jackass and CKY crew fad was hilarious for me to watch as a girl, but looking back, I just feel deeply for all of our teachers. Fearlessness coupled with everyone suddenly having access to little flip digital cameras made for some interesting antics during class changes, lunch, and any other time really. What will happen if we go up to that kid and just shove him all the way down the stairs? How much air do you think I could get when I jump between these desks? How much do you guys dare me to pierce my nose with a safety pin? 4 years. It's a miracle we all survived that era. Thanks, Steve-O. Thanks. Playing with yarn. Buying rare types of yarn. For some unknown reason, string games became a huge fad in my middle school. You want to be the coolest kid on the block? You better have some crazy good Angola and a great cat's cradle. Cat middle school was tough. My friends and I used to layer everything we wore. 2 polos with popped collars, a t-shirt with cami on top, a polo with 2 camis underneath. The list goes on and on. I'm surprised we didn't all overheat. This was big in the 90s at my high school. There was a set of twins who were infamous for this. I think I counted 6 shirts once, 4 undershirts, a polo, and a rugby shirt over that. It was retarded then, but popular with the football kids. All nerd high school, different type of football kids than a normal school. Colored my hair using Kool-Aid. By the time I used the curling wand, I smelled like burnt raspberries. I knew a girl who did this in college. I lived down the hall from her, and once a month the bathroom in our hall smelled like fruit punch. Make up imaginary boyfriends and write love letters to myself to show my friends. Cringe. Like, whoa. Oh my gosh, I'm pretty sure my friend did this, but instead of a boyfriend for herself, it was for me and 2 other friends of ours. She made us write these guys letters and then gave us photos of them that were just magazine clippings, and she got really mad when we asked her if it was legit. She totally catfished us before it was even a thing. I started to do dip in 7th grade. I would try to freak everyone out in class by packing a lip in the middle of class. One time I forgot a bottle to spit in though, and my teacher obviously saw that I was dipping, so I raised my hand and asked if I could go to the bathroom. He just responds, no. So I salivate until eventually I had to swallow it. I did, and run to the bathroom to throw up. Yeah, that one kind of backfired on me. Ah, man, you tried to gut it. Bad mistake. Wear German army shorts and Doc Martens. Wore oversized Doc Martens in middle school and freshman year of high school. Recently got a job where I need brown shoes. Darn, those Doc Martens fit perfectly now and are so comfortable. Wear Fat Farms. Even worse than that, I sought out the Fat Farms that were from the flea market that had the backwards P on them. For context, I grew up in a rough city, but for some reason I thought fake shoes made me cool. They didn't. Spit. Because I saw that Mulan tried to spit and thought that she was trying to be cool. I'm a guy, by the way. I'm a runner, and I think about this scene pretty much every day, and I'm still afraid of trying to spit while running because I don't want to end up drooling like Mulan. People told me how much they loved my long, luscious Asian hair. As just a boy with awesome hair, I kept growing it just to do the majestic hair flip in front of the girls, who would then proceed to play with it. I developed a neck problem, and my doctor immediately told me to cut my hair, and all of my swag was gone. Swagectomy. I swear I used to lay out lines of sugar and snort it in class. They thought I was hardcore. Kids at my elementary school used to snort pixie sticks and pop rocks. Pop rocks make your nose bleed. Their reasoning? Mommy and Daddy said I can't have grown-up nose candy until I'm grown up, so they gave me little kid nose candy in my lunchbox. I made a small device that was able to generate short, high-voltage pulses of about 3 to 5 kV. Very simple thing, just 3 components. Initial intent was to suddenly hit someone, but things turned another way. Finally, it came to the following game. 30 to 40 people were holding hands, forming a large circle, and I applied my device to the ends of the chain. People were then literally thrown away in all directions with loud, "Wow!" I have no idea why they liked so much to get an electric shock. They demanded it again and again. I realized that it was dangerous. Any guy with heart disease could easily die, but it took me several days to cancel this game. And later, we threw a door out of a window. Yes, a door out of a window. Pretty cool, isn't it? We made these with the inverters from old stereos and a couple of nails and a battery. For some reason, my 12-year-old self thought the key to popularity was competing in the National Spelling Bee. It wasn't. That's a shame. I was my high school's resident badass because I went 2 years in a row. I went to a really nerdy school, though. There was a kid in my class who was given the task of doing the morning announcements over the intercom. He always said racist comments in class to get attention, and as his last name was White, he used to begin the announcements by saying, "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for tuning into the, first name, White Power Hour." That was pretty bad. He also chugged an entire bottle of ranch dressing for $3 and would do other gross stuff like that. Had a rat's tail. How was middle school, Anakin? Wore a full-length, black leather trench coat. Every day. Even in the summer. I must have smelled absolutely awful. People probably thought you were going to shoot up the school. That probably didn't help. What did your parents allow you to do as a kid that your friends were not allowed to do, and you now realize was bad parenting by your parents? Part 1. My dad let us ride on the roof of the car. Amongst other things, he probably wasn't winning any parenting awards, but I thought he was the coolest. This is both cool and stupid at the same time. My parents moved out and left me to live in the house when I was 16. We had exactly one conversation about it, whereby they asked if I wanted to move to another state with them, and I said no. It was cool, I was never into drugs or alcohol or parties, so I didn't ruin the house. I wasn't allowed to heat the house up much, so I always wore a snow jacket inside and basically just came home to sleep. But now that I'm older, I realize that it's more on the line of child abandonment. Oh well. Something I can relate to. My mom works a few hours away and only comes home every couple of weeks. This started when I was 16, and luckily I've been able to drive myself places, but it still sucks when you go to events and everyone else has parents there and you don't. What I am glad about, however, is that it has taught me to be independent and will definitely not have any issue with moving out and changing towns, very soon. Whereas my brother and sister that live with my dad and stepmom are too dependent on their parents. They're 17 and have never cooked a meal themselves or had control over money or anything that will help them later on. They let me date a 19-year-old when I was 13, and we always hung out with his creepy 20-something friends who tried taking advantage of me several times. I thought I was so grown, but looking back, I'm horrified. Parents did the same with me at that age and a 30-year-old. That story is a really bad one. My mom used to buy me cigarettes when I was a teenager. I thought it was cool. Now that I'm a parent, I'm like, nope. This is how I feel about parents that buy their kids alcohol. As a teenager, it was so cool. Sweet Timmy, where'd you get that handle of whiskey? Your mom? Awesome! Now I'm like, what the heck? What kind of responsible parent does that? A beer or glass of wine at dinner is one thing. My parents did that and I didn't think it was crazy. But buying and giving your teen a ton of hard liquor and letting them drive off with it on a Friday night? Come on, be a good parent and make them get it from an older sibling like everyone else. Eat as many sweets as I wanted to. Eat as much McDonald's as I wanted to. Skip brushing my teeth at night. I am now 21 and I had lots of problems with my teeth and digestive system. I managed to fix them all up in my teens and now I am strict with myself. My parents didn't make me brush my teeth as a kid and we couldn't afford dentist visits. I'm 20 and I have 13 natural teeth left. I have dentures, my biggest regret. Just a ton of sugary snacks. I ate so much sugar as a kid. My mom still buys me packs of cookies and chocolate when I go home. I'm 25 now. I'm such a chocolate fiend now, which I'm sure is related to the loads of sugar snacks. Mind you, I wouldn't change it. Stay home from school if I wanted to. My parents worked weekends, so sometimes they'd ask me whether I felt like going to school or not on a day they had off during the week, and then we'd go hiking or to a museum. That was elementary school. I was a pretty good kid, so as I got older, my parents trusted me when I told them I didn't feel well and they'd let me stay home. I mean, not bad parenting as much as my dad left when I was 6, and so was an uncle dad after that. My mom brought my sister and I up, and was very soft. So until she died when I was 14, I was still getting away with sleeping in her bed when she hadn't the heart to put me back when I was sneaking in as a toddler. So when she died, you can imagine what my grandmother had to deal with. Not only 2 grieving teenagers in the heights of hormone possession, but 2 grieving teenagers who hadn't been bed-trained and so cried at night being left alone. That sounds really tough. I'm sorry I had to deal with all of that. I hope your grandma was able to provide some support. Therapy can be helpful in so many situations, no matter how long ago that happened. I had a single mom that died when I was a teenager too. Therapy is and was very helpful. Internet hug. Got my first pair of 4-inch heels at 11 years old, maybe just turned 12, shiny black patent mules. I mean, I begged for those shoes, but as an adult, ew. My mom let me buy what could be considered stripper heels at maybe 11. Platforms and glitter. One of the other moms said, "I can't believe you let her wear those," in front of me. Needless to say, my mom was pissed off at the other mom. Looking back, I can sort of understand. Yeah, you can go ahead and sleep 3 days of the week at your friend's house. Like in a row? I feel like that would just get boring after a while. Let me go off into the forest outside my house. 1,500-acre place with virtually nothing except trees inside, alone. During the summer, I'd spend up to 2 weeks at a time in there, even had a small village of mud huts and wooden sheds at one point. That actually just sounds really cool, not necessarily bad parenting. I mean, maybe they should have kept a better eye on you, but you weren't out shooting up or robbing people, so they probably just let you have some fun and freedom. Let me watch whatever violent or scary movie, but any kind of nudity, and they would cover my eyes. I was so traumatized by those scary movies. I think I could have handled boobs just fine. Yeah, how come 8-year-old me was allowed to watch The Shining, but teenage me was too young for Brokeback Mountain? What I don't understand is that I watched scary movies all throughout my childhood, and now that I'm an adult, I have to cover my eyes if there is even a commercial for a scary movie. I can't handle them at all now. I don't just get jumping at the scary scenes and maybe having trouble sleeping scared, but I will cry tears and be afraid to be alone in broad daylight. Put my shotgun across my bike handlebars and ride out to dove hunt. It was the 60s. Cops and no one paid much attention. I was in high school in the 1980s, and I lived in a small rural town. It was not uncommon to see people with rifles hanging in gun racks in their trucks parked in the school parking lot. When it was hunting season, kids would bring their rifles to school and check them in at the office in the morning. You would walk up to the office and see 30 rifles all leaning up against the wall waiting for kids to pick them up after school so they could go hunting. Times were very different. My dad, being Dominican, he didn't care about anything adult-themed. His mentality was that he's going to see it eventually anyways. One time when I was 7, I asked my dad to buy me a copy of GTA, Vice City at EB Games. Shout out if you remember them. When we were at the register, the lady noticed my wide-eyed, eager face as she was scanning this corruption of a game. She proceeded to look at my father with slight concern and said, "Sir, may I remind you this game is usually for people 17 and over?" Then my father, having no American etiquette, replied in his thick Dominican accent, "What? Isn't it just some titties and pussy? Maybe some blood? I see no problem, chica." My dad was cool. Your dad sounds like a GTA character. Lol. Not bad parenting exactly. When my mom left my dad, we moved to a nice city and lived in a nice neighborhood. She worked all the time and came home only wanting food and sleep. Despite being strict and cautious of people, by the time I was 16, she was too tired to really implement any of her rules. I was able to stay up late, stay out late, and do pretty much whatever I wanted. Surprisingly, I never did drugs, booze, or sex. I just went out to the city life, walked around, and observed people. I was such a boring kid. It's not until years later, when I'm recalling my teen years, that I realized all the missed opportunities I could have had. So sad. I think many kids that have a lot of freedom are actually pretty reasonable. When something is allowed, it's not as much fun because it's not forbidden, so all the excitement is gone. It doesn't work like that for everyone, of course. Never bothered about me. Riding my bike alone to the other end of town? Wandering through the woods alone? Sure, all good. I can't count the number of times I'd come in after being gone for several hours, and they never even asked where I'd been. This was the 90s, not the early 60s or anything. After I learned to drive and bought a car as a teenager, I'd be gone a full day. Again, didn't even bother asking where I'd been. At the time, it was cool. Now I question why they didn't care where their 17-year-old daughter was going for hours and hours on weekends and vacations. My parents were kind of the same towards me, but I'm a male. My sister, on the other hand, they always asked where she was and what she was doing, and she had to check in every hour. Probably a bit late to this, but my dad wasn't a bad parent, but he was chilled out. One day, while sitting down to watch a film with my then youngish brother, can't remember exact age, my dad chooses Stephen King's It. My brother thought it looked scary, but my dad, wanting to watch it, said, "Don't worry, it's funny, see, it's got clowns." My brother still has a fear of clowns. A fear of clowns is perfectly natural. It merely exacerbates it. Not my parents, but my grandparents for this one. My favorite toys as a kid were screwdrivers. I'd go through my grandparents' house and get them all together and play with them. My grandpa would even help me get as many as I could in the garage and basement. I had all kinds of screwdrivers. One day, my aunt came to my grandparents' house while I was there, and I ran up to her with 2 screwdrivers in my hand, held them up, and sang, "My mom doesn't want me to play with these, but Grandpa lets me." That was the end of screwdrivers at Grandpa and Grandma's. Also, my grandpa would let me eat hot dogs cold. Like, right out of the package. Your grandpa was probably thinking, if they can send me to Nam with grenades and guns at 16, then my grandson can play with screwdrivers at 8. My youngest brother and I were allowed to smash things apart and/or set things on fire in the backyard, as long as our parents confirmed that the thing in question was no longer needed or already not working or unfixable, that we cleaned up everything afterwards, and that there was water nearby in case the fire got too crazy. It never did. We burned and busted so many old electronics, toys, furniture, you name it. We were also allowed to use pocket knives and taught how to strike matches at a very young age, 5 to 6 years old. We never got hurt and never burned the house down. This was the early 80s. These days, I know adults that are afraid to light a fire in a fireplace. Man, I bet you really don't want to know what kind of toxic fumes were coming off the electronics y'all were burning. My mother bought me a bong for my 16th birthday. We went to the electric fetus so I could pick out the one I wanted. Put off my homework until the morning. My parents always made me do my homework and go to school. I was so jealous of kids who got to skip school. What did your parents allow you to do as a kid that your friends were not allowed to do, and you now realize was bad parenting by your parents? Part 2. My mom caught me smoking a big spliff out of my bedroom window when I was 15. I don't remember the specifics, but she basically hinted she wanted me to buy her some weed. She was a bit of a hippie in the 60s. My mom was pretty chill with most things. Bought me my first drink, didn't believe in censorship, etc., but my favorite was Taco Day. Once every several weeks, my mom would come to wake me up, but instead of yelling at me to get ready for school, she'd say, "Screw it, it's Taco Day." We'd both go back to sleep for a bit, then put on comfy clothes, walk over to Taco Bell, order a dozen tacos each, then rent the worst movies we could find. Then we'd curl up in the living room and pig out on Taco Bell while riffing on the pathetic excuses for films MST3K style, till we couldn't stand it anymore. Those were some awesome days. That's awesome, and I don't really consider that bad parenting. I remember watching Pulp Fiction when I was about 5. Also, growing up watching Billy Connolly do stand-up was great. I knew back then that violence, swearing, and crude jokes were only allowed for adults and adult movies, so I wouldn't call it bad parenting. They knew I knew there was a line, and I wasn't allowed to cross it. I watched Saving Private Ryan and Platoon and The Dirty Dozen and all kinds of war and Western movies with my mom from like ages 5+. I saw Saving Private Ryan probably at like 8. I watched Road Trip unrated with my mom and her friend when I was 10 or 11 max. She told me to look away when the girls had their tits out in the bathroom, but she didn't check to make sure I did. And her friend was just like, "Oh yeah, go ahead and look, Beep. Isn't it great?" Let's see. We went out to eat every day. Every single day. I don't know how I stayed skinny through my childhood. Drinking was allowed because we're German. As a teenager, opposite-sex sleepovers at my house. My mother got me a fake ID when I was 14 or 15 so we could go bar hopping together. She honestly thought she was being responsible by holding onto it so I could only go out with her. Because we're German. Makes total sense. Drinking age in Germany is 16 for beer and wine. And if accompanied by parents, even earlier. Watch pretty much anything I wanted as long as I was quiet and didn't ask them to explain anything. Saw Rocky Horror Picture Show at 8 years of age. Lots of other stuff I did not understand till years later, but never asked about for fear of not being allowed to watch bad stuff anymore. Being a parent now myself, I'm far more strict. I'm okay with boobies, but nothing with like graphic sexual acts and no blood and guts. I remember a sleepover when I was about 8 or 9, and my friends and I were allowed to rent a scary movie. Seeing the cover for RHPC and not knowing anything about it, we made the obvious choice. Our little minds were blown, needless to say. Still one of my favorite movies, though. I was 13 the first time I got kicked out of my house. I was allowed to drive my truck around town when I was 15. They also didn't care that I smoked cigarettes and weed. Good times. I was allowed to smoke weed, but not cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes anyway, though. I don't smoke either anymore. My stepdad taught me a lot of craft skills that in hindsight must have breached every health and safety regulation in the book. If he taught you well, safely and correctly, it was fantastic parenting. Order my steaks well done. My girlfriend's mom always made sure she ordered her steaks well done because, to her, anything else was endangering her kids. She also cooked spaghetti well past al dente and eggs until the white was a rubbery yellow ball. Life is very strange. I would eat things like pie or cookie dough or ice cream, etc. for entire meals, for days, because that would be all the entire grocery trip consisted of. I remember begging my mom for real food after like a week of only eating junk. And now I wonder why I struggle to control my sugar consumption. Well, being left alone for a month without parents is cool, especially when you're a teenager and you and your younger brother sell drugs to feed yourself. At least we had plenty of drugs to do. Also, the first time I shot a gun, I was 11. My little brother first shot a gun at 8. The gun thing doesn't seem that bad. I'm an Aussie city kid, and gun laws are still pretty tight, and I shot my first gun at 12, and my little brother at 9. As far as the Home Alone drugs thing, that's more worrying. I don't know about bad parenting, but they basically just trusted me to use my head. I would make crude chess pieces on the bandsaw unsupervised when I was 11, and at 14 I started making small explosives. It was fine. I'm still a teen, but I've been making s'more bombs for like 2 years. Well, my first video games were GTA 3 and Medal of Honor. I was a toddler. I still remember being 3 and walking into Best Buy to pick up Call of Duty 2 with my pops. Good days. Watch any movie that happened to be on TV. I'm not saying parents should aggressively censor their children's TV and movies, but I ended up watching a lot of messed up stuff that gave me terrible nightmares when I was pre-K. A little judgment about appropriateness would have been nice. Yeah, in my family, it was more like Hellraiser and the Chucky movies. According to my mom, I used to throw all the toys out of my crib at night. I wonder why. Not really bad parenting, but I grew up on a farm and learned to drive at like 10 years old. I started by driving a tractor on my dad's lap, learning to steer and later on how to use a clutch and shift. By 14, I was driving the farm truck, late 80s manual Ford F-150, by myself, as well as doing actual jobs with the tractor. My parents were so mad when we got a new tractor on the farm that had a weight sensor in the seat, so my 12-year-old sister couldn't use it without strapping on an extra 20 pounds of weights. But yeah, Learned to drive the tractor as soon as my feet could reach the pedals. Same with the truck. Ride a motorbike at 8 years old. We all rode motorbikes, 110 or 150cc, around the farms and back roads of our country town when we were in primary school. Rode Pee-wee 50s around the grandparents' property when we were about 6-ish. As long as we wore a helmet, no one cared. My dad had terminal cancer when I was growing up, so his way of spoiling me and my brother was to feed us whatever he wanted, so it became a ritual to get Taco Bell after school, every day. So this went on until he passed when I was in 3rd grade. My mom went on feeding the habit because she felt bad for us. Now, having struggled with weight issues most of my life, I look back on it and think I'm never going to feed my kid like that. Eat pizza rolls for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because I could cook them myself, and go to bed whenever I wanted. Eventually dropped out of school and was 300 pounds at one point. Children are idiots. You have to be the brains when they're young and tell them what to do. Mine didn't care. One of the things I'm so thankful for is that my mom taught me how to eat healthily, starting at a young age. She struggled with her weight, and rather than turning food into the enemy, she started making healthier portions. We always had veggies at every meal, and she taught portion control too. I'm sorry I had to go through that. It's tough to get back on track, especially when you're starting at 300 pounds. But it sounds like you're getting your life together, and that's something to be proud of. My mom would let me read whatever I want. I finished the entire Twilight series before I was in 7th grade. Once when I was at work with her, she told me I could borrow a book out of her coworker's desk. Of course, I picked up How to Marry a Millionaire Vampire, which was basically just vampire porn. After reading it, I told her it was dirty, and she just shrugged at me. You just triggered a memory of mine. I used to like going to thrift stores with my mom when I was a kid, and one time I got a few VHS tapes, including Revenge of the Nerds. My mom went to the bar to do bar things. I was like 11, and had told some people of the movie I was currently watching at home. She comes back and informs me that she was telling people the movie I watched, and her response to me telling her it was a college sex comedy was, oops. Lots of fast food. Supersize? Yes, please. Let's just say that if I were murdered right now, my chalk outline would be a circle. When I was about 8, my dad, Mom was gone, poured a shot of whiskey in a shot glass for me and my 3 siblings to try. We all tried it and screamed at how gross it was. He said something along the lines of, "And that's why you shouldn't ever drink it," while laughing at all of our reactions. There's no way I'm giving my kids liquor that young, but I don't drink liquor today, so maybe he was onto something. Nah, that's not really bad parenting. Everybody I know got a nip from a beer or something when they were around age 10, and we're all extremely grossed out by it. It's just so your kids don't always ask if they can drink it too or something. Just let them taste it, they hate it, they shut their mouth. My sister was 15 and convinced my mother to allow her to have a tattoo. She came into my room and said, "Your sister is getting a tattoo tomorrow. Would you like to have one as well?" To which I answered, "Yeah, sure." I was 14 at the time and wasn't thinking of getting a tattoo, but I thought that it would be awesome to be the only kid in my class to have one. I was 14 at the time. I have friends whose parents let them get a tattoo that young. To be fair, it wasn't an impulsive decision on my friends' parts, and they did discuss it properly with their parents, but I don't see the big deal unless you want someone on your face or equally as visible. My friends with parents like that are very close to their parents, and talk about everything because they know nothing is off limits, for discussion, at least. I was 15 or 16, and my boyfriend visited from out of state for the first time. He was 23 or 24. She left me alone with him for hours after we first met face to face in the apartment. Looking back, he could have killed, kidnapped, and or raped me. I ended up making macaroni and watching Lord of the Rings with him. We are engaged now. It's just what could have happened. It sounds awful, but I still believe socializing in a bar is more likely to get me raped and or killed than meeting someone from the internet, assuming you've known them for a bit. Much more likely to get scammed, I imagine. When I was 5, my mom would leave me alone with my 1-year-old younger sister. She worked, my big siblings went to school, and the neighbor came by once in a while to ask if we were okay, but only sometimes. My siblings came home at 2 or 3, so from 11 to 3 p.m., I was left in charge of a kid up until I used a small mirror as a plate to try and roast sunflowers in the microwave, and it caught fire, so I smacked it with a plastic spoon. Then that caught fire, but a smelly, smoky fire, not like a blaze. The neighbor ran, and since then, we had babysitters. Not to mention the time we got trapped in a room with no door handle, and me and my sister cried for an hour until we puked, then fell asleep from panic. Childcare in this country is just too expensive for a lot of people. She might have not had any other choice. What trait do you most resent your parents for passing on to you? Part 1. My mother has a square face. My father has a big head. Of course I couldn't get one or the other, so now I'm walking around with this giant-ass square head. SpongeBob? He said square head, not pants. I was arguing with my mom and realized I was talking just like my dad. Then, when I was arguing with my dad, I realized I was talking just like my mom. It's a really horrifying realization. I'm watching my mom, 61, become my grandma, 86, and it's both bizarre and humorous at times. Then I catch myself do or say something like she does, and it's, oh no. Male pattern baldness, with hair loss starting at 20 years old. Curse my genes. I've been bald 20 years. Free advice? Own it. Fight the fight until it's time to give up. Then shave or clip it close. Don't refer to it. Don't make lame jokes about yourself. And don't hide under a hat for the next 45 years. Own it. No one cares that you are bald but you. It'll be okay. Really sweaty hands. Combine really sweaty hands with being more than averagely social. Shaking hands is naturally the first thing I do when I meet someone new, so they usually get the impression that I peed on my hands or I'm one very sweaty bastard. It's hard because personal relationships involve a lot of touching, and you can't build them if they assume you're sweaty everywhere. Also, sweaty hands are disgustingly soft, so it's just a weird feeling to other people. Squishy, warm, and wet. The devil's triad when it comes to things, not vaginas. All of my grandparents and their parents had severe dementia as they grew old. This is honestly one of my worst fears. One of my grandparents had this, but my grandma was fine, so hopefully it turns out okay. Lupus. This is the one time it was a lupus. Same here, lupus nephritis. It's horrifying. I had so many people quote house on me after I got my diagnosis. Thankfully, my lupus has been very generous and staying in remission. I hope yours is under control, Reddit stranger. Moles. Moles everywhere. Holy moly. It's probably not such a big deal. I doubt most people notice. Don't make a mountain out of it, is what I'm saying. We always do more than we should, not because we're overachievers, but because we're insecure. I really want that translated into Latin so I can use it as a family motto. Body hair. Gosh, it's everywhere. You know that old dilemma? I look even hairier because I'm very pale, and I'm pale because I'm embarrassed of my hairiness. Also, short-sightedness. Body hair. Gosh, it's everywhere. I can sympathize with this. I look like a carpet wrapped around a mannequin with my shirt off. Thanks for the gorilla genes, Dad. You and Dad should rub your bodies together and produce electricity. An explosive temper. You'd never guess by speaking to me that I have rage issues. I've worked really hard to not be like my dad. I don't let much get to me and try to live a mostly carefree life. If something sets me off, though, it's terrifying to see that person come out. It used to just be when I drank. I slowly see it more and more. It scares me sometimes. I'm in the same boat. I work genuinely hard to keep it under control, but sometimes it comes up at inopportune times. I now take my anger out online. Allergies. Could they have kept it to themselves? Also, they made the conscious decision not to pass this trait on to either of my siblings. Just me. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Blatant favoritism. Shocking. Anxiety. Anxiety from my mom, depression from my dad. Migraines from my mom, frequent tension headaches from my dad. Lack of empathy from my mom, and mild autism from my dad. At least I also inherited my mom's math and my dad's writing abilities, or else I'd be quite the mess of a human being. My dad's unibrow. I'm female. Frida Kahlo rocked the unibrow. Being instinctively argumentative. Thanks, Mom. Yep, my mom too. And not just argumentative, but nasty. Whenever I spit out some awful thing at my husband, I instantly regret it. But the need to win overpowers any remorse very quickly. It's not fun, really. Acne. Yep, 36 and still getting spots regardless of careful daily face washing, keeping clean pillowcases, and exfoliation. It sure can be a confidence killer. No discipline. I never had any rules growing up. My parents always had some late bill they had to pay, plans were always up in the air. I had to learn a lot of things from my own experience, whether I was ready for it or not. Can empathize with you. My dad wasn't around when I was young. My mom had to go away to work weeks on end. Had to grow up fast, looking after myself and the house. Taught myself how to do general things. Now people pick up on why I do certain menial tasks incorrectly. We all have massive calves and small ears. Really small. You sound fascinating to look at. Both parents, oily skin. Though I am sure I'll appreciate it when I don't get as many fine lines. My mom, just big legs. Not fat. Muscular, I guess. And big knees. My SO calls them rugby players' legs. My dad, my preference to just sit and listen or absorb, which makes me come across as sullen. I had oily face, then I started washing with baby oil, and within the month, my oiliness was gone. You should try it. I usually rinse off the baby oil with a face wash. Bald head, hair everywhere else. I remember reading about a correlation between those two things. High testosterone increases body hair levels, but also makes male pattern baldness more likely. As a bald-headed hairy man, I sympathize with you. But on the bright side, the bald guy with a beard look is very popular these days. Well, the asthma's not great. Out of all the things to pass on, they choose the inability to breathe. Asthma. Because if you have to be bad at something, why not breathing? Life. It's the death bit I'm unhappy about. Would have been quite happy about inheriting the life bit. Not keen on the falling apart for most of my life until something gives out completely part. Chronic depression and anxiety. I resent it even more because they were against treatment, and I spent more than a decade suffering needlessly. Also depression. My parents weren't necessarily against treatment, it's just that they didn't think I was depressed, despite, well, everything. Had a breakdown last year, and I'm slowly building myself back up. Mom comes to visit. Are you sure? You look awful, but not depressed. Thanks, Mom. Very helping. Poor timekeeping, specifically making me feel like this was always okay growing up. They never picked me up on time, were always at least a little late for appointments or social events, and that was fine. I'm now trying really hard to break that habit, but at 29, it's a tough one to shake off. Opposite here. I'll be an hour early and awkwardly wander around the block until my appointment time. Am girl. Have wide feet. Shoe shopping sucks. My sister is 24 and wears a men's size 13 shoe. Poor girl. Mom, the crazy. Dad, the insecurity. Both, the ugly. Dang, you drew the short stick. But you still have your sense of humor, so you got that going for you, which is nice. Procrastination. My dad would always complain about how my granddad was a huge procrastinator in his grand plans for modernizing the farm they lived on, etc., which all came to basically nothing. I notice my dad has the same issues with his grand plans for retirement, and now here I am, in work, on Reddit. Chronic procrastination can result from the difficulty in planning and execution, which accompanies ADD or ADHD. I say this because there's a decent comorbidity between bipolar disorder and ADD or ADHD. Alcoholism. Susceptibility to addiction here. Mostly alcoholics in my family. Being short. Haha. I hate how all my uncles are like 5'10", and in like the shortest male, 5'6". Neat nuts. Our parents passed it on. Everything has to be neat, clean, and in order around the house. Even shirts in the closet are hung by size and color. Neat nuts. For a second, I thought your parents had taught you the sacred art of manscaping. I cannot, no matter what, not know something. If there is a surprise I've been promised, I have to know what it is. A fact I'm not sure of, I have to look it up to the point of distraction. I just go straight up crazy otherwise. I thought it was just me until I heard my mom badgering my dad to tell her what his big anniversary surprise was a few years ago. But nope, I've definitely picked it up from her. One of my best mates has an almost pathological inability to handle secrets, especially with gifts. His wife cannot buy him presents that he doesn't know about beforehand. A few years ago, they had a kid, and a bunch of us chipped in and made a hamper of gifts that were meant to be opened at various points during her first year. So there was some useful stuff for a newborn, then stuff for a 3-month-old, 6-month, etc. It was a nice idea, except one of our friends had to take him to one side and tell him what each and every item was. Otherwise, he'd have had to open them all at once to find out. For passing on their tendency to hold a grudge, I'll never forgive them for that. Addictive tendencies and a particular fondness for food. Not in the best shape. Turn that addiction on its head and make it work for you. Get addicted to exercise. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it can be done. Taken me 4 years, but my control with food is better than ever. My dad's irrational anger and temper. I hate it. It's very hard to control. What makes it worse is I realize how childish and ridiculous it looks, having grown up dealing with my dad's anger. Oh yeah, me too. Accompanied with too high pride. What trait do you most resent your parents for passing on to you? Part 2. A poor relationship with food. Finish your plate, they said. There are starving children in Africa, they said. Now I eat when I'm supposed to, as opposed to eating for satiation. It disassociated hunger from eating, and turned into bad eating habits. Oh gosh, same. And at every family gathering, they would complain that I didn't have enough food on my plate, and load it up with ungodly amounts, then snap at me until I ate enough that they thought was acceptable. And then they wanted to always make snide comments about my weight, and how I should start exercising more. It's your fault that I'm fat! I have had weight problems all my life because of that stuff, and I'm tired of being the fat girl. After I have this baby, I'm going to try and get myself to a healthier place. Going gray early. Started dyeing my hair now at 28, and wasn't planning on it till 40 plus. Getting a haircut requires some coordinating too now. I always thought people with long gray hair looked so majestic. We don't get gray hair in my family until well into our 80s, so I'm jelly. Horrifically hairy thighs, like a carpet remnant. My legs were super hairy when I was a kid, but it all moved north. My ass looks like a Brillo pad. Colon cancer. My father passed of colon cancer 2 years ago. I'm at a hereditary disposition for it. Hopefully I'll never have to experience it. My heart goes out to you. Anxiety and not being able to grow facial hair. I have anxiety and I can grow a goatee in 6 weeks. I'm a woman. Long nose hairs. It's not that hard to trim them. Get a beard trimmer with a nose hair attachment. Borderline personality disorder, anxiety, depression, ADHD? Not fun fact, BPD is almost exclusively attributed to women. There are those that believe that it's due to sexism of psychologists or therapists. Only like 10 to 20% are attributed to males. My dad is a warrior. To make matters worse, he would warn us that he comes from a family of warriors and told us to expect to worry about everything in the future. Guess what? I worry about everything. Including worrying about being a warrior? Don't worry, I too have a warrior parent, but it's my mom. Diabetes. My SO was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 29. It's been a couple years and he's still struggling to actually accept the diagnosis. He's very healthy and works out all the time. His only vice is light beer. Nobody in his family has it. He has no idea where it came from. He's hid it from a lot of friends and especially his coworkers. He's afraid he'll be treated differently. Diabetes is not cool, and not knowing how or where he inherited it has been hard for him. Terrible with handling money. Tried using your feet? I got my dad's bad teeth. Same here, but the brittle teeth came from Mom. Very frustrating to be told that you are clearly doing your part to keep your teeth healthy, but they still have cavities and such simply due to genetics. Resting bitch face. People always think I'm mad. That's just how my face looks most of the time. Got it from my dad, lol. Hey, I got it from my mom. So now people think I'm mad at them even when I'm not, which if I tell them they don't believe me. And on top of that, I do the same to my friends because apparently I'm horrible at knowing when someone is actually mad or doesn't like me. Though that may be the anxiety or depression. In general, being super negative. Only recently I realized that I look at things in such a negative way compared to peers. Misophonia. I'm a super chill person otherwise, but for the longest time I'd get super mad if anyone was eating, drinking, swallowing, breathing audibly, or making any kind of sounds. Pretty much anything short of speaking and sitting still pushed my buttons. With a lot of acknowledgement of my faults, I've slowly been able to cope and even lessen the effect. However, the biggest thing I tell myself is that it is my fault, not the people around me, and I feel calmer. Sadly, my dad won't listen to my advice on the matter and constantly blames those around him. Then when I snap at him for snapping, he plays the guilt trip card. The dude just won't seem to take responsibility. I know the feels. I work with the public and it almost becomes overwhelming to hear everyday noises. And people tend to think I'm just being a diva, but no, really. Your gum chewing makes me want to punch you in the back of your head to knock that gum out of your mouth. Excessive sweating, back problems, heart problems, acne. Thanks, Dad. I got the sweating. It sucks so hard. On the plus side, though, I've learned, so now I have a go bag with at least one change of clothes stashed in my office, another in my car, and others basically anywhere I might need one, so I'll never be caught off guard if my pants rip or someone spills on me or something. Emotional unavailability. This can change, strangely. In my 40s, I can now feel people much better. Something just opened up like a new sense. Not sure what it was. A strong set of morals. Darn you for making me a good person. It's so inconvenient. I was raised to be honest to a fault. Guess how often that gets me anywhere at work. My hairlessness. Or rather the fact that I can't grow a beard to save my life, and it's probably not going to change. My brother is as hairy as a Wookiee, but he's the black sheep in the family. My dad can sort of grow a beard, but it's not a full proper beard. I'm not too bothered since I've grown used to my pedo stash and no one gives me comments about it anymore, but sometimes I really wish I could look like one of those old guys with a beard down to his privates, smoking a pipe and looking out over the ocean while the sun goes down. Sounds like me and my brother. I can grow a fabulous beard. He can barely get 2 chin pubes to grow on his face. Wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't his sister. My dad has a bad habit of saying, "What?" right after or during someone talking to him or asking him a question, but then he will proceed to answer. I realize I do the same thing to my SO. I've seen this a few times. I always think that the person is a slow thinker and needs some time to process. Motion sickness. Mom was always working. Late nights, weekends. She'd be at home, but working. Now, I work 10-hour days plus some weekends. I hate it, and I know I wouldn't have to do so much if I didn't have such high standards for myself, but I just can't help it. I've tried to bring it down, but I end up stressing about how I haven't done enough. To never admit that I'm wrong. It took me way too long to realize it's okay to admit you're wrong and to grow from it. You can't move forward unless you can rationally think about your mistakes, or you're just a stubborn person. I had something similar. My parents always had to be right, and frequently corrected people. I was in my early 20s before I realized I could just let something go without correcting it. Someone pronounces quinoa wrong? Who cares? Let your SO win an argument even though you still think you're right? Who cares? I compulsively bite my nails, skin, and pick my moles. My hands and face are often a bloody mess. I once bit a nail down on my toe really deep and exposed the flesh, which got infected. For about 2 years, I had a big swollen piece of flesh under my nail, which pushed the middle part up. I purposefully bought larger shoes that my toes can fit. Also, sometimes I bite my skin or nails on my fingers, and it hurts so much I can't play guitar in video games. I used to bite my nails until they bled, and what stopped me was putting that nasty-tasting oil on my hands. If you're trying to stop, that's a good way to get out of the habit. Shortness. It's been a plague upon my life every step of the way. Even though I'm good at catching, I was too short to be a wide receiver. Friends tower over me, and I've been told I'm too short to date this girl that I was head over heels with forever. I'm only like 5'7", so I'm short, but not like midget short, and still have these problems. 5'11" girl checking in. I've always liked shorter dudes, mostly because so many guys are just shorter than me. There are girls out there who don't care. Hang in there. Severe introversion. I mean, I'm fine with it really, but my life would be easier if I didn't find being quiet and alone far more enjoyable and relaxing than going out and interacting with other people. Especially when I'm unemployed, because I will go days without leaving the house and barely notice, and then I only do leave the house because I'm out of some necessity. It's hard to get anywhere the way the modern world is set up, when the vast majority of social functions feel like a chore. Though, when we're all together at my parents' house, it's kind of hilarious. My father is in the study on his computer, my sister is in her room on her computer, and my mother and I are sitting in different parts of the living room, both playing on our phones or reading. And none of us talk to each other for hours. That's hilarious, because I'm an extrovert, gone introvert over the last year, after being potlucked with drug-addicted roommates my second year in college. I now go full weekends without leaving the house unless I need food or groceries. I never shut up when I talk to people, and I like going out, but there's just something great about being alone. What's good is that if you can enjoy being alone, then that usually means you're comfortable with yourself, something that is growing increasingly rare. Inherited my mom's thick legs and my dad's cheeks and double chin. My mom had quite a chiseled jawline and prominent cheekbones when she was young. Why couldn't I inherit that instead? Abysmally bad math ability. My dad is an engineer, but my mom got no formal education after high school, and me and all my siblings can't do math past like the 7th grade. Sad. Dude, I can't even do 4th or 5th grade math. In high school, I never finished one single math class because even the super easy classes were way too hard. I just break down and cry during lessons. Everybody around you seeming to get something your mind won't understand is embarrassing and depressing. Always had amazing grades in English, though. My mom's want to socialize and talk to new people, alongside my dad's social anxiety, has left me very confused to say the least. Can relate, as this was my mom, and my dad still isn't very social. As a result, my postings on social media can be very erratic. I'm sure it confuses other people, but ain't much I can do except this is who I am.
What trait do you most resent your parents for passing on to you? Part 2. The body cannot produce new nerve or brain cells. Turns out neurogenesis is a very real phenomenon. By the way, I was taught that the body cannot make new nervous cells this year in my senior human anatomy class, long after neurogenesis was discovered. This confused me too when I had nerve damage, and the doctor said the nerves would grow back over 3 months. That we had a permanent record. Pretty sure I've read somewhere that it is a thing, but it only has warnings about behavioral issues a student has, and that after high school it gets deleted. Take this with a salt shaker full of salt. I don't actually know what I'm talking about. 2 things. Keep these papers, they're important, don't lose them. I ended up hoarding papers all the way from 1st grade to senior year of high school. If you ever get a C or into a fight or cheat, you'll never go to college, and you'll be blacklisted from applying or attending any of them. I didn't really think of the impact these things had on me, and suffice to say, I feel like I'm worse off for it. That second one definitely had an impact on me. The first time I started getting poor grades in sophomore year of high school, I pretty much figured my life was over, and I started acting like it. Everything just spiraled from there. Only parts of your tongue control the different tastes. The tongue map is easy enough to prove wrong at home. Place salt on the tip of your tongue, you'll taste salt. For reasons unknown, scientists never bothered to dispute this inconvenient truth. These are the best years of your life. Dad, middle school sucks, I know. But when you get into high school, it'll get a lot better. Middle school me graduating. Hell yeah! High school's gonna be awesome! High school me. This sucks. Dad, I know, but when you get into college, it's gonna get a lot better. That grades in elementary and middle school actually matter. I had a 45 in my 5th grade history class at one point, and I loved history. I just didn't like having to memorize the preamble to the Constitution and other pointless things my school made us do. I now read and study history on my own and know far more history than the average person. I know the preamble thanks to Schoolhouse Rock, old cartoon that used to come on between shows on Saturday morning. Just because you are popular doesn't mean you'll be successful. F all. Since graduating college, it's been all about networks and who you know, who likes you. I've literally asked people how they got their job, and they said they knew someone that pulled them in with no qualifications or experience. It's a tough pill to swallow. Sadly enough, that's true. And I must confess, I'm guilty of it. I got my job through a friend who I studied with. He got a financial bonus for it, and specifically, there was one guy who joined our team after me who was a temp. Due to Corona, he's gone now, and not from the world, but from our team. I admit it was also unlucky, but the point that connections count is very much valid. Nutrition. When I started elementary school, it was the 4 food groups. By high school, it was the food pyramid. And by college, it turned into my plate. You can't ever keep up, and it constantly changed, so who knows what it will turn into next. The food pyramid was specifically pushed by lobby groups for the grain industry. It's why the food pyramid had grains as the largest category, and now more reasonable recommendations have it listed in much smaller recommended portions. College professors would be more strict. The first time I started college and a student just got up and went to the restroom about did me in. In high school, you didn't dare just leave or be in the halls without a pass. That did not happen in my high school. I got used to it real quick though, and I actually didn't mind it. But the first time was a shock. You won't get anywhere in life without learning how to write in cursive. Every year in elementary school, my teacher said, "You'll learn cursive next year, but I'll teach you a little bit now." That happened until high school when the teacher was surprised that half the class couldn't read cursive. One teacher told me that men used to give birth. What? I think your teacher was a seahorse. There are more people alive on Earth than have ever died. I mean, if you're old enough, that could be true. Hawaiians wanted to be a territory so they could join the US and become a state, and were overjoyed when they achieved statehood. I'm born and raised in Hawaii. This is taught outside of the state. Since elementary school, we knew that Hawaii was annexed. Queen Lilikulani was under house arrest and overthrown, and no one was happy except the 5 powerful white guys that manipulated it all. I'm not native Hawaiian, but darn. You won't have a calculator in your pocket. I had a cool Calculus 3 teacher who was the opposite. Every test was open book, because in the real world, we would always have the integration tables to refer to. Speaking about suicide drives people to commit suicide. Our school put a policy in place that disallowed any discussion surrounding suicide and mental health. Over the course of 3 years, we lost 3 students and 2 teachers to suicide. I'm now studying psychology and work in community services. Speaking about suicide saves lives. As a nurse, you're taught exactly the opposite. If you are afraid someone you love might be considering suicide, ask them. Talk about it. You can rely on authority figures to resolve your interpersonal conflicts. So very true. I have worked many jobs over many years. At each and every one, if I have conflict with another employee which affects me doing my job, management are the last people you should go to. They will just play both ends against the middle. That they're against bullying. All the schools I've been to don't care if someone is doing it. I got beaten up and told the teacher. She just said, "Okay," and nothing happened to the person that beat me up. I was taught in 3rd grade that the Brontosaurus was so massively big that it had a second brain positioned in its rear hips that only controlled its tail. I believed this to be a fact until I was talking with my fiancée and told her about the 2-brained Brontosaurus. She said that wasn't a thing. So we googled it, and it's just another thing she was right about. Maybe it was a misunderstanding of there being a group of motor neurons dedicated to receiving signals to control movement of the tail. Not really worth writing home about, since this is how we move, unless there was something special about this dinosaur. What is interesting though is that we have something called the enteric nervous system, which is a system of neurons in the GI tract that regulate the GI tract. It's sort of like a second brain. 95% of the body's serotonin is produced in the GI tract, which is used as a chemical messenger to do GI tract things. Recent studies suggest that gut bacteria can produce their own serotonin and other chemical messengers to influence the enteric nervous system. This holds a lot of implications in how the gut bacteria influence the brain, our mind, and our health. That I can be whatever I want when I grow up. I'm still not a fire truck. And I'm not a Ninja Turtle, unfortunately. College equals high-paying job. My husband has almost finished his cert in a trade program. I have 2 bachelors, an associate's, and a master's. He made $3 per hour more than me in the before time. I feel this so hard. You will need this for the rest of your life. Hey, I factor polynomials on a daily basis. Where do you work? High school math teacher. There's a common misconception that dry ice and elemental iodine do not have a melting point. Elemental iodine will melt at 114 degrees Celsius, but there will be so much purple gas due to high vapor pressure that it's difficult to see. Meanwhile, dry ice won't melt at atmospheric pressure, but if you increase the pressure to more than 5 atm, it should melt into a liquid. Obviously, you can't do that unless you have special equipment. I seem to vaguely remember College Chemistry 155 showing me a triangle for melting points. Teachers aren't biased. Oh, I laughed out loud at this. I definitely have favorite students. Surprise, surprise, it's the ones who try hard and are nice to me. The provinces and territories of Canada. I'm in the United States. We had to memorize them in middle school in the mid-2000s, but our teacher didn't update any political border changes that happened after the fall of the Soviet Union. So I didn't know Nunavut exists until I happened to look at a map of Canada as an adult. How much of Canada were you unaware of because of these changes? None of it. Oh, so you knew all of it? Abstinence only, sex ed. Meanwhile, there just aren't sex ed classes anymore. I'm a high schooler and have yet to be taught anything. You're not allowed to use the bathroom during lessons because when you go to work, you won't be able to use it whenever you feel like it in secondary school. There are no numbers below 0 in infant school. Your right hand is the hand you write with in nursery. I'm left-handed. If you fail your SATs, it will affect your whole life. In the UK, SATs are exams taken at the end of primary school at age 11. They are used for ranking schools, and secondary schools use them to decide what classes you'll be in for the first term. But after that, nobody cares what you got on your SATs, and it makes no difference to your life, so this was completely false. The taste buds thing. In America, in my state at least, the schools are horrible. They teach us nothing of use all year. They train us for the big end of the year tests, but they don't have any effect on our future. They drive us to do good on the test, but it's only so the schools can get money from the state if the scores are high enough. Mistakes are not okay. Well, obviously it is. You'll eventually learn from them. I have been around for this shift in education. Mistakes being okay and being given unsolvable problems are problems that haven't been solved yet. These both are on the rise in current education. You will be using cursive writing more than printing when you're older. The only thing I use it for is my signature. Other than that, it's useless. The school system switched from cursive to typing while I was in school, then expected my grade to be perfect fast typers because the curriculum now said we'd been doing it for years. I mean, in fairness, my cursive wasn't any better. I before E except with a C. Or when sounds like as in neighbor and way. That writing involves a bunch of uniform, cut and dry steps for brainstorming, with dozens of mind map worksheets, drafting, revising, editing, etc. And that this is the way real writers did it. Am now a published writer. Yeah, no, not how it works in the slightest. I never did any of that stuff. So when they tell you that you can't write a paper in an hour, and the most important test for that class is to write a paper in an hour. That blood is actually blue. Ooh, they still teach it. I've had numerous discussions with my 6th graders about it. They're taught it in elementary school by well-meaning teachers who don't have backgrounds in science. It's a hard conversation to have because I can't just say, your teacher was wrong, without students then saying, well then, why should we trust you? In the spirit of science, I love telling them that they should always be skeptical of what they hear. 6th graders have a hard time discerning healthy skepticism from outright denial though. It's a real catch-22. Parents of Reddit. What's something that you think teenagers of Reddit need to hear? Part 1. There's nothing wrong with not liking to talk to people as long as you're friendly. Don't force yourself to be talkative just because others want you to be. You'll still need to learn social skills like gauging trustworthiness, effective communication, and helpfulness. However, you don't need to force yourself to be talkative to be socially adept. You just have to be mindful. Yes, too right. Be polite and respectful, but never feel obliged to people. I think another important one is to realize that people are so absorbed in their own lives and egos that what we beat ourselves up over for weeks, months, even years, the other person probably forgot about it in 10 minutes and moved on. Also, to ask their parents what they meant if something wasn't clear. So many times things are taken out of context and are damaging for the teen, but if they simply asked, they could be made to understand. Read more and watch less screens. Learn to say no. If a request makes you uncomfortable, you can say no, even if it's to family or friends. It's healthy to set boundaries and learn to respect other people's too. Definitely, it took me way too long to be able to say no to more alcohol when out with friends. You always want to fit in and avoid being called a lightweight or similar. If you want to skip the next round of shots and have a Coke instead, do it. Don't give in to peer pressure. Plus, it's healthier too. Your body parts won't all grow at the same speed. Don't panic. Everything will probably even out. I mean, I'm 28 and have a wingspan 7 inches bigger than my height, so they might not. And freaky ape arms are handy for rock climbing though. Me telling my teen self, don't let your emotions dictate your choices. The teen self, don't tell me what to do. If your parents are good people, you should try talking to them about your problems. Don't let embarrassment get in the way. As a parent of older teens, I'd like to offer a small bit of advice to parents of younger kids. Always volunteer to drive them places. Your kid might not voluntarily talk to you at home, but they will in the car. I have no idea why this is. I figured this out quite by accident. I'm certain smarter people than me know why. Their friends too. Their friends will talk to you in the car. And if you have a bunch of kids in the car, they'll almost forget you're there and you'll hear all kinds of things. So yeah, be the parent that they can always count on for a ride. Your parents are just flawed people too. They are mostly trying their best, but will still make mistakes. I absolutely agree. It's also important as parents to own your mistakes in front of your children. Not only does it teach them that we are not perfect, it shows that we are willing to accept when we are wrong, apologize, and we will learn to do better. Accept their point of view and advice if it is about them personally too. It is important to let them accept your apology in their own time too. It shows that there are consequences, even as adults, and it also teaches that sometimes sorry isn't always enough. Nobody is perfect. We will all make mistakes along the way. It's how we deal with it that matters. It's okay to take some time to take care of your mental health. Nobody will hate you for it. In fact, it's more than okay. It should be encouraged, and this could easily be implemented in classes at school. Delete your internet profiles every few years. Your boss in 5 years does not want to see your screw-ups from today, and we all post dumb stuff. Google yourself and make sure those accounts are deleted as well. This! Also, as someone who works in IT, there is no such thing as anonymous. Everything you do online can be traced. That we love and care about them. I think we often get caught up in day-to-day life and forget to tell them this. I know my mother loves me, but she never told us, nor did she ever hug us or show physical affection. So sometimes it's still hard to believe that I can be loved. She did her best raising us as a single mother, and her being left by our father because he didn't love her anymore seemed to translate to us a bit. I didn't feel affection growing up, I just remember bitterness and sadness. I know it wasn't easy for her. If I have kids, I'm going to do things differently. To my former teenage self, when they say don't do drugs until your brain is fully developed, there's a reason, and you should listen. That includes alcohol, by the way. If I could tell my 14-year-old self that, that'd be nice. Cliques and high school mentality exist forever. Some people just never grow up. This. I can't tell you how many times I've complained to partner that I thought I had already graduated high school. Apparently not, because every workplace I've been in seems to function the same way. A lot of people try to glamorize high school and make you think your high school years are the best years of your life. For a lot of people, this just isn't true. It's okay not to like high school or to feel like you don't belong. You are not alone. It gets better. High schoolers deal with a lot of heavy stuff. A lot of mental illness comes to light at this age, including depression and anxiety, but also heavier stuff. Many who struggle with these issues won't get help until years later. High school kids also deal with a lot of issues like identity issues, bullying, pressure to conform, disputes with parents, the pressure associated with juggling work, school, and life that often get better once high school is done. Hang in there, it does get better. I think a lot of people glamorize high school not because it was the best time, but because your overall responsibility levels were lower, and we confuse the two. I miss when my job was for extra income, not to keep my family alive. I miss homework over work. I miss having more free time because my parents did a lot of the adulting. But my friends are better now, even if the group is smaller. I like myself better now, and I'm accomplishing more, but it comes with less free time and more stress, which is why I think we look in retrospect at high school being awesome. There are a lot of paths to a successful, happy life, not just the one that involves straight A's and the Ivy League or other top colleges. Ironically, most parents tell teens the exact opposite. Not a parent, but a teacher. Once you're 11 or 12 years old, you need to take daily showers, change your shirt, socks, and underwear, and wear deodorant every day. I'm serious. There's always one or two in every class. Be calm when arguing your point of view. Accept criticism. Shrug off the type of personal attacks and ad hominems that don't contribute to the debate. And don't measure how right you are by number of upvotes or downvotes. On the flip side, don't measure how right someone is by how calm they are or how right they seem. People get hysterical for a reason. People get angry for a reason. And any bastard can be calm and smug while advocating the worst things in the world. The cult of rationality is just that, a cult. And anyone can twist statistics into anything if they're skilled enough. Just because you pop out a baby doesn't mean it'll keep your SO around, and at times, it'll make them break up with you. To that part, just because you have the kid doesn't mean it'll unconditionally love you, especially when you're a bad parent. These are things my idiotic friends had made when we were young. Choosing to get knocked up at a wrong time in life has shaken lives to rubble at points. It can really ruin your future also. I knew someone who knocked up his 16-year-old girlfriend when he was a college freshman. They got married in a state where 16 was old enough, but he dropped out of college to support his new family. If you want to marry the person you're dating and start a family, that's fine. But it can be hard without a stable job to support the two of you. Build good health habits now. If you're not already active, find a simple active hobby you can do. Take up Pokemon Go or take up bike riding or something. Also, learn how to cook some basic and healthy meals like chicken pesto pasta or fried rice. The healthier you are as a teen, the easier it is to stay healthy as an adult. And keep in mind that if you do sports in school and eat whatever you want because of it, when you get out of school and don't do that sport anymore, you have to stop eating like you do now, or you're going to pack on weight, making it harder to get back into sports later. Number 1. Work on improving yourself and your interests now. It will set you up for more success later and likely will attract others to you. Number 2. None of social structure or drama is going to matter once you're out of school, so don't worry about what others think. You just do you. And number 3. It's completely legal for a teenager to buy all the equipment and ingredients to make beer. Just saying. As a teenager who tried to make mead and got kicked out of multiple stores for trying to buy champagne yeast, that last part is not true, at least in the state of Washington. Go ahead and be rebellious. It's part of growing up. But please, be safe while you're doing it. Use the condom. Don't depend on your date for transportation until you know them. Tell someone where you are so we know how to get to you in an emergency. Keep your phone charged. Ask for help if needed. Listen to loud, angry music with your friend and get yelled at by old people. Get tipsy in a field. Skip class and get bagels. Go pool hopping or skinny dipping. Steal a shopping cart and rock it down a hill. Go climb some big-ass trees. It's about the spirit of adventure and just going for it. You don't have to do drugs or whatever. My friends and I are all honor students in school. We just do stupid stuff. You don't have to fail out. It's about freedom. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, but have fun with life before it's gone. Don't smoke, do heroin, or get arrested. Or meth. No meth. It's okay to not have a plan yet. My plan is not having a plan. As an older teen talking to my younger teen self, have some patience. Early 20s me talking to teen me, have some patience. It's okay for things to take time. Mid-20s me talking to early 20s me. Stop mistaking apathy for patience. Your ambition was your drive, and without it, you are stagnating. Not a parent, but losing friends for sticking up for yourself is so much better than staying with them while they inject their toxicity into you and lead you down a very bad path, or constantly making you feel like an absolute failure, and is actually a great thing. You'll thank yourself for it later on in life, trust me. Parents of Reddit, what's something that you think teenagers of Reddit need to hear? Part 2. Not a parent, but what I realized with age. Nobody cares about you. Yes, and that's a good thing. When you're out of school, all that social drama will become irrelevant because that's not how people interact, and you realized how little it mattered. This is why the outcasts usually go on to do better things, because they gave up on trying to fit in. Sadly, I never. And while I do have a good chance luck out, I regret trying to fit in. Fighting everyone for a status, trying to be the class clown to hope that would make people like me. But it didn't. Yeah, people did want me in their classes, but only because I was the funny guy, or I didn't care and said anything he wants. Well, yeah, I've gained a good sense of humor, and I make people laugh. The cost I paid was not worthy. Learn to say no. If a request makes you uncomfortable, you can say no. even if it's to family or friends. It's healthy to set boundaries and learn to respect other people's too. Definitely, it took me way too long to be able to say no to more alcohol when out with friends. You always want to fit in and avoid being called a lightweight or similar. If you want to skip the next round of shots and have a Coke instead, do it. Don't give in to peer pressure. Plus, it's healthier too. Hey friend, that thing you're avoiding doing right now, it's going to get much worse if you don't take care of it now. So why don't you finish it up and then we'll go get some ice cream. Lol, I actually got out of bed and started working on school projects. I'm getting that ice cream, even though I'm super sick. As a mom and a former teen, sometimes life just sucks, and it feels like it will never get better. But oftentimes the suckiness is temporary. It's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but maybe there's a bend in the path that is keeping the light from you. Keep going till you get some agency and can make your own decisions and choices for what your life looks like. When I was 14, I really wanted to die. I was bullied and I felt unimportant in my family. I was ready to commit suicide, but I somehow talked myself into waiting until I was an adult. Thank goodness I waited. Life has been 1000% better and different from how I expected. I still occasionally get twinges of depression, but I get through in increments of 15 minutes at a time. You have value. You are worthy. You are loved. This too shall pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it will pass. Set yourself up to have options and opportunities. Then choose the one you feel is right at the time. Go all in. When you do something, be immersed and kick ass at it. Try something new and see to learn something new. Remember to learn from your failures. Apologize and forgive quickly and fully. But do not forget, relax. To add to this, use this time to try new things as much as you can and don't worry about failing. At this age, it's expected and celebrated. Once you're older, your memory, energy, and coordination will be worse, and people will expect a lot more from you, even if it's your first time doing something. It only gets harder and harder to try new things. You can do the stupid stuff you want to do, if you do the things you have to do first. Want to smoke joints under the bleachers? Cool, do your homework first. Want to follow fish or be a fish? Fine, get a diploma first. Want to get face tattoos? That's okay, just make sure you can take care of yourself without being a burden on others first. And that means for the rest of your life. Don't get face tats just because you got lead bagger at Safeway unless you want to retire as lead bagger. Oh, so much this! My oldest two hate when they get told no when they're asked to go do something. But the reason why we said no is because they still didn't do XYZ. We tell them over and over, if you take care of the things you need to do, it's much easier for us to say yes. Instead of realizing they are to blame and it was entirely in their control, they would rather just be angry at us. Don't allow the internet to make you miss the human experience. Use the internet to enhance your real life. Don't use it to escape from it. You are part of a generation that is likely to have an online friend before even having a real life friend. It's okay to have online friends, but to have only online friends and not have actual friends you can touch and see face to face, that's what I call missing the human experience. There is nothing like face-to-face interaction. Yes, porn is awesome, but can you compare it to a real girlfriend? Internet can be addictive. Like any drug, if you manage it well, it can actually improve life. But too much of it could make you have no life. There are already the first rehab centers for online addiction. Teen here. I'd love to have a real friend, honestly, or a real girlfriend, but nobody at my school shares the same interests as me. It's either being the nobody who smokes Juul pods all day, being the overly enthusiastic sports fanatic, or being a Fortnite fanatic. The internet is pretty much the only place where I can meet people who actually share the same interests as me, and some who actually care enough to acknowledge my existence. Nihilism is an interesting tourist stop on your mental journey through life. But if you make it your final place, your life will likely be dull and you won't be half as smart or as wise as you could have been. I'd like to see more people be cognizant of the teenage nihilist stage. So many people experience it. It's a real phenomenon. When you first view things from the nihilistic lens, it seems profound and liberating, but it gets old very fast. It's just another part of growing up, and I wish more people had told me to not take it so seriously, or that I wouldn't always feel the same way about it. We still love you, and would do anything for you, but you need to clean up after yourself. Being a plumber is just as respectable as a lawyer. Just as a plumber can get sued, a lawyer needs to poop. There is one difference. A plumber's career is likely shorter, as it takes a huge toll on your body over the years. There will likely be a lot of physical pain at the end. Not a parent, but this one still applies. No one cares if you smoke weed. Quit bragging about it. And you don't want the people who do care if you smoke weed accidentally finding out about it. So quit bragging about it. Sorry we messed it up so bad for you guys. Just help us put it back the way you found it while we can, and it'll be good. Don't just stay in an echo chamber. Having your views questioned is a good thing. You need to practice defending your ideas and thoughts if needed. Don't just stick your fingers in your ear and la 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 la, you're wrong, I'm offended, therefore you're the bad guy, your way about things. That's part of what's the problem now, because the last few generations have gotten progressively bigger earplugs to everything they should have been listening to. You can change people's minds and views if they need changing. Politics, climate, green issues, but you have to listen to them first. Oh, and grow a thick hide because you're gonna need it. People can be absolute pricks in the face of common sense and decency. I couldn't agree more. A few days ago, I got into an argument with my super left-wing sister about the abortion laws recently legislated in the States, and my entire family took her side. And at one point, she tried to tell me I couldn't have an opinion on the entire thing because I am a white male, and my mom literally said, yeah, if you were the one having to carry a baby, you would support us. Needless to say, I was super pissed after that and took a nice long 20-minute walk. Not the first time I've gotten into an argument with my sister about stuff like this, and almost every time she tries to invalidate my opinion with identity politics. Honestly pisses me off. Sorry, got off topic, but holy am I still pissed about how she tries to argue a point. Not a parent, but as an adult. You don't have to go to college. There are other options, such as technical schools. College isn't meant for everybody. Maybe not, but nowadays not having that degree really hurts in a world that has continuously diminishing opportunities. More importantly, there is much more to getting an education than getting a job. It makes better people and gives you skills in life as well. Everyone should at least try to go to college. Even if it is just community college or something like that, the experience alone is worth it. Clean your room. No, I know where everything is. Enjoy not paying bills, because soon they will come. They will come. Save as much as you can while you're at it. An emergency savings can be a huge relief when you actually need it. Open a savings account and contribute weekly or monthly to it. Do not touch it. Save whatever you can, whenever you can. If you never touch it, what are you saving for? At least mention learning to invest. You're not imagining it. Being a teenager is really hard, and a lot of adults forget that. But that does not give you an excuse to be such a little troublemaker. Yeah, being an adult is way harder. Independence is a natural and desirable outcome of growing up. My job as a parent, in my opinion, is in large part to make my daughters gradually more independent so that by the time they leave the nest, they can take care of themselves. You don't have to rebel to achieve this, unless your parents are stalling your normal development. As an aside, I don't really get helicopter or smothering parents who micromanage their kids. Things are far easier when kids can just take care of themselves. Less work for the parent, and also in the long run, it's far better for the kid. Them taking care of themselves and making their own decisions is kind of the idea behind raising them in the first place. So I don't really get overbearing parents who drive themselves and often their kids nuts with all that nervous controlling energy. As a teen, I can attest to this. I can't go anywhere without my parents watching me or near me. I can't go outside alone, can't talk to people online, can't get a girlfriend until 18, enforced religious values, etc. It's a real pain in the ass when parents force things and micromanage you and really hurts you in the long run. Don't be afraid to approach and talk to someone you find attractive. They're most likely just as shy as you. It's always a numbers game. The more you put yourself out there, the more you'll get comfortable and great at starting small talk, which is also helpful later during job interviews, leading to more dates or hookups. One last thing, fake confidence works. You may be dying on the inside, but keep your poker face and no one will ever know. I'm 20 and just realized this. It hit me that I've never kissed a girl and it really hit me hard. Any tips for how to approach specifically? I have almost zero experience with this stuff. Teachers of Reddit. Who was the worst parent you've ever had to deal with? I was teaching a sweet 13-year-old girl who obviously couldn't see the board very well and needed glasses as she was falling behind in class. I called her mother. Now this is in South London, so imagine a Jade Goody voice. Her mum told me to stop calling and that I didn't need glasses, my mother didn't need glasses, so she doesn't need any glasses, and hung up. In that situation, you just feel for the girl. But sight tests are free for under 16s under NHS opticians. Surely she could have at least gotten them checked. As a music teacher, I had a mother of a student who had crashed choir rehearsal for our Christmas concert and tried to demonstrate how she had learned to sing "Oh Holy Night" when she had been a student. Not only was her pitch 3 cents short of $1, but it took the principal and custodian to escort her out of the rehearsal room. For their part, the students thought it was a planned comedy. It, however, was not. There's always those chorus kids who think they're there to stand out. And as a former chorus kid, thank you for all you do. Haha. Chorus can be the toughest class to teach because it's always full of those special snowflakes. The only reason your voice should stand out is if you're the only member of your group in chorus. Being the only male suitable for concerts isn't easy. Beat her kid, sent her back covered in bruises, then threw an absolute fit when we filed a CPS report. We're mandatory reporters, you stupid woman. Wow, some people should never be parents. Not a teacher, but I had a friend who was a preschool teacher. She had a kid that told her she hated seatbelts and won't wear it on the bus. Friend spoke to mother about it. The mother said she screams and refuses to wear it in the car, so she just gave up. The mother was speeding to get to the hospital on a rainy day. Kid in the backseat jumping around. She hit water and skidded into a tree and the child was ejected. Died on impact. And you can't even say anything because then you're a heartless monster who doesn't understand their pain. My father once had a parent pull a gun on him during a parent-teacher conference. Eventually they got him to calm down and put it away. That's one way to try and improve your kids' grades, I guess. Any parents of a college-age student that thinks they still need or can do anything about their child's grade. I've had at least one student all 4 terms I taught freshman biology. Labs call my admin about why there is someone with a BS in physics teaching their precious child biology. What does he know about grading lab reports? And they need to change their precious child's grade on the last report that was supposed to be 10 pages with graphs. Their innocent perfect child turned in only 1 page with no graph from an F to the more fair A grade. Was an athletic coach at the university level, and this is even more of an issue. Athletes' parents are the worst. I had one mother email me daily about why I should put her child in the game, giving me stats, etc. like I didn't have access to the same information or that I wasn't watching practices. At this point in your child's life, you have to cut the cord. Your child is being paid athletic scholarship to play here, therefore it is their job. Would you email your child's boss with reasons to give them a raise? Parents can be crazy. I had the parents of a Muslim student demand to me that their son be excused while my student teacher taught lessons to the class because she's a woman, and no son of theirs would be taught by a woman. I told them that's fine, but he's still responsible for the materials he missed. This would be every class over a 3-week period. They freaked out, called me a racist, and went to the principal over my head, who promptly told them that their son would be responsible for any material he missed. So weird. Most Muslims I know, mostly South Asian, come from cultures where teaching is oftentimes seen as a feminine job. Local drug kingpin, unconvicted, knew exactly how much he was legally allowed to mentally and physically abuse his daughter. I got nowhere with social services. Probably murdered her mother. Never indicted, no witnesses. Sorry for the terseness, but I hate thinking about it. Well, I think we might have found our winner in the worst parent category. I was teaching high school in the South Bronx at the time. A student of mine had just assaulted another, and I had to physically restrain him until school security showed up. As I held him back, and he wasn't a small kid, he called the dean offensive names. Obviously, we had to call his mom in. The first thing she said when we sat down was, "How did you all get my number? I thought I gave you a fake one." She proceeded to not care about the fact that her son was on the verge of expulsion. He didn't come back to school the following year. "This is why I gave you all a fake number. I didn't want to deal with this parenting nonsense. That's why I sent him to school." I used to teach this little boy who was so disruptive, he would shout and pinch the other children in the class. And when I complained to his parents, they said that he was an angel at home and were shocked that I was saying that their boy was disruptive. They even said they thought I had the wrong child's parents in. It's not uncommon for children to behave very differently at home versus at school. This is easy. This was over 35 years ago. I once had twin girls in my sophomore general business class. They were nice girls, didn't talk much. It didn't take me long to realize that they were struggling. They never completed any quizzes or tests, just returned the papers blank. No homework. I tried contacting the parents and I couldn't reach them. Talked to the principal, the counselor, the social worker, no luck. Finally, I went to the house. The girls were there alone and said their mother was at the store. I stopped back at the house a couple of times later in the week. Still nothing. Eventually, the girls didn't show up in class and the principal said they had left school. I never met this parent, but she was definitely the worst one I'd ever had to deal with. Jay's mom. This story is a colleague's. The science teacher said, "For this unit, I'll be taking you all to Mars." Jay's mom comes in person, yelling about how ain't her kid going to know Mars? She ain't give permission for that. True story. That sounds like some sitcom stuff right there. I hope at least she changed her mind and insisted that the kid would at least wear a sweater. I had a parent call me because I took away her daughter's iPad. She was 8, and telling the other students that if they didn't own an iPad, it's because either their parents are poor or didn't love them. The mom came in and before the meeting could get underway, her phone rang. She didn't excuse herself and began having a business meeting right in front of me. She even got out her iPad to take notes with her super long fingernails tapping on the glass. When she was done, she thanked me for everything and left. This is where society is going. I'm 22 and I fear that by the time I have kids, it'll be mandatory for them to have the newest fancy gizmo with tons of unneeded bells and whistles when they first enroll in kindergarten. Apparently at one teacher's retirement speeches, he recalled a parent he had to call multiple times to explain their son's poor behavior. The parent responded, "I don't call you when he doesn't clean his room. So don't come whining to me when I waterboard him." My grandmother has been an English teacher for many years at the high school and college level. While teaching high school English, she was contacted by a parent that complained that her child didn't feel comfortable that a Confederate flag was on display in the classroom. Needless to say, it was an English flag that was on display. Do you mean UK flag? The St. George's Cross, the English flag, also the flag of the city of Milan, looks very little like a Confederate flag, but the Union Jack looks similar if you switch around the colors. I taught first grade. One of my students stole another student's juice during lunch, so I wrote a note home to his mom to let her know. She wrote "liar" on the note and returned it to me the next day, so I called her. She then screamed at me and my assistant principal that we were making up lies about her angel. I don't have time to pee most days, but this woman thinks I have time to invent stupid lies about her terrible kid. Then she decided she was done talking and sent her baby daddy to kick my ass. This woman sent a grown man to an elementary school at 9:30 on a Tuesday to assault a teacher. I had to take my class to another teacher's room, and all of the first class teachers had to keep their doors locked because her son stole another kid's juice. You know you have a problem when a grown woman with a kid writes "liar" on a note and returned it. Well, I'm not a teacher, but my girlfriend is teaching French and Czech language on one lyceum with higher class students, kids of politicians, actors, etc. And one day they had an issue of cyberbullying. One of the kids was sending messages over Facebook with sexual proposals, from oral sex requests to raping threats. Well, the girls were scared, printed the conversation and brought it to school. When the parents were invited, they protected the kid by saying that the conversation is faked and that they will call their lawyer if this issue is not immediately stopped. Also, IRC, they were sponsors of the school, so that makes it even harder. But in the end, they gave him some official warning and bad evaluation of behavior. Not all of us are terrible, but we also looked like hicks when we were invited to country clubs. I don't think anyone knew my family was pretty wealthy because we didn't act that way. My parents never flaunted their cash, so I could get away with stuff when I was a kid. I was a year out of grad school and teaching college freshmen for the first time. I had this one parent who fought all his son's battles. He was outraged I gave his son a B on a paper. He actually came to my office and argued with me. He told me he had a PhD and was smarter than me. Once the kid misspelled my name on a paper's header, and the father insisted his spelling of my name was correct. If his father had a PhD, he should understand the concept of meritocracy. Not a teacher, but a parent, so you interact with a lot of teachers. I can tell you that the parent who can see no flaws in their child and can't accept the fact that the kid behaves differently when they're not around are a pox to the school system. Listen, lady, Ethan, Logan, Dylan, Tyler, Aiden, or Jackson are mean little troublemakers that don't listen, and I'm guessing it's partially your fault. Yes, I worked in an after-school program when I was in college, and I had a kid in the program who was such a little troublemaker, and his mom thought he was an angel and could do no wrong. When he got in trouble, she would either not believe the teachers and would believe whatever story her son cooked up, or would blow it off with a boys will be boys attitude. She was the worst. I volunteer in a second grade classroom. I was grading a paper, and one of the students had written he was thinking suicide. I showed the paper to the teacher. She reported it and spoke with the student. He said it was lyrics to a song but became upset when asked. She called his father to let him know she was concerned, and he laughed. We're pretty sure they're not lyrics to a song, but we let the dad know that that's what he had said and that we were concerned. Seriously, I hope they take it seriously. I'm a new teacher, so not a huge well to draw from, but we had a parent-teacher conference this year with the parents of a kid who was and is failing abysmally. In that meeting, the father of the student said that he knows exactly what us teachers are dealing with and going through because he took education classes at a community college so he could learn what teachers learn. I looked at a co-worker of mine in the meeting and had to hold back a laugh. The way he said it was so condescending, it was almost funny. That was 4 months ago, and the student hasn't improved, and the dad won't answer emails. Hey, he took classes on teaching, not on answering emails. Give him a break. What would be a funny thing to say to a surgeon before anesthesia kicks in 5 seconds later? I had broken my wrist and it was being put under to have 4 pins inserted. They gave me my anesthesia through an IV. I felt coldness spreading up my arm and across my chest. The nurse asked how I was doing and I said, "This must be what dying feels like." Speaking as someone who has died and been brought back and been put under for dozens of surgeries, this is actually pretty accurate to my experiences. Those final moments are pretty easy, and there's nothing you can do to change it. You're along for the ride, and it's somehow chased by a sense of calm acceptance. Although I suppose you could die a confusing and or traumatic death, so don't let me romanticize the ease of it all too much. Wow, I actually have a relevant story that happened recently. As I was getting ready to go under, they were placing a device in my mouth to keep me from biting down on the scope that they were going to use for the endoscopy. Think medical ball gag, but a hard plastic ring inside of a ball. As the girl was placing it in, I asked, "Wait, what's the safe word?" I heard a good amount of laughing as the world turned to black. Lol. My first endoscopy went so well, I turned all the suppressants away they offered me on my second time. And I was awful. Like being molested by a demon. So next time I'm going to ask them for everything they have to offer. Related comment, but doesn't really answer the question. My dad was in the middle of a surgery repairing some pretty nasty damage on his wrist after a skiing accident. He was under heavy anesthesia, but the surgeons were having serious troubles with the screws in his wrist, which apparently jarred him around enough to wake up. He noticed their struggles and managed to say, "Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey." Then he passed back out. Ha! I'm told that when I was out having one of my fingers patched up and another reattached after a table saw accident, I asked the surgeon if the drill he was using to put screws in my hand was a DeWalt or Ryobi. Once a tool man, always a tool man. I had just woken up after having my shoulder worked on. I was in and out of consciousness for a bit and just generally whacked out. I guess I shifted in the bed and moved the blankets a bit and exposed myself as the nurse came in. She smiled and moved the blankets back. I apparently told the nurse, "You saw mine, do I get to see yours?" My wife was in the chair next to the bed. I remember thinking the nurse was smoking hot. I woke up and she told me she was flattered. I have no idea what I said. Before going under for wisdom teeth, the doctor said I might feel funny. They pushed the drugs and asked if I felt any different. My asshole, and only my asshole, began to itch like crazy, and it was hot, not warm, hot like I just ate peppers with my ass. I told them that my asshole is itching like crazy. The assistant was really bad at holding back a laugh. The doc resisted mightily, but he too succumbed to my newly discovered butthole emotions. They actually gave me some kind of drug that had the exact same effect when I had surgery. They warned me prior though, and I kind of laughed it off until it actually happened. As the anesthesiologist was putting me under, he just said I'd start to feel sleepy soon. I asked him, "Aren't I supposed to be counting back from 100 or something?" He replied, "I don't know. I must have skipped that class." Being an anesthesiologist must be awesome, as you can always get the last word in. Anesthesiologist: "Okay, how are you feeling now?" Me: "Makes lame joke." Oddly, at the same point, the room starts cracking up. No way it was that funny, right? Anesthesiologist: "Told you so." Turns out he gave me a little anti-retrograde amnesia before a spinal block, endured my stupid joke, then told the room, "Watch this, he's going to say the same dumb thing again, word for word." I was being put under for a wisdom tooth extraction a few years back, and it was the first time I'd ever had anesthesia. They used injection method rather than gas, so they told me to watch the fluids going in so I could gauge when I'd feel sleepy. I had this idea that I would say something like, "Oh no, doc, I've lost my eyesight," or something else preposterous. Before I could collect my thoughts, I just immediately blurted, "Well, shit," my voice progressively getting lower, and passed out. This was basically how I was putting under. So how long will this surge? This is some good. Last time I went under, as I started to fade, I said, "You're gonna have to drive." I messed up. Probably came out, "You're gonna have ever drive. I missed up." I said something similar, except it was when I woke up. The doc asked how I was feeling and said, "Fine. I've been drunker than this before. Good thing I'm not driving." I was seriously screwed when I woke up from that chair. Despite what I had said, I've never been so drunk I needed a wheelchair and 2 people to get me in the car. Just before I blacked out, the anaesthetist said to me, this is the stuff that killed Michael Jackson. Propofol is good stuff. I didn't even know they'd put the medicine in yet, and I was talking to the anesthesiologist about whatever random stuff, and then woke up in a different room. Waking from anesthesia one time, I heard someone say his blood pressure's a little high. Then I mumbled, that'd be the anaesthetist's assistant's fault. They then, kind of startled, asked quickly, why is that? Becoming slightly more coherent, I continued with, well, she's really hot. They all laughed and said, he'll be fine, and released from theatre. How it really sounded. His blood pressure is a little high. The assistants. What was that? She's really hard here. Get this man out of here. Awful lot of white people in here. Me after being sedated for a colonoscopy. That reminds me of the last colonoscopy I had. The sedation didn't take, and I woke up several times during the procedure yelling in pain and confusion before I conked out for good. When I woke up, the doctor tried to talk to me about how I was feeling, but I was so upset and freaked out I hissed at him and then refused to speak at all. So after my dad had a triple bypass and was just waking up, they had removed the breathing tube. I was in the room with him. I said something along the lines of, everything went perfect with your surgery, Dad. No problems. My dad in his drug haze said, that is because I am perfect specimen of the human male, and it couldn't have gone any other way. Nurses were cracking up. If he was a perfect specimen, he wouldn't have needed a triple bypass now, would he? When I got my wisdom teeth removed, doctor, alright, so you're feeling that sedative yet? Me, yeah, a little bit. I bet I can stay awake though. How long can people usually fight it? Doctor, not long. Good night. Me, blackout. I remember laughing when I woke up because that was the last thing I remember. I had this exact same conversation. The only difference was I woke up halfway through them taking out my wisdom teeth. My mother could hear me yelling from the waiting room. The doctor was, a little surprised. My surgeon told me to think of a happy place. Then he asked me where it was. The Simpsons kicked in, and I told him it was the happiest place on earth, Tijuana. I didn't stay awake long enough to see if he got the reference. He started singing, south of the border down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when the stars above came out to play. Now as I wonder, my thoughts ever stray south of the border down Mexico way. I had to get some surgery that involved cutting open my head. Right before they gassed me, I said, I should warn you, there's a spooky skeleton in there. The last thing I remember is his response of, I'll try to look out for that. Well, thank Mr. Skeletal. I swear, if I wake up as RoboCop. Or alternatively, I didn't ask for this. If I don't make it through this, tell my wife I want her to be buried alive with me. If I don't make it out alive, tell me wife I changed the Netflix password and she'll never know it. I tend to get massive erections while under anesthesia, but it's fine. Just tape it down if it gets in the way. Apparently that's actually a thing. The blood flow is actually usually stopped by a muscle, and when that muscle relaxes, the blood flow increases and causes a boner. So the anesthetic relaxes this muscle. This also explains the random boners you get in algebra in high school while you're bored. When I got my wisdom teeth out, the dentist's office was right next to a funeral home. I told the guy that if anything went horribly wrong, they could just take me next door. Mother and doctor were not amused. Just take me next door and pop me in a to-go box. As they were pushing the drugs, they asked me to count backwards from 10. All I could say was, no. The room erupted in laughter, and I was out. When I was a kid, they told me to count back from 10, so I did. I got all the way to 0, and all the doctors were looking at one another extremely confused. And just before they were about to do something, I conked out. I had to have a polynoidal cyst removed from my ass crack, and can remember giggling like a madman because I asked the entire operating room, so, who drew the short straw and has to shave my ass? Wait, they put you under? I went into the ER for one when I was 19 and didn't have any idea what it was or why it hurt so bad. The doc numbed me up, didn't wait for the anesthetic to kick in and started cutting. I started passing out from the pain, and the nurse made me lie down while she commented, "There's so much blood." It was one of the worst pains I had ever experienced. When I had my wisdom teeth removed and was given general anesthetic, I apparently said, "If this is what being on drugs is like, sign me up." He went and told on me to my mother. The general anesthetic I was on for mine made me absolutely loopy. My GF walked me to the pharmacy, told me to sit down and not go anywhere. I said, where would I go? Like it was the dumbest thing anyone had ever told me to do. The moment she turned to go get my prescriptions filled, I got up and wandered off. I still don't know where I was trying to go. I actually did the same thing before both of mine. I managed to get out. "I'll see you in the future, doc," or something. Either way, once the drugs kicked in, I didn't care. I asked for a tummy tuck while being wheeled in for a bowel resection. I said, "While you're cutting it open, just cut some off." And when I was done my surgery, but still pretty messed up on drugs, I asked if I was skinny and then cried when my doctor told me he didn't give me a tummy tuck. Same doctor, different procedure, terribly inappropriate joke. Had to have a colonoscopy, so they gave me some medication where I was awake, but it was weird. Anyways, I was feeling silly and told him, first time doing anal on camera, and I'm not even getting paid. I asked for a tummy tuck after both of my C-sections. Doc gave me the same answer each time. I make it work. I don't make it pretty. Right before I went under to have surgery on my septum, I was about to start counting backwards before they put the mask on. "Does anyone need anything while I'm out?" The last thing I remember was an OR room full of people hysterically laughing. I'm going to need to get to surgery so I can use this. A buddy of mine was having surgery and went, "Rosebud!" right as he passed out. That's awesome. Another good one would be, "Mother of mercy, is this the end of Rico?" Reddit. What is the dumbest question a customer or client has ever asked you at your job? I worked at Kinko's, and on 3 separate occasions, different people angrily asked me why I returned their faxed document to them. They thought that a fax machine was some kind of Willy Wonka thing that sent their original piece of paper to the recipient. A few years ago, and far more recent than it should be, I had to send a document to the local council. They asked me to fax it. I asked if I should just scan and email it, and they said no, because we need the original. Why the hell does fax even exist anymore? Is it really that expensive to get a computer with email and a printer? Fun fact, when delivering time-sensitive documents, sending a fax gives you confirmation that the document was received at a specific date or time. Sending emails is obviously great, but there are no delivery guarantees or confirmations, unless the recipient acknowledges. Fax confirmation is confirmation of delivery to a business. Fax is very common still in medical, publishing, finance, and pharma. Of course, there are others, but that's where the majority of volume is generated. Vet tech. A lot of people think their dog's nipples are ticks. A lot. One man even pulled a "but he's a boy" on us. Oh man, I started to get worried you were going to say he pulled one off. Of course it was a tick. Look at all the blood. Library. Once I checked out several books to a woman and told her the return date. She looked at her friend, then back at me and said, shocked, "You mean I have to bring the books back?" And this is how you rack up so much in late fees that you could have bought the books yourself. Customer. How much is this? Me. 50 cents, like the sticker says. Customer. And this one? Me. $1. All the items have labels on them with how much they cost. Customer. Oh, is that what those mean? That's clever. Not the slightest bit of sarcasm in their voice. I pressed slightly and found they were genuinely unaware of price labels. You met a time traveler. I used to work in a call center for a large bank, and a customer phoned while he was in one of the branches and said the queue was too big, so he wanted me to help him. I asked what his query was, and he said the ATM was broken, so he had to withdraw cash. I asked how I could possibly help him withdraw cash from the bank over the phone and said, "Why can't you just fax it to me?" So apparently a lot of people out there think that fax machines are the Star Trek transporter. I used to work as a bank teller. A lady came up to me and asked to withdraw money. I informed her that she couldn't withdraw money because her account was overdrawn. She was immediately upset, so I had her account checked for fraud. She then explained that all those charges were hers and she wasn't expecting any payments. She was spending money she knew she didn't have. She then asked me why we couldn't just give her more money. This is my grandmother. She overdraws hundreds a month and couldn't understand why they wouldn't give her a loan. It was so weird for me to explain to an adult that banks do not just give out endless streams of money. While towing his car to a dealership, "So what do you do for a living?" He was serious. He assumed I had another job because I didn't fit the Billy Bob persona he associated with tow truck drivers. I did this with a realtor that was showing me a few houses. "I'm a realtor." "Well, that makes sense." I just got lost in the small talk and had a brain fart. Long time ago now. Got a call that a user's laptop was dead and wouldn't power on. I go and check it out, press the button, no life. Plug it into the power, it starts charging, press the button, it boots just fine. The user wasn't plugging the laptop into power because she thought we had wireless. Tried to diagnose someone's connection problem for 20 minutes before I overheard splashing and kids. I asked where they were and they were at a pool. They thought the office Wi-Fi extended to anywhere on the planet apparently. When I asked for here or to go, I got a confused look followed by, "What would you recommend?" "Definitely to go." "Actually, I think I want it here." "No, to go." "But get out." I used to work at a grocery store deli. My co-worker for some reason got more stupid questions than anyone else. We'd swap stories every shift, but one went a little like this. "Hi, what can I get you?" "The 8-piece chicken. How many pieces are in it?" How many pieces are in the 8-piece chicken?" There are 8 pieces in the 8-piece chicken." "Okay, I'll have that, please." To be fair, the lady was awfully polite, but how many pieces are in the 8-piece chicken is still a stupid question. I mean, at least she was polite, and I think it should get a pass because of that. Someone once asked me, "Why are you guys making it so difficult to find a car parking spot at this time of the year?" It was Christmas time, and I was a casual, working in a tiny store in a huge shopping center. I didn't even know what to say. "Because we hate you." Not a question, but someone once effectively told me that they were allergic to air. I used to work in an optician's, where we'd carry out pressure tests, a few puffs of air onto the surface of your eye, where quite literally the machine just blows your eye with, air. The customer was adamant she was allergic to it, couldn't have it done, and in fact accused me of not knowing what I was talking about. "Ah, I see you met my grandma." "Grandma, where'd you get that bruise?" "The wind." A co-worker at a video store asked, "Does this calculator do math?" "No, unfortunately all it does is roll cigarettes." "Do you guys sell ice here?" "No, sir. Sorry about that." "Alright, yeah, got anything like ice?" What?" "You can have whatever falls off the milk in the cooler in the back. It's kind of cold." I used to work in computer sales and repairs. I had a customer come up who was maybe 23 years old, saying she couldn't get her laptop to open something. So I take it and open it and casually ask, "What is it you can't get open?" She looks at me, shocked, as I open the laptop screen and tells, "I have been trying for hours to get it open. How did you do that?" I look at her, not knowing how to respond, and close it and open it again. She takes it and walks out saying thank you. I took a long look at my computer I was working on and decided that this was the moment that made me quit that job. I'm imagining her sitting at her desk shouting voice commands at the laptop, or pushing everything on the sides to get it to pop open. Had a customer ask for a 100% lead crystal decanter. I had just explained to him what a 20% lead crystal meant. No, you can't get 100% lead because it won't be crystal, and also it'll kill you. So they just wanted a 100% lead decanter, or a 100% crystal decanter. One's probably stupid expensive and yeah, the other will kill you. I don't think they understood what the percent meant in the first place. Just that 100% sounds a lot better than 20%. I work in a bank. Actually, not even a bank, it's an advice center. So no cash or anything like that. Not that anyone reads the signs on the way in. Had a pair of women come in, and one says that the other is visiting from France and needs to check how much is in her account, and can I tell her? I ask if she's a customer of this bank, thinking maybe she's a student learning English and has set up an account because that is quite common. But no, she wanted me to tell her the balance in her French bank account. How do people go around having no idea what's going on? You basically just summarized this entire thread. Whenever I answer the phone, I have to say good morning or afternoon and then our hotel name. So many people interrupt me halfway through this to ask if they've called the correct hotel, some even after I've just said it. It's because a lot of people rehearse what they're going to say and can't stop themselves. By the time their brain comes to the conclusion that this is dumb, they've already said it. Source: I'm one of those people. Working as a flight attendant, London to Miami in business class. Mum with one toddler and one 5-year-old boards immediately, spots me and asks, where is the crash? I'd like to clarify, my airline does not and has never offered childcare on board. She was adamant we should and continued to palm her children off on the crew for the rest of the flight. Luckily, the kids were fairly quiet. Ask her for a ticket, look at the seat number on the ticket, the crash is located at seat number, insert passenger seat number here. Working in the back of an ambulance on a patient with a serious need of nitroglycerin to lower their blood pressure. So, before I give this medication to you, I need to triple check that you have not taken any ED drugs in the last 72 hours like Viagra or Cialis, or rattles off all variations. If you have taken it, and I give you this nitroglycerin, your blood pressure could drop dangerously low. Have you taken any of these meds? Oh no, never. Are you certain? Oh yes, of course I am. Runs through potential deadly side effects again. No, never. Okay, hold this pill under your tongue. Does generic Viagra count? Why do you do this? This honestly sounds like something where if the patient dies, it's their own fault. It sounds that way because it is that way. I get too many dumb questions to remember them all. Here's a dumb encounter that happened just yesterday. When sending confidential documentation, we would encrypt it and put a password on it. It's common practice to send the document and the password in 2 separate emails. I got a message from this guy saying he couldn't open the document I sent him. Me: did you use the password? Client: yes. It said there was an error. Me: what password did you use? Client: I just hit OK and it said that I had the wrong password. Me: wait, so did you type anything in? Client: well, no. Me: could you use the password that we provided you? Client: I didn't think it would work, so I deleted the email. Me: I used to work at a fine jewelry kiosk in a mall. Our jewelry included items like gold bracelets and necklaces bonded with sterling silver rings with cubic zirconia gems, gold engagement rings with diamond chips clustered together rather than one large diamond, etc. I had a lot of regulars, and this one woman would come in and often ask of every item she was interested in, is this real? I explained what bonded means and how we don't sell diamond rings for $25, but that the rings were indeed certified sterling silver with synthetic gems. I gave her information like this over and over again, day after day, and she would follow up every explanation with, okay, but is it real? It's a real ring, yes. People don't believe that I'm a sushi delivery guy because I'm white. Do you yourself believe that you are a sushi delivery guy? No, dissolves into dust. I work in pharma, and someone called yelling at me to stop selling her son weed. I think she took the definition drug company way too literally. Pharma, as in pharmaceutical company, not a pharmacy. Wow, can certainly tell why her son needs the weed. I work at an independent pet store. We sell mostly dog supplies, but there's a small section of cat toys, catnip, etc. A newer, pretty gimmicky item we brought in is a line of catnip that is packaged to look like medical weed. There's the prescription bottles and pre-rolled joints. Now, the people know these are catnip products, but I've had multiple people ask, after puzzling over the pack of raw paper-rolled catnip joints, but how does the cat smoke it? Or how can they even hold the lighter? They've got paws. I never do quite know how to reply besides muddled laughter. That's how you tell who the stoners are. Serious. Job applicants who walked out of an interview before it was over. Why did you do it? I walked out of an interview before it began once. The interview was scheduled for 10 a.m., which I double-checked from the voicemail that they had left. I showed up about 10 minutes early, signed in, all that jazz, and waited. And waited. And waited. 45 minutes later I got up, asked the receptionist, who looked seriously embarrassed, to let my interviewer know I was no longer interested, and left. 2 hours later I got a rude call asking if I had forgotten the appointment. I laughed and hung up. Same exact thing happened to me, on my birthday no less. I waited over an hour because my parents were really pressuring me to find a job. I was 17 at the time. I know a birthday is just another day, and yes, I have since worked on my birthday. I was mainly upset because I had plans with a friend who was just in town for a couple of hours. It was crazy. To clarify, this wasn't an entry-level thing where they were getting a ton of applicants. This was for a lead position in the IT field. I walked out on an interview only once, and it was because the people organizing it were insane. They had arranged a large-scale interviewing process for the entire city. After getting there earlier, I realized there were quite a few applicants, so I didn't mind the fact that I had to wait for about 3 hours. Eventually, they asked a group of 3 of us into an office where we waited again for about 45 minutes. Again, I was just happy to have an interview, so I waited. Eventually, I met with the manager for the store who asked the standard range of questions, and I thought I did pretty well. At the end of the interview, though, I was asked to sign a waiver. When I asked why, I found out that they had recorded the entire interview for the purpose of an episode of A Current Affairs and didn't tell me beforehand. After waiting for so long, just to be disrespected like that, I just walked out. I happened to catch the episode later and it featured some of the people who I'd waited with in the room. Good thing I didn't sign that waiver because the angle of the investigation was that unemployed people didn't put any effort into getting jobs, completely ignoring the fact that everyone had to wait for hours just to get a chance. So they want to make a point that unemployed people don't want to look for jobs, so they're setting up an entire operation that prevents unemployed people looking for jobs from getting a job. Sounds about right. I accidentally walked out on an interview. I had driven 4 hours to apply for a bar gaming room job in preparation for moving cities for study. I had purchased an apartment, so I kinda had to take job searching seriously. I had spent about 20 minutes talking to the gaming manager, during which the venue manager joined us, when some guy came up to them and started chatting to them. I sat there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, wondering if the interview was over. When I decided that most questions had been asked and my existence had barely been acknowledged since the guy had rocked up, I half interrupted, shook one of the interviewer's hands and said thanks, and exited the premises with no idea how the interview went. I was crossing the road to my car when one of the interviewers chased me across the road and offered me the position. Turns out the guy interrupting the interview was one of the owners of the venue. I sometimes wonder how I got through life considering how socially inept I can be. I'm fairly socially inept myself at times, but even I know that one wasn't your fault. They should have at least said, "Oh, this is so-and-so, the venue owner," to you briefly before getting into a 5 to 10 minute conversation with him. They screwed up, not you, which is probably why they still offered you the job. I went into the interview with my prospective supervisor. I looked around the office and noticed that the garbage cans were full, the walls and carpet dirty, and the supervisor's desk was old and had chips out of it. So I mentioned that the company didn't seem to be doing any basic upkeep, and then asked point blank, "Is this a good company to work for?" She replied no, and hung her head. I said thanks, and walked out. This is the single saddest story I've read so far, and that's including the one about the non-profit that turned out to be scamming homeless and mentally ill people into signing up for expensive cell phone plans. The job was advertised as morning shift. The interviewer starts to explain how I would be used as a wild card to fill any shift that was needed, including short notice. I got another one. Went to a job interview for a listing listed as job at a huge high-tech firm on the West Coast. All it was a recruiter scouting for people. There were no interviews with the company, he just wanted to build my profile. He explained that if he found me a job, I would be an employee of his for 2 years before I would be an employee for the actual company. I wanted to bail then, but as soon as he said I wouldn't have any benefits and minimum wage, I noped out. Got up, grabbed my coat, and I was shaking my head while putting on my coat, and as I was walking out he said, "I'll just put you down as a lost cause." I'm familiar with headhunters and was working with 2 other headhunters at the time. His terms were just straight robbery. I love how a lot of places feel like it's okay to advertise one position as if it's a completely different position and wonder why they can't find anyone to fill it. I had placed my resume on a few job sites and accidentally left my resume open to the public. You should not do that. I had gotten a call for an interview for an insurance thing. I was young and lacked common sense, so I excitedly went. When I got there were about 20 other people waiting to be interviewed. Turned out to be a group interview where some handsome bleached teeth dude talked about how great the job was, where we could set our own hours and make as much money as we wanted. All we had to do was pay a lot of money for their special training, and riches beyond our wildest dreams would come of it. Somehow the stupid slapped me in the face and I got up from my chair and started to walk out. The con man asked me where I was going and I calmly said, "This is a scam," and I advise others to walk out too. 2 others left with me. I find it sad that only 2 others walked out. When we had a break, some of them were excited about the job. They looked like normal adults with kids too. When I walked out, I felt so bad for their families. I was told about 40 minutes into an interview that the job I was interviewing for was going to be an 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. position. This had never been mentioned in the original job posting or in the preliminary call prior to the interview. This wasn't for a gas station job or anything either. High-profile law firm who basically needed a graphic designer to put together presentation materials overnight for use the following day. They had also set it so that I'd be working hours just barely under the limit to qualify as a full-time employee with benefits. Again, none of this was ever mentioned in the job description up to this point. The last straw was that they gave me a 30-minute test to prove I could work on a deadline, based on the actual materials I'd be working with. Chicken scratch post-it notes, unintelligible audio recordings, and other horrible sources I had to base my designs on. I walked out of the test about 5 minutes in. The sad part is that they will find someone to work under those conditions. Talked to a guy over the phone about a general labor job. He told me to be at his shop at 6:30. He said he was very strict about time, so I was there at 6:15, just to be sure. I get there the following day and proceed to be screamed at for not being there at 6. I try to be polite and say I must have misheard, even though I've never been so sure about something someone has said, but he insisted I was wrong and that I get out. I can't help but feel I'm better off for not having him as an employer. Sounds like you missed a bullet there. Probably a good thing he didn't hire you. Dodged. The word you're looking for is dodged. Too many leading questions. Not stuff that would be illegal, but would get the same responses. So how do you spend your weekends? What's your Sunday morning looking like? Sunday morning? I like to wake up early, have some coffee, make a healthy breakfast for myself and the people I love. Then I put on some nice clothes and go to my lawyer's office. We like to discuss the various places I have interviewed and been asked by the interviewer about my religious beliefs. I recently went to an interview for a bank in my area. First, the woman I spoke to on the phone misrepresented herself. She told me she was the assistant branch manager. Upon arrival, she told me she was head teller. The branch manager would be arriving shortly. I waited for an hour. After an hour of me double-checking the time and wondering if I'd gotten there early, I got up to leave. The head teller told me she'd be there in 5 minutes, but at that point I just figured I obviously wasn't important enough. I left. I got a call back 3 days later apologizing and asked if they could set up another meeting. At a bank I was nowhere near. I politely declined. Just after I'd been given 3 months' notice of layoff due to office closure from a job that I really liked, I took off early one day for an interview across town. When I arrived, I entered a waiting room full of people at least twice my age, in suits and resumes in hand. Upon seeing the sight, I realized I had very little chance at the position being offered, But since I was there, I may as well try. What I didn't expect is that we were all scheduled to interview together. We were all herded into a conference room where the group interview commenced. After a few rounds of questions, learning each other's qualifications, how we would handle various situations and so on, we collectively learned that this position was part-time, not what had been advertised, and paid a mere $9 an hour. I walked out along with 3 other people. Only 3? Gotta wonder what put all those older, well-dressed business types in such dire situations that they were even considering that. Are you deciding to have any kids soon? We'd rather not hire you than have to fire you when you're knocked up. I was 15 at the time. Another job, I was around the same age, I was being interviewed for a babysitting job. All of a sudden, she hands me a sheet of chores including making dinner and being a waitress for the parents, cleaning the chimney and gutters, laundry had to be washed, folded and put away, cleaning toilets and times, every room had to be vacuumed. She then said that the kid would be on daycare, so I'd have plenty of privacy. I just left. Did she assume a 15-year-old was applying for a nanny or housekeeping position? They flat out lied to me about what I was interviewing for. I was told it was for a technician trainee position, but it was really for an unpaid internship that had 12-hour days and a mandatory 6-month period before I could move on to a paid job, which would have started out at $11 per hour. When I was told, I just told him it wasn't worth my time and got up to walk out. He got all mad and said, "Son, you have to show your worth first." And I just said, "Sir, I have bills to pay, and as much as I'd like to conform to your wishes so that I could have a career, I don't live in a fantasy world where I can just focus on work." I'm sure if you'd stayed long enough, he would have gone on about bootstraps and personal responsibility. None of which apply to him, apparently. I went on a job interview while employed at my current company. A company that is safe, with great co-workers and a laid-back fun environment. However, the salary was less than industry average and a long commute, so I applied at another place. As I'm in the interview, it's going great, but then the reality of leaving my current job hits like a ton of bricks. I start bobbling questions I was acing before, and then I realize I just wasn't ready to leave yet. I knew me leaving would hurt the company immensely, and that leaving would hurt people I know considered more friends than co-workers. So I told my interviewer, and he understood completely. He saved my record on file and ended the interview on a good note. My parents unplug their cable modem at night, then put it in a drawer to keep from being hacked. Reddit, what ill-informed things do people in your life do or don't do as a result of technology ignorance? My grandparents still use AOL. They have their desktop volume set to high. Whenever I visit, I know it's good for a few flinches as I hear that thing yell, "You've got mail." It's like reliving 1996 all over again. My grandma also uses AOL with a dial-up connection. Oh, that sweet modem melody. My mom will close Firefox every time she wants to get back somewhere. I tried to explain to her multiple times that all she has to do is hit the back button or the homepage button, but she throws her hands up in the air and screams, "This is too confusing, just let me do it my way." She closes Firefox and then navigates step by step to the page just before wherever she was before she closed it. You should explain it using a book. Tell her the back arrow is like going to the page before, and the home page is like closing the cover and starting from the beginning. Maybe then it won't be so hard for her to comprehend. "Books are too confusing, just let me do it my way." Closes book and flips each page one by one to get where she was. Told my mom the internet was closed on holidays. She believed me. My mom has had every generation of the iPhone, but she refuses to register an App Store account because she's afraid someone will steal her identity. Why would you even bother buying new iPhones if you aren't actually using them? When I was in high school, my mom would make late-night trips to her job. She would come back about half an hour later. One night it came up that she was only going to her work to check her email. I told her that she could check her email from the home computer, or any other computer connected to the internet, to which she replied, "No, sweetie, I need to check the email that is on my computer at work. My emails aren't on this computer." It took her forever to wrap her head around the idea that those messages weren't actually on her computer at all. Someday you're going to have to teach me all about computers. Yeah, sure thing, Mom. My mother's job did not require her to go to work to check her email. She is just technologically impaired. If her job required any degree of information confidentiality, I wouldn't have jumped to such a conclusion. If she's using POP, it's possible the only copies actually are on her work PC. Please don't get in the way of a righteous comment with facts. My mother's text messages are always short and concise. Turns out that she thought she paid by the letter. She's got free text on her subscription but doesn't fully trust it. My mom is the reason we had to get unlimited texting. My dad blamed me at first. I was the likely culprit, being the teenage daughter at the time, until he looked at the bill. My mom had used more text than the rest of us combined. I don't want to be the one to tell you this, but he might not be your real father. My elder relatives double-click everything. I can understand elderly, but when I see my mom do this, it drives me insane. Also, when she double-clicks something and it takes a bit to open, she continuously clicks it and opens like 20 pages. She then gets pissed and blames the computer. My mother didn't realize that you could pick up a mouse. Watching her stretching across her table to move the mouse was quite funny, bless her soul. I had a friend who believed that once you'd allowed cookies on Internet Explorer once, Microsoft could access the entire contents of your hard drive, even when it was switched off. The first time my mom used a mouse, she grabbed it with both hands like a Ouija board. You just gave me my biggest laugh of the day. Please thank your mother. A work friend accidentally deleted everything in her Outlook inbox. She stayed late that night, opening each individual email from the deleted items folder and forwarding them to herself. She thought it was the only way to get them back in the inbox. Also, I have a client that only has one email address for the entire company. Employees do not have their own. One address for everyone. The owner will have various employees log in to print and distribute them as needed. He also sends out emails before holidays and weekends, instructing others to send no emails while the office is closed. I finally found out he thinks he gets charged for emails sitting in the inbox, like cell phone minutes or something. Twist, it's a Yahoo email address. This made me horribly anxious, and now I have to put away the internet for a while. Thanks. Before closing out of their internet browser, my parents click the back button until they get back to their homepage. As my stepdad explained to me back when I was like 11, it's sort of like rewinding the internet. I hope they rewind their DVDs too. My mum asked me to get her a cable so she can charge her iPhone off her iPad. They should make an app that does this and plays a hauntingly mystic cult chant as the life of one is traded for another. What gets me is that while it's not hurting anything to unplug it per se, it's 100% unnecessary. I told him it's accomplishing just as much as putting his shoes in the sink. His answer was, well, why would I do that? Sigh. They unplug it because they don't want you on the internet at night, and they have successfully trolled you. We have a winner, folks! My boss. Our office used to be in downtown Chicago, and many of our employees commuted from the suburbs via train. During the NATO summit last summer, there were a lot of protests and security regulations in place, and many businesses shut down entirely. I saw an online web article about the train not allowing bags and other stuff that would affect our employees, so I mailed him the link, suggesting he distribute it. He asked me to print it out on the Xerox, so I did and handed it off to him. He walks back over to the Xerox, scans it in as a PDF, and starts up a new email and attaches the scanned web article. I'm still having trouble understanding his thought process. At least he can work the scanner. My great-grandmother, early 1900s, used to keep safety plugs in all unused outlets so the electricity would not leak out. She's just telling you that because when you were younger you stuck a fork in the outlet. My mom never turns off her computer because she thinks that the entirety of eBay resides on it. If she turned it off, no one could access eBay or her listings. She also opens pictures in Paint and resaves them instead of simply moving them to a new folder. How does she handle the responsibility of hosting and maintaining eBay without a little help? My mum freaks out when I hide a window in the taskbar. Where did it go? What have you done? I've been on once and found at least 7 of the same internet page open in the taskbar. Seems she would leave a window so as not to lose it. Then every time someone else used the computer and hid it, she would panic for a bit, then open the site in a brand new window. Cycle, repeat. Panic for a bit. This is the part I don't understand. It's as if the older generation believes computers will suddenly explode if you do something wrong. The last time my mom went online was pre-Google. A couple of years ago, I asked her if she wanted to try getting online again, and she said no. That finding anything on the internet is too stressful. I quit asking and started showing her stuff I found and explained the wonders of Google. Now she wants an internet connection and a tablet. I'm so proud of her. Don't forget to tell her about Reddit. I don't think Reddit is ready for my mom. My roommate has zero concept of how the internet and his laptop works. He's also stubborn as hell when it comes to most things, and though I started building computers with my dad when I was little, he still won't take my advice or try to let me fix things. He will only use his laptop when it's plugged in, because he's convinced that for every % the battery uses, the laptop loses its ability to function by that much. Now, often I'll go into his room when the internet is down because the router is in there, and every time I ask him to let me fix it, he'll say, "Is your laptop charged all the way?" And even if it's at 95% battery, he'll throw up his hands and say, "Well, there's the problem. You're only operating at X%. I don't even know how you got anything done like that, man." And then looks at me like I'm the ignorant. Joke's on him. He's shortening his battery lifespan by unbelievable amounts. My mum asked me today if it was possible to unsubscribe from the internet. She can. Just send me her credit card numbers and her personal information and I'll take care of the rest. I love all of these "lol, my mom can't use all the features on her iPhone." Makes me feel worse. My mother can't use the cable box. The idea of DVD menus confuses her that movies don't play like linear VHS. She doesn't have the internet or a computer, and the functions she does at work involving them are in a strictly memorized A to B to C fashion when performing tasks. She doesn't own a cell phone. She can't use a GPS to drive to places which she hasn't been before. She has become technologically retarded, not even that old, only in her late 50s. We can all understand the elderly, but I cross-compare my family with in-laws and it's depressing. Pretty much the bleak outlook if you ignore sweeping changes in technology. I went with my mom to Target to get some headlights for her car. After splitting up to find them, she comes to where I was in the automotive section and asks if she found the right ones. She had a headlamp. Absolutely adorable. I would have bought it with her, then went to the auto mechanic with her to see the look on his face. I went over to my grandparents' house right after they got Wi-Fi, which they keep downstairs while the rest of the living area is upstairs. They told me that if I wanted to use it, I would need to open up the stairwell door so it could get through. Joke's on you, their basement is an old lead-lined bomb shelter. My grandma always wants me to teach her how to use the computer. She's 86 and super stubborn. Use the mousepad square right here to move the cursor. I am. No, you're just touching the panel surrounding it. It's only this little square. It just doesn't work. Continues to not touch the little box. What's most annoying is that she wants to learn but has no clue where to start, and she won't even try without me for fear of ruining something. My grandma, who is technologically competent, said that most old people are terrified of touching or ruining a computer because they have no concept of something being undoable. Decades ago, you only got one TV or whatever, and the rule was that kids could not touch it because if it broke, that was about it. I'm just on that cusp of internet paranoia. Most of my friends don't know how it works, but they're sure they're being spied upon through their monitor. About 17 years ago, my grandfather passed away. Just a year or two before that, his son installed a garage door opener with a light on a timer. Grandpa was convinced my uncle was pressing a button or something while he wasn't looking. There's no way a timer could be set to a light like that. Until the day he died, he thought his son was just playing with him. I unplug my toaster oven, kettle, iron, etc. when not in use. I just don't trust stuff that plugs in that generates heat. Always worried about coming home and my house is being burnt down. Might be stupid, but I feel better doing it. You're also saving electricity. You're right. Most appliances draw electricity regardless of what they're actively doing. This is why I like to plug up my entire entertainment system through a surge protector so I can turn it off when I'm not using it. Last night I was out on a date and everything was going great, and then her ex turned up. Crying, drunk, and crazy. What is the worst thing that has happened to you on a first date? I decided to meet up for coffee with a girl that I'd been talking to online. We talked for 45 minutes or so. Normal first date topics like family, travel, etc. She then asks, "Where did you do your undergrad?" Now, I have a pretty good job, but that question sets the bar pretty high for a guy who didn't go to college. She is not only assuming that I went to college, but is also assuming that I'm taking part in some type of postgraduate school. When I said that I went to technical school and then straight into the workforce, she looked at me as if she'd never heard of such a thing. Apparently, I didn't pass all of her minimum requirements to be considered human. After a brief pause, she broke off her shocked stare, placed her hand on my forehead in a fashion that covered her eyes, inhaled briefly, and followed it by a Valley Girl, "Ew." She took her BlackBerry out of her purse and whispered to herself as she typed, "He didn't even go to college." I then saw the left thumb hold the shift key as she deliberately pressed the exclamation point key once, twice, 3 times. In reality, each one of those keystrokes was a simple tapping of a small piece of plastic, but in my head, it sounded like a metal bank vault door was repeatedly slamming shut. She pressed a few more buttons on the phone, presumably sending this text message to her total BFF. She put the phone away, looked at me, and after taking a deep breath said, "Well, that's okay. Not everyone is capable of going to college." She put on a fake smile followed by an awkward laugh and just stared at me awkwardly. I couldn't believe that she had reacted so rudely to something and then tried to act as if it didn't happen. Perhaps she still believed that, like a child playing hide and seek, if you covered your eyes, you would disappear. After staring at each other awkwardly for a few seconds, I finally broke the silence by saying, "Wow, okay, so yeah, I guess it's about time to get out of here." I stood up and took my trash to the trash can, and she followed me out the door. I turned and began walking down the street, and she followed closely and said, "How far away is your car?" This girl was expecting a ride. So I stopped and turned around and said, "Oh, I'm about a block this way. Where did you park?" She replied, "Oh, I took the bus here. I don't have a driver's license." Now, I am normally not a rude person. Even in that situation, I was going to just walk away and let that be that. But I just couldn't pass this opportunity up. I looked at her right in the eyes and said, "Ew." Pulled out my cell phone and typed, "She doesn't even have a license!" Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I then put my phone away, looked up at her, smiled and said, "That's okay. Not everybody is capable of driving a car. Lucky for you, the bus stop is right over there. I hope you don't have to wait too long." I wish I took a picture of the look on her face as I walked away. It was priceless. My worst first date and worst online dating experience. I started talking to a girl on OkCupid. She was pretty, seemed down to earth, liked Skyrim and Game of Thrones, and generally seemed cool. We planned to meet tonight for dinner. I get to the restaurant at around 7. As I'm sitting outside, I hear, "Hey!" I look and have to do a double take. This is definitely the girl I was talking to, but she was much bigger in real life than her pictures led on. She had a lot of those angle and close-up shots and not that great looking. She was wearing a Pokemon shirt that was too small on her, and her gut kept falling out. But hey, I wasn't going to back out, so we started talking and went inside. I noticed when we were sitting down that she never closed her mouth and breathed loudly out of it. She would just stare at me while mouth breathing. It was so weird. When we were choosing appetizers, she claimed that she couldn't eat mozzarella sticks because she self-diagnosed herself with Crohn's disease since cheese made her gassy. Then she started insulting our waitress, a really pretty girl, saying, "I bet she likes Twilight and Jersey Shore. I'm probably the only girl who likes gaming around here. I am real." She kept making grunting noises and heavy breathing noises, and at one point she got sauce on her double chin and never wiped it off. When the waitress brought out our dinner, my date went, "A wild steak appears," and the waitress and I just sort of looked at her. It was awkward. Towards the end of the meal, she farted really loud and started crying because she was embarrassed about it. Everyone was looking at us and I just sat there. Tell me you are just making fun of Redditors and this didn't actually happen. Please. I slept with a guy on our first date. He was on top. Now at first I thought he was sweating. No big deal, I'm a trooper. Then I looked up after a weird muffled sob and he was crying. As I stared up into his tear-filled eyes, in horror he stated, "Oh my, I'm in love with you." At this point I stated loudly, "I have to go, my mom is calling." I rolled him off of me, grabbed my stuff and got dressed while walking out of his house. He called after me, sobbing in the doorway. I turned, halfway down the driveway, still pulling a shirt on over my head. "Our signs are compatible. We fit perfectly together, even in the heavens." Even in the heavens, guys. I really need to start dating again. Guys like this are the competition. I might actually have a chance. A regular customer of mine who knew I had a new bike asked if I wanted to go on a cruise with him later on in that week. Happy to have someone to ride with, I accepted. Friday comes and we meet up at my work, Starbucks, grab a few bottles of water and then we're off. Halfway through the cruise we stop and grab a coffee at another Starbucks and chat for a minute. We continue the cruise and wind up at this beautiful part of the local beach I didn't even know existed. Things began to feel a tad bit off at that point, but I didn't think much about it. We parked the bikes and chilled out on a log overlooking the water. There was no one else in sight, which was rather odd timing. He's sitting on my left. There's a long moment of silence. I look over to my right, gazing at the scenery, and I feel a hand on my leg. When I look back to my left, he plants a wet one right on my lips. I stand up and scream out of shock, and for some reason he thought I was gay. Note to self, stop being too nice to customers. Embarrassed, he jumps up on his bike and speeds away. It took us an hour to get there, but since I didn't even know what part of the beach I was at, it took 3 hours for me to get back to my car. So I guess what I'm saying is that the worst thing that happened to me on a first date is not knowing that I was on a first date. We had gone to high school together, so I vaguely knew of him. This was about 2 years after graduation, so we're at different colleges. We had Facebooked a little, and I had agreed to a date for when I was home for the holidays. He suggested dinner and ice skating. Sounds romantic, right? He picked me up from home and drove to a mall fairly far away. I was slightly confused, but willing to see where this was going. He told me to pick any restaurant in the food court, his treat. Okay, I'm a broke college kid too, so whatever. While we're eating crappy food court food, he calls 2 other girls, chats and flirts with them literally right in front of me. Now I'm just pissed and want to go home. I told him this. He convinced me that we should just at least ice skate. He had already bought the tickets, yada yada. I'm pretty far from home and don't know anyone in the area, so I agreed to go with. We go to this ice skating rink and he starts telling me his life ambition of owning such a rink and how wonderful it would be if we co-signed for this very ice rink and how profitable and successful we would be. It's really just a good business decision. We're already in love and everything, yada yada. Now I really just want to go home, but I have no way out. We skate, whatever, we got there late, so we were only out there for about 30 minutes. On the drive home, he mentions that his grandfather lives nearby and it's a special day for him. Would I mind if we stopped? At this point, the date cannot get any worse, so I say sure, why not? We pull into a cemetery. Yes, you read that correctly. A where the dead people stay cemetery. It's about 11 p.m. I'm now terrified out of my mind, frantically texting my parents where I am and what they should do if they don't hear from me soon. He pulls up to a tombstone and asks if I'd like to meet his grandpa. I politely decline. He goes out there and sits for a few minutes. He returns to the car and we drive back to my house. He tried to go in for the kiss, but I was literally saved by the dog. I rush inside and lock the door and tell my now panicked parents the story. Later, when I told him I wasn't interested, he said this verbatim. "Fine, you were weird anyway." Cue the jaw drop. Weirdest date I have ever been on, and nobody believes me except my parents. Bravo, if you actually read this. You mean taking you to the cemetery in the middle of the night to meet his dead grandfather didn't work? Man, that's my go-to. Ladies love a family man. Met a girl in a college class and noticed she was looking at golf clubs on eBay. Being a golfer myself, I figured it was a perfect conversation starter and went with it. After an exchange of numbers and some conversation, we had a golf date at a local country club for the next afternoon. So the first few holes went well, but then the 7th hole happens. I'm about 230 yards from the green, so I pull out my 3-wood. I see a pair of sandhill cranes. They were about 150 yards down the fairway, so I paid no attention. I take my swing, and to my surprise, the ball was a low-line drive that got no more than a few feet off the ground. And to my surprise, one of the birds was in the way of the ball. It was a direct hit to the neck, and the bird went down for good. Sandhill cranes mate for life, so one of them dies, the other will sit there for hours crying for the other one. It was sad, but little did I know she loved these birds, and the look on her face was horrific. She broke down in tears. We played the last 2 holes, but maybe exchanging 10 words. I didn't hear from her again. Was that the only birdie you hit all day? I was waiting for this. The answer is yes. For this date, I suggested we go to a local restaurant that I frequented. The manager and staff knew me, and they knew it was a blind date. A few minutes after the waitress got our drink orders, she came back out to our table. With a pained and serious look on her face, she said, "The manager wanted me to tell you that you left your prescription for insert name of gonorrhea medicine here last night. Want me to go get it for you?" It took me a second to realize what the manager, my friend, was doing, and I was shocked. Because I didn't have that problem or a prescription for it. My date just stared at me like a surprised owl. I finally was able to pick my jaw up off the floor, just as the manager came out of the kitchen laughing. The waitress apologized profusely, saying that he told her if she didn't play along she'd get fired. After months of trying to text me late night and me laughing off with the "yeah, you can buy me dinner first," he offered to take me out for drinks. On a lark, I accepted. I was rebounding off another man and my standards were pretty low. His friend just so happened to be drinking at the same pub we went. They stood at the bar not 10 feet from the table we were sitting at, and every time this guy drained his drink, probably about 5 minutes to empty, he'd go up to the bar and chat with his friends. This was obnoxious enough, but his third little chat, they were all drunk and started talking about me, my looks, my accent, whether I'd be any good in bed. I was 10 feet away, and it was not loud enough to drown out their conversation. He was so distracted talking about how this American girl was not as easy as he thought that he didn't even notice me walk by him out the door. Well, that's why you never set your standards low. But seriously, that guy was the worst. Better that you found out then rather than later. It's the secret unpleasant men you gotta worry about.
What is the most heroic act you've ever witnessed? I'll start. This is my dad's story because nothing exciting has ever happened to me. In 1970 in Bangladesh, there was a lot of turmoil due to the war for independence, and my father was a university student back then. University students were sought by Pakistani officers, especially so because they tended to cause more problems for the Pakistani army. Because of this very reason, my father kept 2 ID cards on him. One was his university ID, and the other was a fake salesman ID he kept on him. He even grew a moustache and combed his hair to the side to stick with his salesman facade. On his way home towards his home village, my dad had got stopped by a Pakistani officer who immediately asked for his ID. My dad, reacting with little time, pulled out the student ID by accident instead of the salesman's ID. The officer immediately pulled him to the side. The officer asked my dad if he was a freedom fighter, to which my dad replied he wasn't. The officer then showed an ID of one of my dad's friends, and the officer said he had killed him earlier that day. My dad, at that point, was distraught, and that's when my grandfather showed up. He was already in his 70s and was a frail man. After my grandfather tried reasoning with the officer hit him in the stomach with the butt of his rifle. The officer then put my father up against a wall and commanded 3 of his soldiers to execute my dad. Right afterwards, Ali, my dad's driver, it's a commonplace practice for the middle class to have drivers, ran up to the officer and told him, "These are good people you're killing. You're most certainly going to hell for this." The officer then considered this for a moment and decided to let my father go. So Ali, the driver, saved my father's life. The Pakistani officer killed about 200 people, indirectly or directly, in that village. Eventually, he was killed and his body was cut up into pieces and paraded around the village. That driver is a hardcore. Thanks to him, the story can be told. A few years back, I overheard someone at Best Buy explain to an older couple why they didn't need to buy an $80 HDMI monster cable. Some friends and I were doing putt-putt driving on a 2-lane road with heavy-duty traffic. Up ahead in the other lane, we could see a kitten crouching down on the road with cars flying over it. My buddy pulls into the other lane to block traffic, puts the car in park, jumps out and grabs the kitten. Someone risked my life to save a kitten. I didn't really witness it, but a friend of mine was on Utah when the attacks happened. He threw himself in front of a girl to prevent her from being shot. He died instantly, but the girl survived. Only 17-year-old and such a great man. I'm so sorry for your loss. I hope you and his family find peace in the fact that he saved another person's life in his final moments. Your friend is essentially the definition of the word hero. If it means anything, I would be envious to simply be in a room with someone at that caliber, let alone know them. Rest in peace indeed. My story is short. My pops worked 8 months straight overtime without a day off to provide for the family. He's a hero in my book. Short story or not, your father is a hero and a role model. I was about 10 when my dad was driving a friend of his in the passenger seat, Tom, and I in the back, late at night, and we drive up to the damaged van in a flaming car standing in the middle of the motorway. Obviously a crash. Flaming, I mean, this car had flames everywhere. It was fully ablaze. The van driver was sitting in the median in shock, apathetic. We stopped, of course, and a guy runs up asking whether anyone has a phone. These were the old days, phones were rare. My dad has one and calls emergency services, describes the scene, gives all the info, etc. This takes a few minutes, and just as Dad hangs up, the passenger door opens and Tom, with blackened face, sits down. He hadn't even noticed he was gone. Apparently, when the car stopped, he immediately got out, ran over to the burning car, pulled out 3 unconscious teenagers and laid them on the shoulder, like a boss. Others then set about doing first aid. We all drove off again when the ambulance arrived. Dad obviously did the right thing, calling emergency and staying with his kid. So no disrespect, but Tom was the hero. The teenagers, I guess, never knew who saved their lives. When I was about 8 or 9, I was in a car accident with my grandmother. We were making a U-turn about half a block from our home, and 2 cars came racing directly into us. Our car flipped a couple of times, then stopped at a tree. I was sleeping at the time, so didn't feel anything. I just remember images of a man pulling me out of the car and setting me down on the sidewalk. When I blacked out, after asking my mom about him and who he was, she didn't recall seeing anyone else at the scene of the crash. He helped me and my grandmother out of the car and left. Thanks, Tom, whoever you are. Wow, all these are completely amazing stories. There's something about a passerby going into an already blazing inferno to rescue complete strangers that restores my faith in humanity. Thanks. Midway through my tour in Iraq, we were ambushed at the end of a patrol. The lead Humvee was flipped by an IED and caught fire. 2 Marines of the 5 riding in it were killed, and we didn't know this right away. The vehicle commander riding shotgun couldn't open his door from the way the Humvee landed when it flipped. While the vehicle burned, he squeezed over the instruments next to him and out the driver's side. When he came out, he was engulfed in flames. The whole front half of the patrol started taking machine gun fire as they were stopped in the kill zone due to the flipped Humvee. A junior Marine, a lance corporal, jumped from the back of the second Humvee, ran through the machine gun fire and dragged the burning vehicle commander behind cover to put out the flames. The vehicle commander suffered third-degree burns on 60 to 70% of his body and lost most of his fingers, but survived to go home to his wife and 3 kids. The whole incident happened quickly and was like much of combat, indescribably surreal. The Marine who dragged the VC to safety received a medal for his heroism, and not as prestigious as he deserved. IMO, probably due to his low rank. Obviously, he never complained. These Marines, every time I hear a story about you guys, it contains words like ran through the machine gun fire, or substitute words like into, towards, in the direction of, in the place of, through. Hardcore people make the rest of us look bad. It was a small thing. I'm a cashier checker at a grocery store, and my state has a program for new mothers who are in poverty. They provide them with the baby formula and nutritious food the baby needs to be healthy. New baby formula can run very expensive, and a new mother with twins had come up to my line to cash in a check for several cans of formula. But when she took out the check, she noticed that it had expired 2 days ago and broke down crying, trying to figure out how she was going to feed her children. At that moment, the older gentleman in the line behind her tapped her on the shoulder and offered to buy them for her. The total was well over $100. I know that $100 is not very much in the grand scheme of things, but at that moment did give quite a boost to my faith in humanity. Maybe $100 isn't a big deal to that guy, but I bet those babies appreciated the full bellies. I vote heroic. No one will read this, but here goes. I was at an amusement park in Las Vegas known as Circus. I was waiting in line to get on a roller coaster, and the small child, couldn't have been older than 5, stumbled onto the tracks. The roller coaster was coming up the tracks quickly. One of the people working there sprinted down through the crowd and jumped onto the tracks, grabbing the child and pulling him to safety. A second later, the roller coaster passed by. They would have both been killed if they were hit by the coaster. He got a round of applause afterwards. I read it. Oh, now I get it. I get it. I rarely comment or post, but when I do, it is to give a shout out to my absolute hero. I work with one of my closest friends. I run his office. His wife used to, but she was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder that is comparable to rheumatoid arthritis on steroids. She is on so many different medications that she cannot hold a conversation with more than 2 minutes. I have to take her to the arthritis center for treatment and rely to doctors her problems because she has difficulty conversing. I would not change the heftiness of being so involved with their family for the world, because I know she would do the same. Anyways, she was out at the lake in her town getting some sun. She loves the outdoors, even though she has difficulty walking. She was at her campsite when she heard screaming. Much like the OP story, a woman was hit head on by a boat that was following closely and blood was flowing. Without a minute of hesitation, my boss's wife ran inside of her camp, grabbed all of the sheets, went running back to the woman on shore, fell along the way and snapped her right ankle and left wrist, but got up and kept running. She pushed everyone aside, wrapped the lady's head up and applied pressure and held it there for 20 minutes for the EMTs to show up. Our town just recently terminated the ambulance and EMT services and hired a private company, therefore it took forever. Unfortunately, the woman died, and my boss's wife had to explain to the woman's husband, while covered in her blood, that it was indeed his wife. This woman needs help getting up her stairs on a daily basis, but in an instant, she overcame the pain and stepped up. Mentally, she is an absolute cave right now, and I know she's able to fight her way out. I only wish the world was full of more superheroes like her. Wow, adrenaline overcomes almost anything. I hope her health can match her character in the future. My family of 5, my uncle and his girlfriend, and my grandparents, 3 total, went one morning about 10 years ago to a diner near our home. The 10 of us, with my dad at the head of the table, back facing the wall, which was the parking lot side, were enjoying our meals. An old man, while pulling into the diner, failed to hit the brakes and instead hit the gas, going full speed through the wall, crushing the wall down and running over the people sitting at the booths. My father, having insane and crazy reactions and instinct times, within a split second pulled out of the diner table and created a wall that took the majority of the impact away from the car, blocked both of my sisters. They were both okay, and my dad was okay also. But not so much heroic, but it's certainly something I've found absolutely amazing. The second story about my dad. My dad is a managing director for a brokerage firm, and his office is located only 10 minutes away from our house in New Jersey. However, there is a New York firm. My dad lost about 60 of his closest friends on 9/11. He was some of their last phone calls, seeing they couldn't get in touch with their families, and he was not only their friend on a business level, but also a very personal level as well. He spoke to almost 20 of his friends before they either jumped out of the building or died of some other causes. That same day, he stayed on the phone for over 3 hours with his firm that was stuck in the World Trade Center building and witnessed the events and everything that happened. I can't ever imagine going through what he did that day.
Reddit. You suddenly own magical pajamas that keep stuff in your pockets from your dreams. What would you find when you wake up? Scorpions I owed money to? Those scorpions will break your legs without warning, man. Give them their money. 100 copies of my girlfriend that all want to break up with me. Ouch. Sounds like a lame dream. Mind if I date one or two of those copies though? The one dream I remember 100% and more strongly and intensely than any other dream I've had consisted solely of me holding 2 different colored M&Ms. Which colors? That's relevant information. Red and yellow. So, 2 nights ago, I had this awesome dream about a screenplay I wrote, like a mystery involving time travel set between the 1940s and today. And somehow the guy investigating the murder had committed it. I'd like that screenplay, please. Me too. Maybe you just need to sit and write it. I would pay money to watch that. Further blurry details I remember. A guy in a suit talking to a little boy in a suit. They were both wearing the same watch with a black leather strap. I just remembered the coolest part. The little boy was asking some questions. The older guy, in his 30s I'd say, says, "Don't you see? You are the weapon." Which doesn't make any sense, but if that doesn't sound cool, my subconscious is so creative. I have no idea. It'll be a new surprise every morning because I never remember my dreams. Sleep as Android is an awesome app. It has an alarm system where you have to type in your dream in order for the alarm to stop going off. I used to never remember my dreams, but this app has been amazing. Plus, it's much harder to sleep in now. I just thought I'd share. Smash Brothers items. I'd wake up, pull out the golden hammer and have a 10-second frenzy of involuntary room destroying. I can't stop laughing at involuntary room destroying. Alright, let's see what I got this time. Ooh! Donkey King music. Just picturing a human holding that hammer flapping up and down kills me every time. A wife and daughter. Once several years ago, I fell deeply in love with a beautiful girl in a dream. We got married and had a daughter. My wife was clinging to me, sobbing as we were ripped apart by my waking up with a near shattered heart. Fortunately, my daughter has popped in later dreams. IRL, I am very, very single. You're married to my dream lady, eh? No, he goes there to wake up. Who are you to tell him any differently? Naked women and homework. I have some really weird dreams. Who doesn't want naked chicks doing your homework while you relax? No thanks, I'm a recovered alcoholic and drug addict. I occasionally have using dreams. I'd hate to wake up with meth in my pockets. I sleep naked anyways. I just had a relapse dream last night, I feel you. Waking up with pockets full of booze and pills isn't magic, it's a flashback. Very angry baby hippo. What did you do to it to make it angry? Probably squeezed it into a pocket. Based on last night, a giant red shiny gift bag full of sesame chicken and fried rice. I want your dream pockets. A crap ton of cute fluffy animals. I seriously had a dream where I just wandered about collecting ducklings and puppies and kittens and put them in my pockets. Pokemon? The shell of my girlfriend's murderous turtle grandmother. Did she enslave the mushroom people? Goose poop or feathers, possibly blood. Last night I had a dream where I was sitting with my girlfriend by a lake and a flock of geese flew overhead. I said, "Hey, look, they're flying south." Suddenly they turned around mid-flight and descended upon us. Before I knew it, we were surrounded by angry geese with their goslings. One baby goose walked right up to us, and the mother started chasing my girlfriend with murder in its eyes. Then another menacing goose ran after me, chasing me down a hill. I woke up flailing my arms somehow without disturbing my girlfriend sleeping next to me. I've been having crazy nightmares since I stopped smoking and drinking. Geese are terrifying creatures. I never had a problem with them prior to this, but if I see them with my girlfriend, we're getting out of there. Stephen Colbert with a tropical shirt and Jon Stewart in his regular suit. In case anyone is wondering, I had a dream where Jon Stewart was doing a live show at my school with Stephen Colbert, but while Jon Stewart was on, Stephen Colbert was off and just sitting with me in the audience. We were just talking about everyday stuff like we were bros. I had a similar celebrity friend dream, only it was Hugh Jackman, who was shirtless. Sadly, it didn't go any further than that, just general chit-chat. A banana. I'm very curious. What was the banana for? I'm pretty sure I was using it as a gun. A pocket full of bloody teeth. I have a recurring nightmare that my teeth are falling out of my mouth. Sometimes it happens when I'm eating, sometimes it happens when I injure my face, sometimes they just sporadically detach from my gums. There's never any pain, but it's always quite shocking. Isn't this usually a symptom of stress? A taser that turns people into piles of bananas when struck. You could solve world hunger and overpopulation. I didn't kill Steve, he just went bananas. Confusing amounts of blue mashed potatoes. Wouldn't any amount of blue mashed potatoes being in your pocket confuse you? Rocks with blood on it. You're having those Indian dreams again. Today I would have found plane tickets to California from NYC, all crumpled up. Otherwise my pockets would be full of crazy things from outer space every morning. Okay, we need backstory on this. That was just my dream from last night. I was in NYC, very lost at some airport metro station combo trying to make my flight on time. I kept checking my pockets, making sure I had my ticket and ID and other items. I remember feeling them in my pockets and taking them out and checking I still had them just in case. I suddenly woke up and tried to check my pockets, which was very confusing given I had no pockets, and then I thought I needed magical pajamas to keep these things, and this post was born. Whatever it is, I would lose it soon after. I can't remember any of my dreams. As soon as I wake up, they're gone. Maybe these pajamas would help you remember. Light bulbs. I don't know why, but I am forever changing light bulbs in my dreams. Being chased by demon clowns. Oh, burnt out light bulb, better change that. Flying through the city, pass a billboard with a burnt out twinkly bulb, change it. The bulb in the lava lamp is out. Hold on a second, I need to change this bulb. This is very strange. Do you see your hands while changing the light bulbs? Sometimes, besides just randomly changing bulbs, I have a darker, no pun intended, version of this dream. I will attempt to walk into a room and turn on the light. Only the light will not turn on. Usually the room is completely dark. The only thing I can see is usually a bulb on the ceiling, often with a pull chain. I will attempt to pull the chain, still no light. Then I will attempt to change the bulb, and usually at this moment something in the darkness will kill me. I wake up screaming. So I must think the fear of the GRU translates into all light bulbs must work. A wooden stake. I get very frequent dreams about vampires. I don't know why. It's a different vampire each time. So to be clear, you'd wake up with wood in your PJs. Not very creative, unless you're a chick. An F on my high school history test. I graduated over 10 years ago. Wow, you got some deep traumas. An early 80s Mazda RX-7. What the heck? How big are these pockets? Imaginary pockets are as big as we need them to be, my friend. Dream big. My cat, who passed away 2 years ago. I dream about him every night. I have a very common type of dream where I've taken my cat, who is still alive, to the store or to work by carrying it in my arms. Then I'm scared to death that it will escape from my arms and get hit by a car as I carry it around. And of course the cat wants to get away because it's scared of being someplace it's not used to being, so it's scratching me trying to get away. And all the while I wonder why in the world I'd bring my cat to the store or to work. A really sweaty Adrian Brody who gets all on my face and says, "I just want to be close to you." Then he explodes, burning all the skin off my face. Then I turned into bees. Magic cards and a girlfriend. You can't have both, buddy. You can't have both. Well, if it was from last night's dream, a belly button. This made me think of Ed Gein. What happened? Well, my daughter was picking at her belly button. It was an outie, and then it fell out and I picked it up. It looked like a dry ball of soft dead skin. A demon girl who stands at the foot of my bed. Plot twist, you weren't actually dreaming. This morning? A new Lamborghini, actually. It wasn't too bad of a dream. That would destroy my apartment. I woke up in the street like I usually do, so no big deal. A large vehicle with a rocket booster in the back, driven by people kinda resembling Nazi officers. That or some kind of beam-firing gun that killed a bunch of space pirates and their human supporters. I had some really weird dreams the night before this one. Well, don't leave us hanging. How so? The night before this one. Heads of corrupt police and politicians. Full pockets, eh? 3 rings. One shaped like a dragon, one shaped like a crow, and a simple one with opal in a moon and star. That sounds interesting. Care to elaborate on the dream? More of a nightmare, and it sounds silly in the day. Basically, just after Christmas, they were given to me as a gift, and I loved them a ton, and the person who gave them to me. So on my way home, I crashed my car in the snow, and the people that picked me up, instead of helping me, kidnapped me to sell me as a slave in Eastern Europe. I spend the next part of the dream holding onto those things in a warehouse with what are other black market goods. People, animals, organs, weapons, thinking that I may never see the person who gave them to me again, and that I may never get away, and that if I lose these rings, I'll have nothing to remember what a nice life and nice people were like. A vegetable spring roll with Idris Elba's disembodied head attached to one end. Gee, I have some messed up dreams. Please remind me to never be in your dreams. I think donuts turn up pretty consistently since I started dieting 5 months ago. Actually, dream eating would be awesome. Finally, I could eat all the bacon and donuts I want and not gain any weight. License plates. I keep having this recurring dream that the world has been invaded by aliens who enslave all of mankind and organize us into different groups based off of the color of clothes that they are wearing. Said groups are tasked with certain oddly specific jobs. People wearing red are slaughtered and thrown into mass graves. People wearing yellow or orange are eaten alive. People wearing purple or pink are servants to the aliens. People wearing blue have to clean up after everybody. And I'm always wearing green because it's my favorite color. And we are tasked with collecting license plates. I can't figure out why, but these aliens really love license plates. I always end up waking up when I try to ask one of the alien guards why they need all the precious license plates. What is the most needed set of skills for the next generation of jobs in America? When I was in high school, way back in the late 70s, my curmudgeonly history teacher tried to beat it into our heads that learning a foreign language and management skills would be needed in our future, as most US production jobs were disappearing, and the best jobs would be in managing foreign workers at home or abroad. He was right, at least in this case. I see no change in that prediction. Extra language never hurts. I've lost most of what I learned, but I get around in English, and I'm able to understand enough German and French to be able to make reservations, phone calls, or ask basic questions. And then some odd bits of Italian and Spanish. None of those are my mother tongue. But seeing a ton of different languages helps to understand new languages. Critical thinking. Knowing how to get along with people who don't think might be more important. Since so many bosses won't have critical thinking skills, knowing how to get along with them might allow you to keep your job. Being right and being employed, might become two different things. Being adaptable. Things move and change so fast nowadays, and being able to keep up and adapt is a very crucial skill. Truth. I want to be an Autobot. However, I am currently failing at it. Getting 10 years of experience in 5 years. For a field that has only existed for 2 years. How about not clicking on the most obviously fraudulent emails in the world? That's a skill, apparently. I have had people put in their passwords when presented with an alert from Microsoft. I wish I was joking. My company has been burned by this so much that we use a service to send out phishing emails. If you do not report it phishing, or if you click on any of the links, you have to take training. Trade skills. There is already a massive shortage of competent people willing to do manual labor jobs like welding, painting, mechanics, construction, etc. If you are even vaguely competent and willing to do manual labor, you can get a $20 per hour job with benefits instantly nearly anywhere in the United States. Source: my actual life, covered in work but have no workers. I hear this from time to time, how the trades pay well and are badly needed, but they're also punishing on the body. You can get hooked on that $20 per hour construction work easily enough, but 10 years slip by faster than you think, and your body is now paying the price. A percentage of folks move up to management or even running their own business, but the rest end up in an orange apron at Home Depot. Seems like the trades are fine as long as you have a smart exit strategy and start working on it immediately. Businesses often have trouble finding people that are dedicated to learning and reliably ensuring that the job is done well. Almost any skill you learn in college or trade school is little more than an introduction to the job you will be doing. The only reason why businesses look to educated people is that they suppose, sometimes inaccurately, that the person has proven that they can finish a long-term project and that they can learn. The reality is often easier than you think it is. Start low, learn to do your job well, and do it reliably. Eventually, others will slip up or quit, and the boss will look to you to fill in for the others that weren't reliable. This has happened to me in both regards. I have been advanced and I have been replaced. I have also been the one who needed a reliable person to replace an unreliable person. I have learned not to trust a degree. Elder care. Second this, finding care for my dad was a nightmare. Also, the pay sucks. Data science, analytics, research, machine learning, and so on. This is a dumb question and have no clue about machine learning, but how well versed does someone need to be in this? If you can find the relevant data sets, wouldn't the machine learning do all the analytics? There's quite a lot involved in just getting this to place. Most businesses do some reporting badly and have badly structured or messy data. Getting to actionable business return on investment insights and then selling them to leadership is quite difficult and therefore pays pretty well. How to use a search engine. Any search engine. When I worked in Tech Report, a lot of the calls were from people who couldn't use Google to find the solution to the problem at hand. A friend of mine got a job as the tech support guy at a company without any experience in that type of work. He just Googled everything and was able to figure out how to fix things based on what other people had said. They thought he was a tech wizard, but really just had good Google skills. That's how everyone does tech support. Hand-to-hand combat, juggling, javelin throwing, identifying genus and species of seahorse, and becoming fluent in most dialects of Morse code blinking. I don't know what kind of future you're imagining, but I kinda like it. Everyone is talking programming. I feel the most needed set of skills are going to be related to piping, laying data lines, and fixing infrastructure. Something creative, because man, is this country becoming depressing. People are creative, it's just hard to make a living off of. I really hate saying this, because it makes me sound like some angry old man, but based on my experience as a 20-something, professional personality, but not annoyingly so. Employers don't like stuck-up workers who only care about work. They want someone who will speak out against wrongdoings and keep rationality in mind, but they also want someone who remains professional throughout. Physical strength. Tell me why LiftBot 3000 shouldn't replace you? Go. Research skills. You have the internet at your fingertips. Use it. Don't just go to college and pretend to be an expert in everything. Learn. Not the most needed, but interpreting statistics. If you torture the data enough, it'll tell you what you want to hear. Scavenging. Lol. When the automation really kicks in, we're all going to be eating out of a dumpster. I have been hearing this for literally 30 years. It's like the economics version of Christ is returning. The apocalypse is upon us. Honey making. Bees be disappearing. This is why I'm happy that my uncle is a hobbyist expert beekeeper. I don't know the actual term, I'm sorry. He really cares about bees and knows how to work with them humanely. You know what the best part about it is? He's allergic to bee stings and he still does it. It really goes to show how far some people will go to care for the animals that live here. Almost any of the trade jobs. Typewriter repairman, disagree. Robot maintenance. The wars of the future will not be fought on the battlefield or at sea. They will be fought in space, or possibly on top of a very tall mountain. In either case, most of the actual fighting will be done by small robots. And as you go forth today, remember always your duty is clear: to build and maintain those robots. Communication. Work gets done so much faster when you can communicate properly with others. I came here to point out that Reddit loves focusing on technical skills, but soft skills are the thing that will determine, for most people, whether or not you'll get and keep a job. 9 times out of 10, no one cares if you're a brilliant programmer. If you can't properly communicate what you're doing, maintain work relationships, or comment your code, you aren't useful in a business. You aren't physically capable of churning out all the programming, design and testing too, needs of a large organization. No one is. I went to school with several brilliant engineers, all of which handily mopped the floor with me in our shared classes. They're unemployed because they're intolerable people that no one wants to work with. Working 12 hours and without food because you can't afford, like a proper first world country. I think he was trying to say, can't afford to finish your sentences. I'm not from America, but professional skills are the same all over the world. You didn't say which skills, soft or technical. From my experience so far, what I think that will be some mandatory or must-haves are: technical jobs will never disappear, programming or anything else related. They will just shift towards new trends. Soft skills, what we had since the beginning of time, those will still be there. It depends on what you personally expect to achieve in your career. Self-management skills are always a good addition to anyone. A shift that I've seen for a couple of years, it seems the ability to work as independently as possible, in a team or solo, as in to not rely on anyone, because you will most likely have all the resources available. Jobs that are present today in most companies that require data manipulation or calculus to be done manually, those will be the first to disappear in the next 20-something years due to the automation, RPA or whatnot. The market seems to shift in that direction, so I would not recommend anyone to pursue a career in this direction. It's up to you. Outsourcing is becoming a big thing, at least in Europe, so I guess the same thing is happening or will happen in the US as well. To be fair, it doesn't make too much of a difference if you're being outsourced to a different company. Work is still work. The ability to recognize that just because that's how we've always done it, doesn't mean it shouldn't be changed. You should always be changing and improving. Being able to adapt to change is a great skill. Mental health. I agree with this, but the way things are going, at least US-wise, services are the first thing to be cut, and everyone is either overworked or offices are closing. We need society to care about mental health before it's considered important. I will advise my daughter to do something that can't be outsourced or done by a robot computer and stable. I did computing science and software development going on 11 years now, and I hate it. There is not much job security, constantly outsourcing and competing with cheap labor, and the pay isn't what it used to be. If I could do it all over again, I'd get me a nice government job and stay in it for the long term. Get a nice pension that lasts for as long as you are alive. Retire at 55 and enjoy. Just got back from a Brené Brown event. She says, ability to change or adapt. Is it because people will constantly have to learn a new career after their old one gets automated? I work in IT. People that use a computer daily on the job should actually know how to work a computer instead of calling us all the time. No, then you'd be out of a job. Silly. As someone who works at an IT help desk, I can say it is the ability to read and listen. Almost every job, at least in the US, requires that you use a computer. And the people who have the most trouble are the ones who don't read the notifications or listen to the experts. I think people should be trained on how to use social media properly. Social media can be a great tool for networking and for growing a business. One wrong post can destroy your personal and professional life too.
There is a well-known saying that goes, always give the hardest job to the laziest person, because they will find the easiest way to do it. What is the best real-life example to this you have seen? Got hired for the day to print 30 packets with 100 pages each. Why would it take a day? I asked. Our printer doesn't collate the pages, so it will take you the day to sort the pages into the 30 packets. They said, right. It was a standard office Xerox printer. It took me all of 30 seconds to find and click the collate button. Click the staple button while at it. All got printed by itself into nice stapled packets, and I got paid to browse internet for the day. They thought I was a genius for fixing their printer and gave me glowing recommendations to the temp agency that led to more jobs. Wait, the printer was able to staple the pages into a packet for you? Yeah, some industrial printers can do this. Dad is a bookbinder and I'm a former office admin, so I've seen some printers that are really cool. At my last job, a truck suspension shop, we did inventory every December, and it was someone's job to count all the washers and screws of every size. It was my first inventory, and I casually mentioned that they should just weigh one screw or washer, then weigh them all and divide the weight to get the count. Everyone looked at me like I had given them the key to the universe. Counting washers and screws went from a day or two to just a few hours. I read a comment in here a while back about a college kid who picked up an office job over one summer. He became friends with an older lady at the front desk who always needed help figuring out Excel. He kept finding shortcuts for her and eventually wrote scripts for her that took a load of work off her plate. By the end of the summer, he had made her job so easy that they decided they didn't need her to do it anymore. They fired her. First rule, never share your macros, and never let people know that you use macros. I work in a semi-warehouse environment, and we have to track where items are at all times. When we move X item from location A to location B, we have to type out the to and from locations. We do this hundreds of times a shift. I went online to a free barcode maker website and spent about 20 minutes making location barcodes. I save hours a day by scanning barcodes. That's how you keep your warehouse from becoming a warehouse. But be careful when it's a full moon, then it becomes a warehouse. Herding yak with a drone takes the cake for me. They run from it and oddly fear it, which is surprising considering that they have literally zero aerial predators. We only did it a few times because it really makes them uneasy and doesn't treat them well. But it is very effective and easy, and you can herd them from over a half a mile away from inside the house. This is one of the most incredible paragraphs I've ever read, and I'm very much interested in hearing more about yak herding. I used to deliver beer. I did not like delivering beer. I may have ended up with 30 stops in a day, including deliveries that the customer would call into our office for. I used to bring extra beer and blank invoices with me on the truck, to prevent having to drive back to my warehouse to deliver one keg to a place that I was currently across the street from. 7 years later, the driver of that route is still doing that. You're wise beyond your beers. But driver, but wiser. Automated 70% of my job in a large finance firm as an intern. Never disclosed it and got paid easy money for 6 months. I spent the time doing courses and applying for my grad school. Got my admission letter during the final 2 weeks of my internship and never looked back. Pro tip: Python and Excel can be your best friend. See, where you differed is you were smart enough to use that free time for something valuable. I'd be using it for something dumb like posting on Reddit. A programmer outsourced his own job overseas, paying Chinese programmers 1/5 of his salary to write code for him, while he spent his days surfing Reddit and watching cat videos. His performance reviews praised him for clean, well-written code and called him the best developer in the building. This reminded me of an Onion video where eventually the outsourced workers outsourced the outsourced work. Boss hated Excel to the point where he didn't want us using formulas because you can't trust them to be right. So we needed to do all the calculations by hand or on a calculator. He would give me a spreadsheet once or twice a week that required, let's say, 45 seconds to do, but maybe 7 hours by hand, and he told me to go to Starbucks or something and crank it out. He thought that since I pasted as values and he couldn't see the formulas, that I did it by hand, when really I just did it in 45 seconds, sent an email on delay for 7 hours, and studied for the next semester. Dude was the poster boy for failing upwards in your career. First day of internship, he told me with a straight face he was a work harder, not smarter kind of guy. He didn't want us using formulas because you can't trust them to be right. Do all the calculations by hand or on a calculator. This is the most asinine thing I've read today. Worked in a huge hotel by the airport. We had layover with over 400 people. I think we were 3 employees. They had buffet for dinner and then left to go to bed since it was 1 or 2 a.m. Rule was, we should always go to the room and pick up as many plates as we could and then bring them to the cleaner. Took for ages and I wanted to go home. I decided to roll out the cart and collect the plates and put them on the cart. Guests were seeing it and started putting their plates on the cart when they left. All of a sudden, hundreds of people cleaned up their own stuff. Duty manager saw it and I thought he would blast me, since the hotel was a 5-star place. He just looked at me, smiled, and said, "That's why I like to hire lazy people. They think of ways to finish work faster." I worked at a chain restaurant, and in my last few months there, we got those stupid table kiosks that customers could pay at. There was a survey at the end of every transaction, and our managers added new performance metrics based on how many people paid using the kiosk, and also how well our service was based on the surveys. One employee would just fill the surveys out himself after his customers left and gave himself 5 stars in everything. Dude was always ranked top of the servers. We had these surveys in our receipts that if you completed them online, only a few questions, you'd get a free cheesy bread. Nobody ever wants their receipt. If it weren't for the fact that I could pretty much get free food whenever I wanted because I worked there, I could have infinite free cheesy breads. Those surveys were also to rate our performance as drivers, I think. In high school, we had to do 4 book reports every year. A friend of mine did his on each Lord of the Rings books and The Hobbit freshman year, and turned in the same 4 book reports for the rest of his time in high school. You switched English teachers every year, so no one ever caught on. I was never brave enough to try the same thing. My friend who'd take his baby's clothes off when he fed him. Next level brilliant. Spray the kid off after. Good plan until that baby starts preschool and starts to strip off his clothes every day before lunch. I have an example of how the truly lazy will sabotage tracking so no one knows a thing is broken. There was this guy at a software company that does integrated software systems. He hated his boss and his job, and apparently most of his team. Every time he was assigned a bug to fix, he would mark it resolved, and assign it to a no-reply email address associated with the team. The odd thing that I don't understand is how he managed to keep issues from getting escalated to other real people. At any rate, no one caught on. When he found a new job and a couple people on his team took him out for drinks, he said, "You should look into all the bugs I fixed. I never did any of that." So the guys who took him out for drinks went back and audited his work and were like, no way. He not only did nothing, he hid identified issues for like a year. Was tiling a bathroom floor. One young guy I was working with was cleaning up when we were done. I told him to take the leftover tile back downstairs to the truck and then went back to cleaning what I was doing. 10 seconds later, I hear this huge crash and then a soft, oh right. He had gone out onto the balcony and dropped them down to the truck, shattering over $100 worth of tile. He said he thought it would be faster. He wasn't exactly wrong. How did you handle him after that? Presumably the same way the other guy handled the tiles. Maybe not the most impressive story here, but I thought it was a great sidestep of effort nonetheless. Co-worker of mine had to get rid of a smaller, junk fiberglass boat with no trailer. Our other co-workers are all telling him how much time and money he's going to need to spend to get rid of it, and he's just saying, "Oh, is that so?" He took off one day and sat down on his lawn with a cooler of beer. That day was garbage day. Inevitably, the trash guys roll up. He hands each of them a cold beer and says, "Hey boys, got $50 for each of you if you help me out real quick." They fed the entire 12-foot boat into the packer, crushing 2 feet at a time. I remember having to peel 20 kilograms of charred eggplant at a restaurant I worked in. I asked the chef if there was an easier way to do it. His reply was, "Yep, get someone else to do it." I love peeling eggplant and stuff like that. So yeah, the chef was right. Find the person who enjoys doing it. I'm in corporate accounting, and I'm the only one in my department with a CPA. Of course, I have to take continuing education for my license, and I usually take as many hours of Excel courses as I can each year. By learning the keyboard shortcuts, advanced formulas, and a bunch of useful hidden features in Excel, I'm able to get most of my work done in less than 2 hours, then spend the rest of the day browsing Reddit and watching YouTube videos. Thank goodness our cubicle walls are high, or I'm sure they would have fired me by now for being on my phone 6+ hours each day. There's a story that I've heard a few dozen times about a toothpaste company that had accidentally sent out cases of their product that had a few empty single boxes of toothpaste. The company had endeavored not only to rectify their mistake, but to ensure they did not repeat it. They hired an engineering company that designed a scale and alarm shutdown system. If an empty carton was passed down the production line, klaxons would be triggered, and a full stop would initiate until the offending box was recovered and an all clear had been entered into the computer system before production could resume. The company paid through the nose, but was ultimately pleased with their failsafe, and the engineers patted each other on the back. A few months pass, and the engineers returned for quality control. The toothpaste company reported 0 margin of error for weeks. Turns out, one of the minimum wage hairnet types in the assembly line didn't appreciate the sound of klaxons, or working with computers. So, he or she had aimed a large fan at the production line, before the scale, that blew the lighter, empty cartons off of the conveyor belt. Problem solved. There is a well-known saying that goes, "Always give the hardest job to the laziest person, because they will find the easiest way to do it." What is the best real-life example to this you have seen? I used to process HSA claims around 10+ years ago. One system we had to use back then was an old terminal program that took 4 line items per page. That's it. For a usual claim, no big deal. Not too hard to keep track of things over 2 or 3 pages for a longer claim. Most fit on one. However, we had the dreaded shoebox claims. This was the person who saved up every receipt all year in a metaphorical shoebox and sent everything in, once a year, to empty their account. We hated them. Dozens or hundreds of line items totaling thousands of dollars. Just because you only have $500 in your HSA doesn't mean we get to stop there. If you sent in $4,000 in receipts, I gotta account for it all. Totally killed your numbers for the day, and they tracked claims per hour religiously. The main issue was double-checking that everything added up right when you were done entering it. At 4 items a page, it took forever to tally. So, I made an Excel sheet. It was laid out so that I could enter every single line, then run a macro that would calculate the needed totals, and dump all the text to a text file formatted exactly so I could select 4 items at a time and paste them directly into the terminal window from the default starting cursor position, and every field would fill in automatically. Copy, paste, next, copy, paste, next, copy, paste, next, etc., etc. It easily halved my entry times, with way less work. Finding any typos was much easier. I just had to look at one column, organized sheet, instead of scrolling through how many pages of terminal text. It was great. I showed it to my manager so the rest of my team could use it. She was horrified I would use something like that, as no human was double-checking as they went along. This despite demonstrable improvements to my error rates on large claims after I started using it. She ordered me to stop using it and forbid anyone in her team from automating any part of their job at all. I kept using it for all of the 2 months I stayed there after that. I had some of the highest claims per hour numbers and lowest error rates on her team. I never developed any more tools for them. You created a threat to her job, not a tool to save time. At least that's how a lot of people see it. I've had at least a dozen people react the same way across firms over the years. The latest one was last week. However, her reason was creativity over productivity. She believes computers can't do her job. I don't know that I have a specific example, but a buddy of mine and I used to spend our time working out the most efficient way to do our jobs. We used to tell ourselves, I'm not being lazy, I'm just being efficient. It became an almost daily thing. Why are we doing it this way? There must be an easier way. Then we'd find that and implement it. 9 months ago, I'd made my job so easy it was eliminated. Be careful what you wish for. I worked a summer at a mortgage company as an assistant to the underwriters. My only job was printing documents and then hole punching them to put in folders. They had a super fancy Xerox printer that basically did my entire job for me, but the underwriters at this company didn't know how to click through printer settings to make the machine hole punch as it was being printed. I showed them how to do it, and they resisted it super hard. Like they didn't trust it? So I got to keep my job, but what was supposed to take me all day literally took me about 20 to 30 minutes first thing in the morning. So they started assigning me real tasks, and even offered to keep me on to eventually become an underwriter too. Because I was so sharp, I knew how to use the very expensive printer they already had. I was just about to start grad school, so I had to politely decline, but I'm pretty sure they didn't hire someone to replace me when I left. When I worked at an inpatient unit, one of the tasks we'd get would be to do a check-in with every patient. There were about 100 when we were full. Nobody wanted that task. It would usually get split up. Except this one guy who was pretty lazy always wanted it, and I didn't understand it, because he was lazy. Finally, one day, I was walking out for a break, and I figured out what he did. He plopped himself right beside the food line door and wouldn't let people go in until they did their check-in with him. That's not how it was supposed to be done. It was supposed to be a chance for clients to connect with staff. But he'd get it done in an hour or so for the whole unit and be done for the day. I once was a temp at a tiny office on a construction site in around 2003. I was only there for one day while the regular person was on some training. They sat me down and told me that I just needed to copy all these numbers from one program to another. So I selected them, hit Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V. They stared at me. Turns out about 60% of this woman's time had been spent manually typing numbers from one place to another. Had a manager that would manually delete every email from his work inbox. I'll never forget the look he gave me when I selected the Select All button that was clearly visible the entire time. I was working a kids' chess summer camp with this guy who just horked down pot like you wouldn't believe. Still a far, far better chess player than me. One day, the kids were being particularly rambunctious, and I told him he had to take them outside to get their energy out. He had them spend the next hour doing American Ninja Warrior on the jungle gym and playground. I hadn't even heard of the show, but it was a group of young boys like 6 to 12, so they all adored it. This coworker loved to get super stoned and watch it. Don't know if he was high at the camp, but he just got to sit on a bench and tell kids their time was getting slower when they did stunts, and they just scurried and jumped around faster. That reminds me when I was a teen and did after-school babysitting for 2 little girls who lived in my neighborhood. I'd be tired myself after school, so I just let them play dress-up with the clothes in my closet. They loved it, and all I had to do was sit on my bed and chill out while they played. My parents were having a summer get-together a couple of years ago, and my dad wanted my brother and me to dig a small pit for a bonfire. He handed us 2 shovels and left us to dig. My brother went and started up our old tractor, drove it across the lawn, dropped the bucket into the earth, and drove forward a few feet. The pit ended up a little larger than what we had planned, but once we lined it with stones, it was actually a pretty nice pit. A few years ago, my mom was tasked with fixing my grandparents' toilet while we were visiting for the holidays. The toilet reservoir was constantly filling and running, and thus flooding the bathroom, because the buoy arm wasn't lifting high enough from the water in the reservoir to switch off the water flow. My mom, who is normally a very practical person, had been tackling the issue for hours. She was pretty distraught, thinking we would have to order a new buoy arm, maybe even a new sensor, or switch and pull the whole assembly apart to replace everything. She was planning out a trip to Lowe's and pricing things out when I walked in. I took one look at it and bent the metal arm the buoy was attached to, down, so the arm had a slight upwards curve. The buoy still reached the same level in the reservoir, but registered on the sensor as higher because of the curve in the arm. Problem solved. Rangers lead the way. I watched it dawn on her what I had done, and she just looked at me like I had a third eye and said, "You fool! I've been beaten by this thing for 4 hours, and you fix it in 4 seconds?" She was very happy I saved her from more work and spending more money. She calls me her little toilet engineer from time to time. I work on aircraft. It's mildly demeaning. I worked in a CNC shop. There would be a pile of jobs that needed to be done for the month. Some took days to run, while others were generally quick. The record for jobs done in 1 day was 8. What I did was look through all the jobs and organize them by setup. Meaning, every job has a setup time. It can take an hour to get all the tooling together, setting up the cutting table, and setting the part square to the table so the machine can gauge where the part is, so when I insert the code into the machine, it can run flawlessly and drill, mill, tap whatever within a literally hair measurement for every single job. Majority of parts use standard tooling, and I have automatic tool changing with 20 pockets. Long story short, I figured out how to line up the jobs so they all have the same setup, blew the record out of the water with 20 jobs done in 1 day, saving the company tens of thousands in work hours, all because I didn't feel like doing all the setups that day. I am in that quote, and I don't like it. When I was at university, I had an IT help desk job for one of the colleges. My team was tasked with taking inventory on every computer in every room of like 5 buildings. Computer name, some college ID code, the Dell serial number, all kinds of stuff. I mean, it took ages to gather all the information in just one room. About a week into the process, I decided that I'd had enough of manually writing everything down. On my work machine, I just started running all of the GET-CMD commands I could find, and eventually had a batch file on a flash drive that would just save a computer's information as a text file on the flash drive. So I'd walk into a room, log into each computer, run my file, and then log off. I went from doing a couple of rooms a day to doing a couple of floors a day. I still had to input everything into the system, but that felt great. Plus, you're not going to make typos if it's copying it directly. That's the way to do it. Got hired into a plant that just got a big new job building stuff for the military. My job was materials associate, which basically meant I drove a forklift and staged parts that were built. The engineers came up with a floor plan for all of the parts and where they needed to be staged. They used fancy lasers and measuring devices and built it all in CAD. After telling them it wouldn't work, they said, "Well, let's see you do a better job." I organized the entire 50,000 square foot warehouse so that each part was close to the machines that used them. It followed the first in, first out method, and each department knew where their parts went when they were done making them, put up signs and whatnot. After that, my job was basically pointless because the warehouse ran itself. I decided to teach myself how to use the welding robots in my downtime. Fast forward 3 years, and now I'm an automation engineer at one of the largest parts suppliers in the industry. Robots are very easy to learn and operate if you're struggling to find what you want to do in your career. Places are hiring with minimal experience too because there is a huge lack of people in the automation field. Get a 1-year college certification in mechatronics, and you can make around 40 to 60K starting, depending on location. My dad and I were working on my grandma's water heater a couple of years ago. We needed a cork or something to go over the end of the pipe. I had a bottle of Coke in my hand. I downed the Coke and put the cap on the end of the pipe as a joke, but it fit perfectly, so we kept it there. When my grandma sold the house 5 years later, that cap was still on the end of the pipe. I wasn't necessarily the laziest person, but I was the designated light holder, and I was providing emotional support through bold comments, so I was definitely taking the job the least seriously.
What are some red flags in a job interview? When the pay that is advertised is suddenly different in the interview. I had one company say that they still wanted to see more candidates for the job, but I could take a different job they had at lower pay to give them a little while longer to try and get the best person for the job. I said I would think about it, went home, sent an email asking for the new offer in writing, and they responded the offer is no longer on the table. Shady. And they knew they were suckering people in and wouldn't even put an offer for the new job in writing. Years ago, I applied for a job at Taco Bell. The manager set up a day and time for me, and we sat down in the dining room and he talked about his life for well over an hour. His ex-wives, his old band, the thrills of hitchhiking. Then he shook my hand and said, "Whenever we get an opening, I'll keep you in mind." I got tricked into listening to a life story for no job. As someone who has worked at a Taco Bell, you dodged a bullet there. Consider yourself lucky. What's my starting salary or pay? You make as much as you want. Nope, out of there. If you work hard, you could make an incredible amount of money. So, what's the base salary? We have guys making X dollars per month. So what's the base salary? There's no limit, so you can make as much as you want. No. Often if they promise quick promotions, you'll be a senior manager in 6 months, you should leave. The reason for the quick promotions is that the job is not good and has a high turnover. I get it, this doesn't hold true 100% of the time, but just like the white windowless vans offering free candy, the ones you can trust are the exception. I've seen another side to this too. People told we can only employ you initially at level below where you should be for reasons. However, you should expect to be promoted quickly to where you should have been all along, as we're a fast promoting company. You could realistically be unrealistically senior in just 2 to 3 years. Those promotions do not materialize. We work hard and play hard. Translation: we will work 12 to 14-hour days and everyone is an alcoholic. You will work 12 to 14-hour days and we are alcoholics. Are you willing to work off the clock? Sure. Are you willing to pay under the table? We work hard and we play hard. Or any variation of that. I learned that lesson. To me it meant you're going to work a lot of 60+ hour weeks with no OT or comp time. You might be working random nights and or weekends. We might deny a vacation request that you put in nearly 6 months in advance. But once in a while we'll take all of you guys to the Mexican restaurant down the street and pay for lunch. Expecting an unhealthy work-life balance is a real turnoff. I once went to an interview for an engineering job where they said things like 37 hours a week is standard. But our employees enjoy it here so much, they do 60 hours a week. Some even work on a Saturday. Our employees are like swans, graceful on the surface, but they never stop paddling with their legs. Nope, I don't want to burn out by 32 years old. They get defensive when you ask about overtime, vacation, or benefits. Had an interviewer say they do fixed price contracts and never missed a deadline. Asked about overtime and was told, well, if we need you on a Friday, we'll ask you to stay late because it's your job. Hard pass. When they hire everyone in the group interview, even the fools, signifies a high turnover of employees, and if you're a casual, they'll get rid of you once the busy season is over. If you can't spot the fool, I've got bad news for you, son. When they ask you if you have any questions for them and you ask, what is your favorite thing about your job or working for this company? And they reply, well, I'm not the one being interviewed, proceeds to answer and then says, was that good enough for you? Immediately made me realize that even if I did get a job offer, I did not want to work for someone like that. when you see a lot of candidates in the waiting room or it's a group interview in my experience. Yep, only interview I walked out on. It just seemed weird. And I thought, if they make new candidates do this weird thing, I don't want to see what they put their employees through. When the interviewer isn't there and the people who are know nothing about the fact that you're scheduled for one. I once drove an hour and a half for an interview, which I had literally called right before I left, confirming the time. She had left for the day and wouldn't be returning. Tried calling me multiple times, desperately to reschedule. Nope. They started asking me if I was married, if my significant other worked full-time, and if we were ever planning to have kids. I'm a girl. I was probably 25 or 26 at the time. This is probably the biggest red flag I've seen for women, and it happens all the time. Not only a red flag, but illegal. Hope you walked out of there. When you ask, what do you like about working at the company? And they avoid the question or give answers like, well, this is really a great city to live in. If they can't tell you what they like about the work culture or what they like about the job, then chances are it's not a great place to work. Was going to interview for a company not too long ago. I asked the recruiter about vacation time. The response was that there was no official vacation time policy and that you basically just work it out with your team to make sure that there is coverage for client work. Ended that prospect pretty quick. There are examples where this works out well. It depends on the type of job it is, the kind of work the company does, and a variety of different factors. Personally, I would rather have vacation time that is on some accrual calculation that I'm guaranteed than a potentially empty and potentially unkeepable promise of unlimited time off. If they don't answer you directly as to why the person in the position before you left, if they allow phone calls to them during the interview, or if people just walk into the office and interrupt, if you tour the office with the supervisor and people all of a sudden look fearful or pretend to be suddenly busy, if you're interrogated instead of interviewed, you should have a conversation with your interviewer, not just a rattle of questions. If they have absolutely no original questions, where do you see yourself in 5 years, what's your biggest strength or weakness, why do you want to work here, etc. The interviewer is very late. I'm in HR at a nursing home. My director of nursing sometimes leaves people waiting for 30 to 45 minutes, then can't understand why they don't accept the offer. She feels like HR is not qualified to interview nurses, although my HR director has been doing this for 30 years. So we are forced to make people wait. Just had this one today. After your 30-day probation period, you will get your first paycheck. When you have to pay money to begin because you need a special license, product, or whatever, you should be reimbursed for licensing, in my opinion. Any job where I've needed an additional license or two, I was always either reimbursed or the cost was just paid for me up front. I bounced around in the insurance and financial industry for a long time, lots of licenses. I would say a place that promotes themselves as a family. They'll end up attempting to use it against you in the future, and let's be honest, it is business, not personal. So true. I got a job as a hotel receptionist where everyone was family. They routinely made me and the other receptionists work maid service in our nice clothes and uncomfortable shoes because everyone helped each other out, while also still covering reception. Like they would make us run up and down the floors, cleaning rooms and greeting guests. An actual nightmare. That interview ended with a variation of "we're family, we take care of each other." This was my first job out of high school, and they really did treat the staff like crap. I was told I had to sneak bites of my lunch whenever I had the chance throughout the day. We also didn't have 15-minute breaks. I was young and foolish and didn't report them, not even after they withheld my check for 5 weeks. Do you mean to watch out for in the interviewer or interviewee? For the interviewer, getting agitated with you for asking fairly basic questions like what the culture is like, what they like about the place, what makes them successful in the role. It indicates that they either can't honestly answer those questions without getting negative, or that they won't view you as a team member. For the interviewee, overestimation of how important your skills are. I used to hire tech in Seattle. People right out of college would act like the hottest for knowing how to code. Entry-level coders are a dime a dozen in Seattle. Still worth hiring, but not with that attitude. I had a guy who hadn't had a coding job before give me a number for a desired salary that literally made me laugh out loud. I covered the phone to do it. Asked how he came to the number. It's what his cousin, a 5-year programmer at Google, was making. This job was for a local education company. You know nothing about the value of your skills if you would pay a year 1 programmer at a local company as a 5-year programmer at freaks my Google. My boss used to do this high-level engineering management for IBM and told me how frustrating it was interviewing recent PhD grads. He said they often felt like the world owed them something, as if they felt their careers peaked the moment they achieved it. When they make you wait for an hour after the scheduled interview time before they talk with you. When they make you wait in the employee's break room where paint is peeling off the walls, the tables and chairs are beat to crap, and there's a hole in the wall. When they tell you to seem to be a good candidate to be hired, but oh wait, you need to take a computer personality test now. Sorry, you did great up until you failed the test. Hope you enjoyed that waste of 2+ hours. Good job, Kmart. How do you even fail that test? If you're honest enough to answer honestly, you should be able to pass with flying colors. If you're dishonest enough to game the test, it shouldn't be a problem. You'd either have to be an honest sociopath or so dishonest you can't keep your dishonesty consistent. A black faux leather couch. I was going for a digital marketing job. There was obviously lots of talk about social media marketing and strategy. We discussed the concept of going viral. I told a story of how I'd previously been on the front page of Reddit and got on television when my roommates had renovated my room. I suggested the interviewers check it out. I left the interview and didn't think about it for a few hours. And then I thought, if they Google me, they'll probably end up back at my Reddit account. I hope I haven't written some weird things lately for them to stumble upon. So I logged into my Reddit account and looked at the most recent comment I'd written. It was a response to an AskReddit thread titled, "What is something the younger generation are going to struggle with?" I had replied as a joke with my dick. I never heard back from them. No, I didn't give them a link to my Reddit account, but if you Google my name, news articles come up that link to the Reddit thread. "We're like family here," is something often said by bosses who must have grown up with bad families, because they basically mean, I'm going to say and do unprofessional things and get personally upset if you let me down. No thanks, I'd prefer a simple exchange of my time and labor for monetary compensation and benefits without any feelings. My actual parents and I are on great terms. If the company did something illegal, how would you handle it? Someone that was hired at my MIL's current workplace was asked this question. Depends. How wet is my beak? Blackmail is such an ugly word. I prefer extortion. The X makes it sound cool. Children of good parents, what did your parents do right? How were they good parents? I learned a couple of valuable lessons from my tough-as-nails father. Don't be afraid to show affection to your children. Tell them you love them a lot. They need to hear and see it from their father. Give everyone the benefit of the doubt. You don't know why that person is being rude or grumpy. Maybe they just lost a loved one. Maybe they had a fight with their spouse this morning before they left for work. And number 3, if, having given someone the benefit of the doubt and been extra kind to diffuse the situation, they continue to act like a fool, you need not be a doormat. Stand up for yourself. Love you, Dad. Impossible to list everything, but a few things that stand out to me. They never sheltered me. That covers everything from seeing the diversity of society, rich, poor, healthy, sick, etc., to experiencing my own personal disappointments, losing in sports, saying no when asked to buy me a new video game, etc. I was allowed to grow as an individual. They were always there for support when I needed it, but I was never coddled or protected from things. They led by example. My parents never expected things out of me that they didn't live by themselves. Whether it was something as simple as being open and honest to our entire family, or something more complicated like living within your means, budgeting, and treating all people with total kindness. It's a lot easier as a kid to look up to your parents when they live their daily lives by the same values they taught me. Pretty much this. Kids learn much better from what they see, not what they are told. My parents are imperfect, but they did a lot of right things. The biggest one that sticks out to me is that they're supportive of things my brother and I like, even when they don't understand or like it themselves. They didn't really care for skateboarding, but they spent hundreds of dollars over the years for my brother to enjoy his hobby. They not only helped me to get a drum set, but they allowed the band to hold practice in our basement and drove us to all our shows. They wanted me to be a lawyer, but they were willing to settle for a line cook. It made a difference in the long run because eventually it helped me realize that I get to make my own choices in life. Nothing is laid out for me. I can do whatever I enjoy, and my parents will be there for me, cheering me on. The last sentence reminded me of one of my fondest childhood memories. 9 years old me, doing my green belt jiu-jitsu grading. My dad on the sidelines, giant 90s video camera over his shoulder, singing "You're the best around" from the original Karate Kid, and just generally cheering me on. He spent tons of money he didn't have to buy me stuff I didn't really need, because I was showing an interest in it. He walked me to class 3 nights a week and carried me home in his shoulders because I was tired and we didn't have a car. He's a great guy. Have tons of respect for him. When I was little, we lived near a freeway, and I asked my mom one time how far the freeway went and where we would be if we just got on it and kept driving. She had a map. Did she show it to me? Nope. She said, "Let's see." We hopped in the car and drove for hours until we were both tired of it, then pulled out the map and found a route home along the shore of one of the US Great Lakes. This was in the 80s, before GPS or cell phones. I was maybe 10, and she let me navigate home. She could have just told me or shown me on the map without leaving the couch, but she wanted me to know, and maybe she wanted to know herself. And that's how she's always been. It's amazing. My parents weren't perfect, and they weren't wealthy. My dad was abandoned as a child in a state thousands of miles away from home, raised with a bunch of people he wasn't related to. My mom was a child of divorced parents, abused and hated by her step-parents. They found each other and worked hard so me, my sister, and my brother never had to go through those same troubles. Both of my parents have trauma from their youth. My dad can be paranoid, my mom struggles with depression, but they never abandoned us. When my cousin was starving because my auntie was out drinking, they took him in, and he became my brother. Sometimes they argue, sometimes they yell, but they never laid hands on each other. They've been there for me countless times, even when it cost everything. Now that I'm older, I'm trying my hardest to be there for them, because I know now what they've done for us. They broke the cycle. They broke the cycle. When I became a father, I found that to be my purpose in life. My parents did many things right. If they messed up, they apologized. I remember one time my mom said something that hurt my feelings. Really not serious, but to a 7-year-old it was, and she apologized, like a real apology. I learned that my parents weren't perfect, but they were trying their best. I gained a lot of respect from them watching that example my entire life. They tried to make family dinner a priority. It didn't always work with a busy schedule, but more often than not, we had dinner as a family to talk and bond. Some of the most important things I've learned in life were learned around the family table. Taught my siblings and I how to budget. We would earn $1 a week in allowance when we were younger. We would get 10 dimes and then have to divide it out. 1 dime to charity, 4 dimes to savings, and 5 dimes to us. We learned how to budget and save up for what we wanted and how to pay ourselves by creating savings accounts. They never stopped dating each other. My mom and dad both strongly believed the best way they could help us become good adults was by them being a united, loving team. They're hitting 27 years of marriage this summer. They go on weekly dates, flirt, and help one another. I had the privilege of growing up in a home where I knew my parents loved me and my siblings, and they loved each other. That was a huge stabilizing force in my life. They had us do chores from a young age. The chores were always appropriate to our skill level and age, but we did them nonetheless. For example, when I was in kindergarten, I had to unload the plastic items and silverware, not knives, from the dishwasher every night. At 8, my dad taught me how to mow the lawn, and that was my special Saturday chore during the summer. The list goes on and on. They did the bulk of the around home chores, but they taught us to take responsibility for our homes and also how to do chores. They let us experience consequences of our actions. I remember once I forged my mom's signature on a form to get a treat at school. I was in first grade. I did a very poor job as I wrote Mom instead of her name. My teacher called my mom to let her know. My mom told her, "You're the teacher, and I give you permission to punish her according to your classroom rules. I won't argue it." So I didn't get to go to recess that day. I learned a solid lesson about accountability and honesty. They didn't punish us unjustly or unnecessarily, but they gave us consequences to our actions. I could go on and on. Taught respect, never played favorites. But the biggest thing was they always explained their actions and were willing to discuss why, and occasionally even change their mind. It was never, "No, because I said so." I think I didn't really have a rebellious phase because they never really forbid anything. It was always, "Well, you can do that when you don't live here." My parents never forbid anything either. A lot of times I did things with them that other kids weren't allowed to do. One such instance is that we would watch South Park as a family every Wednesday back in the late 90s and early 2000s. I didn't swear then, got perfect grades, didn't get into drinking or pot, and didn't have sex until I was ready. Anecdotal evidence, but whatever. My best friend's parents were extremely strict, and she was always getting into trouble. My dad was exceptionally fair. Any conflict would be solved by sitting down and having me evaluate multiple perspectives. If we could reason through an issue, and it appeared someone had indeed treated me poorly or done the wrong thing and I was in the right, he would give me credit for that, but then still work with me to find a way to resolve the issue with the other person. Vice versa. If I was wrong, he had a way of conversing with me that made me realize it on my own. I think this really helped in building some character traits, and I'm very grateful for. But it also built a child-parent relationship with mutual trust. I felt comfortable approaching my dad about anything. I knew he'd tell me about it if I was wrong, but I also knew he would back me if I was right. That was powerful, to feel respected as a teenager. It's only now I'm an adult, I realize how that empowerment drove me to be responsible for my own actions rather than blaming the world for not understanding me. Came out to my parents last year about my mental health issues, and they gave me all the help I needed. They stayed with me during my anxiety attacks, even if they were late in the night, and paid for my counseling, even though they don't legally have to. I probably wouldn't be as mentally healthy as I am now without their help and support. Best parents ever. They didn't question why my door was closed, and trusted me enough I wasn't doing anything bad. I thought it was normal for parents to always knock until I joined Reddit and realized how good my parents are. My parents are very open-minded and accepting people. I remember multiple times when me and my siblings were young and they would say, "We don't care what or who you are." And that really stuck with me because I'm bi. When I actually came out to them, both of them never backed out of their word and have accepted me for who I am. My mom and I even discuss LGBT topics over tea, and my dad won't stop with the puns. My parents have been married for plus 30 years, and my sibs and I love them to death. My parents are so committed to each other and our family that they live like they're one and the same person, instead of two separate individuals. I've only been married for about a year and a half, and I can feel the setting in already. We're inside each other's heads to a crazy degree. The other day we were in the kitchen, and I found myself handing her a knife. And only afterwards did it occur to me that I had subconsciously noticed that she was pulling veggies out of the fridge and that she needed a knife to cut them. The very important lesson of don't buy things only because your friends have them, just so you all have the same thing. When I failed my first year at uni, they didn't get angry or upset. My mum sat down next to me while I was bawling my eyes out in shame and hugged me until I calmed down. She said it wasn't the end of my life and that she was and always will be, proud of me. They don't drink or smoke. They have stable jobs, and I've never had to worry about any financial problems. They were strict in their effort to teach me discipline and dedication to study. They never committed anything criminal, and they're respectable members of our society. My parents smoke a lot, and one of them drinks too much. Still, the best parents ever. They took great care of me. Unfortunately, not so much for themselves, but we're teaching each other. I'm not drinking or smoking, by the way. Mom used to say, how someone treats the waiter tells you everything you need to know about a person. Everything else is just gravy. So while all my friends fell for jerks and tried to rationalize their behavior, I could see it coming from our first double dates together. Saved me a lot of grief in life. Men of Reddit, what do you put in that tiny pocket in the right side front pocket of your jeans? Anything you want to get washed, because I'm guaranteed to forget about it. That's how I launder my money. That pocket is just there to taunt women because it's incredibly small and useless, but still a functional pocket. Now here's the thing. I've seen plenty of women's pants that have had that same tiny pocket and it's perfectly functional. But the normal sized front pockets are fake. My 2005 iPod Nano. I also remembered that presentation. My favorite Steve moment. Ever wonder what this pocket is for? My wedding ring, when I'm doing something with my hands that I don't want to risk damaging or losing it. When I'm at work, a USB stick. Fits perfectly, and I need it every time I change the device I'm measuring on. When not at work, it's just a thumb holder. Thumb drives while coding, actual thumbs while serial killing. Anything small I don't want to lose. Often a guitar pick. Yep, I call it my pickpocket. How many picks could a pickpocket pick if a pickpocket could pocket picks? Chapstick or a Zippo? Perfect for chapstick, then you don't lose it in the depth of a normal pocket and the cap stays on. Coins. Specifically that stupid quarter I lug around for that stupid coin lock on shopping carts. Pretty gross, but cigarette butts to throw away later. I work outside and hate littering. Drugs. Yeah, I was going to say at one point in time cocaine. It's def more of what I used to keep there for me as well, but it had to be said, haha. Keys. It keeps the keys pressed flat against you, whereas if it's in the full pocket, those keys will randomly jab out of your thigh. Lighter. Amazed this is so low. This is what I've always used it for. It's the perfect size and you never know when you'll need one. I figured that was a pocket knife pocket. Disclaimer, not a man. You're thinking like a man though, good guess. That's a pocket watch pocket. You put your pocket watch in it. What do I do with a pocket watch pocket if I don't have a pocket watch to put in the pocket watch pocket? Place a pouch of pounds or pennies in place of the pocket watch in your pocket watch pocket. Procure a pass for public portation to a peddler of pacekeeping pieces. Peruse the peddler's plethora of pocket watches until a preference is perceived. Pull the pouch of payment from your pocket watch pocket and present the pouch and purchase to the peddler. Put the pocket watch in place of the pouch in your pocket watch pocket. I hope that helps. I always fold up a £20 note for either an emergency or to get a taxi ride home after a night out. La-di-da, £20 is emergency money. What are you carrying in your wallet? $1 million? Apple stock? Talk about a fat cat. Winning McDonald's peel-off rewards. Found the Reddit account for that guy who was stealing all the winning Mickey D's winners and giving them away. Never put change in there, it's a trap, and you will spend 20 minutes trying to fish them out like a fool. Not if you have small fingers. A get out of jail free card. You never know. That cop didn't honor my get out of jail free card the last time. What gives? The real cards come from the Fraternal Order of Police. I think making a yearly donation affords them to some people. The proximity fob for my car. As long as I've got it on me, the doors unlock and I can start the car without the start button. Doors have a button on the handle to lock them as well, so I really need to get it out of my pocket. I started this week when my keyring broke, and I gotta say, I dig it. It feels much more secure, and I can't sit on it. Nothing. How on earth is this so far down? I've never put anything in that pocket and don't know anyone who does. The AirPods case fits perfectly. Same. Now I don't buy pants unless they have that little pocket. It doesn't feel right putting my AirPods anywhere else. Tell me about it. I also don't like not feeling it there. When I do the phone keys wallet check, I also inevitably check for that lump and thus have a general confidence that I won't lose them. Condoms. I can't believe this is so far down. First thing I thought of. To be fair, most Redditors don't get laid. SD cards. I'd be too afraid to break it though. I move around a lot in my job. As a camera assistant, that's usually the place I put our next roll or media card. I've been able to fit up to a red mini mag. Guitar picks. I find it more handy to store guitar picks. Whenever I put a guitar pick in there, it gets all crumpled up and hard to look at. I'm sorry. Well, see, the trick is to take pictures of your guitar onto a medium the same size as your guitar pick. Cocaine. You know the policy at work. If you're going to use, bring enough for everyone. The only time I use that pocket is at a casino. I'll put my high-value chips there when walking around. Wise. We spend lots of time tracking people that lose high-value chips and secretly despise you. Plus, if the person that picks up a lost chip is not able to be identified or refuses to pay it back, you're out of the value of said lost chip. Honestly, chapstick. I've ruined so many pairs of pants with chapstick in this pocket that I forget to take it out before the dryer. I have an old 1600s half-pence coin that I carry for good luck. Wouldn't you wear off all the markings carrying it in there all this time? It's already very worn. I found it doing a reno on an old farmhouse. I guess people had a custom of placing coins in the wall above the front door. A small pocket knife. This is all I use it for. A 3-inch folder in that pocket and sometimes a Swiss Army in the left. When Battlestar Galactica went off the air, the reboot, they auctioned off a bunch of the props. I wound up getting one of the qubits, which were the coins that they used as money. I brought it into work to show a fellow nerd who happened to have worked on the original BSG, and he happened to have grabbed a bunch of the qubits they used on the show, and he just happened to have one on him that day, so he gave it to me. So those. I carry one of those in the pocket as a good luck charm. Perfect size for a dime bag full of fun, but there's so little room for activities there. When I go for a night of drinking, I put an emergency €20 because it had been really handy in previous occasions. Yeah, that's just gonna get spent on more beer if it's in my pocket. People use that? I use it for my keys. How small are your keys? Well, small enough to fit into the small pocket, if I had to guess. The book of memes I ain't seen yet for when I'm on the toilet. Is that what you call your phone? My feelings. Hide them away. All one of them. A quarter, just in case you see a pretty lady and want to buy her a gumball. Grandma, these girls want Gucci bags, not gumballs. Sand, obviously. Gotta have a backup in case the sand in your primary pocket runs out. My key bar fits nicely in there, or I put a lighter and Swiss Army knife in there if my keys are in a different pocket. What's a key bar? It's a key organizer. You can fit other tools on it as well. I've got a knife and a pry bar or hex wrench on mine. Have you seen the size of pockets on women's jeans? You couldn't even fit air in there. Why did women's jeans change so dramatically over the last 15 years? Trends? Objectification? Torture? Post-production? I have so many questions I didn't know I needed answered until 10 minutes ago. Sometimes I'll put tiny screws or screwdriver tips when I'm working on something so I don't have to dig under the rest of the stuff in my pockets to find them. It's perfect for breath mints that you don't want to put in your actual pockets. Earplugs. Always have earplugs. Look after your ears, kids. I once ended up at a concert that was too loud without earplugs. Now they live there too. A knife or pistol magazine. What? How are you guys having such deep pockets? I've only seen ones that are about as deep as they are wide. Well, a pistol mag sticks out a bit, and a folded pocket knife just barely fits in. I fold up cash and slide it into that pocket so I don't have to open up my wallet or avoid taking my wallet altogether. I would usually carry around $20 with me at all times and keep it in there. I got into the habit of using more cash than credit. I feel like I use less money this way. When I'm at work, I used to hold a couple of bucks. I live in Canada. We use $1 to $2 coins for buying muffins from the cafe or something from a vending machine. I also put my earplugs in there when I'm not using them. It was originally made for pocket watches, so anything pocket watch size, like maybe a Wendy's Junior cheeseburger or a pocket watch. My Benchmade knife sits in there perfectly and stays separated from my phone. I keep a front pocket wallet, and I still have enough space for a Z2 350. It's to keep the knife from scratching his phone, I would think, and that's why I never put my phone in my pockets. A pen. I often need a pen for random reasons, so I put it there. How could you possibly fit a pen in there? Pens come in all shapes and sizes, bruh. I'll tell you, but it's got a story behind it. Shortly after my wife decided that she didn't want to be married to me anymore, I went up to Eureka to visit my mother. We were out walking on the beach and I found the coolest stone. The beach we went to has an abrupt drop-off shortly after the water starts and then a mound. It causes the undertow to create a tumble effect. It lifts stones up and drops them along with sand over and over and over again. Eventually, once the stones are light enough, they wash up onto the shore and chill there, where people will find their own unique one. The stone has a really cool jade coloring to it, with what appears to be quartz in the middle. I kinda saw it as an allegory to my divorce. I didn't want it, but I guess life decided I wasn't quite ready to be tossed up on the shore to be picked up by someone who could appreciate me. So it chills there in my pocket, so I can take it out and remind myself wherever I'm at that my life is far from over. And while my divorce doesn't define me, it's shaping me into the man I will become. And hopefully someone will one day cherish me for all the tumbling I've done over the years. After my best friend died, I found a pirate-style gold coin in his stuff. He took that from me after we used it as a prop in a zombie movie we made together. I didn't know he took it, and it was really meaningful to me to see that it meant something to him. So I stole it back, and I keep it in that little pocket at all times to remember him. I only seem to use it while at work. I'm a field technician. If a job doesn't seem to require a full tool belt, I'll just throw a tool or two very uncomfortably wedged in that pocket, so just I can still visually confirm they are on my person. Lol. I'll stick needle nose pliers in there every now and then to varying degrees of success. They fall out maybe half the time. Lol. Parent of a weird kid, how did you react when you realized that your kid did weird or creepy stuff? My kid is into nature documentaries. Very into nature documentaries. One day when he was 3 years old, my wife was getting his bath ready. She was bent over the tub, checking the water temperature. My son shoved his face in her butt, took a huge whiff, walked away and said, dominant female butt. I have since realized that not only is he into nature and its beasts, but he retains almost anything he sees while watching those educational shows. He's also most likely going to be a butt man. Pretty amazing that he made the connection to his mom being the dominant female though. He's not my kid, but my godson is extremely creepy. He likes to stand in his little sister's doorway while she naps and watches her sleep. I ask him why and he says It's the closest I can get to seeing her dead. He also likes to shove her fist in his mouth as far as it can go because he wants to know what suffocating is like, just in case. I'm pretty sure he'd be a serial killer if it wasn't for Mario Kart. He is 8. She is 5. He hasn't done as many creepy things lately. It was mostly right after she was born. He had a hard time adjusting. He still says the odd weird thing here and there, but nothing as bad as what I mentioned above. His offhand comments are much more innocent, such as, "I'm going to sell you on Kijiji," and "I'm going to sell you for a quarter and ask for a change," to his sister. Also, his character in Mario Kart is always Yoshi, and although he is unhealthily obsessed with the game, he's an otherwise normal 8-year-old. Can you give me the general region of the Earth that this kid is in? I'd like to avoid that area. I'm on the east coast of Canada. Most of us are pretty creepy. When I was supervising her in the bath, she stood up, dropped her washcloth in the water, stood on it to push it under the water, and menacingly whispered, "Now think about what you've done." Funny in hindsight, but at the time I was a little concerned that my daughter tried to drown a washcloth. This is really cute, actually. Guess who the weird kid in your house is? My kid is a classical musician. We're the village fools, so I have no idea where this talent came from, but he is known as the weirdo in the family. Don't get me wrong, we're very proud, and there really is nothing quite as moving as listening to The Planets live from some major performing arts center. It has been a real education for us. Alas, we really don't fit in when we attend his concerts, and we are the weirdos. Nice to see weird being beneficial or interesting, as opposed to creepy as it has been in the rest of the thread. Best of luck to him. Not my kid, but my nephew. He's 10 years old and is being taken out of school for homeschooling. He's had major trouble learning and fitting into the classroom in general. The weird kid aspect is this crush that he has on a girl in his class. I hesitate to say crush because it's full-on creepy 10-year-old stalking. His parents have had probably 30 talks with him about moving on, and that this girl does not and will not ever see him as anything positive, and that he needs to get over it. He has seen 2 different counselors who recommend he be taken out of any situation in which he might be around her, because he is completely obsessed with her. This causes him to have a panic attack because it's part of his identity. His exact words were, "If I'm not the boy who likes X, then I don't even know who I am. That's me. I'm the boy who likes X." He isn't allowed to have any type of electronics that can take pictures because he took his iPod to school and took a bunch of pictures of this girl. His parents are worried about where this will go, so to try and combat it, they've pulled him out of school and he's in serious counseling. He's a sweet kid, but does he have some major fundamental problems? Or he just found his one true love at a very young age, and 30 years down the road, after countless therapy sessions and his parents taking any and all precautions to protect her from him, he will absent-mindedly sit next to her on the subway and not notice that it's actually her until she gets up and walks into the platform. He jumps from his seat, barely makes it through the closing door, catches her by the hand, and as she turns around to see who it is, she immediately recognizes him and falls in love with his shimmering eyes. 2 weeks later, her body washes up on the shore and he's arrested for her murder. I babysat the neighbor's kids when the parents went out. The little boy, around 6, told me, "I'm going to kill Mummy," and took me to the top of the stairs where he tied string across the banisters at ankle level. I used to tie strings around things to make little trip traps when I was a kid too, but never at the top of the stairs, and I certainly never did it to kill Mummy. I hope you told that kid's parents. I don't know if it's creepy, but my son loves fat bellies. When he was younger, he used to hug people and smush his face in their bellies. He always liked our fat friends the best. He's 7 now and still keen. I have to remind him that ladies don't like being told they've got a nice big squishy belly. Oh, a future chubby chaser. Man knows he liked him thick at 7. That kid knows what he wants and how he wants it. Respect. My 3-year-old daughter loves old monster movies. I'm in the habit of putting a movie on while I clean the house. I plugged on King Kong 1933. Next thing I know, my daughter is enthralled. She can't stop screaming, "What's that? A monster!" and crying when Kong kills a dinosaur. I asked her 5 times if she wanted me to stop the movie and got an emphatic no. Since then, she's gone on to fall in love with Ray Harryhausen films and Godzilla films. She cries her eyes out every time Mothra leaves Earth in Godzilla vs. Mothra, The Battle for Earth. My wife was concerned that a 3-year-old actually enjoys crying and watching movies that make her sad or scared. I just shrugged and found some old Kong and Godzilla toys on eBay. When her friends who are girls come over, she tries to get them to play monsters. They look at her like they have no clue what she's asking. I was a weird kid myself, so my only hope is that I can convey to her that there is nothing wrong with being into things that other kids aren't. That it makes her unique and cool and interesting. My son has said that when he kills someone, he'll put their body on the train tracks so no one will know they were murdered. And then he said if anyone saw him, he'd have to put their body on the train tracks too. He was 6. I embrace his dark side. It'll help out a lot in the future zombie invasion. I embrace his dark side. It'll help out a lot in the future zombie invasion. If he doesn't somehow cause it, that is. I come home from work one night to find my darling 2-year-old blonde daughter standing at the top of the stairs staring up at the full moon in her jammies, teddy bear in hand. She should have been in bed by this time. Not wanting to scare her, I walked up the stairs, knelt down next to her, and asked her what she was thinking about. I was imagining she would say something childish like, "Is the moon really made of cheese, Daddy?" Something cute like that. Instead, she turns to face me with a very serious look on her face, and in a very serious and creepy monotone voice says to me, "We are all in the same cage." 2 years old, I nearly died of fright. I literally recoiled from her and ran back down the stairs backwards. I couldn't believe it. She said a few more creepy things like that, but it stopped after a while. That was 12 years ago. She has since turned into a very happy and well-adjusted teenager who is only slightly in league with Satan. We got a philosopher here. I've told this story once before on a similar thread, so here goes. My kid hid a dead animal. It's escaping me what kind it was, either bird or squirrel. He kept it there for a long time till it began to stink up everything. When found, I thought, am I raising a serial killer? I watched him closely for years. He's fine now, in college, good grades, etc. If he's a serial killer, I have no idea. I can think of lots of possible explanations for this, most of which don't involve psychopathy. Your kid might have found the bird and did a kid version of giving it a proper send-off. Or maybe they did accidentally kill it and were so overcome with remorse and guilt that they were afraid to tell you about it. I actually did this once when I was given my first BB gun, killed a sparrow, and was immediately sick, and I still can't shake the guilt. Haven't killed anything since, and I think this experience actually changed me for the better by giving me a taste of what it is like to kill something at such a young age and discovering how thoroughly horrible it made me feel. Of course, I also get teary when I see a dead animal on the side of the road. My kid has been the weird kid since about 2 years old. His favorite bedtime stories were the user manuals to my appliances. At 3, he became obsessed with human biology and would watch open heart surgeries on YouTube. He was also obsessed with vacuums for 4 years. He would spend hours in department stores demonstrating to shoppers how to use them. At 5, his summer plans was to teach himself mechanical engineering and physics. I could go on. When he turned 3 is when I started to suspect he was different. He was my firstborn, so I had no idea if he was developing normally or not. His thirst for knowledge became extreme, and I didn't understand how to handle him. So at 4, I sent him to a child psychologist. I was terrified my son would have a nervous breakdown, because although he was so young, he never once in his life played. All he did was learn. The psychologist made it clear to me that he was gifted, but that I had to force him to play. Otherwise, he would develop OCD and other disorders. I'm trying to make this short. He is 8 now and still different, but he does play. Sometimes. I'm happy he is who he is, but I can see that he has a difficult life ahead of him. He doesn't have many friends, mainly because he would rather discuss the news than some new game or toy. I can say this though, I don't think I'll ever meet another human being who is anything like my son, and I love that about him. He is going to be a millionaire if you foster that talent. He's unbelievably interested in bugs of all sorts. In second grade, his class was learning about bugs and their body parts, thorax, abdomen, etc. His test asked him to circle all the pictures of bugs that had mandibles. He got a point off for not circling a mosquito. He went and talked to the teacher and told her that the mosquito has a proboscis, not a mandible. She gave him the point back. My cousin is creepy. Smashed his pet hamster to death around age 5 with a toy fire truck. 5-year-old kids should not have unsupervised access to hamsters. Bad parents. Yeah, kids don't understand the concept of death. People who work for airlines. What are secrets passengers don't know? Passengers have no idea how complicated a flight is from a pilot's perspective. Let me walk you through it. We show up around an hour before the flight and get the paperwork. Is the weather okay? Is the forecast for the destination going to be above our minimums? Is it above minimums but requires an alternate airport to be listed in case the weather doesn't go quite as planned? What equipment is broken at the airport that might affect these minimums? How about the departure airport? Do we need to plan for an airport to go to if we take off and have a problem, but can't get back to our departure airport due to weather, slippery runways, etc.? How about the aeroplane? Is everything working? Certain systems are allowed to be broken. Are there any of those on this flight? How will it affect us? How will it change the weather minimums we checked out earlier? Where is my first officer and the flight attendants? I guess they must be at the aeroplane. I'll go there. Nope, they're not at the aeroplane. It's getting close to boarding. I'd better find them. Called scheduling, they said that they are on an inbound flight that just arrived, but on the opposite side of the airport. It'll be 10 minutes for them to swim their way through the terminal. I'll do the walk around while I wait. What's that on the belly? Must be hydraulic fluid. That's about all that there is around here. I better call maintenance. First officer and flight attendants are here now. That's good, but we're 10 minutes past boarding now. Maintenance shows up and checks out the mystery fluid. It is hydraulic fluid, they say, but it's old. They wipe it off. If you see any more when you get to your destination, let us know. Probably just spillage from when they serviced the hydraulics last. Tell the gate agent we're ready to board. It's 10 minutes to departure time now. 5 minutes pass. No passengers get on. A passenger is being wheeled down the jetway in an aisle chair, a narrow wheelchair designed to fit in the aisle of the aeroplane. Takes 5 minutes or so to get him situated. The rest of the passengers file on. Meanwhile, the first officer's getting our clearance. Bad news, there is a ground stop at our destination. We can't leave, and we don't expect any more information for 30 minutes. Not that we can leave in 30 minutes, just that we will get an update in 30 minutes. The passengers have all filed on at this point. I make an announcement apologizing for the slight delay in boarding. We needed to have maintenance come out to check something, but we're all good in that regard. Unfortunately, ATC is telling us that we cannot depart due to weather and traffic. We will know more in 30 minutes. You can hear the grumbles from the cockpit. 30 minutes pass, during which the first officer and I get the checklists done as far as we can and get to know each other a bit. After all, I've never seen this guy before in my life. There are thousands of pilots at this airline. We don't all know each other. The first officer calls to find out about the update. Good news, you can leave, but you have to be airborne in 5 minutes. We're still at the gate with no engines running. Can we get them both started, run the checklists, and taxi to the runway in 5 minutes? Better have a go at it, otherwise we might miss our slot. We scramble and get it done. We take off 40 minutes late. Not too bad, considering the situation. Halfway through the flight, we see a group of thunderstorms on the radar right along our route, blocking it and any options to the left of it. We ask ATC for a deviation to the right to get around that line. Unable due to traffic, is the reply. Great, now what? Center. We can take higher or lower if needed, but we need a deviation to the right. Spud Monkey 17. Descend and maintain 14,000, passing 16,000, deviations to the right up to 20 degrees approved. Advise when direct to wherever. We're still 2 hours from our destination. If we descend to 14,000 feet, are we going to have enough fuel? A quick punch in the flight management system and we do, but barely. If anything else happens, we're going to have to go to plan B. Luckily, nothing else goes wrong and we land. Although the extra weather deviations and lower altitude result in another 10 minutes added to the flight. We land 50 minutes late. We park at the gate and open the cockpit door. Various comments come in from the passengers, ranging from the most common, an apathetic thanks, to the occasional "this is why I don't fly your airline," or any other variation of it. The plane is empty and we have to start the process all over again for the next flight. The problem now is that we didn't start it all 1 hour before departure. It's departure time now, and the gate agent is asking if you're ready to board. So you haven't even looked at the paperwork yet. You want to be a pilot? I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm merely meant to answer the "what's something people don't know" part of OP's question. People tend to think that the pilots just roll in at leisure and hit the autopilot button. I'm meant to educate those people a bit. My situation is hypothetical, the numbers are arbitrary, but the point still stands. This is not an abnormal day for a pilot. It's not a good day, but it's not a bad day either. Throw in a diversion or a ramp with no gates approaching the passenger bill of rights times for being held hostage on an aeroplane, and things get a lot more interesting. Like we want to keep you on the aeroplane? Yeah, because we're evil like that. Some airlines don't pay pilots or flight attendants for flights that cancel, which doesn't sound so bad until you start thinking about the safety implications of it. A little short on the rent this month? Well, then I don't see that hydraulic leak. I can't afford to have that flight cancelled. Child needs to see the doctor. Maybe I don't report the torn up carpet that you might trip on in an evacuation, because carpets take too long to replace, so the flight would cancel. Not saying this happens all the time, because most crews are true professionals and can put their job ahead of their paycheck, but it happens enough to give you the goosebumps. Throw in some seriously low pay, sub $20,000 a year for many first-year pilots, and you've got a subtle incentive to overlook safety issues. $20,000 a year starting? Man, I pull in twice that and I'm an unskilled laborer. You're able to unlock airplane lavatories from the outside. There is usually a lock mechanism concealed behind the no smoking badge on the door. Just lift the flap up and slide the bolt to unlock. Now I can open the door on people in a stall smaller than a phone booth while I'm surrounded by people. Thanks, guy. Bring an unopened bag or box of chocolates for the flying crew, especially long flights. They'll treat you like a king for the whole flight. How does one execute this chocolate handoff? Like when you first board? I've never bribed anyone. There's always at least one at the front of the plane to greet you. Hand them the chocolates and say, "This is a long flight. You're going to need something to stay sweet." Boom! Their panties are wet and so is your scotch glass. My sister is a flight attendant. She says after she tells everyone to turn off all electronics, she goes to the back and pulls out her phone and starts texting. Electronics do absolutely nothing to a plane. Your phone or iPad or laptop isn't going to make the plane magically drop out the sky. It's not going to suddenly make the navigation system go offline. Planes have triple redundancy in every system. Also, all of the sensitive electronics are so heavily shielded against the radiation that the atmosphere produces, which is several factors stronger than your iPhone, so you don't have to worry. Source: I'm an aerospace engineer, and also the guy that texts from 35,000 feet. I used to be an aircraft mechanic. You would be amazed at what you don't really need to make a plane fly. Example? Pilots. Basically, most systems are redundant. Radio is out? Cool, you have another one. Depending on the aircraft and flight characteristics, radar doesn't even have to work. I doubt that any airline could put one in the air without radar, but it is possible in some cases. We used to let planes fly without non-essential instrumentation or secondary nav systems all the time. We'll probably get buried, but I am an aircraft fueler. Now, one thing I cannot stress enough is how your pets are treated. While your airline will take the best possible actions, some things cannot be avoided, like the noise on the ramp. I cannot stand out there without ear protection, and imagine your pet sitting out there on the ramp waiting to be loaded onto the plane, being exposed to the same amount of noise I am. Please, people, think twice before flying your pets. Flying with pets is sometimes unavoidable. Now, I am in no way saying that flying your pet makes you a bad owner. Just bear in mind the conditions that they will be experiencing. They might need some extra cuddles when they get back. A lot of baggage handlers I have seen are really good about pets, but not everything. The people that are moving your pets onto the plane are not very well paid, at least what they deserve. Every airline is different. Check with your airline and see what their pet policy is, and ask about any VIP or in-cabin options. While not the best, it may be comfortable for your pet. The people who I have seen that look after your pet before they are loaded onto the plane are really great guys and love what they do. Again, results may vary from airport to airport. Aerospace fastener production here. Nobody ever asks what is actually holding the plane together. Don't worry about it. Duct tape and good wishes. Went skydiving once, and the plane wings had duct tape and electrical tape everywhere, inside holding the upholstery on too. The pilot was pretty cool. We were chatting about it later. After we got in the air, he saw a lot of people pointing to the tape and made an announcement over the headphones that he's the only one allowed to worry about the duct tape because he's the only one without a parachute. Fun fact, the plane crashed a few weeks later and there were some fatalities. I was a ramp agent for Delta. A lot of freight gets shipped on commercial flights. One of these items were always called HR on the radios. HR was an abbreviation for human remains. Some people die far away from where they want to get buried. They are packed in a wood-framed box, so you would never know what was inside except by the strange shape of them. They were a problem to handle. People weighed a bit. Add a casket and shipping container, and you're looking at anywhere from 250 to 400 pounds. Also, the bin doors tend to be pretty narrow. Wrestling these things out of the plane was always a giant pain. HR in the middle bin of a mad dog, MD-90. But what if the plane went down? Sir, there were 92 people on board when the plane took off, but there are 93 bodies. It was a terrorist. They then proceed to shut down every airport within 6,000 miles. When a plane is landing at night, they dim the interior lights in case you need to evacuate upon landing. Your eyes are already adjusted to the darkness, so you'll be able to see better once outside the plane. I always thought it was so you'd fall asleep just as the ground violently comes up to meet you. If you give us flight attendants your magazines, we will love you. My dad's been an airline pilot for almost 20 years, and apparently planes get struck by lightning all the time. Also, if a passenger is causing a scene in the jetway, he can refuse to let them on and take off without them. What's the laziest thing you've ever done? Changed my Netflix account to allow instant viewing so I could watch a movie I already owned on DVD without getting up from the couch. I actually do this a lot. I convinced myself it's because Netflix is HD streaming and my DVDs aren't in HD, but I know deep in my heart it's because the entire act of DVD retrieval is a pain. And I recently got Apple TV, so in addition to my Blu-ray player, I now have 2 devices that stream Netflix to the same TV. I just use whichever remote is closer to me. Not me, but my cat will sometimes walk over to the food bowl, flop over onto his side and use his paw to scoop food into his face. I'm glad you clarified it wasn't you. I think I would have enjoyed it more if I hadn't known it was the cat. The convenience store near my house shut down and moved directly across the road. I decided to give up my lifelong addiction and quit smoking because I hate crossing roads. I'm at 11 months now, so it turned out to be a good thing. I should mention the reason I hate crossing roads. The whole thing is the epitome of a first world problem. So you want to cross a road. You go up to the pedestrian crossing and press the button. Then you just stand there. As you stand there, you are of two minds. The first is that you could look for a gap in the cars and run across, or wait like a good citizen for the green walking man and then cross. The cars then attain a chaotic duality. Some of them will have a consistent speed, and some of them will be traveling at the speed which makes you think, well, he's pretty slow, but you hesitate for a split second, within which it has covered enough distance to make you stop. That moment has cost you a gap in which you could cross. Alright, next gap. But by that time, you're wondering whether enough time has passed for the red traffic lights to come on, which means that if I do run across and the traffic lights turn red after that, they will have stopped for no reason. The pedestrian crossing button cannot be cancelled, so now I am obligated to wait. At last, the green walking man appears and I may cross. But there are cars on either side of me, and they are all probably looking at me as I cross. My face gets hot. I get flustered and I feel guilt and shame. The busier the road, the more intense the feeling. Also, the less busy the road, the more intense the feeling, because in either case, I've made these people who were probably cruising along happily towards their destination. But along comes this pedestrian who wants to cross the road, interrupting the entire flow and rhythm that they've spent time achieving. Which is why I'm sure they're looking at me as I cross, their eyes shooting daggers and murder. Not only do I get flustered, I feel like I'm not walking fast enough for their approval, and I often stumble because my brain has not communicated the urgency of crossing fast enough to my feet, and there is a dexterity mismatch. At last I reach the other side of the road. Now I am conscious of myself. I could walk towards the convenience store, but they might judge me for it. He stopped me so he could go to a convenience store, probably to buy cigarettes. He looks the type. So I am tempted to wait for the traffic lights to turn green so that they can go away, but that involves lingering, which is probably worse. They'll think that I crossed the road for no reason at all. But there are a few seconds where I do linger, because in those few seconds I think it's a good idea, but after those few seconds I have realized how silly it is, and once again my brain and feet fail to communicate and I stumble again. At last I get to the convenience store. It's no safe haven either. Did the convenience store owner see what I did? Can he read minds? Does he know what just happened? I buy my cigarettes. And that's where you would think the ordeal has come to an end, but no, you are sadly mistaken. As I exit the convenience store, I realize that now I have to repeat all of those steps as I go back exactly the way I came. I threw my remote at a lamp to shatter the bulb so that I didn't have to get up before bed to shut it off. You should invest in clap-on lights. Bought a new package of underwear so I could postpone having to do laundry for another 5 days. My wife was disgusted one day when she found out I had worn the same pair of underwear for 3 days. I told her I could wear the same pair for a month if I wanted to. The look of disgust on her face at that statement was all the incentive I needed to take on the challenge. I went an entire month wearing only one pair of underwear. She was not impressed. In my first year of uni, I found a walking stick and kept it in my room. It was the perfect length so that from my bed I could use it to poke my TV to turn it on, to flick the light switch on and off, to turn on the heating and to open the window. I felt rather lazy, sitting there jabbing at things with the walking stick because I couldn't be arrested to move from my bed. Lest people think I robbed it from someone who actually needed it to walk with. The only reason it was in our flat to start with was because my flatmate's boyfriend left it. A flatmate's brother had robbed a load of coke from a flatmate's boyfriend, we used to call him Steptoe, and fled up north to hide in our flat. Flatmate told Steptoe where he was, so Steptoe came up from London with the walking stick, intending to use it to batter his girlfriend's brother. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the coke had been sold and the cash spent on crack and a prostitute, and he'd hopped on a ferry to Belfast. Steptoe moped back to London, after squatting in our flat for a few days, much to my displeasure, and forgot his stick. So yeah, that was a bit of a long way of saying the stick's previous owner hadn't been using it to walk with. It's not like I mugged a granny for it. I put my clothes in the laundry basket, even if they're clean, because I don't want to hang them back up. Why don't you just throw them on your bed and sleep on them for a week like a normal person? I can't be bothered to fix my car window, so it only goes up halfway. People ask what I do when it snows or rains. I say, I get wet. In college, I lived at my grandparents' house. My grandmother would always wake me up so I wasn't late for my first class. Thanks, Gram. I'd get up begrudgingly and drive toward campus. I go to my friend's apartment next to campus. He's in the same class. Sometimes we would walk to class together, except most days I would bid him farewell as I lie in his bed as he went to class and get another couple hours of precious sleep. Meanwhile, my friend would announce to the class that I was still sleeping in his bed. Note, my bed is right next to my window. I couldn't be bothered to sit up and look outside my curtains, so I looked up the local forecast on my laptop. In college, my roommates and I were in our respective beds and wanted to watch TV, but the remote was on my desk, which neither of us could reach. However, I was able to reach the phone. I called my friend who lived beneath us and told her she needed to come upstairs ASAP, as if there was some sort of emergency. When she opened the door, I politely asked her to hand me the remote. I think if I were in her situation, I'd grab the remote and walk out with it, then hide it somewhere with an elaborate set of clues leading to it, and make you decide whether you want to expend the effort to find it or the effort of changing stuff on the TV without it. I set up the fingerprint scanner on my work computer so I don't have to put my breakfast sandwich down to log in. A buddy of mine has a fingerprint scanner that only works for his big toe. He never wears shoes or socks at his computer, so he just does that. Pretty genius, if you ask me. I set up surveillance cameras around my cube so I don't have to turn around when people are talking to me. The power went out, so instead of setting the time on my alarm clock, I stayed up until midnight and plugged it in. But how did you know it was midnight? Sometimes I use mustard in my sandwiches, even though I'd rather use mayonnaise. Why? Well, the mustard is in a squeezy bottle, but the mayonnaise is in a jar, and I don't want to dirty a knife. You know they sell mayo in squeeze bottles now. Pissed in a bottle so I didn't have to walk to the bathroom. I had a friend in college who was too lazy to walk down the hallway to the bathroom, so he just started peeing in Mountain Dew bottles. But his laziness didn't stop there. He never wanted to take out the trash, so he would just collect the Mountain Dew bottles above his fridge until maximum capacity was reached. Then the brilliant idea hit him. He can store more piss in a lager container, and that's when he started peeing in milk jugs. He eventually cleaned it up when he hired a girl he liked to come over to clean his room. He didn't want her to see his piss bottles, so he pre-cleaned by tossing them all in the dumpster out front, all 15 bottles and a few gallons of milk jugs. I honestly thought this story was going to end up with someone drinking from one of those bottles. I hate ordering food on the phone, so if a place doesn't have online ordering, I won't order from them. That sounds more like social anxiety than laziness. Couldn't be bothered to install a game I had bought on Steam, so I played solitaire. Broke up with her over text. Her reply, "Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing and was about to text you about it. You are perfect for each other. One day you'll both realize it, but neither of you will get around to calling the other." I got sick of having to get up and walk to the other side of the room to turn off the light when I was done reading at night. So I spent 2 hours rigging a device where I could pull a string from my bed and have it turn off. I was proud of it until my cousin remarked that I had spent more time rigging the device than I would ever have spent getting up and turning off the light. Necessity is the mother of invention. Friend and I were walking back from Wendy's. He would take sips of Sprite and then just spit it out. When questioned, he said, "I'm too lazy to swallow." I'm so ashamed for saying this, but the door has been opened and I'm walking through. That's what she said. Leaves with head down. When in bed, I'll use my older laptop, which is next to the bed, to remote desktop my superior laptop, which is on my desk. Why? So I don't have to move to change the music. Yesterday I set up my Android to be able to remote my laptop just so I would never have to extend my arm again to pause or control the volume, etc. Your laziness seems reasonable. I put an essay project for a college class off to the last minute. When I realized I had to compose 10 pages over a weekend, I decided I'd rather just not go to that class anymore. 10 pages over an entire weekend? Just realizing that at 9 p.m. the night before the paper's due for a class that starts at 9 a.m. and then get back to me. 2 days is usually more than enough time to pull off an A assignment. Just enough time to get to the library to do research, put your thoughts down on paper, and then proofread or make changes to polish it up. One of my family's cats likes to go inside and outside pretty much all the time. I rigged up a door closer using a remote-controlled car and trained my cat to open the door by himself. Now I don't have to leave the couch if he wants in or out. Now that I think about it, seems like a lot of work, but the energy saved by not having to constantly get up, open and close the door and walk back has paid off. This isn't me, but a friend told me this. He leaves his door unlocked when he orders food for delivery. When the delivery guy rings the doorbell, he yells for them just to come in. And when they enter the apartment, he yells from his bed, "I'm in the bedroom, you can just bring it here." He has them bring the food into his room, leave it on the bed, and he pays them from his bed. That's not just lazy, it's creepy. If I was delivering something and a dude was screaming for me to enter his bedroom, I'd drop it and run. "Pizza delivery guy here." I would only do this if it was a female voice. Men of Reddit, what are some telltale signs that a woman is creepy? When she starts taking offense to doing anything without her involvement. I had one girlfriend who insisted that she be with me for any outing. Watching movies with friends, having dinner and drinks with the guys. She always found a way to come along. When I asked why she was so insistent on going everywhere with me, she said she wanted to make sure I wasn't talking to any other girls, and shortly after told me to cut off contact with every girl I regularly talked to, which really just signaled a huge jealousy or insecurity problem. I told her I wasn't going to do that, and to be assured that I chose her to be in a relationship with. If I wanted anyone else, I would not have signed up to be with her. That didn't stop her though. One day I went out to have a barbecue with the guys without her, and noticed on the way there and on the way home a car was following me. It was her, making sure that there weren't any other girls I was talking to. I broke it off with her after that. After a few days of her sending a constant bombardment of angry texts, she finally left me alone. You dodged a bullet. Possibly a real bullet. This girl I met on Tinder had me take her out to a restaurant and then switched tables with her friend. They had been on blind dates and decided to switch. Her friend was not as attractive and I was very uncomfortable. After ordering my food, I went to the bathroom for about 10 minutes to contemplate my exit strategy. When I got back, they had both left. The other guy asked if he could sit with me, so we had dinner and he ate his date's enchiladas. It was actually kind of fun after they left. This turned out way nicer than expected. Outright refusing to believe that a guy might not be into her advances. I've seen a woman stare in bewilderment at her boyfriend after he had to repeatedly remove her hand from his crotch because she couldn't comprehend that he didn't feel like getting felt up in a public area. I've also had a middle-aged woman throw a tantrum because I wouldn't buy her a drink when I, 22 at the time, was at a bar, while I was with my parents and some visiting family members. My ex would freak out and throw things and scream at me. That's not the disturbing thing. She would forget about it, hit reset and act like it didn't happen the next day, over and over. I started filming her episodes to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. That's called gaslighting. It's a form of emotional abuse, and I most often see people who are very, very insecure deep down use it. It's prominent with borderline personality disorder. I wouldn't always assume it's intentional gaslighting, but for those with BPD, there is major memory lapses throughout life and during a manic psychotic episode. In high school, there was a girl who liked me. She ended up carving my name into her foot. Soulmate! in my experience, constantly talking about how people don't get them. All of their exes are crazy. I only hang out with guys. I am a girl, and I'll add to this that any girl who has several ex-best friends all related to some sort of drama or constantly says how she hates drama is very likely the root cause of that drama. Anyone who says, unironically, I hate drama is about 40,000% likely to be the cause of said drama. She'll joke about having kids before you're even in a serious relationship. I went on a couple of dates with this one girl who had mentioned how much she wanted kids. Nothing unusual, pretty common actually. I'm looking forward to being a dad one day. Then she started sending me those weird things where you put two people's pictures together and see what their kids would look like. One time would be quirky, but she sent me a different one every morning for a week. I broke it off when I realized I hadn't even given her a picture of myself. That last sentence was like a horror movie. Met this girl in church group in middle school. We got to know each other because of the group, but didn't really become friends or anything. I stopped going when I went to high school and never talked to her for 3 years. She commented on an FB status I had and we got to chatting, and I agreed to hang out the next weekend. I asked if we should invite other people in our old church group since I hadn't seen any of them in a while, and she said no. I thought this was because she liked me and wanted to hang out with me, so I was flattered. I kept talking to her throughout the day. The next morning I woke up at around 10 a.m. to about 7 to 8 missed calls, 2 voice messages, and countless text messages from her. I was pretty creeped out by then. The nail in the coffin was one of the messages I got was from an old friend from the church group asking me if I'd talked to that girl. I was confused how my friend knew I talked to this girl the day before. It turns out the girl started messaging my friends asking when I wake up in the morning and why I hadn't messaged her back. That went from, oh yeah, I'm going on a date to, nope, overnight. I had a boss who acted like I could do no wrong. She praised me and thought I was the best. Then one day, like a switch, she turned on me. She acted like I was the spawn of Satan. I don't know how I didn't lose my job. Somehow I weaseled my way out of that mess. Then I noticed she does the same thing with all her new men employees. I don't take well to obsessive praise anymore after her. Obsessive praise is never a good thing. I'm a girl. I just went on this thread to nervously check if I'm creepy. Well, are you? Surprising, but apparently not. I had a girlfriend who yelled at me for spending $9,000 on my mountain bike instead of on her. I raced professionally, and I took her out to dinner at least 3 times a week and got her gifts all the time. Plus, we got to travel the world thanks to sponsors, but the one purchase for myself was just too selfish. Literally my roommate's girlfriend. He takes her out to dinner 3+ times per week, travels 50 miles every week back and forth to visit her at school, buys her jewelry and nice things, etc. Yet the one time he couldn't make it to her school for a visit, she called him to scold him for his selfishness and then broke up with him via text. The saddest part is that he drove all the way to her school that night to talk to her about it, and she fell asleep before he arrived. So he had to sleep in a parking lot in his car overnight until she woke up. Somehow they're still together. It makes me mad because he deserves so much better. When she puts a phone in your trunk on top of your spare tire to track you via GPS. I don't use my trunk, she knew that. She hooked it up to the 12-volt charger in my trunk and put a tracking app on the additional line she bought. I only discovered it when I had a blowout and had to use it. When I questioned her about it, she said she had trust issues. But good news, every time I told her I was somewhere, I was at that place, and we broke up after that. The story had a happy ending for me. It was a toxic relationship, but my next relationship was with the woman who became my wife. We will be celebrating our 8th wedding anniversary in a couple of months. I sometimes wish I had been able to help my ex. She had quite a few good qualities, but the suspicion, insecurity, and attempts to control me were too much for me to deal with at the time. It sucks when you see what someone could become, but you know they probably never will. Asking for your passwords, phone, email, Facebook, etc. as a sign of trust Nope, I have nothing to hide. However, when you think you need to have that information, it shows you already don't trust me. And anyone who asks and then says they won't use it is lying. They may not use it that day or even soon, but they will use it at some point, because the same suspicion that led them to asking for it will lead them to use it. When they know more about your errands than what you told her. Extra creepy point is she becomes angry when you deviate from your initial daily plans. Extra creepy points if she starts angrily texting you when you change your plans as your day is unfolding. This is not a situation I'm currently or have been in, but while I do have an ex, both girlfriend then friend, which ended up to be a very toxic person for me, and I'm still having some mild trust issues because of it. This is not the kind of stuff she would pull off. Well, she did stalk me on some chat room. I was a regular with a fake persona, and it should have been a wake-up call for me to run very far away. It didn't, and we ended up hurting each other a lot afterwards. She asks you your sign, then giggles, gives crazy eyes and says, "We're compatible." Run. Just run. When she has decided you are her best friend after being around you for only an hour. Humble brag, your Legos room isn't that cool, Steve. She's hot, but still interested in you. Impossible. Just when you're about to hook up, you wake up. I once responded to a flatmate ad, but the criteria was single male, 30-ish years old. Turns out she wasn't looking for a flatmate, she was looking for a husband. I was always clear that she would just be a flatmate to me. Weird things included getting upset when I didn't make her aware of when I was coming home or just came home late. She slept in a pile of laundry, but the rest of the house was immaculate. I brought a girl home once. She moved from the lounge to her bedroom beside mine so she could hear what was going on. Things got super weird after that. Lots of daytime texting with nonsense questions and flat meetings. Then outright banning my friends. Then an extreme amount of verbal abuse when I moved out. She'd just come up to me and yell stuff like, "You're such a loser!" Basically, I had to start seeing another girl and she went over the edge. I always refrained from reacting. No, I never slept with her, and the boundaries were always super clear from the start. Specifying age, gender, and relationship status is pretty common for a share house, and I've spent 10 years traveling and working in different countries and see that requirement all the time. This happened in Melbourne, Australia. I just moved to there and was trying to get out of a backpacker hostel quickly. There weren't many red flags on the ad of our first meeting, but a lot was hidden from me before I moved in. The laundry was always in a pile on her bed. I have no idea if it was clean or not, but it was always there, every day. And some of you are saying, that's not weird, but I haven't seen that before or after. She wasn't ugly, but she wasn't anywhere hot enough to take the risk. When I say moved from the lounge to the bedroom, I mean she was watching TV in the lounge. We came in, said hello, went to my bedroom, and moments later we could hear her in there reading a book. We never had any conflict up until I gave her notice about moving out. She asked if it was her. It was, but I made up some things about being new to the area and wanting to be somewhere more social, closer to nightlife, etc. The girl I had started seeing was mega hot, way out of my league. The awkwardness of bringing her to that flat surely ended that relationship prematurely. When after 2 days she tells you she loves you, and also proceeds to mention that she loves your green eyes so much that if we had ever broken up, she would steal them while you sleep and keep them in a jar in her room.
Reddit, my grandma died, and weeks after cleaning out her things, I found something hilarious, shocking, or fascinating about my family. Can anyone relate? It wasn't until after my grandfather died that we found out. My father and his brothers were setting my grandfather's affairs in order, and this involved visiting various offices he had had in different premises. Over the years, my grandfather and his sons had built up quite a diverse family business centered around import or export and wholesale. One of the holdings that was listed was a stationery store that was on the 3rd story of a rather pricey building in a CBD, and that from the accounts made a surprising amount of profit. This was news to my dad and his brothers, who'd never heard of the shop despite being involved in what they believed was every aspect of the family business. Upon arriving at the stationery store, they made a surprising discovery. The store was actually a very upmarket illegal brothel. Apparently, my grandfather had been making a deal to sell the brothel because his health no longer permitted him to run it, as he had done for the past 25 years. My family finished the deal and sold the stationery store, which to the best of my knowledge continued its trade until the entire building was sold a while back and redeveloped into a shopping arcade. The brothel is now a men's clothing store. Legit, I checked it out myself and bought my favorite tie there, and funnily enough, I can now see that building from the place where I work. It's not so much something I found, but something I found out about my gran at her funeral last week. My dad read the eulogy and described how she had been waiting at a bus stop in Winchester during World War II when she saw a German V1 approaching. The engine cut out and it began its deadly descent towards her. There was no place to take shelter, so everyone dropped to the ground. The bomb went off a few feet from the bus stop. When my gran stood up, she saw nothing but rubble and carnage. She was the only survivor, coming through with a few cuts and 2 broken ribs. She dusted herself off and went to work. Keep calm and carry on. Going through my grandfather's house after he died, my parents found a small opaque pill bottle, which had been labeled on the top, Old Penis. At first, they were very hesitant to open it, but did and discovered it contained several 1-cent coins with dates from the early 20th century. My grandfather did not speak English as a first language, and if you say it out loud, it makes sense. My grandfather passed last year, and we've been making our way through his accumulated items since. He was a bit of a hoarder. One of his favorite activities was going to estate auctions and buying tons of things that nobody else wanted for literally single dollars. So he amassed quite a bit of stuff. We haven't even managed to get into the attic yet, because it is packed floor to ceiling with boxes. So far, however, we've found a bunch of interesting or awesome stuff that nobody knew he had. Back of his closet, an original, unstrung 50s Fender Stratocaster. Pops was always into electronics, apparently. According to my grandma, he read about these newfangled electric guitars and placed a pre-order. He got one of the first ones released to the public. I believe my aunt now has it in a local bank vault. Basement scrap bin, a World War II Nazi Luftwaffe belt buckle. From what my grandma says, he killed someone who was wearing it and brought it home from the war. He loved the belt, but hated the buckle. So the buckle went into a scrap metal bin and stayed there for 50 years or so. Basement rafters, 5 shotguns, 2 rifles, 3 revolvers, and a .25 caliber automatic made in France. Nobody knew they were there. Sock drawer. My great-grandpa's, one of the first NYC motorcycle cops, 1917 .38 service revolver, and 2 backup revolvers. Also his blackjacks. A 300-watt soldering iron. A Prince Albert can full of American Indian arrowheads. They were building a reservoir across from his old house in the 50s. Every day he'd go across the street after work and pick them up out of the tilled earth. There's too many other weird things to list. This is all that comes to mind at the moment. My pop-pop died a few years ago at the age of 86. He was a great man and served his country as a navigator during World War II, which he never discussed, and later as a high school teacher and principal in the Midwest. He had 2 daughters, my mother and my aunt, both of whom he loved unconditionally. He never went a night away from my grandmother after coming back from the war. He said he'd done enough of that to last the rest of their lives, and shortly before his death, they celebrated their 63rd wedding anniversary. After his death, I found a couple of cool things in his keepsake chest. A signed photo and personal letter from Jimmy Stewart, who had served in his battalion in the Air Force. Didn't know that prior to his death. And a GPS unit. The GPS unit had been a gift from my mother some years before, because he loved gadgets and was still a navigator at heart. The GPS unit had gotten him involved in some treasure hunts with other navigators, who basically picked a spot in the middle of nowhere, buried a box with a trinket, and then sent someone else to find it, using only the coordinates provided. They would then exchange the trinket left by the previous person with a new treasure and record who had been there and what was left. Unbeknownst to us, my grandfather had left a box buried on our property in Vermont. He lived in Texas during his last visit some 5 years earlier and left us directions to find it. When we tracked down the box using the GPS after his death, the box opened up with personalized compasses for each of his family members, with the inscription, "Not all those who wander are lost." When I was younger, I helped clean my grandmother's house before she had to move. I then discovered a cupboard filled with an assortment of jars and bottles. A lot of these things seemed like Asian medicines. Bottled ginseng, random roots preserved in alcohol, that kind of stuff. She even had a jar of wine with baby rats in it. However, that wasn't the oddest thing in there. One large jar had this stark red, thick liquid in it. It was labeled in Chinese, which I couldn't read at the time. I brought it to my mother and asked her what it was. She gave me this look and told me not to tell anyone, which I suppose I just broke that promise. Apparently, the translation of the Chinese characters read as black people blood. No clue what it was for, but like every ancient Chinese remedy, my guess it's for stamina. I found a letter my dad had written to the court-appointed psychologist during my parents' divorce from 10 years ago. Two most shocking things I found was that I was tested for HIV when I was 5 because I was having oral surgery, and they tested my parents' blood to make sure it was okay in case I needed blood. My mom tested positive for HIV. She still hasn't told my brother and I. Also, my dad described that when they found his brother's body when he had a heart attack, they couldn't actually take the body because it had decomposed too much. He had a heart attack, and no one found him for a week or so. He mentioned that he was the only person who knew the coffin was empty during the funeral. I remember asking him why it wasn't open casket. My parents, along with my mom's mother and stepfather, Grandpa Joe, used to go up to a cottage in the summer. It was a place where you could rent a cottage and a boat for a week or weekend, and we went up there a couple times a summer. My dad and Grandpa Joe used to go fishing there every time we went up, getting up at the crack of dawn and fishing until noon. I was never invited or interested. I was much happier playing with the other kids at the other cottages. Eventually, they got tired of renting crappy boats, so they had got their own tinny, which they stored up there year-round for a couple bucks. By the time I was 12, both my dad and Grandpa Joe had passed away, but through some fluke, the boat stayed up there, in storage without us paying. When I was in my 20s, someone figured it out, and said it had to be removed. I live in a city and don't have the funds to go to the cottage on a regular basis, or a place to store a boat, so I made a deal with the owner. For a reduced rate, some friends and I would spend a weekend at a cottage, get the boat working, and at the end of it, give it to the owners to do with as they wish. Deal done, and we headed up. After a bit of work, we got the boat going, and headed out on the lake. About halfway out, a film canister rolled out from under the seat, with 20-year-old weed in it. Some more digging uncovered a pipe that had obviously been used. About a month later, I told my mom. She smiled at me, patted me on the head, and said, "I know, Keggy. That's why he never invited you out, and why your grandmother and I used to go for long walks in the afternoon." That is so awesome in so many ways. They were able to be free and indulge, and at the same time shielded you from it. Not me, but happened to my father several years back. He had an employee whose grandpa had passed away, so she asked him to help with cleaning out her grandpa's house for family heirlooms and whatnot. He felt like being helpful, so he agreed to do so. They were cleaning out the attic when my father finds an old-looking trunk tucked away in a corner. He opens it and is quite shocked to find a KKK outfit. My father's employee was absolutely horrified, as she had always known her grandfather as a very kind and loving man. I forgot what they did with the outfit, probably threw it away, but her view of her grandfather was permanently changed from that day on. At my grandmother's funeral, her boyfriend turned up. Although this doesn't sound strange in itself, we had no idea she was seeing anyone. Her husband, second marriage and of no relation to myself, had died shortly before I was born, and as far as the rest of the family knew, she wasn't seeing anyone. The plot thickens. Shortly before her passing, I went round to visit. She answered the door after several minutes of knocking and was visibly out of breath. Later that visit, about 4 hours later, I heard a knock in a walk-in cupboard behind her sofa. I tried to investigate, but was promptly told that it was just the ironing board falling over and not to worry. I told my family about this, but being 13 years old, they didn't think too much of it. Fast forward to 3 months after her death, my aunt, in a particularly low moment, trying to feel closer to her mother, started reading some of the newer entries in her diary. It turns that my surprise 7-hour visit interrupted a particularly passionate bout of bumping uglies, and in the heat of the moment, my grandmother shoved her boyfriend into the closet and told him to wait there until the coast was clear. Apparently, she didn't want the family to find out about him, as he was married and of particularly high social standing in the local area. I found an old newspaper with my grandma's face in it. She was being arrested for armed robbery. That's why she missed my 3rd birthday. Poor Granny was trying to get some cash to buy you the best 3rd birthday gift ever.
What's something common from your childhood that will seem strange to future generations? Computer rooms. One room for the one desktop computer in the house that the whole family had to share. Compounded with dial-up internet. This also meant you couldn't be online if someone wanted to make a phone call. At least if your family was well off enough to have cell phones yet. Man, I'll never forget playing Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction on the family computer, and being about 5 melee attacks from killing Nightmare Diablo as a solo melee druid, only to have my mom answer a call from her sister in Arizona and me getting disconnected. Ah, the days of dial-up. Using a payphone to call home to tell them what time I'll be home. Smoking sections. My parents were cigarette smokers when I was a kid, so when we went out to dinner, we would sit in the smoking section, which sucked as a little kid, everything all hazy and smelling of stale smoke. Ugh, turns my stomach thinking about it now. One time we flew to Florida and sat in the smoking section of the plane. Blows my mind to think about it now. People could not only bring lighters and matches onto a plane freely, they could use them too. That just blows my mind that this was a thing at one point. I can't imagine that. I remember when I was a kid and smoking sections became a thing. Before that, everywhere was a smoking section. Fake cigarettes for children, made out of chocolate or bubblegum. Even to adult me, this seems strange. I remember being able to buy the ones that were bubblegum, but wrapped in paper that looked like a cigarette. And if you blew through them, it had enough powder that would blow out like smoke. The early 90s were a flawless time. There's no way that would fly today. Using inputs other than HDMI for TVs, specifically RCA and coax cables. Just last month, I had to hook something up and I asked for AV cables, and there weren't any to be found. That's when I realized that it was just hooked up with an HDMI cable. I'm not even that old. iPods, they were everywhere, and now people just use their phones for music. Or even Walkmans and Discmans. This thread is easily straight up. Without telling your age, tell us how old you are based on your childhood. Anyone on cassettes? The nostalgia train is strong. You watch the TV show at the time it was broadcast. If you miss it, it may be a rerun the following summer, or the show may go into syndication after 5 years. In a similar vein, TV shows with up to 39 episodes per season. Riding my bike for hours and getting lost on purpose so I can explore. Having to physically rewind VHS and audio tapes. Remember putting a bit of tape over the gap on the VHS so you could tape over something? Also those Corvette-shaped VHS rewinders. CDs. People will wonder why we used to fire lasers at mirrored plastic to store data. It was cheap at the time to produce them in mass, but now that we have USBs and the iCloud, they are pretty useless, except for the very specific applications. Going over to a friend's house and just ask if he can come out and play. I feel like in the future, or even now, they would just send a WhatsApp message. Me. Grammy must have her cell phone off. I'll try calling her on their house phone. My kid. The house has its own phone? Me. I mean their landline. Like, not a cell phone. The phone attached to the wall. My kid. Why would you attach a phone to the wall? You're so weird, Mama. Kids don't even know the existence of a house phone. I still have one in my house. There was a kid that came into my store today. He was around late teens, early 20s maybe, looking for a house phone. I told him where they were and he asked, "What do I need?" I just need Wi-Fi, right? Took a while to explain he needed to set up a separate service. Square School Pizza was banging. You mean that piece of cardboard with soft plastic cheese and hard plastic pepperoni cubes? OG Game Boys without a backlight. You're screwed if you didn't have the light attachment if you wanted to play at night. They'll never know the struggle of being in the car and only being able to play for 2 seconds at a time when you pass a street light. Sitting by the radio for hours, waiting for my favorite songs to come on so I can record them onto cassette tapes. A lot of times the DJ would talk over the intro, but you still pressed record because you wanted to at least get all the lyrics. We had Apple Wars. As kids, we would board up our own barn with boards and tons of nails, stockpile crab apples for weeks, use garbage can lids as shields, collect rotten eggs, and make a nasty soup of cow patties, rotten garlic, pond water, and prepare them for the parents. They would charge the barn door and we would pelt apples at each other. A friend's dad would hook up the tractor to the barn door and tear it down. While he was attaching the chain, we would pour the nasty soup on him from the hayloft. Once they took the barn, we would jump from the hayloft to our fallback point to continue the fight. My dad would zip tie us up if he caught us, shove cow poop right in our face. People broke bones, got black eyes. As we got older, the parents stopped because we were getting too big and a girl broke her collarbone jumping from the hayloft. More than just future generations would find that weird, present and past too. You guys are straight up weird, man. Floppy disks. You mean save icons? Dial-up internet. Thank goodness those times finished. Imagine having to use it nowadays. Our actual web pages will never load. Going to video rental shops or whatever they are called. We used to rent a few movies almost every Friday and watch them over the weekend. I went to a family video recently and remembered how amazing it was to just walk around and see movies and games to rent. It was nostalgic. I used to get so happy whenever we could go to Blockbuster as a kid. A conversation between myself and my son when he was about 5. Ugh, I used to watch that cartoon all the time. I hated it. Well, then why did you watch it? Because it was on before my favorite cartoon. Why didn't you just put on YouTube videos until your favorite cartoon came on? Suddenly, I felt the weight of every year I've lived pressing down on my soul. Anyway, YouTube wasn't a thing until I was 24 years old. Oh, well, maybe you should have watched the DVD instead. LOL, DVDs weren't invented until I was in high school, and we couldn't afford a DVD player until after I graduated. Kid gets blue screen of death, which wasn't a thing until I was in middle school. A lack of mobility of computer data. Even 15 years ago, you had to carry your data on a floppy disk or flash drive or whatever. And if you forgot it, you couldn't remote in and access it unless you had the infrastructure to set up. Now you can log into Dropbox, Google Docs, or O365 and get it done easily. Actually having to wait to see the latest shows, and having to sit down at a specific time to see if it was live, or watch later on a VHS recording. Fads lasting more than a few months. Fads could last a lot longer when I was a kid because people didn't get burnt out on them via the internet. Waiting 2 weeks for a package in the mail. 3 to 5 days is the norm now. The idea of waiting longer than a few days will be completely alien in a few years thanks to companies like Amazon, who essentially rewrote the logistics playbook. Hey, if you're feeling nostalgic about shipping times, just order off of Wish or AliExpress or something. Honestly, I forget I bought things and then they show up weeks later. It's like bad Christmas. Cursive handwriting. I don't think kids are learning it anymore. I really enjoy writing in cursive though, and I think it helps me learn more effectively when I handwrite notes. While I don't think kids should be forced to learn it, I would like to see it offered as an elective for those who want to keep penmanship alive. Physically rolling car windows up and down. Also, I remember when I was 5-ish, my dad used to send me into the Oaken keg to get his beer while he smoked a cigarette outside. I don't think that kind of stuff flies anymore. This was the early 90s. Light Bright. Hours of fun when I was a kid. Until you spilled a container of pieces. That's why my parents kept mine at my grandma's house with her ancient short carpet. Ours was long carpet that you could lose stuff in easy. But that ancient old grandma carpet reveals every dropped toy ever, so your parents could yell at you and point at every tiny toy you forgot to put away. The floppy disk icon to indicate saving. The silhouette of a telephone receiver to indicate a breakdown SOS phone. Spending hours or days at a library trying to research a particular fact. Smacking the side of a television or other electronic device to make it work correctly. Paying for a web browser so that you had a piece of software with which you could access the World Wide Web. Flip phones, floppy disk, cassette tapes, rewinding things, those little radios that played 60-second clips of songs, weird opaque plastic footwear, shaggy shorts, pencil-thin eyebrows, plastic furniture, the inflatable kind. I can go on and on. Sega, the first Nintendo, N64, Game Boy, waiting for the next Harry Potter book to be released. Throwing metal spears with fins way up into the air to try to land them in a circle on the ground. Bicycling without safety gear. Putting the whole Little League team into the bed of a pickup to drive to McDonald's in the next town after the game. Going to a friend's house, knocking on the door, asking their parents if they could come out to play, then playing outside in the neighborhood all day long without any supervision or contact with your parents. My kids do all of that, except I poke my nose outside, check from windows. They don't notice how often I do or don't check on them. Looking back on my childhood, I think I didn't notice the small checks my parents made either. This reminded me to check, that they were twisting a swing around. Classic. Writing a letter to a friend who's moved away, mailing it, waiting 2 days for it to get to them, then waiting days or weeks for their letter back to you. Taking photos with your camera, taking the film to be developed at the store, then getting the photos back a few days later. Actually standing in line at a concert venue for the tickets to go on sale so you can get front row seats, or any seats. Having whole experiences or friends you have no photos of because you didn't have a camera. The film didn't process. I have no pictures of the guy I lived with at university because I didn't have a camera at the time. The roller coaster of emotions when your crush called you, but the only phone she could call you on was your family's landline, and your mom or dad answered the phone before you could get to it. And now they're asking your crush too many questions, and they won't just hand you the phone. Similar, waiting for a family member to get off the phone so you could get on the internet. Just talking on the phone for hours to crushes or friends. Does anyone talk on the phone for pleasure outside of work anymore? 151 Pokemon. I remembered when we only had 151 Pokemons, and their designs were really unique. Some based on actual living animals, not like the actual ones that are not near the creativity they used to have. Remember how creative they were? There was the brown bird that evolved into a brown bird that then became a brown bird. Then there was a brown bird that became a brown bird. Then there was the brown bird holding a stick. There was the rat that became a bigger rat, and the Pokeball that became a bigger Pokeball. There was also the super wacky ones like the magnet that became 3 magnets. Maximum creativity. What event in your life made you realize you're not as smart as you thought? I was a cashier for a couple of years in high school. One time, this guy got me to give him change for $100 without actually giving me the bill. We watched the security footage afterwards. Still couldn't figure out how the slick bastard did it. That sucks. Bet you're careful with money since. Thankfully, the store didn't make me pay for it, but I do look back on it as a humbling experience. One of 2 that stand out. The other was my speeding ticket, but that one I deserved. At a bar with some friends, and one girl said that her parents told her last week that she was in a special group for slow readers all throughout elementary school, and she never realized it. We laughed really hard until one by one we all realized we were too. So that's why I would always be pulled out of class every day and have to read with that random person. I didn't realize I spent the first 2 years of elementary school in a special speech therapy class because nearly no one could understand a word I said. Coincidentally, the classes would always make me miss reading class. Took me until high school to be on the same reading level as everyone else. There is a joke that everyone starts a physics major in college because they want to understand how the universe works, and everyone finishes feeling that they know less about the universe than when they started. Then you go on to do a PhD to show yourself that no one else really knows a lot about the universe either. Seriously, I think everyone who goes into science, particularly hard science, does so out of suspicion that they could be the next Einstein or Curie. But all those who finish are the people who realize their first year that there is no real innate genius, just people who work really hard. By my final year of my physics degree, I had finally learned to avoid the modules that advised a strong aptitude in maths is recommended. I think I started off thinking that since I was better at maths than most of my high school class, I must be categorically good at it. But 4 years of university put me right. Interactions with people who are intentionally, maliciously manipulative. It always catches me completely off guard. I'm usually really perceptive of people and situations, but I never expect or anticipate those types. When I became a social worker, my manipulation deflector kicked into high gear. You see this with lawyers and nurses too. It has become really hard to sell me stuff. Leaving school. I was always pretty smart in school, and all my teachers told me as much. But when I went out into the real world, I realized smarts are relative and just about everyone is smart in their own way. I was academically smart, but I was ill prepared to deal with mundane things in the ordinary world, like handling money, relationships, etc. Also in the American system at least, you spend the first 18 to 22 years of your life, roughly, in a system where your intelligence is ranked against other people almost precisely your age. You leave college feeling like the best because you are the smartest 22-year-old out of all the 22-year-olds. Then you start working with people 10, 20, 30 plus years older than you with all that accumulated knowledge and experience over you, and you realize you're just getting started on all the things you have to learn. When I got fired from a barista job for the second time, while on academic probation. With all my previous scholarships, skipped grades, 40 seconds Rubik's Cube solves at a young age, musical talent, it took 4 solid years of unadulterated failure to realize I had a narcissism just shy of the DSM, the study habits of a potato, the emotional intelligence of a grade schooler, and absolutely no ability to survive on my own. My self-worth was entirely based on my intelligence, so instead of expanding it properly with hard work, I held my breath and blew as hard as I could until it inflated like a balloon. Grandioso posts like this one are an example of how hard I blow. Literally experiencing this right now. I've been ducking and dodging my way through life like a chameleon, always able to fit in whatever social group I needed to advance. I was always smart enough to alter my personality to be the ideal candidate for situation X. I'm now realizing that I constructed my marriage through those same actions and have very little emotional insight because I've never needed it before. Back then it was easy because there was always another monkey bar to grab. That isn't the case anymore, and I have to actually figure out who I am before I lose my wife, who I have a deep affection for. She literally has no idea who I am. And the worst part is that I don't think I have any more insight than her. My first semester of art school. I was one of the top art kids in my high school and got accepted to one of the top art schools in the country. But of course, I'm good, right? Only problem is that now I'm surrounded by every other school in the country's top art kids. The difference between the projects and concepts we were expected to do versus what we did in high school, the art program in my high school had no money, I had to buy my own supplies at times, was astounding. Let alone that I'd never really gone through an actual critique in my life before. We had to explain our first project, make a portrait of ourselves using only duct tape. I'd never done 3D material, aside from clay projects. Most of my work at that time were drawings and paintings. It was awful. Halfway through my explanation, I'm looking around the room and realizing how childish and stunted my ideas were. No one had a thing to say. It was that bad. I went home after class and cried for hours. I love when people snicker when they hear I have a bachelor's degree in art. They obviously have never been an art major. The thing is a lot harder than anyone thinks. I thought I was good too until our advanced painting class had to build 5 4x5 canvases and complete paintings on all of them in under a month. Then, after all that work, having our professor rip us apart because our ideas were uninspired, cliche, or just downright boring. I've never come closer to hitting a teacher in my life, and then at the end of the semester still being thankful for the critique. Trying to get food out of my braces by covering my finger with my sleeve so it didn't get cut up again. Sweater got caught on the bracket and I panicked, which led me to repeatedly smack myself in the face. Medical school. Going through the first decades of my life being the biggest fish in a cup full of water. Never had to study for an exam in my life through college graduation. Nothing could have been a bigger kick in the balls than my first day of class when I realized I was already a week behind on my material. If there's any confusion or if there's any disbelief about this, I just never was challenged with something that required more than paying attention in class lecture. Knowing the material covered in classes is enough to get a decent MCAT score. And it's not as if medical school material is much harder, but there's just so much of it that you will have to put in a lot of time merely to cover it all. Not study it, that takes even more time. And it's harder. And if anyone happens to be curious, I'm not a doctor, but I hope to be one soon. Law school. Man, I thought I was well off on day one, but my first semester scores knocked that out of me right quick. I had no idea how to study because I'd never needed to, and everyone else around me was as smart as I was, or smarter. If you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. Spent 2 years writing a screenplay. I finally finished it and unleashed it onto the world. Reactions were terrible, as they should have been. Unlikable, protagonist, boring story. What was I thinking? All of my unchecked confidence was drained in a day. I felt like such a fool, because I was. I teach creative writing and I just wanted to say, no matter how awful you think your screenplay was, it's still great that you finished it. A lot of people don't have the guts or discipline to even get that far. Not saying you should pat yourself on the back and be done with it, but don't feel like one bad screenplay is a reason to stop if you're passionate about it. It's almost inevitable the first time you try, you're going to be bad at it. For some reason, in writing in particular, out of all of the arts, a lot of people seem to think that people with true talent will just nail it on their first try. You know that when you learn guitar, you're going to suck for a few months before you can even play Wonderwall, but for some reason, people think that if you're just destined to be a good writer, you'll be great right from the beginning. It's just not true. Keep at it if you're interested in it. During my dissertation, having a panel of experts judge your every decision is very humbling. After I defended my thesis, I was quite crushed. Man, I did not expect that level of criticism. I was sitting there answering while thinking, why did I not pick an easier committee? Afterwards, everyone was congratulating me, saying I had a great presentation and answered all the questions really well. But I simply wasn't feeling that accomplished. I was convinced one of the professors really hated me and that I'd have a tough time with my future in the field. It took me a couple of weeks to get over my post-PhD slump and almost a year to understand that professor had nothing against me and actually likes me, just had high standards, which I appreciate now. I am old enough to have read through the Harry Potter series as they were published and twice more since. Genius me only realized this week that the house name Slytherin is a play on the word slithering. Diagon Alley. Say it. Listen. Getting kicked out and being broke. Turns out I didn't deserve everything given to me. What did you do when that happened to you? I'm, asking for a friend. Manned up and split rent with a friend. Staked out some cheap food that I could eat and without going over budget. Swallowed my pride and went back to slinging pizzas. It's never about being smart, but putting in the time and actually showing up. In terms of book smarts, college, just college in general, I was the type to always have a really good memory for things I'd heard and paid attention in class. Then I had to learn to actually study and do actual papers with actual research, and everything just completely fell apart. In terms of just general feeling of intelligence though, I forget when, but someone said, the you 5 years ago was a bloody fool, and in 5 years you'll look back at yourself and realize you're a fool right now. I think it was around when I was 14, and it just stuck with me. It wasn't even a specific trigger event or anything, just a moment of key enlightenment that I've kept with me forever. Getting my first job after college. Thought I knew everything there was to know in the field. My coworkers proved I was very wrong. I can't even find a job related to my major, and I graduated last year. Spending time with a 6-year-old. What's the biggest meteorite in the sky right now? How many caterpillars turn into butterflies in a day? Why do we use the word thousand? Why not a different word? It's not a nice word. Just watch me put this Lego together flawlessly without instruction, whilst you cry over the IKEA cabinet you've been working on for a week. This is like a childlike belief that everything can be known by a human being, as you grow up and realize how little of our world is knowable. All throughout K-12, I was a whiz in math. I entered a district-wide math competition twice and got a trophy twice for my division. I was always the best and smartest guy in math in any room, and I got really cocky about it, to the point where my AP calculus teacher saw that I wasn't even studying for the AP exam. I got a 4, but I think he knew that I could probably have gotten a 5 if I really worked for it. But I never had to study for a math test ever in my life. I went to a good university, and the first math class I took, I figured I didn't need to study either. I figured I'd just ace the class and get an easy A, like I always did, since I was the smartest guy there too. The problem is that most people who major in math were the smartest guys in their class in high school. I got my first B in math ever at the end of the quarter, and I realized that I was a big fish in a little pond in high school. But in college, I was a little fish in a big pond, and I need to actually work and study to get good grades in math. Men of Reddit. What's a seemingly small gesture from a woman that actually means a lot to you? Compliments, no matter how small. It's quite nice to receive them, even if they are seldom. I always tell people, male or female, if you know of a friend that is going to the gym to work on their fitness, if you see improvement in either their physical appearance or just overall health, tell them that you noticed. You will absolutely make their day. They will probably go to the gym later on and set new personal records. Started seeing this new girl. Second time I stayed at her place. I had to work early, so I showered there before work. While I was in the shower, she got out of bed and made me a quick breakfast before I left. It was nothing extravagant, but I appreciated it so much. Warmed my heart. I like this one. Maybe it's the lack of desperation, unlike the rest of the thread. Not looking at me with disgust helps a lot. Small steps, man. Small steps. Anything. Personally, for me, Joel line from External Sunshine describes it best. Why do I fall in love with every girl who shows me the least bit of attention? Just saying my name during a response makes me feel acknowledged and welcome. This is probably going to sound weird, because it is, admittedly. But in my first ever relationship, my girlfriend and I never addressed each other by our name. We exclusively addressed each other in pet names, or, if it would be inappropriate to do that, by saying hey for attention. If we were talking about each other to a third party, we'd say names, of course, but we never said them when we were in earshot of each other. In fact, one time I overheard her use my name while bringing me up to a mutual friend, and I was stopped in my tracks processing how weird it was to hear that. This mounted when, while we were going through a rough patch and my depression was emerging suddenly and violently after a long dormant period, we had a dramatic confrontation in the rain and I was having a nervous breakdown. She held my head and looked me in the eyes and said, "I love you." Knocked my socks off. It was, at the time, the most impactful thing I'd ever heard. Of course we had said I love you a gajillion times before, but it was so different when my name was attached. It was almost like, for the entire relationship up until that point, I had yet to resolve that pre-relationship crush stage for fear of wondering if that beautiful girl even knows my name. It's weird to get so far into a life with one another and still have that tension lingering. It was like finally getting confirmation that I was real and human and recognized by the world and other people, and especially the person I loved most. If they're too busy to go out at some point, I really appreciate when girls get back to me with alternate plans. It's really exhausting feeling like I'm the only one doing all the chasing after meeting someone I like. My personal rule is, if I ask a woman out twice and she's busy, then I just assume she isn't interested as I thought. No hard feelings. I have to say, as a girl, it's most likely she's not interested, unless she thinks playing really hard to get is a good idea. If I want to actually hang out with someone but plans change or a day doesn't work, I try to find an alternate day or time, or get back to that person after a week if it doesn't plan out. Touching me. I don't even mean sexually. I mean just putting your hand on my shoulder or giving me a fist bump or something. Even in a purely platonic sense, it means the world to me. Yeah, men don't get a lot of physical contact in our culture. I used to be able to count the distance between significant touch with another person, more than just a handshake or a poke on the shoulder, in months. Nowadays, I just hug people. Dudes, gals, I hug all my friends. It's great. This one might be more personal. I grew up with a rough life. I've had to take care of myself since I was 14. I provide for myself and don't expect anything from anyone. I like giving. I'm pretty resilient to accepting gifts and favors. It's just how I am. But internally, it would be nice in my life to not break my back to get every little thing done. I think it would be so nice for like even one day if I didn't have to do everything myself. It would be nice to be taken care of, like a meal or something, maybe coffee in the morning. As a guy who takes care of my crippled mother and my non-vet stepdad who's close to death, it would be nice to get the same treatment. I'm not asking someone to be my personal slave for a day. I want them to be the kind of person who likes doing things for other people. Someone like me. It would mean the entire world to me. Kicking about the house in one of my shirts. It's just awesome. Compliment on our appearance. It's so rare, but when it happens, we remember forever. How often do you really dress well and actively try to look your best? In college, I would wear a t-shirt and not shave regularly, so I would not look good until I had plans. Didn't get many compliments. Now I have an actual job, so I dress well and go through a routine every day and get at least a "you look nice today" every week. When they wink with both eyes at the same time. The smallest of gestures, so small, most women can do it without even thinking about it. There's a certain way a woman looks at you when she wants you that's really hot and makes you feel so appreciated. Also feeling comfortable enough to discuss normally taboo things. It makes you feel like she actually cares and trusts you enough to talk to you about it. A lot of these seem to be related to your girlfriend wife, so I'll give one for women in general. Make a small effort to stand up for men in public. If a guy hit a girl or insulted them, 99% of the time a guy will step in or at least be like, "Dude, that's not cool." And it would mean a lot if more women did the same. If you see a woman physically attacking a man, try to break it up because he sure as hell can't without the possibility of serious consequences. Also, if you hear women making fun of guys for some superficial thing like height, weight, their choice of outfit, etc., let them know. It means a lot to know that you think violence and objecting is wrong regardless of the gender. When entering a building with two sets of doors, you hold the first one open for her and then she holds the second one open for you. That tells you that she knows we're in this together. My girl does this and we both thank each other. Teammates. Talking about themselves to me. I feel special when a woman just talks at me for a while. As long as her tone is nice, she could probably call me a stupid, ugly internet moderator, and I'd still like hearing it. When she apologizes after saying or doing something hurtful or thoughtless. A simple "I'm sorry" goes a very long way in setting things right. I hate it when she beats herself up instead and comes back to me more bitter, when I was the one wronged. On Valentine's Day a few years ago, I was struggling and spent $16 of my last $17 on a small box of chocolates for my girlfriend. I had had a bad job at the time and it was all I could afford. Anyway, when she got home, she walked in with a box of chocolates from a coworker that was easily twice as big as the one I got her. She had eaten half of them and took my box and placed it in a cabinet. Needless to say, I was shocked. And instead of apologizing, she tried to rationalize that it wasn't a big deal because her coworker bought the other two women in her office chocolates too. And just like you mentioned, She beat herself up instead of apologizing, and then came back to me bitter as if I wronged her. After my box sat in a cabinet for a week, I just ate them. Before automatic car locks, reaching over and unlocking the driver's door while I walk around to get inside after helping her in the car. I have a car with manual locks, and the first date I took a girl on, she did that for me, and it really meant a lot to me. 10 years later, and I have been happily married to her for 7 years, and I still have that car, and she still unlocks the driver door from the inside for me. Genuine compliments. Lots of guys may act like nothing phases them, but deep down we need affirmation of our own self-worth as much as any female. We're all human. I'm a vet, post-Iraq, PTSD, lost and alone, but married with kids. One of my coworkers lives right on the way to the VA. I forgot why, but I texted her while I was on my way to an appointment. She yelled at me asking why I hadn't let her know she would have went with me to my appointment. Nobody ever offered to do that, not even my wife. I broke down and bawled a little during the drive there. She thought nothing of it, but I thought it was the greatest thing. After a rough breakup, one of my best friends was really supportive of me. Well, he goes away on work trips from time to time, and my day was falling apart. I thought I'd go to the store to get some food in my stomach and thought of him when I saw a cute thank you card in the checkout line. I bought it, but the cashier didn't ring it up, and I noticed and went back to pay for the card. He refused and told me to just go brighten someone's day. I held myself together long enough to get to the car where I lost it all. Sniffled myself into starting my car and bawled the whole way home over that little gesture. Sometimes it's the little stuff. Also about to marry the friend I bought the card for, so a double happy ending. Burping. No, really. There's nothing I love more than sitting on the couch with my fiance and having her take a swig of beer and then belching like an absolute champ. No charm, poise, or grace. Just a petite brunette sitting in her underwear burping like a fat guy at a wing eating contest. I was working on her car. We just started dating and she told me her car was having problems. Ugh, it needed a new timing chain. So I'm out in our apartment parking lot changing her timing chain, and she's inside all warm and cozy. I gotta say, I was starting to feel a little bit used. Then she brought me a grilled cheese sandwich and a vanilla milkshake with bourbon in it. God bless that woman and her melted cheese. Hug, compliment, engaging in physical contact like holding my hand, smile, caring, small acts of kindness like making coffee for two in case I would like some. I am a simple man. The hug one really hits me in comparison to the others. Rarely happens, but when it does, it brings up my mood so much. Several things from my girlfriend. She'll let me go off and do things without pressuring me into taking her along. She'll come up behind me and give me a hug while I'm at the computer. Waking up with me and making me a little bit of a breakfast. The way she interacts with and genuinely cares about my daughter from a previous girlfriend. It's the little things that kill. Gavin Rosdale. I'm half Middle Eastern. I appreciate when women don't treat me like a rapist, purse snatcher, or a noble savage. Elementary school teachers. What have you heard your students say about Trump and Clinton? I teach pre-K, and a little girl very seriously informed me that Donald Trump, yes, she said Trump, was a bad man because he tells people he has lots of good surprises, but he's a really big liar. My other favorite was a little boy who said, I like the lady one because when she talks real loud, her turkey gobble under her chin wiggles. My other favorite was a little boy who said, I like the lady one because when she talks real loud, her turkey gobble under her chin wiggles. Little kids are savage. I run a camp for kids. They changed sharks and minnows into Trumps versus Mexicans. Had to shut that one down. Not Clinton or Trump, but I witnessed a group of children between the ages of 5 and 8 play Marco Rubio instead of Marco Polo. I have a friend who is blind, and when he's trying to gauge where people are in a room, he'll say, Marco, and we'll take turns by saying Polo. You know the drill. We can't change that to Marco Rubio, too. Okay, semi-relevant. but when Obama was running for president, I had a sickening amount of students tell me that Obama has smelly, weird skin. I'd always ask them where they heard that, and they would always say from their parents. I'd politely chat with the parents when they came to pick them up, not in an accusing way, but just in a, your child is repeating what you say way. They always acted shocked and confused and apologized profusely. Being a black teacher in the South has been interesting. And for the skeptical, I did not say that the children or parents were racist. I simply heard the children making statements that perhaps did not foster a positive learning environment, and notified the parents that the children perhaps needed a lesson about appropriateness. I apologize for my grammar mistakes, and I'm sorry that they seem to distract from my simple answer. Race in America is a heavy topic. All I did was mention one of my experiences. I had a kid say that Hillary was evil and a member of the Suicide Squad. I asked if he meant Harley, and he insisted that Hillary was too. Harlery Quinton, 2016. That just looks like you're trying to say Hillary Clinton with a stereotypical Asian accent. Or maybe I'm just an Asian reading it and that's how I read. This is high school, but one kid said Hillary Clinton did not have much experience in office because she was just a secretary. This was in Canada, so that might be why the kid did not know. Should have called herself Administrative Assistant of the State. One of my third graders enthusiastically yells Trump sometimes for no reason. Usually one of the girls will yell back, "No, Hillary." I don't think they care all that much. Sounds like my Facebook feed. Not a teacher. One day over a summer, a couple of neighborhood boys, maybe around 10 years old, came to my office. I have an office dog, so if it's slow, they can hang out for a bit. One of them asked me who I was going to vote for. I said, I don't know yet. Boy 1, well, I want Trump to win. Boy 2, no way. He was to send our friends back to Mexico. Boy 1, oh yeah, never mind. That's sweet in a weird way. Those kids thought through his policies in more depth than many adults of voting age. 8th grade, not elementary school. Students are researching the candidates' issues for a project. When they find out that Trump is 25 years older than his wife, they asked, doesn't that make him a pedophile? They did not seem to buy my response that he's not, since she's an adult. Apparently, 13-year-olds think that a 25-year-old age difference is just too much. I travel for work. My 8-year-old son asked me if I had to go to Chicago ever again. I said, not right now. He said good because Donald Trump said people get shot while walking down the street there. My 6-year-old daughter didn't want Hillary to win because she wanted to be the first girl president. But now she does want her to win because Donald Trump is mean. 6th grade student insisted that I can't vote for Hillary because, and I quote, she supports Shakira law. I'm not sure what Shakira law is, but she was pretty stressed about it. I am fully aware of what Sharia law is. I was simply making fun of a small child's inability to pronounce and understand complicated political agendas. I'm not American and only a student teacher, but I had a good chuckle the other day when a student asked me if Donald Trump, Blake Obama, and Hillary Duff all have to live together in the White House. Blake Obama, Barack's rad younger brother. My daughter 7 watched the first debate. She's picking Hillary because she wore red. 3rd grader on Trump. Dad says we're not allowed to talk about that. My nephew said, Donald Trump hates women and Hillary has secret emails. I thought he thought about rainbows and candy corn. We are also Canadians. As a fellow Canadian, I was watching TV with my son and a commercial for the History Channel came on. Cue image of Hitler. My son, is that Hillary Clinton? Me to wife, honey, your son is turning into your father. Red state here in a small country school. For the most part, the kids say that Hillary would be impeached because her husband was. They will make fun of the way Trump looks, but the majority seem to be for him winning. I have only seen one girl openly support Hillary. I honestly think they are repeating what their parents say. This is in a 6th grade civics class, so they are just learning how everything works. I introduced the idea of a third-party voting, and what first passed the post was they had never heard about either. The one consensus from everyone is how much they hate Obama, but literally cannot back it up with one reason as to why. Again, just parroting their parents. If Trump gets elected, he's going to send all the black people back to Africa. When I had the most recent debate on TV, my 5-year-old walked in the room. He took a look, rolled his eyes, and said, "Seriously, these guys again?" That was my reaction. 5th grade teacher here in a red state. I work in a school that is 95% Hispanic. I hear a lot of Trump hates Mexicans, or if Trump wins, they'll kick my parents out of the country. As for Hillary, many students hate her also, and one student has referred to her as the devil. A few students have informed me that no matter who wins, the world will end and we will all die. A few students have informed me that no matter who wins, the world will end and we will all die. I mean, they're not wrong. Does middle school count? 90% of the boys are convinced if we elect Hillary, she'll castrate them and sell us to the Jews. The girls think Trump's daughter is pretty. I'm in the CT Mass area. I'm a long-term sub, to be perfectly honest. I mostly just keep kids in line. Most kids aren't very talkative about it, but there's a clear gender divide. Boys, especially nerdy internet-using boys and very athletic ones, think Trump is hilarious. They always want groups called Team Trump. They talk about making the school great again. They mention building a wall to keep the Portuguese kids out. Big pop in my school, most of which also like Trump. They seem to think that Hillary is too much like their moms or their teachers. Also, Hillary hates freedom, I guess. The girls, mostly the nerdy bookish ones or the fashion obsessed ones, think Trump is scary. Hillary equals girl power. But they mostly talk about Trump. He's angry or rude or racist. Also, he hates freedom. Boys love to tease girls about Trump. The atmosphere is more boys versus girls than real politics. But most kids don't talk politics. And apolitical kids say stuff like, Ivanka's hot, pretty, or Trump's not even like a real politician. Oddly, the teachers in small-town New England are also very split. Lunchroom political conversations end fast if certain people enter or leave. It wasn't until this weekend I saw a single pro-Hillary sign. But pro-Trump signs are everywhere. A few Johnson signs too. Once again, blues to the blue states. Elections complex, guys. My students are 11 and 12, so they're on the older side, but they are still elementary-minded in many ways. They have definitely made comments about the wall, but the comment that gave me the most pause and difficulty was when we were learning about personal finance. They had to create a budget based on hypothetical salary, and I was explaining tax brackets so they could find their take-home income. I told them roughly that the more you make, the more you pay in taxes. One student raised their hand and asked, if Donald Trump is so rich, then how come he doesn't pay taxes? Wait, your school actually teaches its students usable life skills? 4th grade kids I taught were positive that Trump will immediately and deliberately start World War III once he's in office. I had one girl declare that she hates Trump, but only because she's tired of him being on the morning news when she's eating breakfast with her dad. Not a teacher or in elementary school, but my science teacher last year said that we should round up all Mexicans, not just illegal immigrants, and deport them to Mexico by boat. A boat to Mexico. Not an elementary school teacher, but I worked at a summer camp this past summer with kids from ages 7 to 10, and it was very expensive camp, so some of their parents were more conservative. When older campers, 16 to 17, made a Trump joke, this kid 8 said, "Hey, don't make fun of Trump. He's going to make America great again and kick out the Mexicans." Not a teacher, but worked with kids 5 to 18. Middle high schoolers make fun of Trump and use his name synonymously with fool. He's the butt of most of their jokes. Snippets I've heard, "Whatever, Trump. I didn't want your Skittles anyway. If you weren't being such a Trump, we would have let you play. Looks like either way we'll have our first female president." Then little ones haven't said much. Although the other day a 6-year-old boy told us, "Trump doesn't like brown people, and I'm brown. He also has weird hair. My whole family hates him because he's mean. I live in a blue state. I'm an elementary teacher and my third graders hate Trump. Anytime anything election driven gets brought up, they remind me not to vote for him because he wants to build a wall and hates Mexicans. Most of my students are Mexican American. Yet, being a Mexican, I have not seen a single person in my family having at least a somewhat liking to Trump. Even my youngest cousins and nephews despise the man. Nanny here. My nanny kid is 5 and she gets to watch YouTube videos for a bit in the morning. She usually watches the same Minecraft videos, but this day she accidentally pressed a Trump video and she blurts out, "Donald Trump, I don't care for that guy," nonchalantly. I don't know if she knew who he was or not. The video said his name, but I thought it was funny. I'm not a teacher, but I help in the school library. One little boy was singing Donald Trump picking his butt. How many fingers did he get stuck? I laughed and said, "Shh." None, because his tiny hands fit nice and snug. My preschool-aged daughter has seen both on the news a lot, and we have talked about them both a little bit to her. When asked who she would vote for, she said, "I want Hillary to be president, but I like Trump a little bit." Why? Because he yells and screams like I do. My mom is an early childhood teacher, and this happened the other day. Kid is playing house, angrily slams playphone. My mom, "Who was that?" Kid, "Donald Trump, and I told him never to call here again." It's funny how much kids pick up from their parents. Men, what is your biggest handicap in getting a girlfriend? I'm honestly not even trying. I could go out, try to be more social person, but instead I live like a recluse. I would like to meet a girl, fall in love, get married, have kids, but until I get the motivation to actively pursue it, it's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm honestly in the same boat. I'm 31 now and I get a bit lonely from time to time, but just never get out and do anything about it. Aside from my married friends, my friends my age in relationships seem to always have problems, so it tends to discourage me. Man's not hot. Why can't you get a girlfriend? Perspiration thing? Why can't you get a girlfriend? Nose long like a garden hose? My face. That'll do it. She won't though. I've got the autism. They should make an autism dating app and call it Spurger. Work in a pre-K classroom with 2 kids. The boy is barely in the spectrum and is articulate for a 4-year-old. The girl is probably, but no one's really pinned it till now, developmental and speech delays covered up. Used to get kind of violent. One day they started playing together. Now they're inseparable. Like, they are the perfect pair. They lay out these intricate little diorama filled with animals. They hoard crap together in the back of the classroom. They can like 70% resolve their own problems, which isn't bad for a pre-K kid. Best of all, they help each other navigate the social fabric of school. Anyway, sort of relevant, sorry. A social life or lack thereof? Hear, hear. Can't date nobody if you don't know nobody. And then it's like can't know nobody if you don't know nobody. Not me, but a friend. He says he's unlovable. I personally think it's really he can't drive, has to spend most of his time taking care of his grandfather and disabled mother, and lives in nowhere, and thus no dating pool. That's a hard life to live. Realistically, he probably won't be able to start a life until they pass. I just don't know who I am right now. I want to improve myself before I commit to anyone else. Also, the fact is I have feelings for a friend of mine and I really need to get over them. Wow, you just explained my whole situation. Though I feel I still have a chance with my friend. Maybe. I'm married. She kind of frowns on that behavior. I introduced my girlfriend to my family yesterday. My wife was amused. Probably the fear of actually asking a girl out. Practice rejection then. That's a fear all humans have, and the sooner you realize it doesn't actually hurt you, the better. Going into a supermarket, asking if you can make an announcement on the intercom, going to bottle store and asking if you can open a bottle of wine to test it, going to a hotel and asking if they have a free room for you. The sooner you realize that rejection doesn't actually hurt that much, nor does it matter in the long run, the better off you'll be. That would be my inability to look people in the eyes for longer than a few seconds. When I do, it's like that thing in the movies where one person is watching someone else through binoculars, and then the person being watched looks back. That's how it feels to me. I always think they have a boyfriend already and won't find me attractive. Didn't stop the guy with my ex-wife now. Why would it stop you? Be daring. Girls like that, you know? I have no experience with relationships whatsoever. Well, every person that's in a relationship now have had that issue at one point in their lives too. I don't ask. I don't advertise my availability. I don't respond to signals. I get along with women fine. Female friends, female colleagues. Awesome. Just never let my walls down and have the confidence to make the first move, I guess. Meh, I'm okay with life right now. This and one other describes my situation. I know I'm attractive. I know I am funny. I have plenty of friends. But man, I'm either too dense when signals are being sent, or it's just not a person I'm interested in. I'm very awkward. You need someone as awkward as you. Just be awkward. Be who you are, and eventually you will find someone that likes your awkwardness. It's a nice feeling, being loved, even if you think you can't be loved. Nope, as an awkward person who worked through most of their awkwardness, putting two awkward people in a room together doesn't give either of them common ground to overcome their awkwardness. Now you just have two people who don't know how to start a normal interaction doing nothing with each other instead of just one person. Beep beep, I'm fat. If that's your only problem, you're easy off. Start dieting after Xmas and you should be solid by summer. Or take the easy route and date fat women. In this thread, self-describe ugly people and introverts. For the record, you can work on both, and most real women will fall in love with a person rather than a body. Actual biggest handicap in this thread? Excuses. You sound like one of those people that tells depressed people to snap out of it. Depression can be diagnosable mental illness. Plain old insecurity has been overcome by millions of people following basic practices that literally unlimited self-help resources can explain to you. Changing starts with you. No one else is going to do it for you. Requires a lot of energy to be around people, let alone people you're meeting for the first time. I'm pretty content being by myself most of the time. Too picky for my own good. And the ones I really like and would marry are too picky for their own good. I'm literally a hunchback, broken vertebrae, not diagnosed, blah blah blah, etc. I get lots of cool painkillers at least. I really want to die though. Only reason I don't do it is because my parents are still alive. Really resent them, but oh well, still love them. I do a great job of masking the depression at work, have lots of friends, go out to do stuff. Honestly, makes it harder though, seeing people live and love and have normal lives. I just want it to end. I don't have any visible disability, and I've been told that I'm handsome. I just don't have the capacity to connect with people apparently. I'm 29, I've never had a girlfriend. I did lose my virginity in my early 20s, but she was an escort, so it hardly counts. She also gave me herpes, so that mostly put a stop to any sexual future. I used to be suicidal, but decided that just because other people find happiness one way through their relationships with other people, doesn't mean I can't find happiness another way through my relationship with myself. I'm also alone, no friends, no family, but most of the time I'm pretty happy. I believe it's because I define success in a way that it's able to change moment to moment. The most important aspect of it is my own perception, which forms it. I generally define success as living in a way that's positive to me, positive to those around me, and positive to the earth simultaneously. This leaves me a lot of room for interpretation, letting me work on whatever aspects of myself I want. For instance, I like to meditate, I like to paint, I like to think, write, and learn about philosophy. I like to do thorough research, not so that I can convince people of things, but so that I know the truth, so that I can make good decisions. I like to self-educate about anything that strikes my fancy, not because it'll allow me to show off, but simply because I want to stretch my consciousness, to grow and see what I'll become. I don't want to live a shallow life, posting to Instagram and Facebook every 20 minutes. I want to be, above all, a man of substance. I actually think spending so much time alone has helped me with that. It allows me to develop myself in the most genuine way possible. I hope that on my deathbed I'll look back and see that I did everything I could, because I was able to determine what was most important to me, developing myself forward with a curiosity for what I'll become. I really hope you can do the same, even if you don't plan to live like a hermit as I have. People are so much more than a relationship or a normal feeling interaction, and you're one of them. A broken vertebrae doesn't change your species. You're more than those things, so much more. We all are. The time I actually spend out in public and or in social places where it is acceptable to meet and flirt in a romantic sense. As someone with a full-time job and relatively reclusive hobbies, video games and miniature wargaming, I tend to head straight back home after work. I do a lot of my shopping online, and when I do go out, it is pre-arranged gatherings with mostly guy friends. I don't regret how I allocate my time because I enjoy what I do. It's just something you have to accept about time management. If you don't want to set aside the time and effort to find a partner, you're most likely not going to have one just fall into your lap. By the time I'm interested in more than friendship, the conflicting feelings of enjoying what she and I have and wanting more becomes quite a mess. Trust issues, I guess. That and an aversion to getting past stage 1 in the proverbial game. But seriously, you can't have a relationship without allowing yourself to get hurt. Maybe if you meet someone, explain you have trust issues and you're working on them and you want to take it slow. If they betray your trust anyway, take what you've learned and move on. It'll be hard, true, but eventually you'll find someone. I have an incredible talent at asking single women out about a few weeks after they have started dating their eventual husband, but before they have announced it to the world. Guess I'm not putting myself out there enough. I always think that if I meet myself on the street, I would just walk past myself without even noticing. Even at events, I usually keep to myself and my whole presence probably screams, "Don't talk to me, I'm uninteresting." Which is totally wrong. In reality, I don't consider myself a boring person whatsoever. It's just hard to relay on the outside world. As I get older, my requirements for falling in love are getting more and more strict. I struggle to like people as most people in my life let me down, so it's getting pretty difficult. But really, why is it so hard to find an intelligent, kind, affectionate, moderately attractive, nerdy girl? I class myself as all of those, minus the girl bit, and I can't be alone here. Emotionally unavailable from trying for pretty much my whole life, and being rejected constantly except for twice. I feel like there's no hope. When I open up a dating app, I swipe and get matches, but eventually I think, what's the point? I also think I'm super depressed too, which isn't helping that much. I'm starting to think I get a joy out of the pain, so I'm not sure what that says. Been thinking about going to a therapist about it, so there's that. I don't want kids, ever. I'm 32, pretty decent at life, I earn great money, I have lots of friends, I have a really great time. I just haven't met a child-free woman I'm compatible with. I'm always super upfront, there is no chance ever in the world I want kids. At all. I'm more certain of this with every passing day. Now, it would be a bad move for me to keep my mouth shut and get serious with a girl who completely acceptably wants a family of her own. And it would be pretty bad still if she is on the fence because someone's heart is going to get broken down the line. I can't think of anything worse than being trapped, either in a relationship where someone wants to start a family but can't, or to be trapped starting a family you desperately don't want. The worst part is that if I did accidentally get someone pregnant, I would do the right thing, and I'd likely hate it and resent the child for my own error. I'd rather be happy being single than risk ruining 2 or more people's lives, really. I'm in that sad part of Reddit again. Seriously, why do we click on these threads? Teachers, what's the worst case of, no, not my child, you've ever seen from a parent who's been called in for their kid's behavior. I had a parent follow me to my offices multiple times after I caught her son cheating. He was caught red-handed. The policy is a 0. It just happened to be on the biggest grade of the year, pretty much failing him for the class. His mother came to lecture me that he would never. I showed her the proof, video of him in class cheating, and she began screaming that it was doctored footage. I kicked her out of my office. It didn't stop there. She came to a faculty meeting, tried to take me to court, and followed me through a store one day. I had to call the cops. Also, this was when I was adjunct at a college and the student in question was 23. Imagine being 23 and your mom is fighting your professors on your behalf. That's so embarrassing. I got caught cheating once when I was like 15 and owned up to it and accepted the consequences. No parents involved. Owning up to your bad decisions is something you should do starting at adolescence. Really, well, before adulthood. But how do you learn to do that with a mother like that lunatic? English teacher here. Had a student submit a verbatim copied and pasted review of a book from one of those homework help websites. The problem for her was that I hadn't asked for a review. I had asked for an essay about the main character. When I called the mother to talk about it, she demanded to meet me and the principal to talk about my incorrect accusation. I brought her daughter's essay and the original submission to the homework website. The mom first tried to argue that the daughter wrote both. When I pointed out the publication date was from several years earlier, she tried to argue that with so many students submitting writing to me, someone was bound to accidentally write something identical to someone else. You read that correctly. She was trying to argue that her daughter just happened to write an identical review, word for word, instead of admitting that her daughter copied and pasted the assignment. The principal responded by saying, "Ma'am, that's statistically improbable. Pretty much impossible." The mother refused to back down and argued that there's a first time for everything and that in no way would her daughter ever plagiarize. Her daughter was suspended the next week for copying and pasting an entire essay for her psychology class. My school didn't do after-school detentions. Instead, we do one-day in-school suspensions. How do you check plagiarism? Do teachers actually use those plagiarism check websites? Some teachers' schools do, but they're expensive and spotty. The biggest hell is when a student suddenly starts using vocabulary and sentence structures that are well beyond what you've seen from them, or when a submission isn't really on topic with what you were asking them to do. Then a quick Google search of a line from their essay usually turns up the original source material. She said her child was only acting out, not doing work because he's being influenced by the satanic imagery in our classroom. Then she pointed to the Coco poster on the wall. "Yo, where are you even from? I'm Spanish and went to a Catholic school, and even there nobody was that crazy." There was a kid in my class whose father was a Wall Street banker, and his mom was a doctor. Basically, the sick kid's parents were never around. This kid was the freaking worst. He would stick tacks on other kids' chairs when they got up to blow their nose or sharpen their pencil. I caught him rifling through other students' lunches one morning and he had a pack of Twinkies in his hand. I told him to put the Twinkies back and sent him to the principal. One time he was having a beef with some of the other kids and waited for the kid to use the bathroom, followed him in and punched him in the gut. There are no security cameras in the bathrooms and he didn't leave a mark, so nobody could really prove anything one way or another. During parent-teacher conference, I told his mom that her son needs to stop playing poker on his Apple Watch during class, as well as some of the other proven behavior problems. She flew off the handle and said, "How dare you accuse my son of doing that stuff, you dumb broad." That conversation explained a lot about where he got it. My wife's aunt was a nanny for 2 kids whose parents were both doctors. They were never ever home and she did her best to raise them. Problem was that she was the only discipline they ever got because when they were with the parents, they wanted everything to be sunshine and roses, so they never got onto the kids. Many years ago, I had this awful boy in the next class with a girl that was not all there. I was the teacher next door. They were about 7. One of the boys was basically banging the girl up against a desk from behind very hard, and it was hurting the girl. So he'll pull back a bit and then slam himself as hard as he can against her butt as she bent over a table. These kids are 7, so who knows what's going through their head. I'm not implying anything. I shouted stop. They stopped. Then I told their teachers that's all I did. Teacher wrote a note home. Parent comes in livid, shouting at everyone, saying I scared the kid. Doesn't matter what their kid was doing. If I ever say anything to the kid again, they'll get me fired. Boss watched the video, cleared me of wrongdoing, notes the kid had been abusing that girl for a while before I got there, told the parents she didn't care. Railed on about how I traumatized her child by yelling stop while her kid was assaulting a mentally handicapped girl. It's not unlikely that the boy was sexually abused. Parents may have known, hence her angry defensiveness. Caught him smoking outside. 12 years old. Chronic asthma. Parents wouldn't have it. Not a teacher, but my wife volunteered at the school store where kids could buy erasers, pencils, etc. 2 older girls repeatedly came in and stole things on camera while she was working. She reported it and they called the girls and the parents in. Told them what happened and they said their children wouldn't do that. Then the school showed the parents the video and the parents still claim their children wouldn't steal. All while watching it happen on video. They were banned from the store and the parents actually said that the school was just being racist because their daughters wouldn't steal. I've worked retail for years and this is very common with adults who shoplift. We'll have video evidence and people will still deny it. They probably had parents that did this and they never grew out of it. The best ultimatum we give is, you can either give the stuff back and never return, or we can hand this video over to the cops and you can try to convince them that this isn't you. There are scores of bullied children in my school and not one single bully. So not a teacher, but this kid in my class used to hit other kids pretty regularly without any teacher intervention because it was either outside of school or just a small peck that would hurt but wasn't really making someone cry. One day this kid became so aggressive he almost beat the wind out of a kid in our class. The teacher was away but we all saw him do it. Teacher came back and saw him hit the kid. We were all so surprised we didn't know what to do. I was called as a witness and we got sent out of class. I wasn't in any trouble, of course. The parents of both of them got called and they arrived at the school between an hour and 2 hours. When the situation was explained, the parents of the kid who started hitting the other kid just wouldn't believe it was their son who did it. Our son wouldn't hurt a fly. He has never been aggressive. Even after I told them this wasn't the first time, they called me stupid and a liar. They even brought in other kids from our class. The son noticed his parents defending him and started saying he would never hit anyone and definitely not him because he liked him as a person. Well, the school decided to suspend the kid and we've never seen him since. He moved to another school and the parents tried to sue the school for them suspending the kid. Don't think it worked. A 4-year-old boy in my class was picking fights on a daily basis and would lash out at teachers that tried to intervene. Punching, kicking, and throwing chairs, screaming at the top of his lungs. He was being raised by his grandma, who was thoroughly convinced that everything we told her was exaggerated or that the other kids were the ones starting the fights. When I was 6 months pregnant, he was mad that outside time was over. So he pushed me with both of his arms right in my belly. When I told his grandma, she asked if I was having a girl. I was. She chuckled. He's fighting with her because boys and girls don't get along. It'd be a miracle if that kid doesn't end up in prison. My child is totally perfect and the shove didn't do any damage. Also, for those suggesting the kid should have been shoved or smacked or kicked across the room, please keep in mind that he was 4. As teachers, it's our jobs to be more in control of our emotions than our students. Not me, but my wife who is a teacher. The first year my wife was teaching, she was in the middle of a school teaching a foreign language. One student was very smart, but very lazy. He wouldn't turn in a thing, but would get an A on every test, so overall he had a very average grade. One day the student's dad walked into my wife's classroom. the dad started by introducing himself and told her that he was on the school board. He said to her that his son was so special he shouldn't have to do homework. His reasoning? His son was so special that he had been accepted to a summer program at XYZ University. He was so quick to point out that XYZ was one of the top 10 rated universities in the US. As such, he was clearly too smart for her to understand, because they don't just let anyone into XYZ. So clearly, she should let the son not do the homework. My wife graciously listened, but the guy hadn't done his homework either. You see, my wife graduated from XYZ University. Almost no one goes into teaching who graduates from there, but she fell in love with it. So she had the great pleasure of telling him she graduated from XYZ, and she saw plenty of smart people come to XYZ University who were brilliant, but didn't do the assignments or study much, and how every single one of those people failed out of XYZ. The dad was stunned. He apparently called the principal to verify my wife attended that university because he didn't believe her. As a side note, the son was not late with one assignment for the rest of the year for any of his teachers. So in the end, I guess this isn't a no, not my child story, but it was about to be one. I was among those who got their asses handed to them freshman year of college. I had to learn how to study, and it was really hard to do with few study skills or habits. Only one teacher made me work in high school, which in retrospect, it was just wrong. Further, many schools where I am from are eliminating the requirement to do homework. For the brightest of the students, this is a horrible idea. See the responses below to see why. I believe the skills learned doing the work are as important as the subject matter being learned. I wish I had been forced to do more work in high school. It would have made college so much easier. Google standards-based grading, a trend sweeping the country, which I find a horrible idea personally. Dad, my son deserves special treatment. Teacher, no he doesn't. Here's why. Dad, fair enough. I'll see myself out. I follow a lot of crime news. A 16-year-old boy murdered this girl who was supposedly pregnant with his kid and didn't tell him after 6 months. I guess she had some foresight into the type of person he was, but still wanted to keep the kid. Anyway, the guy's parents came out saying it wasn't his fault. He would never do something like that, and he has always been a good boy. Makes me wonder if his family is just in denial, or if you really can't know what somebody may be plotting even in your own home. My boyfriend is a cop who all too commonly hears parents of a murderer say, "He's a good boy, he would never do that," etc. And then you'll pull up his rap sheet and it shows convictions for assault, armed robbery, etc. Yeah, right, a perfect angel. You're in high school, and if you can get your teacher to give you detention in 60 seconds or less, you win $10,000. What do? Lots of people are going to end up with no money and a suspension instead of detention based on this thread. What if I yell to another student, "Suck this f-"? In year 7, one of my classmates told another to go suck a fat one, and the teacher just laughed. So in your case, probably not much. Get up from my desk and sit at theirs. What are you going to do? Give me a detention? Teacher, since you want to teach so much, go ahead, teach. Start teaching something that is NSFW. Cut a dead leaf off a window plant with some scissors, which will then make the weird kid sitting next to you cry. That's what I got detention for in 5th grade. Nice. I went to the principal's office in 2nd grade for pushing the door open to the bathroom stall with my foot. They were disgusting, and a boy was inside. He forgot to lock the door and got super embarrassed, so he ran out crying and told the teacher that I kicked the door in on him while he was pooping. Did he wipe his butt first? Say I'll give you $100 for detention, and if he asks why, flip the table. A guy on the internet told me if I get detention in the next 60 seconds, I'll win $40. So give me detention and we can split it 50-50. Surely $20 is a lot of money to you since, you're a teacher. If we can change it to middle school, I could walk into science and say fart to instantly get detention. Teacher thought that because her family considered it a bad word, everyone should. My mom got a phone call saying I'd say the F word to a teacher and raced to the school to chew me out. She almost passed out laughing when they told her which F word it was. This reminds me of elementary school. We had a lesson on alliteration. My letter was F. Frank fly fishes from flying feces. I got in trouble because she considered feces a bad word. Elementary school teachers are a different breed. I once got in trouble because a friend of mine said underpants. I wasn't even the one who said it. I got in trouble by association. Continue browsing Reddit, but now more obvious. Browse out loud. I actually used to do this in high school if I didn't want to go home after school, or a girl I liked was already in detention. My move was to call the teacher whatever unflattering nickname the teacher had with the students. Worked every time. Wish I had gotten paid for it. Should have waited for the right time. You could have made millions. You think this would have worked hundreds of times? Quack like a duck every time she talks. So many other folks posting on here are giving suspension level ideas. Have to be more subtle for detention. Okay, class. Why? Okay. Honk. What? Honk. Tell the teacher, I'll be in detention if you need me. Stop me if you disagree, then walk out. I actually did this twice to an algebra teacher I had. She would never teach and just let the obnoxious kids run the classroom. I would use that period as a cram sesh to finish other homework or projects. A couple of times she let the room get so out of control that I straight up gathered my things, yelled, I'll be trying to get actual work done in the detention room, and just walked out. Coach who ran detention would just roll his eyes when I told him what was going on, and I never actually received a punishment or even reprimand. She also was not rehired the next year, LOL. For the school I work at, all you have to do is wear a hoodie, dress code violation. Put my hood up in class and talk back to the teacher when they ask me to take the hood off. Bonus point if you have headphones in. It's simple really, a lot of these are entirely too elaborate. Or the school I work at is an actual prison, I don't know. I should clarify that we have a uniform that is khakis and a maroon or gray polo, or collared shirt. They can wear sweatshirts without hoods, quarter zip style sweatshirts, just no hoods, hoodies. At my school, so many people started wearing them that they got rid of it being a violation. We are now allowed to wear hats and hoods. This also happened at a friend of mine's school 3 years prior. A kid would not take off his hat no matter what the consequence. The trick is doing something bad enough to get detention, but not bad enough to get suspended or expelled instead. Most of the answers in this thread will get you way worse than detention. I'd get up and leave class, flicking the teacher off as I left. That should be enough to only get detention, not worse. I don't know, flicking off the wrong teacher could definitely get you in more trouble. What if you just started singing something at the top of your lungs? I didn't do my homework on purpose, and I have no intention of apologizing for it. Be late for class. Our school has a very strict truancy policy. One unexcused tardy absence equals detention. Me has a loud-ass conversation with the person next to me. Teacher coughs. Do we need to wait for you guys to finish talking? Me. Yeah, I'm almost done telling this story. Give me like 5 minutes. Instant detention. Take out my phone and text someone. And then when they tell you to put it away, just look at them in their eyes and say, no. If I was a girl, I would just wear appropriate summer clothing and wait. Wait, with like your ankles showing or something? You don't want to be thrown in jail. Sheesh. We're just talking detentions here. In middle school, I got detention for so many random stupid things. In high school, I only got detention for arguing. So if I was in middle school, I'd ask to go to the bathroom during class or pop a plastic bag. In high school, I'd say something controversial about politics or religion and just not give up until I got the detention and then wave the detention slip around showing I made the $10,000. Disclaimer, this action does not reflect my political agenda. I am strongly against anything related to this ideology. So I live in Germany, and the quickest way that I could think of is to stand up and do a Nazi salute. While doing it, I aggressively yell, "Hail Hitler!" There's a fine line between getting suspended and getting detention. By default, this is an impossible feat. If I punch and stomp out another student, that's an automatic suspension. If I curse the teacher out, the teacher is probably going to be perplexed, which by itself can take more than a minute before her response. It's just impossible. Mimic what they are saying and say it louder. Works 100%, unless you know she doesn't talk. Scream at them to stop teaching bourgeois propaganda. Alternatively, yell at the class, "We must seize the means of production." Stand up on the desk and start screaming. Even if I somehow avoid detention, that would be fun. Pretend to be possessed. Give me detention and I'll give you $200. If she doesn't believe you, it's bribery, so detention. If she does, detention. Pull out some cash and a foldable pole, then ask her to strip. Where do I get a foldable pole? And where would I keep it? Go up to a teacher thoughtfully. Listen, my parents have been going through a rough patch at home, and I really need an excuse, so can you give me detention so I can study in peace? There's no violence, and it's not about us, me if you don't have siblings. I just really need an hour or two of peace and quiet. Worth a shot, I figure, and it's better than some of the stuff here that will get you literally arrested in this current climate. I'm going to have to start this one with some backstory. In my grade 10 math class, our teacher gave each row of seats in our classroom a nickname, and when people participated in class or gave the right answers or got the best scores on the test, the group got points and he'd occasionally bring in small prizes for the leading row. One guy in our class, a super smart guy who also happened to be a complete prick, was part of a row that did very well early on in the semester. However, when they dropped out of first place and he stopped getting rewards, he also got bored and decided it'd be funnier to lose his team points. At first, it was just dumb things like throwing paper planes, etc. With a month or two left, he lost his team half their points by going on MSN Messenger on the computer in the back of the classroom. He jokingly, or so we thought, asked the teacher what it'd take to lose all the points. Apparently, he took the teacher's suggestion to heart, because on the last day of class, he used a fire extinguisher to spin in circles on the teacher's stool while yelling profanities about the teacher's fiancée, who was also a teacher at the school. Mission accomplished. Why though? Well, the teacher did tell him that identical and seemingly outrageous scenario is what it would take to bust his team back to zero. It was one of those things where he gave an example, then added something to it, then added more, just to make it so ridiculous that the kid wouldn't actually do it. And honestly, I don't think any of us in the class did expect him to do it. The other stuff he did was annoying, but pretty insignificant as far as actual class disruption and whatnot, so we didn't expect him to actually set off a fire extinguisher in the classroom. Why he actually did it is pretty straightforward. He was a rich, entitled douche nozzle who never really had to work for anything in his life, and he acted out because for once he wasn't winning something. So instead of trying to improve on himself or try harder, he sabotaged his entire team so that he could act like he was losing on purpose. I should point out that this guy became a low-level cocaine dealer after high school, got arrested, did some time because he broke the house arrest agreement that his family's lawyer managed to get him, did hard time, then got run over intentionally, and is now completely ruined for life. This is a guy who was probably one of the 3 or 4 smartest guys at my school, who was also like 6'4", good-looking, and athletic. Dude could have been a superstar, and he ended up slinging drugs. Probably snap a locker look. With clippers? Nope, with a kick. Kicked their computer off their desk, yelling, "This is Sparta!" That's easy, because it actually happened to me. Not sitting at my desk when the teacher comes in, but standing at the back of the classroom. Boom! Detentions. Thanks, Miss F. Simple. Just light up a smoke. I don't know why everyone in this thread is screwing around with maybes and maybe worses when the tried and true classic is guaranteed to work every time. I would show them this phone. My school's retarded and doesn't allow phones because apparently we're supposed to be living in the 1900s, so easy ticket to detention. Actually, literally anything will get me detention at my school. Change of plans. I'll walk into class with my shorts slightly above my knees. Yeah, that'll trigger those boomers. When I went to school, minor offenses got you an 8th hour, next level detention, next level sent to the principal's office, and then next level principal's office with suspension. So this would necessarily be easy to hit level 2 without hitting level 1 or 3. I'm thinking a fairly minor offense with a challenge to the teacher attached. What are you going to do about it? Give me a detention. But it has to be the right teacher or else they'll one-up you. No, I'll send you to the Principal O'Shag Hensley office. Wear a pride flag as a cape when walking around an extremely religious school with your partner. I went to a mostly girls Catholic school, and this happened to 2 of my friends. They were both trans guys, but their parents wouldn't let them change schools. Because there was a lot of older LGBT-phobic teachers, it didn't take long for them to get a detention. The teacher claimed it was against the uniform policy. They also got detentions all the time for wearing the sports uniform instead of the academic uniforms because the academic uniform could only be worn with a skirt. It's International Men's Day. Men of Reddit, how are you today? The current situation is within acceptable parameters. Haha, gotta rise and grind, get that bread. Quiet sobbing. Man, do I hate my job, but at least it's International Men's Day. What? Just celebrating being an international man. Physically, I'm relatively okay. Mentally, I am exhausted and clinging on for dear life until my wife and I have a week off in January. I work for a manufacturer whose sales explode come Christmas time, and I'm head of supply chain. You're the guy who, when someone asks, how's work, you're like, meh, can't complain. When you're in your head, you're like, get me out of this hole for 1 week so I can spend some time with the woman I love. You're nearly there, bro. Rough morning. Thank you for asking. I have a teenage daughter who lives with her mom 2 towns away from me, who also never wants to wake up for school. Her mom doesn't wake up until an hour after school has already started, and at that point has to rush off to work every morning. So if our daughter oversleeps, her mom won't drive her in, leading to 11 missed days already in the first quarter of school. So I am now tasked, because there is no other option, with waking up at 6:15 a.m. every morning, driving across town, picking up our daughter for school, then driving back across town again, school is in the other direction, dropping her off by 7:30 a.m., then rushing back the other way to get to my work by 8:30 a.m. Which is all part of parenting, I guess. Just wish I could either get custody or convince her mom to be a mom. Dude, her mom is too lazy to get up earlier to take her daughter to school and expects you to do it? She sounds like a piece of work. Sounds like they're not living together for a good reason. I didn't even know this was a thing. In Russia, it's 23rd of February. It used to be solely a military holiday, but gradually it becomes a men's holiday. So these days, even losers and cucks like me who avoided the compulsory military service get flowers and chocolates from women and stuff. Getting married in a few months and frustrated at how people are treating me as a passenger at my wedding. I did not dream about my wedding since I was a little boy, but it's still a huge deal for me and I can't wait for it. But the 2 reactions I usually get are, from men, it will all be over soon, just remember it's her day and not yours. From women, how much are you helping out? Just remember it's her day, not yours. Nobody except my fiance seems to care how I feel in a tuxedo, if I'm happy with the location, or how proud I am about the whole experience. I suppose it's not a big deal, but it's been really irritating and eye-opening to be treated as the less important part of such a big, huge thing in my life. That's dumb. It's just as much your day as hers. She's not getting married to herself, lol. I wish I could have some concrete advice for you, but maybe express how you feel. Say you want to be more involved and firmly, but nicely assert your concerns, wants, and needs. Pretty good. On the garbage truck headed to the route. We finally got working heat in this one, and it's godsend. Different job and different problems, but equally ready to tackle the day. Just saw the sun rise over the ocean, and it was a good one, so I'm okay. It's a nice 72 degrees and should be beautiful today. It's a nice 72 degrees. I sure hope that's Fahrenheit, otherwise we're underestimating global warming. Not great, unfortunately. For the first time in my life, I've got absolutely nothing to do and I'm struggling to find enjoyment in anything. If you have any interest in video games and have a PS4, let me know. Maybe we can play something together. I'm at work right now, but I'll be on later. PSN NeoJinx. Sorry, I do not identify as an international man. I am regional at best. Nonsense. You're definitely an Avengers level threat. Had a seizure last night between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. when my daughter wakes up for her bottle, so I'm effing tired. Other than that, can't complain. I have small seizures where I don't lose consciousness or convulse. This has resulted from a traumatic brain injury I sustained while snowboarding in 2000. I wasn't wearing a helmet and I'm lucky to be alive and not paralyzed. I broke my zygomatic arch, cheekbone, 2 molars, and my coronal suture, the ziggy-zaggy part of your skull where the pieces fuse together. My eye swelled out of its socket and my brain swelled up too, and I was not expected to live, and the doctors called my parents asking if I had a will made out. But I pulled through and now I live a normal life except for periodic seizures. Please, take any experience for advice and wear a helmet when you're doing anything that could injure your head. Seizures are, in my case, very annoying, and I put my family through hell worrying while I recovered. For those who wonder what it's like to have one of these minor seizures, it's sort of like the world becomes 2D. I get a sensation similar to having to sneeze, but throughout my entire body, and then I breathe heavy and get a headache, followed with feeling loggy for the rest of the day. Medication helps greatly, but lack of sleep and stress can bring them on. I didn't even know it was a day. It may be hard to believe, but every day is technically a day. This time last year, I was in a deep depression. I was completely numb to life. I had lost touch with everyone except my immediate family. I was severely overweight, stressed, and not taking care of myself. Completely detached. The only thing keeping me going was work, and it was a real stressor. I was in this state for probably 6 years. I got invited to a wedding. I didn't want to look like a complete troll in all of the pictures or ruin the mood on the day in any way. On New Year's Eve, I decided to completely change my routine and diet. I only ate food I cooked for myself from unprocessed ingredients. I avoided bread and other heavy carbs like the plague. I skipped lunch. I only drank water. I lost 20 kilograms in 4 months. My feelings came back online and they were intense. I forgot what it felt like to be driven by feelings rather than detached thought. I suddenly became naturally expressive and accessible to other people again. To my own amazement, I was back in the room, so to speak. But I wasn't quite in time with things yet, and I needed to spend some time catching up with myself. I reconnected with an old friend to patch things up, but also as an inadvertent cry for help. Turned out he was rather lonely too. Made a nice fool of myself with him, but that's okay. We love each other. He's a great friend to have. I started experimenting with dudes. Never thought that would happen, but it did. It was fun and intense and exciting, but not the same feeling as with girls. Been on a couple of dates, but will be hoping for a new relationship with a girl after the new year. I've been weight training since May, gained probably 5 kgs or more. I'm already looking good. After the new year, I'm going to lose the fat to see what's underneath, and it's going to rock. I'm starting cognitive behavioral therapy next week as I'm not good with vulnerability or intimacy. Definitely suffered from PTSD and disassociation. Hoping to nip these in the bud before a serious relationship comes along. I have issues, but it's okay. I'm going to work on them as much as I can. Overall, I'm doing astoundingly well, and it's going to get better. Thanks for asking. Pretty empty, to be honest. I used to take joy in a few things like video games, comic books, and TV shows, but since about a year ago I found less and less pleasure in these things to the point that they bored me. I sold all of my comic books and 90% of my video games, and almost all of the ones I have tried this year have just bored me after a few hours. A couple of exceptions to that, like recently Death Stranding, but I used to play easily 6-7 new games a year to completion. It's been 2 so far this year. I didn't even bother seeing Endgame in the cinema, instead watching it on the tiny screen of a plane in September. This was after I saw every single MCU movie since I Am 2 in theaters the weekend they came out. I have tried picking up other hobbies in case I am just burned out on these, but nothing else has really given me any satisfaction. Also, this job is bad, and I am struggling to find gainful employment elsewhere. So this year has been pretty boring and exasperating. Have you been exercising? Sounds like you have a low mood depression or the beginnings of depression. Can you go for a run? Maybe do 2 runs in a week. In nature if you can, and your desire for other forms of entertainment may start to return too. Have nutritious food too. It can do wonders for your mood. If the above doesn't work in a relatively short space of time, give it a week, 2 weeks, check in with your doctor. In fact, maybe check in with your doctor anyway, but start the exercise now. I go for a run maybe twice a week, but I just bought Ring Fit Adventure 2 for Switch, so I'm doubling up. Sometimes I get into low mood funk, but I really think the exercise helps. And sometimes I can't bring myself to actually going for a run, but I try not to blame myself and just let it go. Looks like you're from the UK. Hello from Birmingham. My crush brought me something to eat. I think I'll ask her out. Update. So today I went to ask her out and it turned out that she is ill. I'm doing it tomorrow and keep you updated. Update. Guys, I failed you. I tried to drive with her, but I missed her, and the next time I will see her will be on Monday. But I promise you I'll ask her on Monday. Update. Sorry, I forgot to update. Yesterday and today she wasn't in school, but I'll ask the next time I have the chance and inform you about the outcome. While we were driving, I found out that some boy gave her a few bread rolls, which she gave a few people, and I was just one of the few who got one. So maybe she didn't think about me in her free time, but at least I got one. So, as we had to wait for the light to turn, I asked her if she wants to go ice skating, and I don't remember in which order she said did the following. She said maybe, and asked when. She smiled and bit her lower lip. Then we had to drive different ways. Because I'm an idiot, I answered that I didn't know when. Because I'm an idiot, a part of me now thinks that she tries to find a way to say no or to avoid me. Because I'm an idiot, a part of me now thinks she is just happy, just a very quiet voice in my head. Because I'm an idiot, I just said bye instead of asking for a clear answer. My new goal is to ask for a clear answer, and I'll be prepared with a date and time. Just chasing a check per usual. Chasing a check so you can spend 90% of it on bills and 10% on food. I know the feeling. Honestly, sometimes I feel I'm about to crack. I have about $200,000 in debt, $60,000 of which is credit card balances. My wife created most of our debt with student loans and does not work. She doesn't work because she has a bundle of mental health disorders. She also doesn't work because she's still depressed from a late miscarriage we suffered over a year ago. The miscarriage was hard on me, but we don't talk about it because we're always talking about how hard it was on her. Sex with her is mostly disappointing because she's hardly ever into it. Sex with her is a rare occurrence, so I masturbate a lot. What is something about the company you work for that they would not like the customer to know? My old job occasionally involved us working in a concession stand. One time my boss came running downstairs and said, "Guys, put the hot dog machine in the laundry room. The health inspector is here. We only sell pop and candy." He gave us all an extra $20 from the cash box that day. I love that job. Why does a concession stand need a laundry room? To launder all the cash they made selling illegal hot dogs. Most of the menu at Applebee's I've cooked in the microwave. I'm pretty sure all of the customers know this already. Not really a company and not really customers, but parents would almost certainly not be happy with the fact that, yeah, we school teachers really do make fun of your kids in the staff room. I worked at Costco wholesale. Literally nothing. Nothing at all. It's wonderful. I worked there too. I knew they were a good company, but man, the entire food court is scrubbed clean from top to bottom every night. And the machines cleaned, tables scrubbed with disinfectant, floor swept and mopped. They also have a return anything ever for any reason policy minus electronics. You can buy your kids clothes, they wear them, outgrow them, and then return them. The policy is posted by membership, but I find a lot of members don't know that. I return food all the time if it's disgusting. They treat their employees great. The managers and sups are so cool with us and help us fold or drive forklifts once we close, give us candy for no reason, and get drunk with us at super awesome Christmas parties. I love Costco. The roast beef in Jimmy John's is not actually rare, it's well done and dyed red. That seems like extra work. We keep all the card details from our customers, even though we say we don't, and we are actually allowed to. I used to work at a 4-star hotel. Every guest credit card info was stored in plain text in our database with their full name, home address, email, and the CC security code. Any employee who had access to either the office or the reception computer could copy it down. It would have been as easy as hell to copy down all this info, quit, wait a few months, and engage in some serious CC fraud. Especially working the night shift when I'd literally be the only employee in the entire hotel, so I wouldn't have to worry about being caught copying down information. University of Phoenix admission rep and former UOP instructor. You don't have a GED? No problem. My boss knows a guy that can get you a GED in 3 days for $100. No test needed. You are worried about tuition costs? No worries. We'll get you all the grants and loans you need. Deferment is a wonderful idea. You need cash now? No problem. I can make it so you can earn a few extra $1,000 from your student aid by misrepresenting your income, dependence, and ethnicity. Scared that college will be hard and time-consuming? Nope. For $100 a class, I can give you an email address to someone who will log in as you, post discussions, do your assignments with a minimum of B grade. Failing a class and scared about getting expelled? Tell the dean of school that your instructor told an off-color joke about racism, sexism, or rape. Automatic A. Concerned about finding a job after graduation? No problem. We have several outbound call centers that cannot wait to hire you so you can call people to collect money from them. Don't want to work at a call center? As I have been told by dozens and dozens of recruiters, if you mention that you have a degree from any for-profit school, UOP, Kaplan, DeVry, etc., your resume gets thrown away. Think the government will shut us down? Ha! University of Phoenix spends millions of dollars to lobby senators and representatives to not look our way. Instead, shut down the smaller colleges. Used to work at Levi's flagship store in San Francisco. We had a pair of the oldest known Levi's in existence framed on the wall in the boutique, and every now and then some out-of-towner would come in boasting about how rich they were and how Levi's represents the American dream, yada yada, and demand the rarest thing in the store as a memento. We were told to direct them to the torn-up old jeans on the wall and tell them they were from the 1880s and had been found in a barn in the early 20th century. They would then fork out $1,500 or so and be on their way with their jeans, and would replace them with another copy from the storeroom. Now that I think of it, Levi's would probably like people to know about this. What with all the assimilated working class propaganda they used to sell their pants, distraction from the more evil things. Unfortunately, I haven't been to a sweatshop, so those stories will have to be left to someone else. I desperately hope there is someone reading this with one of those pairs of jeans just saying, "You gotta be kidding," right now. I work for a store that primarily sells DVDs and CDs. They would not like you to know that there is something called the internet. I just bought a Blockbuster store for $10,000. I'm going to be my own boss. Man, I'm going to roll in the money when Halloween comes around. You're paying us to put your details in form and click submit. One of our services setting up Google Places account. We literally put their details into a form, click submit, and they pay us $340. 1 week later, they're on Google Places. I work in the development fundraising office at an Ivy League university. Everyone assumes that family money has something to do with admissions and institutions like these, but I didn't realize the extent until I started working here. Although our officers are instructed to tell the parents of applicants that development and admissions have no contact, every year my team is given a contrary assignment. For every applicant, we need to look up all their alumni relatives and write a report on their relatives giving history to the school, current wealth, and potential for future giving. These reports go to the admissions office to be included in the applicant's file. This really sucks to read. Annoyingly assumed this was the case. If you bother us long enough, you get free things. If you bother any largish company long enough, you'll get free things, or at least a coupon. Try it. Email customer service with some random complaint. The box was too hard to open. It didn't work like that on TV. Anything. Usually you'll at least get a coupon. A lot of times you'll get a free product. It's fun. I tried this. What I got was ignored. A lot. I used to work for a dish installing company for DirecTV. DirecTV would knowingly overbook appointments by the thousands, and knowing people were just signing up and needed an installation. They would get your money, guarantee you the NFL ticket or whatever, and then give you a date that was next week, knowing that the reality of the situation was no tech was coming for at least a month or two. I call DirecTV every single summer and tell them I am switching to Comcast. They ask why and what they can do to keep me as a loyal customer. I tell them every year, you should reward your loyal customers and offer promotions for people other than brand new signups. So every year they just give me a Sunday ticket and sometimes NBA League Pass, and the bill stays the same. DirecTV is the only TV I can get at this location. I worked for a small aerospace company that produces aluminum and titanium components for Boeing, specifically for the 787 plane. We had barely competent people working the CMMs that check the part tolerances. The entire company was run like the worst. Constant shouting and arguments daily. Incompetent management who hired teens to save money. Knowing there are 787s out there with those parts on them scares me. You win. That's the scariest thing I've read on here. Ever. I worked for a distribution center for a large grocery chain. Always wash your food, especially your fruit and vegetables. I like to keep my immune system strong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Kelly Clarkson. Makeup company. The counter girls at department stores sometimes work 8-hour shifts ringing up purchases, going to the bathroom, eating lunch, texting, and doing numerous makeovers for customers. Let's just say a lot of those girls don't believe in regular hand washing. I would never have thought that. Ew. There's not sinks readily available. They probably rely upon hand wipes, sanitizers, if even. You think you are calling to speak to someone at the hotel directly. In reality, you have reached me, sitting at home in my PJs watching Real Housewives on mute. In all honesty, I don't care where you are as long as you're nice and can get me the help I want. This I couldn't care less if you were located on the moon. I just want to know if there's a room available. I was in hotels for 10 years. Hotels consider a night perfect if they're overbooked by 2 to 5 rooms. They count on no-shows to make up the difference, but they're totally okay with you not having a room you reserved. Likewise, if you booked with a third party like Expedia or Hotels.com, you are not guaranteed anything and will be last in line for everything because you're not considered a loyal customer. Very true. Currently working in a hotel, though it pisses off the front desk agents when we are overbooked. If you are connected about a sold-out situation, call the hotel earlier on the day of arrival to confirm all the details about your reservation. Usually they'll put a note on your reservation so you're more likely to get your booked room, not be walked. If you see a lower rate on Hotels.com Expedia, call the hotel. 9 times out of 10 we will match or beat it. It saves us the headache of dealing with these companies. If faced with the choice of walking 2 identical reservations, except one joined the loyalty program and one didn't, I'll walk the one that didn't every time. The amount of money I see wasted here is astounding. There's a place called RPAT Yard, where they shred, incinerate everything in an effort to reduce U.S. presence in Afghanistan. It doesn't matter how expensive or reusable it was, just destroy it so you don't have to worry about sending it home or finding someone to sell it to. MRAPs, for example, cost about $500,000 for a vanilla truck. There is an endless field of them on Bagram waiting to be shredded and sold for crap. They weigh in at about 30,000 pounds and are sold for about 93 cents a pound. Call it $30,000 of scrap metal, even though it's probably a lot less. If you shoplift at our store, even if we see you doing it, you can walk right out with the item and we aren't even allowed to accuse you of it. I know Hollister and Abercrombie have the same policy. My cousin used to work at Abercrombie, and she told me that someone got fired, got super offended, then went around telling everybody this policy. Well, this mall was in a really bad part of town, so you can imagine what happened next. She said it was pretty much a stampede of teenagers going crazy. She and her co-workers locked themselves in the back and called the cops. They even tried taking the moose off the wall. We find weapons and drugs all the time and are encouraged to just dispose and ignore and not report it. I'm a high school custodian. It's one of those swanky upper class sort of schools, so we're pretty much actively encouraged to ignore stuff like that. Just throw the AK in the dumpster and we can go split this 8-ball of Coke. Sound good? That we don't recycle, even though we use recycling bins. We keep track of all our inventory on a giant erasable whiteboard. There is no other place physically or virtually to obtain this information. Literally, someone could randomly walk by and force us to recount thousands of tiny parts. I work at a robotics company, and our customers are various hospitals all over the country. The thought of this makes me want to cry. Someone bring in a laptop with Excel. Anything but a whiteboard. Or at least take a cell phone picture of it every so often. Life hacks say find 3 hobbies. One to make you money, one to keep you in shape, and one that lets you be creative. What are some examples of this? I LARP, like in the movie Role Models. It's a ton of fun but gets a really bad reputation. Anyway, it keeps me in shape. Typical outdoor games have you walking 7 to 15 miles. I do a combat practice every week, and because I hate losing, it keeps me motivated to go to the gym. We use foam weapons and shields. 9 months ago, I decided to buy a $100 tool instead of a $100 weapon. Ever since, I've been making foam weapons and shields. I did $800 on my best week, and easily have enough business to make $200 a month. Pretty good for sitting in my garage messing around and watching StarCraft streams. I am not the most creative person, but building weapons and shields presents a lot of engineering problems to work around. It also makes me bust out the paints and do some arts and crafts, which I am not bad at, surprisingly. I have recently been making my own armor, spending 4 hours beating on a piece of metal, and having a functional piece at the end of the night is pretty damn cool. Sounds neat. Programming, walking, biking, and cooking. The cooking can sometimes conflict with the walking, biking, but my insistence on making everything as close to from scratch as possible means that I usually take quite a long while to produce anything. I have basically the same 3, and a similar fascination with working from scratch. In the past year or so, I've taken up charcuterie to complement the cooking. There's nothing quite like homemade carbonara when you've spent the last 2 weeks making the pancetta. Math. I am employed as a physicist. I have done recreational math and puzzles since I was a kid. Long distance running. Enough said. Guitar. I play rhythm guitar with some work buddies. Works for me. I'm a scientist, and that takes time both as a career, work, and a hobby, keeping up with all the cool things that are happening in not your field. I do theater as my primary creative hobby. I get to be creative and meet new people, and it's a blast. I'm a bit overweight. Serious question. How do you commit to theater when you have a full-time job? I have some other hobbies, but theater fell by the wayside after college because of time. Coaching. Makes me money, keeps me in shape, and I get to be creative with practice and plays for games. Hey, me too. Sport? Help. I have like 10 creative hobbies. How do I make money? Find out which one the people will buy. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Robotics engineering. Making the big bucks making robots. Running from self-aware robots when they decide to terminate humanity. Thinking of a fun new way to destroy maniacal robots to save the human race. Repeat. My 3 is nothing. A job is a job, but I do make a few bucks playing gigs. Have a home gym, just got mine. Play guitar in a band. The alternative is to have rich parents and then the rest will follow. You say the second one like it's easy. 1. I am into photography, though I haven't tried to make money of it yet. 2. I play ice hockey. I'm not that great. I live in Texas, and when I grew up, I couldn't even play if I wanted to. Now living in Dallas, I can play a few nights a week if I wanted to, and it's a great workout. 3. I play bass in a band and produce mixed music in Ableton when I'm on my own. I am a costumed character at an amusement park for Halloween and Christmas. I get paid to scare people. Walk up to 12 miles a night wearing costumes that can weigh anywhere from 20 to 62 pounds. And I make all my own costumes and props. I also sell props and parts. Grow weed. Do tech support work from home. Play video games as a third hobby. Edit. To be clear, 1 is for exercise, 2 is for money, and 3 is for being creative. How do you do tech support from home? Skydiving, if you become an instructor, weightlifting, and sculpture. Went skydiving recently. I've heard most instructors aren't exactly making bank and basically just do it so they can do what they love without the overhead costs. Of course, they may have just been pandering for tips, but none of them arrived in sports cars or anything. When I was 21 and out of work, I worked 30 hours a week unloading trucks for UPS. It got me some money. It got me doing something that kept me losing weight and gaining muscle. It also got me so bored out of my mind I was willing to do anything to not do it anymore. I lasted over 5 months, which is much better than average. If I find myself unemployed again, I am finding something just like it though. Not keeping in shape while unemployed is a path towards ruin. I roast sell coffee. This is something I do as a hobby in my spare time, but it would be relatively easy in my area for me to upscale and make much more money, something I'll look into after college. I play music, primarily guitar. This has made me some pretty good side money too. The hobby that kept me in shape used to be skateboarding, but it took a toll on all my joints, so I more or less quit last year. I haven't found a replacement yet, and I'm quickly becoming a lazy, out-of-shape dude with bitch tits. Your career. Take an interest in what you do and aim to succeed at it. The gym. It's really satisfying to reach goals and see your progress. Play an instrument. My fingers are disobedient fat little sausages, so I'm going to work on a creative hobby. Play an instrument? My fingers are disobedient fat little sausages, so I'm going to work on a creative hobby? The ocarina is the easiest instrument I've ever picked up. There are some that only have 4 holes, but even the 12-hole standard models have really easy fingerings. Not having to tune it is a plus. There isn't a lot of maintenance, and it isn't too much money to pick up a decent one. You might want to get a lower pitched one, since the soprano models can be a shrill until you're used to it. Go to the banks and buy bags of $50. Go home with them and save the 1964 to 1970 coins. Return the rest to the next bank. Repeat. The silver containing $50 that you've saved adds up fast. Start walking a mile a day. Breed canaries. Mix and match colors to come up with new strains of color that you sell or give away to friends. You say buy bags of $50. Wouldn't you just be trading the money you already have for an equal return in $50? Because that's not buying, that's trading. All 3 for me are creative, I suppose. As a theater technician, I turned a high school hobby into a profession to make me money. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough to pay for a little over basic living and enjoyment of life. Dance classes keep me in shape and are also my stress relief. In my spare time, I crochet, paint, or play video games. 2 out of 3 are obviously creative. The third could be depending on the games being played. Currently, a friend and I are preparing to plant peppers, onions, cucumbers, and tomatoes in order to prepare different sorts of things such as salsa, hot sauce, pickled peppers, etc., and jar bottle them to sell, which is fairly easy to do where we live, so this could be our keep you in shape. Planting is strenuous. Creatively, we, the same group, are starting a Let's Play channel, which sounds so bland, but we have so many unique ideas, I think we can carry our own and really grow a community. This is our creative thing. Now, the make you money, I would say would be a combo of the planting and a wrestling blog I run solo. I didn't put anything up the entire month of February, but overall it is very self-sufficient. I just need to find the time to write. This started as a creative side project that I could see some decent growth in the months to come. I fix computers and other IT-related work for money, enjoy hiking and running for exercise, and take photography as well as design games, sometimes using the photography for references for creativity. Not me, but I knew a guy who had slightly different formula which worked for him. 1 for money, 1 also for money, and 1 for whatever he wanted. He worked in a bank by day, waited by night, and on the weekends he could do whatever he wanted. When I met him, he was late 20s and had snowboarded on the desert dunes, been to both poles. Hell, he's probably already bought a ticket to Mars because there's nothing left for him to do here. Reef aquariums should cover all three. I can sell frags, small fragments of corals, to either make money or break even by getting a credit from my local fish store. Or if I want to go hardcore, I can breed fish. I have to lug around huge buckets full of roe or saltwater when it comes to water changes. Aquascaping and planning your tank build is where you can be creative. You can even build your own tank or LED fixture. The possibilities are endless. An ex of mine hit upon a triple combo: cooking food from your own garden. The layout of her gardens and the composition of her recipes can let her be creative. Working outside with her hands and eating right can keep her in better shape. Then she can sell extra produce at farmers markets and occasionally land a small catering gig for money, while also saving money by not relying as heavily upon grocery store prices. A penny saved is a penny earned. Not a terrible combo, but it certainly qualifies. Serious response. I thoroughly enjoy my job as a construction manager, so I consider construction as my hobby to make money. To stay in shape, I downhill ski in the winter and hike local trails in the summer. For creativity, I enjoy reading and playing my piano. It's all about balance, right? I grow my own weed at home and it's a blast. It's legal in my state, so no paranoia, and I brew my own beer. Luckily, THC is heat activated, so I can combine the two into one. It gives you a really interesting buzz, to say the least. The best part is I can just use the trimmings. I sell the bud and can of beer for pretty good money too. Taking in account of the fixed and variable costs of both products, I generally make about a 60% return. I can't keep it stocked for long after the plants are done. Fitness industry. For money, get a workout partner and do your own sessions you give clients. Personal training. Writing client programs and seeing physical changes in your clients is always a mind-blowing and rewarding creative endeavor. Started in the film industry, now running a gym, running classes, and training clients. 5 years, haven't looked back. It's like I don't even have a job anymore. Just a sweet place to hang out with like-minded people and help them feel better about themselves. Whitewater kayaking covers all three for me. I'm a certified instructor and teach the occasional class on the weekends. It definitely keeps me in shape, not just from the actual kayaking, but also the hikes to and from the river, which can be pretty brutal when carrying an extra 70 pounds. Last but not least, there is a lot of creativity possible on the river, from choosing your line through a rapid and using all the features available on the river to play. I repair electronics. Often the cost of a broken thing and the components to make it a not broken thing vastly undercut just buying a not broken thing. I cook, and then I eat what I cook. Shut up, round is a shape. I do role-playing games for creativity and paint minis for a different type of creativity. Failed at that, not much for hyper-marketing. Otherwise, it'd be the same as 3. Also, never managed to find an audience that's not broke as I am. Most I've gotten was the occasional pizza money by selling a few 3D models. Don't have much energy. By the time done working with the regular day job, I'm typically done for the day. Getting older sucks. Can't find much that inspires me much in this area when I do have energy, and winter weather doesn't help. Making art on the computer, both 2D and 3D, and messing around on the internet. Since money and finding an audience isn't involved, I'm free to do whatever for my own entertainment. It seems to be the only thing I've got going, but it ain't much.
What conspiracy theories do you think are too logical to ignore? Part 1. This one isn't as serious as most of the ones on here, but I enjoy it and have gotten into many convos about it. In the 2017 NBA playoffs, a player named Markieff Morris, who at the time played for the Washington Wizards, hurt his ankle in Game 1. This was only 11 minutes into the game and he didn't return. The injury looked like he would be out for a couple weeks, and no one expected him to play Game 2. But he showed up for Game 2 and played as if he was never injured. In fact, had his best game statistically out of the playoffs to that point. Here is where it gets interesting. Markieff Morris has an identical twin brother named Marcus, who also plays in the NBA. His brother was playing for the Pistons, who were eliminated from the playoffs already. The theory is that Marcus played for his brother. Both brothers have the exact same tattoos and don't have any super apparent different traits. I mean, that has to be the reason they have matching tattoos in the first place, right? So my dad actually confirmed a popular Reddit conspiracy theory. I told him about the laundry detergent caps have the full line too high on purpose, and he told me this was true. He interned at P&G, and they taught him the full line was for the highest level of cleanliness our product can give. You can get away with using much less detergent. Joke's on him, I just pour in a random amount of detergent every time. 1. Kennedy gets elected. 2. Kennedy is critical of the CIA, his own VP and military, for wanting to turn the Cold War into a hot one, and the willingness to perform false flag operations, Project Northwoods, to do it. 3. Kennedy is shot. 4. His VP takes power. 5. Classified. You missed out the most important part. He bangs Marilyn Monroe. Pretty sure I saw it here on Reddit at one point, but someone brought up the art trade. That these $1 million art shows and individual pieces that go for insanely high prices are just a way for money laundering. Tax write-off even. So a real estate friend of mine told me that if you made $1 million, you should get a painting done. Have a maid who happens to be an art critic or evaluator value the piece at $50,000, then donate that piece to charity stating its value. That allows you to claim a deductible of $50,000 towards your taxable income due to your charitable donation. Genius. David Miscavige, the chairman of the Church of Scientology, definitely murdered his wife and is getting off scot-free for it. Him and his wife got into a pretty heated argument in 2007, and she hasn't been seen since. Lawyers hired by David claim she is still alive and devotes 100% of her time to work at the Church of Scientology, which is why she hasn't been seen since August 2007. In 2013, a former member of the church had filed a missing person report that was closed after a few officers had spoken and seen Mrs. Miscavige, even though there's no evidence whatsoever of this meeting. All missing persons reports now are turned down, since this investigation is forever closed. Leah Remini has had it investigated as well and written letters to Shelley with no response. Before Leah left the church, she wrote letters to Shelley that the church refused to deliver, and when she asked where Shelley was, she was told she didn't have clearance to ask that question. This one is small and local, but still too insane to ignore and just came up today. Just recently, our small suburban town's favorite gas station went out of business. Everyone went there. The guy who ran it was the mayor. He retires and sells the property after an issue with the ground underneath the gas pumps. They tear down the gas pumps and keep the garage. Mavis Tire bought the property and opened a new store. A few days after the Mavis opened, someone posted a picture on Facebook of an intersection at a road near it with nails all over the road. The guy theorizes that a box of nails fell off of a construction truck. The police come clean it up and it seems all is well. Fast forward a few days later and people are commenting on the post that they're finding nails in their car tires. Not just from that intersection. People jokingly say, maybe it was the new Mavis guys throwing nails around, but nothing really happens. Several weeks later, people have been posting day in and day out pictures of nails in their car tires. My dad took my car into the Mavis in question about 3 weeks ago, and they found a nail inside of the right front tire. I noticed that it was driving sort of funny, but never that my tire was on the verge of exploding. I jokingly said, people have been saying you guys have just been going around throwing nails all over the place, trying not to laugh at how insane it sounded to say out loud. The guy behind the counter said nothing but, yeah, with a weird smirk. Over 50 people have posted on the town Facebook that their cars have had nails in their tires. My mom is driving my car now because her car has a nail in the tire. It's been almost 3 months. I'll post updates if anyone is interested. It's not even a joke, it's the truth it sounds like. It makes no sense. Nails? Dude, if an investigation is launched and they find a bunch of nails inside of the shop, like boxed up and unopened, can't they lose business? U.S. intelligence conducting organized blackmail operations out of Epstein's Island. The prosecutor handling Epstein's old case was told to back off and go easy because Epstein was intelligent. Acosta's departure from the administration confirmed that this was not just a rumor. So, as an American, I would really like to know exactly who was blackmailing who, how far it extended, and what political decisions were affected. Acosta gave Epstein a plea deal in 2008. How would his departure mean anything other than the administration knowing it would be bad optics for someone who got Epstein off with a slap on the wrist, working within? That bitch Debbie, who used to work in accounting, stole the succulent I had on my office desk. She always made comments about how much she loved it, then she quit her job here. come into work the next day and it's mysteriously nowhere to be found. Haven't seen it since. Came to the thread to say this one, so glad someone already did. Our phones and or the apps on them are listening to conversation. I'm super anti-conspiracy theory, but this has happened to me way too many times in the last 2 years. I impulse shop really badly. I carry cash for the explicit purpose of, I can use this guilt-free for an impulse purchase. 2 years ago, I bought high-end lipstick with cash in a store after doing zero research on the brand. Next day, I had ads for it despite never even previously hearing of that company before. I'd only talked with a sales associate about the brand for a while. 6 months later, a very similar thing happened when I switched hair care products to a very specific brand. Later that night, I had ads for their company which I'd never heard of or looked up pre- or post-purchase. 8 months ago, I ordered a cider I had never heard of at a bar in NYC. Didn't research the company or anything about it. Not even 2 hours after I left the restaurant, I had added that brand of cider on my Facebook. There's easily 5 to 7 more times I could think of, but these are the ones that bother me the most because I am positive the transactions were all in cash, I had never looked up the product before, and I had very targeted, specific ads from those exact companies less than a day later on most of my social media. Totally believe. Never did any research about martial arts or anything, but mentioned wanting to learn Krav Maga whilst grabbing coffee with a friend, and suddenly, I got a ton of ads for Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu courses. Google Maps only asks you for feedback on its navigation when it knows it did a good job. I use navigation all the time, and I find that when it gets me to the destination on time or earlier than predicted, I get a notification asking to rate the trip. But if it gets me there after it originally estimated, I never get that notification. It wouldn't be difficult to program this into the program, so you're likely correct. Google probably figures they don't want to ask you right after they did a bad job. That this question is reposted every couple of weeks by them to see just how close the public is to figuring out their schemes. And that this response is reposted every time to throw you off our trail. That's right, we're onto them being onto us, being onto them. Jamie Lynn Spears, Miranda Cosgrove, Victoria Justice, etc. were raped by Dan Schneider. Nickelodeon let him get away with a lot. There's so many jokes in all those shows. A lot of the interviews with those cast members get really awkward when they're around Dan. If you got to pursue your dream career when you really wanted it, wouldn't you do just about anything? If you made Dan Schneider mad, your career would be ruined and your dreams would be over. Neo Coke was a way for Coca-Cola to switch from real sugar to corn syrup without people noticing. Switch to the new formula that everyone hates, keep it for a while so that people demand the old one back, then switch it back after enough time has passed that people wouldn't notice the relatively subtle change. I thought it was just a ploy to drive up sales and the stock price. Switch to a new formula which people don't like? A lot still continue to buy out of habit because Coke is such an institution. Then release Coke Classics, which everyone misses, and the sales skyrocket. With the number of millionaires and billionaires that are psychopaths or similar, there must be a few super rich serial killers out there. By extension, there must be people making money supplying victims in the same way Epstein was supplying girls to the wealthy who wanted to scratch an itch. With the money, power, and influence would come governments and intelligence agencies willing to overlook or cover up terrible actions for leverage. This makes sense to me. When you can literally buy anything, the only interesting things become those things you aren't supposed to be able to get. Nothing is actually happening in Area 51. The government just keep it so people will focus on it and ignore the shady stuff happening somewhere else. Actually, Area 51 was created during the Cold War as a testing and development facility for aircraft, including the U-2 and SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance planes. And currently, it's probably being used to test a few weapons, and that's it. My favorite one is that UFOs are just us in the way of distant future time traveling. We probably developed some sort of cloaking device so we never see them except for when it malfunctions. What if the time travel is just an unintended consequence of a new type of super fast engine? In the future, they haven't realized and are just flying through the sky in our time. Even if one UFO sighting is real, then that changes everything we know about the entire universe. There is a reason that information on UFOs is dripped through the media. The Nimitz Tic Tac is the snowflake on top of the ice cube on top of the tip of the iceberg in terms of extraterrestrial life reaching Earth. UFOs are the single largest documented unknown event in human history, and we have cave drawings showing people in the sky coming down to Earth. Bob Lazar and Dr. Stephen Greer are the most well-known, but literally hundreds of military, political, and aerospace personnel have come forward to talk and show evidence of life and technology from outside our planet. What conspiracy theories do you think are too logical to ignore? Part 2. That civilizations have risen and fallen far earlier than we currently are aware, and that ancient civilizations were way more capable than we give them credit for. Perhaps more intelligent than we give them credit for, but it's really hard to hide some markers of advanced civilization like mass steel production. We're not any smarter, we just have more shoulders of giants to stand on. The whole aliens in Area 51 thing was to cover up the fact that it's actually a military test facility. The government would rather have alien BS about that place than have other governments steal or sell their weapons and tech to avoid another war. Pretty smart, IMO. To be fair, it's probably quite handy to have the public think they keep aliens there. Helps distract from where the aliens are really kept. Princess Diana's car crash wasn't accidental. I truly believe Prince Philip hired someone to get rid of her and have a feeling that when he, Elizabeth, and Charles die, some very secret conversations, emails, etc. will come out. Madeleine McCann was accidentally killed by her parents. I don't believe they intended to do it, but I do believe they covered it up, and once the press etc. arrived, they saw an opportunity to make money out of the situation. Another thing is that Diana felt very suspicious that she was going to be killed by someone before this happened. Plus, the autopsy reports of the crash are dubious at best. There is a giant money laundering cycle driven by the sale of paintings. It's just a piece of canvas with some paint on it. I may understand some people would be willing to buy paintings from the Renaissance, but modern art is definitely a huge money laundering instrument. That we're being listened to at all times. My phone hears me when I say, "Hey Siri," and activates Siri. Same with my Google Home. They'd have to be listening at all times to hear that, right? Also, Spotify did a deal where if you have Spotify Premium, you get a free Google Home. There are also deals on them frequently, which makes it seem as though they're trying to get them in as many households as possible. Oh, I know a bit about this. My friends on the Alexa team have told me that basically, Amazon doesn't want Pay to transmit, process, and store 24/7 audio from every device. That's expensive. Plus, it would be super creepy. But on the other hand, giving the devices enough brains, CPU power, to process everything you say locally would also be crazy hard to do. Full audio understanding is not easy. So what's one to do? Answer: the device listens all the time and records the last few seconds, throwing out everything older than 5 seconds. It then knows how to process only one word, Alexa or computer or Amazon, if those are your wake words. If it recognizes the wake word, the last few seconds and whatever comes next gets sent over the internet for way better audio processing and AI. You can check this. Network security stuff can record when and how much data is sent out of the device. Watch it 24/7 and watch what happens when you say, "Alexa." No or very little data transmitted outside of those moments. Do Google and Apple also do this? No idea. The Allies certainly knew about the Holocaust long before April-May 1945. They never just happened upon the camps as they were defeating Nazi Germany. This begs the question on why they never lifted a finger to stop the importations, destroy the rail lines to the camps, etc. But they never did despite them knowing what was going on. Michael Jackson and some other celebrities aren't actually dead, and that they live remotely without social media just to enjoy their retirement. Michael Jackson, Tupac, and the real Paul McCartney all hang out on Dracula's moon base and write beautiful music together. Elvis doesn't do that. Fidel Castro being Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's father. The resemblance really is uncanny. He looks nothing like his supposed biological father. And when you see that the dates his mom was staying with the Castros in Cuba, everything really does line up. She also had numerous affairs rumors with people like Mick Jagger while she was married. She really had a history of getting around and partying at places like Studio 54, etc. Finally, one I haven't heard. The reason Disney came out with a movie called Frozen was so that when you Googled Disney Frozen, you would get information about the movie and not websites talking about Walt Disney's body being frozen. The same goes for Disney on Ice. In that case, look out for the 2022 release of Anti-Semite coming to a movie theater near you. The theory that there is more to COVID-19 than governments are prepared to admit. This is our 4th major coronavirus after SARS and MERS and swine flu. Not sure if that's a corona variant, but governments are treating it like it's a far more virulent plague with quarantines, evacuations, and a panic level completely out of proportion for the apparent number of affected and deceased. Government's knowledge of space aliens for over 60 years, and other anomalies they don't tell the public that would cause panic or fear. I had a professor in high school who was a worker at NASA when he was young. He was 90 then and recently passed away. He would always tell us that when the astronauts came back, they would have to sign forms with the government to not talk about certain things they saw. Robert Kardashian retook the bar exam after not practicing law for years, just to join O.J. Simpson's legal team. He was also seen taking a bag off O.J. when he got off the plane. The theory goes that the bag contained evidence like the murder weapon or bloody clothes, and Kardashian joined the legal team so he couldn't be called to testify. I don't deserve these upvotes. The bag thing wouldn't have been protected by attorney-client privilege, and Kardashian could still be called even if OJ's his client. Lawyer here, he could still be called to testify. Taking that bag wouldn't be covered by attorney-client privilege for a number of reasons, the most important of which being that he was not a client at the time he took the bag. And his hiring him as a lawyer isn't something that would otherwise bar him from testifying. If his testimony is relevant to the case and not otherwise privileged, your lawyer can be called to testify. Not exactly a conspiracy, it's just not common knowledge. BPA is still finding its way into our daily lives. BPA can mimic and disrupt certain hormones, estrogen for one, which can cause numerous issues in the body as well as reducing men's sperm quality and therefore fertility. BPA has been removed from most food products, but if a product is marked BPA-free, it more than likely contains BPS, a substitute for BPA that hasn't been studied as well as BPA, so it could be better, equal to, or worse than BPA. We just don't know yet. Secondly, the most common place for BPA is the lining of food cans. That's right. Any kind of canned vegetable or soup is lined with BPA, which gets absorbed into the food, and is worse with foods that are highly acidic. It's also found in electronics, which leach it into the air upon use, as well as various other daily items. Plastic utensils, for one. So stick to metal or glass food products. I work for a chemical manufacturing company and have dealt with BPA quite regularly in a pure form. I took precautions, but watching the old heads handle it and essentially be inhaling the dust from it was wild. Phantom cosmonauts and astronauts. There is no way no one died in space, burned up on re-entry, or drifted off course and couldn't get back to Earth in the early days of the space race. Many years ago, someone said they had picked up a recording of a cosmonaut saying his craft had missed his trajectory and he was headed away from Earth by mistake. Knew he would die. 9/11 was allowed to happen so the government could go ahead with political agendas that would have been very unpopular otherwise. There were all kinds of advanced warnings that an attack was imminent, yet they were ignored. The attack allowed for the invasion and never-ending occupation of the Middle East, as well as the Patriot Act, that allows for increased spying by the government, and was passed only about a month after 9/11. If you read the 9/11 Commission report, it's very clear that we did know, but bureaucracy is more to blame. There's no Illuminati that controls the world with virgin sacrifices or secret handshakes. No, the way I see it, the truth is far more mundane. The richest 50 to 100 people on each continent or geographical area get together every so often and decide collectively and separately who does what, where, and when, which government will do such and so on. Money makes the world go round. Stands to reason that wealth pulls the real strings in the world. I mean, I don't sit about and obsess about this, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. Check out the Bilderberg Group. Here's the problem with that one. The richest and most powerful people meet in secret. You really think Elon Musk wouldn't accidentally tweet about it? The final speech in the 2012 film, The Dictator, Admiral General Aladdin, Sacha Baron Cohen. This constitution is nothing but a license for oil companies and foreign interests to destroy my beloved Wadia. Wadia will remain a dictatorship. Admiral General Aladdin. Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. Of course, he's joking about the dictatorship. For those who didn't understand, it's a film. It's not just the US. The Australian government is trying to pass a law of no cash transactions over 10 grand. Our interest rates are dangerously close to zero. KFC puts an addictive additive in the chicken that makes you crave it fortnightly. I hated the Colonel with that smug look on his face and those beady eyes. Oh, I know you're going to buy my chicken. Chester Bennington was murdered, and his suicide was staged. He had just gotten back from vacation with his family and was close friends with Chris Cornell, who had allegedly committed suicide in the exact same manner not long prior. Both of them had been trying to expose pedophile rings in Hollywood, and both ended up dying in the exact same way. Everyone knows Epstein didn't kill himself, but his alleged suicide was extremely similar to the others. And seeing as everyone believes he was murdered to prevent him from testifying against other people involved with his pedo island, it makes way too much sense that these two famous singers who were trying to expose the exact same stuff would have been killed by the same people to cover their tracks, especially due to how similar all of these suicides by hanging were.
I delivered pizzas every week for 2 years to a family. A day after the last delivery I made to them, I came to find out the wife's dead body was 3 feet away from me. Reddit. What are your "he seems so normal" stories? Worked at a boys and girls club for about a year. The directors, counselors, hardly interact with the admin, but the main admin who is in charge of running the site seemed like a super nice guy and had adopted 2 foster kids, approximately 10 and 12 years old, that actually participated at the club. During our summer training sessions, he was extremely adamant about drawing clear boundaries as far as physical contact with the members, and that anything deemed as inappropriate would result in being arrested by the authorities. A few months after I quit, I come to find out that he had been molesting his foster sons for several years and committed suicide when he found out he was being investigated for embezzling from the nonprofit company. I interned at a boys and girls club on the admin side of things for a few months. During this time, I met a guy who ran their summer camp, take inner city kids to a woodsy camp for a week. He used racial slurs and talked about the girls in a creepy way. I had to ride in his car for an hour and he kept asking me, female about 23 years old, to his house for dinner, and I kept saying no. It was weird, not normal conversation stuff. Then he starts threatening to just take me to his cabin that he has in the woods. Right then and there, I am starting to get seriously freaked out. I yell and freak out and demand to be taken back. He does comply, but starts to be like, "Oh, I was only joking." I tried to tell my boss and everyone else in the administration about this guy, and no one believes me. They tell me how I must have misunderstood, that he's done so much for the organization, wouldn't believe he is a racist nor creepy. Then a month later, the president and the VP or director or whatever, several of the high-ups in the admin office got busted for embezzling. It ruined my perspective of nonprofits forever, and I will always be angry that no one took action against this guy who at the very least was racist, not a good pairing with inner city youth, and skeezy, and at the worst could have been a molester rapist. My father, being a very racist man, never approved of my best friend when I was a kid. She was black. He would tolerate our hanging out outside, but forbade me going anywhere near her house, saying he didn't trust her family. My mom, understanding how ridiculous my father could be, would cover for me on a couple of occasions so I could spend the night at her house. She lived with her father, stepmother, and 4 half-siblings. Nights were spent watching TV, eating junk food, and listening to music. Normal adolescent rubbish. The father would occasionally give me a weird vibe, but I would attribute that to my dad's influence. Fast forward 6 years, she found me on Facebook and we ended up exchanging numbers to catch up. During that call, she admitted that her father had been raping her since the age of 8 and that it continued until late into her teens. It only stopped because a friend reported him. She admitted to having liked when I spent the night because it was one of the few times he would leave her alone. It still haunts me. Your poor friend. How sad. There are so many unavenged victims. I grew up in a small town. We had one arcade in town, and my friends and I would spend every free moment we could there. The guy who owned it was in his early to mid-30s, looked like Billy Corrigan, and lived in an apartment above the arcade. He seemed like a cool guy. We talk about video games and pen and paper RPGs a lot. One time it was raining pretty hard and he gave me a ride in his DeLorean, 1.21 gigawatts, which was totally rad. Mike seemed like a pretty cool guy. Years passed and one morning I'm sitting in the high school library reading the morning paper before class. There he is on the front page being arrested for sodomizing young boys in his apartment above the arcade. It totally blew my mind. When I got home from school that day, my mom met me at the door. Did he touch you? The man in the DeLorean, did he make you do things? Billy Corrigan's lookalike who owned the local arcade molested children. My mom became convinced I was harboring a molesty secret. I wasn't. The man in the DeLorean, did he make you do things? Having strange visions of Back to the Future. While I never actually experienced this, my grandparents have told me a story from when my grandpa used to work on the freeways around Los Angeles. My grandpa was pretty close with some of his work buddies. One man in particular was very friendly, and my grandpa would talk with him almost every day as they worked alongside one another grading and paving the freeways. He even offered to watch my mom, aunt, and uncle if my grandparents were busy because he had some exotic animals at his house that the children loved. After a while, my grandparents moved away, and many years later, my grandpa got a call from a detective asking about this man. Apparently, this guy murdered young children and had been burying them in the freeways as they were being built. Luckily, my grandparents never trusted him with their kids. When I was in elementary school, I had this happy hippie art teacher. She was very fun and nice. She had a clay jar with a cork top that said fairy dust on it that was full of glitter. She would sprinkle it out on her heads on the way out the classroom. Eventually she left because she had cancer. Years later, I guess she couldn't take it, so she went to a gas station, covered herself in gas, and lit herself on fire. She actually killed herself there at the gas station around all of those people. I was the manager at a sandwich place that was in a very bad neighborhood, one of the highest crime areas in the country. I was never too concerned though, because we were directly across the street from a police station. We had one regular customer who came in 2 to 3 times a week. He didn't look anything like 90% of our customers. He was middle-aged, clean-cut, always in a long-sleeve button-up shirt and tie. He said he was a teacher and talked about his students and all the great things he did for them. Honestly, I would have said he was a hero. Then one day, he walked into the restaurant with a gun in his right hand and he was crying his eyes out. He was babbling a little bit and just bawling. He walked up to the cashier, who hadn't had a chance to move away, pointed the gun straight at her, paused, then pointed the gun at himself and attempted to pull the trigger, but dropped the gun instead. A customer tackled him, and a group of us made sure he stayed on the ground, and the police came and took him away pretty quickly thereafter. We came to later find out that he had discovered his wife had cheated on him with one of the students, and he had killed her about 10 minutes before he came into the restaurant. What kind of sandwich would he get there? During my parents' divorce, they remarried when I was 14. My mom married this dude, Todd, after knowing him for 3 weeks. He was a truck driver with a mustache and a huge beer belly. My sister and I automatically hated him because he wasn't dad to us. Fast forward 4 months later, their marriage comes to an end and we move out in a single night. Turns out, while he was watching us while mom was at work, he was actually in their bedroom fapping to kiddie porn. My sister also confided in me later that she would wake up sometimes and he would be in our closet watching us sleep. Mom marries a secret pedophile. Get us out of there. In elementary school and early middle school, there was a man that lived at the very end of my road. My road consisted of 4 other homes. Each of the 4 other ones had children. We all knew the guy pretty well, all 5 of us kids, and we'd go over there periodically and hang out in his basement. His kids were all grown up, so he said he liked the company. He always had those cheap but delicious frozen icy pops. He also rescued abandoned ferrets and fostered them until someone else could take them. and had a good 10 plus of them at a time. We loved going over there, playing with the ferrets, and listening to his stories as we ate popsicles. We found out years later that he had been arrested for child molestation when he hit about 7th grade. By that time, we all knew full well what child molestation was, and none of us had ever been touched by him. To this day, I have no idea if he was wrongly convicted, if someone on our street was lying about being molested, or if he just managed to keep his cool around us for some reason. I used to hang out with a possible pedophile as a kid and play with his ferrets. Dude had standards, obv. I had a substitute teacher in high school that was always really nice and got along with all the kids. He was even cool enough to let us have class on the roof of the school, accessible by a window. It just came out recently that he tried to kill his wife by shoving her off a cliff in Maine. He did it to try and get her money that she had recently inherited. Made me second guess all of the time I spent on the roof with him. Trying, that had to be an awkward drive home. When I was growing up, my friend's Joe's dad was just a random dad. He had a job as the head social worker at this home for troubled teens. Very respectable in our Volvo driving farmers market going liberal enclave. He just was a normal dad. Then one day, years later, he's on the news for driving his car into a trailer park, luring a 7-year-old girl into it to help him look for his lost puppy, and then raping her. I am still friends with Joe, but have never mentioned the thing about his father. Kind of awkward. When I was a kid growing up in Maryland, we had a neighbor named Walt. Walt taught me how to fish and how to catch Chesapeake Bay blue crabs off of their pier behind our house. He was always happy to look after me when my folks were busy, and he had a pretty impressive fish tank in his place. Every day after school, I would stop by to see him, and he would let me feed his fish. I learned a lot from Walt, but what I didn't learn until 20 years later was that Walt was legally blind. When I was a kid, I was in theater class with an amazing instructor. He was funny, talented, and a great teacher. One day, my parents and I were driving somewhere when they asked me, "If the instructor ever did something to you, you'd tell us, right?" I had no idea then what they were talking about. A few days later, I learned that the instructor had been arrested for molesting 2 boys at the school that he worked at his day job. My mom asked me at least once a week if anyone had been touching me or asking me to keep secrets for them. I have no idea if this was ever pointed toward anyone, but she asked me so much I was pretty sure something was wrong with me since no one was actually touching me despite this apparent danger. When I was in junior high, I was in the Boy Scouts, late 1980s. A new kid joined our troop and he had lived near me, so we hung out. His dad was an OBGYN and former Air Force officer. I always had wanted to be in the AF, and his son did too. We used to practice our first aid and such over there and seemed like such a normal family. Over time, we lost contact with each other. Then, while in high school, the father is arrested and is in the local paper. Ends up, the father had been abusing his patients for years. The son ended up leaving the area, but I did see his graduation pic from West Point, so at least he made it through. I thought you were describing Ron Paul in the beginning. OBGYN, Air Force, had a son. That's messed up though. Growing up, I had a friend who lived across the street in our upper middle class neighborhood. Her dad owned a protein shake and supplement shop in our town. And one day he was arrested for producing and distributing date rape drugs in the back room of the store. It also came out that her mother was a stripper at the local club. In retrospect, after all this came out, I remembered a time that we were hanging out and my friend had a bag of rock candy. It was legit rock candy, not sketchy stuff. She offered me some saying, "Try this candy. It makes women lose their minds." Weird sayings like that go in one ear and out the other until somebody like Date Rape Daddy happens. Her line is just too perfect.
AskReddit. Men of Reddit, what do you do that you're pretty sure all men do? Bring in all the groceries in one trip. The art of picking up and carrying milk jugs with your fingers. I once went grocery shopping with my dad and we had to bring it upstairs. We decided we would get it all done in one go. It was hell on my hands, but once I got there in one go, I felt so proud. I let out aloud, "I did it! Do you love me now, Father?" Slap the pockets of my jeans and say, wallet, phone, keys, cigarettes, before leaving the house. And they're all in very specific places and positions. Wallet, back right pocket, phone, front right, keys, front left. If I'm coming home late at night on a lonely road and notice there's a woman ahead of me, I walk much more slowly so she can hear that the gap between us is growing, or I cross to the other side of the road so again she can hear I'm moving away from her. I always find myself purposefully stepping harder when I'm coming up to pass someone so they can hear my footsteps and I don't scare the thing out of them when I suddenly brush past them out of nowhere. Bury my emotions and never talk about them. Guys, it's not gay or weak or whatever to vent every now and then to friends, family, or strangers. Speaking from experience, bottling up emotions unhealthily can and will lead to negative consequences. Depression, anger issues, physical health problems, etc. That and, sometimes it just feels good to lower the defenses and let a few bros or lady friends inside the armor, right? Makes you feel a bit more connected to those around you. If you are struggling with things you think you can't talk about, by all means, give me a PM. Sometimes it's easier to open up to a stranger. Until you're drunk. I'm convinced that any man who grows a beard and then shaves it for a brief moment, trims it to the Hitler moustache and stares at themselves for a minute and speaks in a German accent. It's the allure of forbidden fruit. I used to. But then I got worried my shaver would break and leave me with the dash, so now I always shave that bit off first. So you go for Amish beard first. I shave the chin first, so I have that old-timey handlebar moustache that attaches to 2 long sideburns. Double take on that gorgeous young lady that just walked by. Then realize she is definitely still in high school. Criticize her parents for letting her dress like that. Am I still a minor? Oh, that's right. Turned 18 a few months ago. Breakfast thinking. More often than not, I go to bed excited to wake up because I'm looking forward to breakfast. I really love breakfast because it's simple, quick to cook, and fun. I was on an eggplant kick last week, so there was eggplant and eggs. Before that was eggs and salsa. Eggs and potatoes are a good standby. Yogurt with whatever is nice. If I want to feel fancy, I have cheese. Going to bed is a happy breakfast in the morning. Have a feeling of accomplishment when I fill the surface of the toilet water with bubbles. Hold one nostril closed in the shower and blow snot or boogers out the other straight into the drain. Ah, the Russian hanky. The snot rocket, if you will. It is truly the most graceful exhibition of human masculinity. If a pretty lady is about to walk past me on my left, and I suspect I won't be able to get a direct look at her, I'll use the reflection of the window on my right to scan her fully, guilt-free. Works best when I'm downtown. Wondering if today is the day you'll stop holding yourself back. Having that moment of self-awareness that it would be so easy to be the person that you want to be, that the amount of time you've spent hesitating shames you, and pondering why you've let it go so far. Perhaps you want your friends and brothers to always be your equals, or perhaps you want your dad to always be the best. But if you start being who you think you really are, you'll leave them so far behind that you feel like it will somehow lessen them. Feeling that you have these extreme talents like fruit on the vine going to rot due to your inaction. And then going back to mindlessly consuming and procrastinating to distract yourself from your comfortable view of your extreme limits from atop the bell curve as you settle for a life of mediocrity by default. Wow, this is meh. Also, sorry I'm late. Having to take off long socks after a long day and scratch out my hairy legs. Finding shortcuts on routes to places where I often go. Just lurking, every time to find a way to get there faster, to the point where I cross a street because I know it would be a shorter way, because later there is a slight turn and I can save a few steps. So much, yes, we save literally dozens of seconds. Racing the flush or using sonar to pee at night, avoiding harsh bathroom light. Nothing like the sudden rush when you accidentally miss the toilet and splash all over the floor. While watching TV or whatever alone, your hand will somewhat subconsciously migrate into your pants and rest on your junk. I've done it since I was a child, and I still do it. Trying to catch falling objects, lightly tapping my testicles in the downswing, and getting abdominal pain from the light contact. Not sure if this has been said already, but getting emotionally tied to sports teams. Like when my team loses in football for the rest of the day, I'm disappointed. As a Vikings fan, I know the feels. Think about just quitting everything and go and live as a wild man in the forest every once in a while. After getting undressed, flip my underwear up into the air with my toes and catch it before tossing it into the laundry bin. Stay in the bathroom longer than necessary when she's talking, and you just need the quiet for a little bit longer. Trying not to make a sound whenever someone walks in on you pooping in a public bathroom. End up waiting for them to leave or see if they're challenging me to a battle. When bored, looking through the women there to determine which you would bang, and looking through the men to determine which you could beat in a fight. Imagining apocalyptic or Red Dawn scenarios and what you would do. Poop. Well, actually one guy who claims that he does not poop. However, that is a story for another day. I enjoy having breakfast in bed. I like waking up to the smell of bacon. Sue me. And since I don't have a butler, I have to do it myself. So, most nights before I go to bed, I will lay 6 strips of bacon out on my George Foreman grill. Then I go to sleep. When I wake up, I plug in the grill. I go back to sleep again. Then I wake up to the smell of crackling bacon. It is delicious. It's good for me. It's a perfect way to start the day. I must admit, one day I got up and stepped onto the grill and it clamped down on my foot. Leave the bathroom without washing your hands when nobody's looking and you didn't get anything on them. 2 things. 1. Grip the nutsack and stretch it to unstick it from your leg, or just to see how far it'll stretch. Tuck an inconvenient boner into your belt, and, if you're a tad more well endowed, try not to bend at the waist until it goes away. In the morning, flatten my right hand, do morning wood stretch while pushing it down a bit. Eat food, breathe, and sleep. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only guy who does these things, but I could be wrong. Nah, you are. As you drop your underwear, use your foot to bring it up within arm's length or fling it up into the air and try to catch it. Sometimes at home, especially if I'm wearing track pants, I'll just walk to the toilet, pull them down and start going. No holding, no aiming, just pants down and starts. It doesn't usually work in the morning though. Flex when passing mirrors in your house. You always know which mirror in which room you look the biggest in, and usually head there for a quick flex after doing it in any of the lesser mirrors. Doing the Texas belt buckle, or as it is also referred to as Texas tuck. When you have an erection but have to stand up and walk around other people, you pull your dick up and use your belt buckle or waistband to hold your dick head behind it so it isn't sticking straight out. Most dudes probably knew what I was saying in the first sentence, but the explanation for dudes that do it but do not know the terminology. Socks off at home. Any rooms, any place, anyone around, socks stay wherever you were when they got taken off. Turn the water on in the bathroom but fail to wash hands, all the while using water as a distraction. Within 30 seconds of meeting another man, I've decided whether or not I could win a fight with them. I don't know why, but I can't remember ever not being that way. And I'm actually a nice, peaceful person. I just size people up right away for whatever reason. Destroy cigarette butts at the bottom of the urinal. Targets of opportunity. You have to field strip them, as George Carlin said. Examine an axe or other random hand tool at a hardware store, faking you're looking at quality, all the while sizing it up as a makeshift zombie apocalypse weapon. Leaving the gym weight machine on a higher weight setting than you were using when there is someone after you. Got an erection in public and have purposefully declined to do something because you can't get up. Like I missed my train stop because I was rocking a solid and would have slapped the guy in front of me with my thigh. When watching an emotional part in a movie with your SO, looking at the corner of the screen so not to cry like a little girl. Say horrible things in the company of your close friends that would get you fired, divorced, disowned, etc. Eat any food that is way too hot to be eaten at the time. This especially applies to molten cheese on pizza. I will burn the roof of my mouth before I wait for it to cool down. Pluck a wild, crazy, long white ear whisker, the kind attached to a lobe on your brain, and think, oh no, am I getting old already? After washing hands in the bathroom, I look up in the mirror to A. See if I have anything in my teeth, and that my hair doesn't have a strand sticking out. B. Make faces to see what other people see when I make that face. Or C. Try to make my pecs dance like Terry Crews. One day I'll get it. Sometimes we stare at girls by accident because they walk where we're looking, or we sort of zone out. But 99.99% of the time it's intentional. Wipe until the toilet paper yields nothing. I'm also pretty sure I'm not the only guy who wipes, in spite of not having pooped, just to make sure I'm not skid marking my underwear, which is a process I refer to as playing a losing scratch-off. Squish both sides of my chest together with my hands to see if I can make convincing cleavage. I'm not saying I don't always wash my hands, but if I'm in a public restroom and someone else is in there as I'm about to leave, I definitely wash my hands. That awkward leg movement you think you're being incognito about when you're trying to detach your balls from your leg.
Serious. Have you ever had an unexplained or paranormal experience? My dad had this habit of knocking his fingers on the wall in our hallway as he walked by, and he had a crackly toe. Together, it made a very distinctive sound. Bada-bada-bap, followed by a pop. We always knew when we were in trouble by the tempo of that sound. My older brother had a kid a few years after Dad died, and one night, while I'm babysitting and the kid's upstairs in her crib, she's about 18 months. Over the monitor, I can tell she's not napping anymore, but she seems to be occupying herself. Then I hear bada-bada-bap pop, and she giggles. It took me a minute to recognize that sound, but when I did, I went upstairs. The door to her room had been closed when I put her down, but now it's open and she's standing in her crib, looking at the far corner. There was nothing there. Guy comes back as a ghost to play with his grandchildren. Sounds like a good dad and grandpa. This is pretty freaky. I still don't know how to explain it. About 2 years ago, my sister, her infant nephew, and I moved into an apartment that, we later discovered, was used as an elderly community. From the moment we moved in, we felt uneasy. The weird feeling wasn't enough to get us to ditch our seemingly awesome apartment, though, especially not a cheap 2-bedroom that allowed dogs and had a pool. A few months after moving in, weird stuff started happening. Shadows moving in an otherwise still room, objects not being where they'd been left, baby toys talking to themselves in dark rooms, just the kind of thing to make your skin crawl. To make matters worse, even when it was bloody hot outside, my bedroom would be freezing and the closet door was always broken in an open position. It didn't matter how often we would get it fixed, it would instantly be broken again. Now, this is where it gets a little crazy. One morning I woke and my bed had been moved. I hadn't even as much as wrinkled my sheets while sleeping, yet my bed had been slid 3 feet away from the wall. I then began having pretty intense night terrors. I'd jump out of bed screaming and throwing my blankets, begging for my sister to save me. This would happen 3 times a night. One night, I had a particularly vivid night terror, only I didn't feel frightened. I jumped up in bed, looked around, and saw eyes peering around my closet door. I leaned in and saw a man, mid-20s, staring back at me. I said, in the calmest voice I could muster, "I'm going to give you a few minutes alone, but then you need to leave." I stumbled to the living room and sat on the couch for 10 minutes, then walked back to my bed. From that moment on, no more baby toys talked, my closet door closed with ease, and my bedroom was at normal temperature. This is a good story. This may sound weird, and to this day I still have no explanation as to how this happened. I live in a 36-story apartment building and was on my way to go out to the mall. We live on the 30th floor. I get in the lift at floor 30 and press the ground button, floor G. When the lift opens at ground, I notice the whole foyer and lobby area is completely different. Different couches, lights, colors, etc. I was really taken back by it. I make my way to the exit, and after seeing the outside area and then looking back to the building entrance, I realize that the building isn't the one I live in. This building was in the same local area not too far away from mine, but I have no explanation as to how or when I got there. This all happened while I was in the lift. I'm the kind of guy who is very skeptic and down to earth, but this still gets me. Your post reminded me of something that happened to me in elementary school. We had our drinks for the break in all the same glass bottles. So I had my apple juice and was drinking, my eyes closed for a few seconds. When I opened my eyes, the boy next to me asks why I'm drinking his milkshake. There I am, really holding his milkshake in my hands. I haven't stopped drinking or put the bottle away during the time my eyes were closed. Can't explain that. Not paranormal, but I guess this falls under the unexplained category. Anyway, on the same day, I was recognized by at least 5 different store clerks and people on the street, none of whom I had ever met before. I was just grocery shopping, running errands, etc. First place I went was to the corner store to pick up a snack. I walk in and the clerk says, "Hey, you're back so soon." Never seen, had even been to that corner store, so I told him. He claimed that I had come in earlier that day. Next place I went to was the same deal. An employee who was stocking things at the grocery store said he had rung me up an hour or so before. Then the cashier greeted me with, "Welcome back," when I was checking out. At the phone store, I was asked if my phone was still giving me problems, because apparently I had come in half an hour ago complaining about problems with receiving text messages. The employee claimed we even had the same phone. As I walked out, a jogger ran past me and proclaimed, "Hey man, funny running into you again." Didn't stop him as I was a little confused. That night, while I was waiting for the bus, a woman approached me and just struck up a conversation as if we were old friends, before realizing I wasn't who she thought I was. After reading this, I realized how mundane it must sound, but that was easily one of the weirdest days I've ever experienced. Maybe I was part of the most elaborate and subtle prank in history. My story is not freaky or scary, but definitely unexplainable. It has to do with my identical twin brother. He was living with my dad in the DC area, and I was living on the other side of the country. About 1 a.m., I had the most vivid dream, where I was freezing cold and looking up the stars, and something was very wrong. I somehow knew it was my brother. The dream shook me so much I was wide awake, scared. Oh well, just a dream. I'll watch some TV to calm down and go back to sleep. The next morning, I see that my dad is calling me, so when I answer, I say, "Dad, before you say anything, I know something happened with my brother." He told me that my brother ate a bottle of Ativan and washed it down with a fifth of vodka. They found him in his underwear on the hood of his car looking upwards. Remember, in my dream, I was freezing and looking up at the stars. Luckily, they found him in time to save his life, which he eventually took years later, but there is no way to explain the dream and the connection I felt with him that night. My brother died a couple of years ago. Right after he died, I had a vivid and very moving dream about him that really has stuck with me. I was with him in our local mall, but not as it is now, more like it was in his best days. It is kind of run down now, and he was not the age when he died, he was about 16 or so. However, I was still an adult in the dream. What was really strange and moving is what he said to me and how he talked to me. He told me rather pointedly that I shouldn't worry about him. He died in not so good circumstances, and that he was absolutely floored about how he gets to feel now. He said he was so happy to be able to feel like it feels to be a kid again, with nothing to worry about and no pressures on your mind. It was probably the most vivid dream of my life, and I remember it still very clearly, which usually never happens with dreams for me. Mine's kind of long, and I think it may fall under the unexplained more than necessarily paranormal, but here it is. When I was 13 or 14, I lived in Hawaii on a military base along the side of a volcanic crater. AMR, for those who know the area. The townhomes we lived in were up along the slope of the mountain, but the last 500 feet or so were empty hill space, leading to a cliff overlooking the crater, which had businesses and such in it, long dormant. Well anyway, my friends and I, being the young teenagers we were, loved hiking the side of the crater and walking along the edge. It was mostly flat leading up to the edge, and there was a fence along most of it. So this isn't as unsafe as it sounds. We found an abandoned bunker, most likely from World War II, about a mile along the side of the hill, and decided to go exploring. We got inside, and it was mostly empty. There was a mount for what I would assume would have been a machine gun at some point, and then there was a locked metal door. It was pretty rusty and sounded kind of hollow, like there were a few spots you could probably see through, except for the fact that it was pitch black inside. We'd go to this bunker and kind of hang out and play all the time, until the last time we went. We got there around 5 p.m., and we were sitting around talking about random things. Probably Animal Crossing or Phantasy Star Online at the time. All of a sudden, we started hearing this faint banging noise coming from behind the door. We froze and got super silent, and the banging was rhythmically speeding up. Like, at first it would be a slight bang every 15 seconds or so. Then after about 20 faint bangs, they would be 10 seconds apart, etc. It got to the point where they were about 5 seconds apart, and then they stopped altogether. We looked at the door and noticed some of the rust powder, I don't know what it's called, like a crumbled rusty door, fall off the door. We got up to nope the thing out of there, started climbing the ladder out, and the person that left last, there were 3 of us, and I was second, so the person climbing behind me swore they heard a loud bang against the door as he finished climbing out. We ran down the hill and some MPs spotted us and told us we weren't allowed to be up there, and about 2 weeks later, they'd built a fence and sectioned off the entire area. Still no clue what was down there, if anything. This is much more creepy and interesting to me than most stuff in the thread. Think about what could be in there. Upvote for you, my man. I used to live in Arizona, near a mountain sacred to the Native American tribes in the area, Pima or Maricopa. There were a lot of skinwalker rumors in the area. My friends and I loved camping, and were lucky enough to get permission to use a site near the mountain, along the Salt River for a weekend. First thing you have to understand is that we were a pretty sheltered group of kids. Didn't use drugs and alcohol in moderation. We mostly went out to share creepy stories around the campfire and nerd out for a night or two. We all spent a lot of time in the desert, and we're all familiar with the land and wildlife, even the rarer species. We were sitting around our fire, listening to the river and the animal sounds around us. Crickets, cicadas, birds. The moon was almost full, and the desert was beautiful. Suddenly, everything goes quiet. Just the sound of the river remains, and even that seems spooky. The air grew still and seemed to get cold. We hear rustling in the undergrowth across from our fire. Out steps a javelina. Javelinas are in the pig family, usually a brownish color, biggest ones about the size of a medium-sized dog. They're actually kind of cute. This one wasn't. It was huge and looked jet black with glowing red eyes. It paced around a bit, seemed like it was moving around the fire so it could look each one of us in the eye. I have never seen anything look at me like that, and I work with psych patients. Its gaze was cold and searching, like it could see through me. After what felt like forever, it finally backed up through the undergrowth. The night got warmer and the normal sound started up again. We spent the rest of the night very close to the fires and BTFO'd as soon as the sun rose. I really want to believe it was just a male javelina scoping out some territory, but every instinct I have says it wasn't. Winston Churchill. Always remember, a cat looks down on a man, a dog looks up to a man, but a pig will look a man right in the eye and see his equal. I'm too late to the party, but I live in a haunted house. I don't mean haunted like Amityville Horror or something, but our house is almost 100 years old, and we have a ghost. Our first clue was shortly after we moved in, when some money I had laid on my bedside table went missing. SO didn't take it, dogs didn't eat it, it hadn't fallen under or behind. It was just gone. I found it several months later when unpacking a box from our apartment. The box was still sealed with packing tape, and the money was in the middle of the pile of papers and things in the box. I know it was the same money because of the order of the bills and the way it was folded, neither of which was usual for me. A coworker had paid me back for something and done it that way. Second incident was the ceiling fan reversing. Straight up stopped and started turning the other way while I was watching. Not like slowed down either, but stopped dead. Then I saw the ghost one night. My SO swears I was dreaming, but I know I wasn't. He was hanging a hat on a coat stand in the hallway, where we don't have one, and he looked right at me. I could see him clearly. He seemed to sort of glow or be illuminated from a light somewhere nearby, and could describe him to this day, down to the fashions he wore, his mustache, his tired but kind eyes. Somehow I also knew his name, Philip. Since then, he sometimes makes mischief. My dog seemed to see him, and he occasionally has fun playing with her ball, even in the backyard. He makes winds, plays with a fan, has footsteps. If he's annoying or frightening us, we just say firmly, "Philip, stop." And he does. I don't mind him. I sort of like him, actually. I've looked for records about him, but as best as I can piece together, he rented a room here during the Depression, so there is really nothing with a paper trail. Anyway, that's my best true paranormal story. Having seen enough horror flicks, I'd only say be very careful acknowledging Philip. I've always wanted to share this story. I used to work the ICU night shift back in my military days. Hospitals were always creepy at night, but it never really bothered me until I had a patient that was on the outs, and we were expecting for him to pass away on our shift. The rooms in our ICU have glass partitions and curtains so you could see the patient next door. This is about 1:30 to 2 a.m., and while I'm in the next room over, something catches my eye. There is a man leaning over the bed, and his face is inches away from the one in the bed. I'm looking in disbelief that it's the same person staring at himself in bed. Thinking I'm losing it, I come around the partition to see if it's a coworker in there, and no one is in the room. Maybe an hour later, he passed away. To this day, I can't really explain it. Man, this one really hits me, seeing someone else having an out-of-body experience. What's a good job for introverts who only have a high school diploma? I used to work at a cactus nursery, and it was an introverted dream. Hell, any plant nursery work is awesome and anyone can do it. You just pop in headphones and hang out with plants all day. It's super easy, and you get in awesome shape because you're on your feet all day lifting and moving plants. What's the position called? You're just general staff, so it's just called nursery worker. If you're also a night owl, I'd say look at nearly any third shift job. Most people don't choose it and most people are asleep then, so talking and interaction is quite limited. I worked the third shift at a factory when I was 19, and a few months into it, a QA position opened up for a third shift associate. I said, why the hell not, and applied. Got the job. I got all the perks of having a desk job without any of the issue of dealing with the rest of the office staff working 9 to 5. Every now and then I would walk around to check the factory floor, finish products, etc. whenever I got bored, but most of my time was spent signing off on different forms, like call quality to make sure this special thing is being done, quarantining any bad product that is found and handling paperwork for it, and occasionally helping out the production staff. I didn't have to talk to anyone unless I was in the mood to, and I only communicated with my boss and colleagues via occasional emails. Pretty easygoing job, but it had days where everything in the factory or the warehouse would go to all at once. Those were rare. It was a pretty nice job. If it weren't for the poor management of the company in general, I might have kept doing it. I left making $13.07 an hour after 2 years of working there, so it paid pretty decently considering I only had my diploma. I have a friend who is a deep introvert that works in classifications, in that she has to watch a bunch of television and tick off lists to figure out what classification they should have, G, PG, etc. She gets to watch most popular shows at least 2 weeks in advance and does it in the remotest part of the building by herself. She also has to sit through a lot of European art movies and gore flicks, which meshes well with her interest in serial killers. My college roommate did a similar job for MTV, or rather a company that was contracted by MTV and based out of Monrovia, CA. He found it by reading the end titles in the credits of TV shows and then went to the company websites and applied. A factory with equipment loud enough to make earplugs mandatory. It's hard as hell to hear anyone talking over the machines, and that forces extroverts to keep conversations to the bare minimum. This is the only job I've had where being an introvert felt like an advantage. Factory work is what made me realize I'm not as introverted as I thought. Didn't miss it till it was gone. Just about any job working with animals. I'm a kennel attendant for the Humane Society in my area. Listen to music for 9 hours, clean kennels and cages, feed and water the cats and dogs. No human interaction. Tree planter. 8 to 10 hours alone in the middle of the bush. Incredible pay if you're a hard worker, and it keeps you in amazing shape. Insurance claims processing. I know a lot of introverted people who do this for a living, through having worked it myself for 5 years. Depending on the company and your location, there is a chance that you will eventually be allowed to just work from home, as long as you meet performance expectations and the quality of the internet that can be connected to your place of residence. How much does it pay? 'Cause I'm all about that kind of thing. Honestly, I don't know what they pay now. When I started there as a full-time processor, I had been a temp employee in another department, so they started me at $12.50 per hour based on my prior experience. But I think the going rate was closer to $11 an hour. It also depends on where you live. The company I work for pays a fair wage based on where you live. For instance, we had someone who had moved from a large metropolitan area to our city of 60,000. They told me that they actually took a $3+ an hour pay cut, as cost of living is low in these parts. A local funeral home director hires just such people to serve as pallbearers and to assist at the parlor in a variety of ways. He pays them well. Most of their work time is in silence, except for running the vacuum in the coffin viewing areas. Hey, I'm sitting here working from home. I'm a virtual assistant. I make shipping arrangements, pay bills, get quotes for different things, make up invoices. All the same thing everyone else with an office job does, but I get to stay home and watch YouTube and not wear a bra while I do it. How do you get started with something like that? I got into it by parlaying my regular office experience into some part-time personal assistant work for home-based entrepreneurs and making myself indispensable and reliable. I love working with entrepreneurs because they largely don't give a time how you work, so long as you get the work done. Otherwise, I know there are agencies that can help you get your foot in the door. I would check Craigslist or similar sites. They usually have ads there where you can sign up. I mow lawns. Really, the only time I talk to my customers is when I first meet them. After that, it's mostly texts. I average about $25 an hour after expenses, and since I live in the South, I work 9.5 or 10 months out of the year. I enjoy the downtime. It lets me reset. Garbage collection. Good pay, little education needed, and the smell keeps people away. Once interviewed with a garbage collection company in a town about 45 miles outside of the nearest major city. Pay was still about $15 an hour starting off, and if I recall correctly, if you stuck with it long enough, that pay would double. Freelance something. Upwork, Fiverr, and even LinkedIn are all great places to use to look for clients who will pay you to do something as long as you have some kind of creative or technical skill. Source: I didn't get to finish college, and I make good money working as a freelance content writer while working at home. How did you build up a client network at the start? Accepted small pay that let me learn while working on someone else's money, and preferably let me walk away with a recommendation or something to add to my portfolio. Did this for about a year, and the contracts have kept on coming since. In the US, medical coder. Lots of opportunities, decent if not incredible pay. You can get certified within a year of training. After a couple of years' experience, a decent coder can often work from home. Some interaction is required, but twice the pay of many jobs listed here. What is the training like? Is it common for companies to pay for the certification and have you in an assistant role or something? Or do you have to get it yourself and then apply to jobs? I've seen both. My spouse took an excellent 4-class prep course, which prepared her for the certification. It was about $4,000 in our area, but there were low-income job training scholarships. The certificate is tough to pass, but she made it on her first try. She was planning a career change, so we timed it. I know online e-training is also an option, and there is post-certificate specialization. I know others that have been hired and then pushed for the cert as part of their training. I am sure employers prefer a cert, so probably depends on what your local market has. Factory work is easy to get into, and usually, once in the door, mobility is possible. It's not great, but you can leave it at the door on the way out each day. That's a more overlooked feature than I would like. I often joke that the main reason I do not want to own a small business again is I am too lazy now. I have a job now where at 4 p.m. I close my laptop and forget about it until the next day. My work-life balance and free time are so enjoyable. Ironically, a decade in factories led me to do this position 20 years later. Legit work-from-home gigs do exist. Try Upwork sometime. I may have gotten lucky, but I landed my current 40-hour-a-week job through Upwork. Pro tip with that one? See if you can land a few ongoing contracts. You'll wind up paying less of a percentage of your earnings to Upwork if you can pick up a few long-time gigs. I think a lot of people here are confusing introvert with antisocial or social anxiety. If the thought of talking to a person brings you great discomfort and you dread a job where you may potentially have to speak with someone, then I have news for you, friend. You're not an introvert. You probably just have social anxiety. I'm an introvert myself, but I don't bust into a cold sweat and stumble over my words if I see a person, nor do I go out of my way to avoid as much human contact as possible. Edited to be more precise. Being an introvert is needing time after some socializing to relax, recharge, and continue on with the day. Not being scared you might talk to someone in an 8-hour period. Probably going to get downvoted for this, but it really does need to be said. I see way too many people in this thread genuinely terrified they might actually have to have human contact in their shift at a job, and it's really scary to think about. There's nothing wrong with social anxiety or being antisocial, but putting the blanket of introvert on it is misleading and wrong. This is an important distinction. I'm extremely introverted, but I still generally enjoy interacting with people, and the work I do is very interaction heavy. I just start to get worn down if I'm interacting with people all the time, and I need some solo time to recharge. There are times at work where I wish I didn't have to interact with people for a while, for sure. But that's usually because my personal life has also been busy, and I haven't had those moments to slow things down and recharge, not because I fear or dislike talking to people. If you're an introvert who wants their work environment to be relatively quiet to leave you feeling charged up for other social situations, that's one thing. But if you're trying to avoid human interaction as much as humanly possible, that's another thing entirely. Depends on what you like to do. If you want a white-collar desk job, I'd find anything that has education benefits and get a bachelor's degree for free that way. Computer science, study programming, offers some great opportunities to have minimal contact with people if you can communicate well via email. Alternatively, you could get into something like construction. Get certified to operate large machines and be surrounded by noise all day. No need to have awkward conversations over a diesel engine. Night shift security guards are another option if you can find the openings. They tend to pay a bit more, minimal interaction with people, and can be sort of cushy if it's not a high-stakes one. I know one guy who completed a novel doing this. I can guarantee you, people still try to have small talk when you're operating heavy machinery. Depending on what you choose to do, it can be kind of social. Entry-level unskilled labor usually has a big social aspect since you'll probably be working in a crew. But if you go learn a trade, you should be alright. Might only have a conversation maybe once or twice in a day if you choose to. Even better would be working in construction as a driver for like a granite dump truck or a semi, moving equipment between jobs. You could easily be alone on the road for 90% of your day. Getting a CDL is known to be pretty difficult. You need dedication, experience, and just plain skill. You'll also be tested on the truck you plan to drive, at least in my state, so you'll need to know the name and function of most of your truck. Teachers of Reddit, what are your "the parent is just as bad as the student" stories? Elementary teacher here. We had a student who wouldn't stop stealing things out of other kids' backpacks. We had caught him on camera and would call the parents and they would just say, "No, that's his stolen item. We just bought it for him." Then, we get him on a positive behavior plan and create intentional lessons about empathy to others, setting goals to get what you want, the difference between wants and needs, etc. Eventually, he gets enough positive days in a row that he gets released from the behavior plan and receives a free bike as his incentive for good behavior. They were donated to the school by a local bike shop. The next day, he tells me his uncle stole it and pawned it. He went right back to his old behaviors and it was heartbreaking. This, for me, is the saddest one on here. I had a student last year who was new to the school. Really nice, friendly, shy, and hilariously absent-minded. He would come to school at least 2 days a week with either his shirt on backwards, inside out, or both. So I wanted to talk to his parents about how his absent-mindedness was affecting his learning. Mom shows up at 5. Dad shows up 1 hour late. We have a good chat and they get up to go. As I'm walking them out, I said, "I will show you the shortest way to the parking lot." The dad replied that I didn't park in the parking lot, so I said, "You can go the same way to the street." He said, "I couldn't find the parking entrance, so I just drove around and parked on the asphalt play area." Sure enough, I walk by and his car is next to the playground. So it all came together after that. Sounds like a real case of the Kevins. I had a preschooler call his mother an asshole. This would be upsetting, except the day before, she called him an asshole. She said it quietly enough that other children or people wouldn't hear, but my coworker swore she heard her say it. We have our scheduled conference, and she doesn't understand why he says such nasty things to her. She pretends not to if she mutters the same type of thing to him under her breath. It's fairly obvious that the child is learning stuff from you when you see them learning stuff from you. Teaching adjacent. I used to be an educational facilitator at a science center. During the school year, I would be the liaison for school trips. During the summer, I would run the summer camps. Parents used to like to plunk their kids in science camp because it is educational. We had a pile of hands-on programming. I have to say, it was pretty fun. Fun unless your kid aggressively hates science and you are forcing them to be there. Enter Jason. Jason was an idiot on day 1. We welcomed them to camp by making liquid nitrogen ice cream. He refused to eat stupid nerd ice cream. Through the day, his attitude got worse. He refused to participate, called the other kids nerds and losers. He was an all-around pain in the ass. At pickup, I pulled his mother aside and said, "I don't think Jason really wants to be here. We can arrange for a refund or see if we can transfer him to another program he will find more to his liking." His mother replied, "It's your job to make him want to be here. Clearly, you suck at it." Great. Day 2. Jason shows up with an even bigger chip on his shoulder. The day's activity was engineering, fort building. Every kid loves a good fort, except Jason. Jason picked up one of the plastic tubes and cracked a kid across the back of the leg with it. As I run over to tend to his victim, Jason cracks me across the side of the head with a tube with all his might, breaking my glasses and giving me a decent bruise across the side of the face. It takes 2 of us to disarm Jason and separate him from the group. We pull him into the admin office and call his parents to come now. He is no longer welcome. His mother shows up a good 3 hours later, absolutely livid. Not about Jason's behavior, not in the least. There was no apology or understanding. Instead, as we ejected her son from camp, she turned to us and said, "I hope you all get cancer." I had a Jason too. Not really called Jason, but in a summer camp. After he hurt another kid with a hatchet, we had just given him a final warning about his behavior. We obviously called his parents to pick him up. The mother also told us the same thing. It's your job to make him behave, etc. The camp headmaster, or whatever you call them in English, a good friend, immediately replied, "Sorry, madam. 13 days is too short to make up for 13 years of bad education." She left without another word. I once had a student who thought I should drop whatever I was doing and help him immediately anytime he asked a question. One time, I was working with another student, and this kid yells across the room that he needed help. I told him I would help him when I was done, and to please raise his hand next time. Apparently, this set the kid off, because he went on a loud tirade about how I was racist for not helping him. Never mind the fact that the student I was helping, who he wanted me to abandon, was the same color as him. I ended up kicking him out of class after he went on and on about it for a while, which he said only confirmed my racism. Everyone else in the room just kind of stared at him as he left. He got suspended from my class for a couple days, which meant I needed to inform his family. I never actually spoke to his mother because his aunt was listed as a contact about any incidents. Turns out he and his mother were living with the aunt at the time, but the aunt explained to me that he had learned this behavior from his mother, who demonstrated this behavior any time she felt she was wronged. The aunt said she was trying to fix her nephew's attitude and promised me that it didn't matter if her sister thought it was fine to teach her son to act that way, because it wasn't going to happen again while they lived in her house. And you know, she was successful. The kid never pulled that stuff again, at least not in my classroom. It's really refreshing to read about a troubled student getting support they actually need. This one's sad. I was a camp counselor and I had a girl in my cabin with issues. She was attention-seeking, kind of a mean girl, and generally wasn't liked by a lot of the camp. I honestly didn't give her a lot of one-on-one attention, which is something I deeply regret in retrospect. I only understood the issue because I was a bus staff. This was a sleepover camp. Her session was 2 weeks, and her parents had elected for her to take the bus back and they'd pick her up. The bus was early, but plenty of parents showed up early, so they were so excited to see their kids. As we got closer to pickup time, the crowd dwindled until there were just a few left. A staff member asked for the kids still there so they could make phone calls. All but one were in traffic and on their way. My camper's parents said no. They said they had 2 more days of freedom. They wouldn't take her and said we needed to put up with her for a couple more days. They each said this individually and hung up. Neither responded to follow-up calls. Staff told me to go home and they were left to figure that one out. My parents always hated me, but this was shocking to me. That someone's parents would absolutely refuse to let their 12-year-old into their house. I really hope someone called the police or CPS. High school teacher, and we have something called soft lockdowns, known as shelter-in-place by some schools, where doors are shut and locked, but classes continue as normal. These are pretty common and can be used for anything from a medical emergency, want everyone out of the hallway if someone needs to be cared for, because high schoolers are nosy, to a fugitive running around the neighborhood. We've been in many soft lockdowns because parents have come to the school ready to hunt down and beat the out of a teacher. They usually come in the front office, can't access the rest of the school without someone opening the secure door, screaming, cussing, threatening everyone in the area. You get the picture. Often, they're removed by the SRO and given a criminal trespass citation. We have a pretty high rate of fights and violence between students. When I see parents acting this way, it all makes sense. So much this. I also teach secondary. 80% of the time you phone home for a kid with behavior issues, about 2 minutes into the conversation, you know all you need to know about where these behaviors and attitudes come from, and that you might as well deal with the problem yourself because home won't be of much help. A bit different because this is a positive story. I'm not a teacher, but I TA'd for a freshman chemistry class last year, so college kids, but ones that were in high school like 3 or 4 months previously. One kid in my section was amazing. Scary smart, always got great marks on assignments, asked fantastically phrased questions that the professor loved to answer, was a joy to be around during the lab section because he was so easy to be friendly with. He clearly loved and excelled at the work, and enjoyed being in the environment, which definitely extended to the rest of his lab group. They were consistently the most talkative, but also got the highest marks on assignments. About halfway through the semester, we introduced a concept that he struggled with a bit, so he came to a few tutoring sessions, and he was a joy to help one-on-one. Our third tutoring session was in the campus Starbucks, and went late, so he had to get his dad to pick him up because his ride to campus that day had already left. His dad came a bit early, so he ordered a drink and sat down with us for a bit, and I immediately understood where this kid got everything from. His dad was wicked smart, asked relevant questions in a way that made me think about the material in serious depth, same way that his son did, cracked a couple of dad jokes that made me laugh, and was beyond easy to talk to the point where we had stayed an extra 30 minutes beyond what we were supposed to, swapping between going over the material and cutting up. Just a joy to be around from day one until the day of the final, and the apple clearly didn't fall far from the tree. Love this one. I had a student many years ago. Call him M. He was a sweetheart in the classroom, never answered back, did as he was told, engaged and interesting. But outside of class, he wasn't allowed to be around other students, escorted from class to class, because he would start a fight every time. And I mean that. I could not wrap my head around it. Until parents' evening. His dad was a hulk of a man. Mother was sadly deceased. He was clearly abusive. He kept his hand on the back of M's neck, leading him around like that. M looked like he was going to his own execution. Was told later that authorities were involved, but M lashes out all the time because it was the only time he felt he had some control. Would never talk back to an adult because he was just scared of us all. He didn't make it the year before he disappeared, but I still think about him. Didn't make it? Disappeared? What happened to the poor kid? Serious. Garbage men of Reddit. Have you ever found anything that was so sketchy you reported it to the police? What was it? I wasn't a driver, but a mechanic on garbage trucks for a large municipality. In my 4 years in that department, we had to dump fully loaded trucks on the ground 2 times and spread out the load looking for a body. Found one once. I decided not to look at it. I think I made the right choice. Yep, you did. Not a garbage guy, but I did work at a print shop and had to make copies of some court evidence photos once because the others on our staff couldn't look at them. The victim had stewed a bit in the trash before he got picked up, smushed, and then recovered. Ugh. Former sanitation department supervisor. My guys called me frantic one day after an explosion in the hopper of the truck. Thankfully, no one was injured, but I called the fire department and police always come on fire calls too. Turns out they had been watching the house we were in front of because the guy was cooking meth. He threw away some of the ingredients and the pressure when it compacted caused it to explode. The best part was the fact that the guy sat out front watching the show in a bathrobe. He eventually got dressed and came back out. When he was arrested, he had drugs in his pants. Apparently, he didn't own any pants without drugs in the pockets. As a recovering meth addict, I can absolutely see this happening. I found a residential can that was half full of Sudafed boxes. Easily a couple hundred boxes. I called it into the sheriff, who seemed completely uninterested. Probably because they either knew, or it was no great surprise, and they added it to a long list of reported meth houses. The only thing I brought to the police's attention were a bunch of brass World War I and World War II grave marker medallions I found in the recycle bins. Hopefully they went back to where they belonged. Why would you put those in the trash? Maybe whoever stole them felt guilty? I really don't know. Perhaps the scrapyard refused to take them. The bins were communal, so I couldn't tell the police exactly who stole them. I used to manage garbage men in Oakland. Routinely found dead animals, remnants of large marijuana harvests, and weapons. Once, we found a rejected prosthetic limb. Also, pretty regularly, The FBI will have a trash company pick up the trash of someone under investigation so they can go through it. I spent some years in the trash and recycling industry. I remember a guy at a metal recycling center trying to cash in bronze grave headstones. He was arrested. Really strange things to throw out, seeing as prostheses are super expensive. NYC sanitation worker here. I've seen just about everything you can imagine. Dead animals such as dogs and cats are thrown out like everyday trash. We are required to just take them and the police are not notified at all. One time, my partner and I saw huge amounts of blood leaking from multiple trash bags that we had just thrown into the truck. We called our supervisor, and he looked at it and just said, "Keep going." It could have been anything. I've also seen plenty of drug paraphernalia being thrown out. Thousands of little plastic bags, scales, and plenty of white powder all over the place. One single incident sticks with me. Me and my partner were called to a location that was far away from our regular route one day. We met our supervisor at the location. I ask him, "What's up?" He points to a tree we were standing near. He says, "Look up." I look up and see a huge mass hanging in the tree about 20 feet off the ground. I couldn't really make out what it was, but it was dark and about 3 by 3 feet big. Turns out it was a huge pile of dead rats all tied together in a big mass. The police and fire department showed up about 5 minutes later. The fire department had to use a ladder to get to the branch and cut it down. When it hit the ground with a thud, the smell was so bad that us, the PD, and FD all backed up very quickly. Me and my partner had the pleasure to grab this thing and toss it into the truck. There had to be between 50 to 75 dead rats on this thing. We asked the police what it was all about, and they said most likely a form of religious sacrifice. I've been working for the sanitation department for 14 years, and that had to be the nastiest thing I have ever seen. I'll never forget the smell. Forgot to mention that it was probably about 90 degrees that day, and who knows how long that thing was hanging around. Never found any body parts in 35 years, but guns and antiques, and was requested by the ATF to pick up the trash at one home and pull around the corner and let the special agent in charge take the trash bags and put them in his black Chrysler 300 undercover car. This happened for several weeks in a row. Never did find out what they were looking for. I worked at a landfill for one summer and couldn't find anything grotesque, but did find a choir book from 1864 in a box in the dumpster. Took that for myself. I ran a large trash hauling company in South Georgia for 3 years. The amount of sketchy things thrown away is innumerable. I can't tell you how many times hospitals threw their bio-waste out to save on disposal fees. It got so bad, the landfill ended up reporting them. That's just the ones we saw. Who knew how many weren't caught? Wasn't criminal but should have been was the amount of good things Walmart and other retailers threw away. You return something due to a scratch, etc., and it doesn't sell, they have to throw it away. Tools, TVs, computers, clothes, toys, etc., some not even out of the box. All of it in working condition, but they had to throw it out to write it off, is what I was told. I was a garbage man while attending community college. I once found a litter of puppies in someone's garbage bag. I grabbed the bag as I normally would and tossed it in the back of the truck. A few moments later, I heard a soft crying that freaked me out once I realized it was coming from the truck. I ripped through a bunch of bags until I found 5 beagle puppies covered in something awful and crying. After regaining my composure, I found a big plastic bowl and filled it with newspaper and put all the puppies in and called the cops. Had to provide a statement and show up to a court hearing. The guy pleaded guilty and paid a fine, not sure how much. He said he believed they were all stillborn. Unfortunately, the puppies did not survive. Word spread pretty quick, and I know there were a great deal of people trying to adopt the puppies after they heard the story. I went to the court hearing and met a few people from the shelter there. Nobody knew what the guy looked like, just his name. We were all talking about the incident and basically saying how awful this guy was. The door opens and a lady says, "Puppy and garbage guy." The guy sitting right next to me gets up and walks into the courtroom. We found our dog in a cardboard box in the middle of an empty field in the middle of winter in southern Utah. My wife and I were walking on a super cold January day, and this box seemed odd. It had the 4 flaps folded over each other to keep the box closed, and I thought I heard something, so I popped the box open. And staring up at me was a probably 6 or 7 week old black and white puppy. My wife picked him up and put him into her coat, and we had a dog. He lived 15 years and only went to the giant dog park in the sky a few years ago. Here's some photos, including the first photo we have of him. As a garbage truck mechanic, The most strange thing we found was the hamburger-like leftovers of a woman one of our trucks hit. All over the mud flaps and splattered all over the place. Driver didn't even notice, just came on back to the yard. We only found the truck after a manager heard a local news report of a garbage truck involved in a fatal accident with a pedestrian. It was a fun day. What happened to the driver? After a few months of therapy, he is back on route. Hell of a good guy. He couldn't feel running over a Honda Civic in a 50,000-pound garbage truck, let alone a person. No charges were pressed against him. The woman walked out into the truck while it was halfway past her. I've worked in a recycling plant for years. You wouldn't believe some of the things we find coming down the line. Last week, we found a garbage bag filled with rotten meat and loose needles with no caps. When this happens, we stop the conveyor and call the boss up to safely collect the hazardous material and take pictures. Based on some mail that was in the bag, management was able to find the exact place it was picked up from. I'm not sure there is much they can do about it, but they should be able to call the police for something like that. Should be considered assault. Safe to say, whoever put those needles in there knew damn well that another person would be handling it afterwards. One time, we found a guy's ashes in one of the standard plastic tubs funeral homes give out. His information was still on the side. When management contacted the family to try and have the tub picked up, it turned out that they threw the poor dude out on purpose. I used to do waste removal at a quadplex house that my great-uncle owned for extra cash anytime he had to evict a tenant, which was often because it was in a pretty strange area and the rent was cheap. Even still, you'd have drug addicts that would get enough money on their tax returns solely from having kids, and they'd be able to put down enough for a deposit and pay rent for a few months. Eventually, they'd run out of money and stop paying rent. They usually knew the tenant laws pretty well, and knew that as long as they paid utilities, that they'd be able to live there until the eviction process was up, and we'd show up with the sheriff. Unfortunately, we had one group of people that decided not to keep up with the utilities during the drawn-out eviction process and had their water, electric, and gas shut off. They lived in a small apartment for close to 2 months without running water. When we walked in, the place was wrecked. In their panic to take anything of value with them in the hour the sheriff gave them, they tossed everything around. We started in the living room, loading everything into a rental truck and worked our way back. By the time we got down the hall to the bedroom, the stink hit you. We opened the doors, and inside were rows upon rows of 2-liter bottles filled with piss. When the water stopped, they started cutting off the spout and would pee on the top. After it was filled, they would urinate on top of the feces until it was full. There were probably about 35 to 40 of these bottles in the master bedroom. Wondering why they didn't just do it in the toilet, then bring in water from the spigot to flush it? So were we. The toilet was clogged with dirty diapers. All in all, it was one of the grossest things I've ever seen. Luckily, my uncle wasn't a horrible person. He paid me and my uncle a full day's wage and called in a bio cleanup crew to handle it. The type of people you call to clean up murder and suicide scenes. Why does your uncle own these places if you guys know that people are eventually going to skip on the rent? The legal hassle has to eat up any profit he made, not to mention paying you guys. I work at a rubbish and recycling transfer station. Thought I had a good score one day when I picked up a computer with some pretty good specs. Took it home and was having a ball investigating it. Until I found some porn. Pedophile porn. The missus reckons I've never gotten that angry so quick. I wrote down the file path and took it straight to the cop shop. Last I heard, there had been a few arrests. They used the computer's browser history and whatnot to make more than one arrest. Prick's lucky I didn't find him first. Could have gone differently. So you say you found this computer? Yes. So this computer which is in your possession is not yours? Mm-hmm. Please take a seat in this room and I'll have someone come back to you. Sound of door getting locked. If a deaf person is born deaf, what language do they think in? I'm deaf. I was born with a serious hearing loss. I grew up in a deaf school until I was transferred to a mainstreamed public school with hearing students in my 7th grade. Now I'm majoring in civil engineering technology in Rochester Institute of Technology and planning on transferring to video game development major soon. So, to answer your question, I think in ASL, American Sign Language. I guess deaf people's thinking process is a little different from hearing people. When I think, it's like I'm seeing myself signing from either my point of view or a third-person view, and when I imagine a hearing person speaking, I imagine him or her actually signing instead of speaking, because I can understand him or her that way. Also, we don't always have a sign for every word in ASL. Sometimes, when we want to think of a word that we don't have a sign, we fingerspell it. It's like imagining a letter by letter, but only in hand shapes. I think a lot when I'm reading an English sentence. I'm lucky to be conditioned to think in fingerspelling while reading because there are a lot of deaf people who have problems with reading and writing because they are thinking in signs while reading an English sentence. ASL language don't use articles like a, and, the, and several more important words in the English language like is, are, was, are, etc. in their sentences. So when they read an English sentence, they are skipping those important English words when they're signing in their minds. So I think that is why deaf people are typically bad at reading and writing in English. I was one of them until I transferred to a mainstreamed school for better education that taught me to read and write properly. I'm still not great with English language, but I'm glad that I'm much better at it than most deaf people. I hope this answered your question well. Deaf people think in ASL, fingerspelling, and images. Deaf people also imagine hearing people signing instead of speaking in their mind. I just caught myself being hypocritical in my head. I was like, oh wow, deaf people imagine me signing? And then I realized that I heard this entire post in my head while I was reading it. Same situation, I guess. Hell, even when I watch videos of people signing, if they have subtitles, because my ASL is limited to a few really basic words and phrases, I imagine them speaking. Hell, the deaf characters from Switched at Birth that I've never or hardly ever heard speak have very specific voices in my head. Really interesting. Seriously. I was born profoundly deaf. I grew up learning to sign and speak with a variety of methods. Hearing aids, not always work cause profoundly deaf, had speech therapy for 18 years on top of my parents teaching me sign and speak. My speech fluency is about 90%. I can read lips to about 60 to 70% accuracy depending on individuals. I did not learn ASL. I learned Signing Exact English, SEE. My strongest subject is English. For the most part, I think verbally, but I do mix in a little of signing here and there. The ASL community tends to try to brand all deaf people this way, but it's not entirely true, because they're trying to tell people that a deaf person cannot be taught straight English, thus having to use an entirely different language, ASL, so they can see more visually. I've seen this have devastating effects on people whose primary language was ASL. They have very loose and ambiguous rules about the language, so they cannot learn another language properly like English in reading form. If I said this at a deaf event, it'd be the equivalent of a white person yelling the N-word at a Black Panther rally. As a deaf guy, let me explain. ASL is a language, not just hand gestures. That is my first language, so I think in it. It may sound weird, but we think in gestures. For me, I talk well with no deaf accent after lots of training. Any questions? Feel free to ask me. What are dreams like for deaf people? I can hear sounds in my dreams, yet I am not using my ears. I guess I'm using the memory of sound. Without such a memory, there would be no sound for a deaf person, right? For a person who could once hear but is now deaf, could they have dreams with sound? I am studying to become a sign language interpreter. I have discovered that American Sign Language really is their primary language. I have many deaf friends who think in sign, and one CODA, child of deaf adult, who, as she was originally taught ASL, thinks in ASL. She reads it more easily because it is her primary communication. My deaf friends and even my CODA friend do not have the best English. It is clear that it is not their first language and verbs are usually conjugated incorrectly, grammar mistakes, etc. Although they are very intelligent and definitely bilingual, English is not the easiest because they cannot hear it. I also know about deaf-blind interpreting, although I myself have never worked with such individuals. Those people think tactile, and I do know that many prefer to use the Rochester method, English words being spelt with the fingers, and they feel the signer's hands to read the letters. And no, made-up languages are not necessary because of ASL, which is a very different language than English. Hopefully this answers your question. I'm studying linguistics right now, and we're using sign language to learn about how languages are formed. It's a common misconception that sign language is not a language, but is rather an invented way for the deaf to communicate. The reason there are different languages is very similar to the reason there are different signed languages. Sign language is a real separate language, not a manual version of a spoken language. So people who sign think in whatever sign language they know. Deaf people who use ASL think in ASL. They see deaf people signing to themselves and making signs in their sleep as they dream. Manually coded English is what most people think of when they think of sign language, that deaf people are learning English in sign. ASL formed as a combination of mimetic home signs that deaf children used with their parents, a version of manually coded French brought over to Gallaudet University, and the Creole signs from Martha's Vineyard, where most of the community, hearing and deaf, knew sign language. The students ended up combining all of their knowledge into a new Creole that they would use outside of class. This eventually evolved into ASL, which is why ASL is more similar to French Sign Language than it is to British Sign Language. In reality, to learn ASL requires the same type of learning as if you were going to learn Italian or French or any other spoken language. If you're really interested, I know a few books and links that deal with the subject, and I could share them with you. It's really fascinating, actually. So then, do you think deaf people are imagining the feeling of their hands forming signs when they're thinking? Or do they think of visuals of the signs? I am a CODA that started to learn ASL before learning how to speak. I know how to sign ASL and SEE fluently, as fluent as a hearing person could while not being immersed in the deaf community for several years. My parents were born deaf. My mom went to a school for deaf children, and my dad was forced to learn speech and lip reading to make it through mainstream hearing schools. My dad didn't learn ASL until he went to college. My parents, as well as myself, think in a very visual manner. My mom has told me that she thinks in signs, ASL, and my dad does as well, but I believe it was a different process for him considering how he was brought up and not learning sign language as a child. They taught me ASL, but tried to teach me and use SEE early on to run parallel with learning spoken English. When I think, the words are sounds but almost intertwined in whatever cortex of the brain I visualize the sign. This doesn't happen all the time, but more often than not. I tend to use hand gestures when I talk, not always signs, and even more so when I am fired up. Quite often I sign to my friends or coworkers, even though they have no idea what I am signing. You have excellent English, which appears to me a testament to your parents teaching you to use SEE alongside ASL. Do you think you would be able to succeed at your job without having learned SEE from a young age? Yes, I believe I would have done just fine because, in all actuality, I learned English with the help of family in my life besides my parents, grandparents and aunts, and the education system. As my knowledge of English increased, I was teaching my parents correct English and grammar, because their skills were then and are still not great, but they try their best. Some deaf people think in their sign language. Some think in their own version of English or even in English. Some, like me, think in concepts. I cannot tell you how many times I've had a concept in my head that I want to express, but couldn't come up with the English word nor a sign for it. Also, I frequently catch myself switching my thinking language depending on who I'm talking with. If I'm signing with a deaf person that is strong in American Sign Language, I think in ASL. If with a hearing ASL student, I think in English. If I'm just thinking to myself, usually in concepts or all over the place. I don't think anybody really thinks in words or language until they start getting ready to communicate. For me, most thoughts are imagery, feelings, weird unexplainable structures. For example, think of a sunset. Then think of a person you love. Then think about something you remember as a child. Words can only cover a small percentage of what the actual thoughts are. Agree, although I also talk to myself in my head sometimes. Makes me sound crazy, but I know I'm not the only one that does it. Sometimes when I recap a situation or a conversation in my head, I think in words. Sometimes I narrate it to myself, so I can picture it better, such as, I said with a smirk, because I don't really know what I look like when I smirk. Maybe I am a little crazy. Huh. I am a CODA, child of deaf adults, and my first language is sign language. I remember as a child mispronouncing words and having odd sentence structure when I spoke or wrote. I still have it today when I write occasionally, but even as a CODA, I will often think of how to spell a word or talk to myself in sign language because it's what I know and how I know to fully express myself to myself compared to the other languages I've learned. I even dream in sign. Not all the time, but I would say 25% of the time I do, because that is the language that is most comfortable to me. So while I am not deaf and have no hearing impairment, I grew up in an environment, until the introduction of pre-K in my life, where I communicated like a deaf child when I signed. I still have a tendency when I sign to be undetectable to the greater public that I am in fact hearing. What happened to your school bad boy or girl? My biggest bully in middle and high school ended up going to prison. Funny thing though, my mom worked in that prison, and they got to know each other. When he got out, he found me and apologized. He later got a job at a local Taco Bell, and whenever I came in, he would always add a bunch of free stuff to my order. I haven't seen him in almost 2 decades, but I know he became a dad. I actually hope he's doing well. Wow, that's actually a great ending. Drugs, and brain damage. In middle school, there were these twins who were both really cool. They had a band. One did drums while the other sang and played guitar, skated, occasionally got in trouble with the law, but for really small things. A few months ago, I was taking a bus when I saw them get on. They were clearly homeless, and one of them kept whining to the other that he needed his fix. He passed out, and his brother half-heartedly puked into his hand. Eventually, the bus driver saw one of them strip down to his boxers to get some non-puke-stained clothes on and told them to get in the bus. Told my folks about seeing the twins. Apparently, they've been in and out of jail for years. Another guy I did karate with in middle and high school and was a sweet guy who had a bit of a temper and was a bit of a troublemaker. I saw him on the streets. We were both in our mid-20s, but he looked like he was pushing 40. He talked slow. One side of his face drooped even when he smiled, and he walked with a limp. I later found out that he was an on and off heroin addict and had been in enough fights that he was permanently brain damaged. Jeez. Yeah, seeing people like this whenever I step out becomes a reminder for me to not even think about trying all those pills and powders. It's funny. In some aspect, just about every classmate of mine was a bad kid. Many went on to college or have kids, but many others have struggled. Out of 55, 12 have died. We graduated high school 6 years ago. Alcoholic, missing most, all, his teeth, usually in between jobs in either lawn service or pest control, has custody of his kids because he's the good parent. She's dead. OD right out of high school. 2 bad boys, both brothers, a few years apart. The younger one started some sort of legitimate business, think Roy from The Office, and seems to be doing extremely well. The oldest is literally homeless and constantly begging for money on Facebook. It's really sad. Would be weird if only one of them was a brother. He wasn't the quintessential bad boy, but did drugs, drank, got arrested for drugs, and was a total partier. Always nice to me, and we were friendly, but that whole scene just wasn't my thing. That was 1981, and up until 2013, wondered whatever happened to him. Found out my daughter's new boyfriend was his son. I was very relieved to find out that shortly after high school, he realized he was going nowhere fast, cleaned himself up, and started a successful business. Thrilled to say that my husband and I share 2 beautiful grandchildren with him and his wife, and I couldn't be more happy about it. That's the best thing I've read in this post. School bad boy when I was there was my older brother. Drug dealer, played in a metal band, general smartass and asshole. He flunked out of college after 2 semesters and has been waiting tables since then. He turns 30 this year, and the girl he's dating now is the first one who stayed with him for more than 6 months. She's super cool actually, but like 5 years younger than him. They have a couple dogs, smoke a lot of weed, and play a lot of D&D. Last I heard from him, he was escalating a feud with his neighbor by putting a plate and a half worth of loose cooked spaghetti in her mailbox. That ending, oh my gosh. A rumor went around school that he was messing around with a 13-year-old at 16. She fell pregnant, he got done for statutory rape, her parents pressed charges, and he went to juvenile detention. He married her anyway once she was legally able to get married, although I believe they divorced shortly after, and he became a grandfather at 31, presumably because the daughter they had also fell pregnant at a really young age. Damn, that's one young gramps. Not sure how this happened, but there were 3 bad boys on our football team, all players and all very good looking. They cussed, drank, smoked all the time, and were constantly getting laid, or at least telling everyone they were. Right around senior year or college, they each went through some change and are all now born-again Christians. No partying, less cursing, and none of them talk about women in an objectifying way. It's great, but kinda unnerving in a way. Right, like did they go on a bender and murder someone together? One bad boy died of a drug overdose in his 20s, leaving a 4-year-old son behind. Yet another bad boy moved to the USA, raped at least one 14-year-old girl, and has been in prison there for years. One bad boy and one bad girl became pregnant in grade 12 and married the weekend after graduation. They are still together and are fine. Upstanding citizens from everything I've heard. Happy ending. I like the stories where they turn their life around and learn from their mistakes. I know y'all are not going to believe this one, but the bad boy super jack dude bro, blonde blue eyes jock that got all the women, well, he's doing gay porn at a professional level these days, so there's that. He's doing fine though. The bad girl that everyone was in love with, not me at the time though, she turned out to be a very sweet person with an abusive dad, and that made her be so rebellious and edgy back in high school. Well, she's my ex-wife now, so there's that. She's doing fine though. That escalated quickly. I guess I was a bad boy in high school. 2 of the girls I dated called me their bad boy phase years later. I thought I was so bad too because I didn't give a response about anything and broke every rule I thought was stupid. Then I got sent to a school filled with kids way worse than me. My graduating class was around 20, I think. I maintained the same attitude about everything but somehow graduated. I was considered a good kid in that school because I did half my schoolwork and I wasn't shooting up or partying every weekend. Anyway, now I'm closing in on 30. I have a good job, $65K a year, quite a bit in the city I live in, and just bought my dream car. I'm currently sitting on my couch, typing this in an awkward position because my cat decided to go to sleep right where my arm would go. Sorry if that was poorly written. I just did shots with my grandmother over Skype for her birthday. Bad boys for life. He's a DJ in a nightclub and is a good friend of mine. I used to do his homework and he'd buy me lunch. I managed to get him in my study group so he didn't bully us, but he'd spend most of his time drunk or with girls or getting into fights. He is a good friend of mine, as well as the other nerds of the group now. We were in a reunion celebrating 10 years of our graduation like 2 years ago, and he invited us to the nightclub where he works, and I hated the music, but everyone seemed to like it. He got divorced last year though. Not nice. Finally, something positive. My school's bad boy and girl never got traction, but the asshole popular guy is now overweight and balding, and recently hit on me at the gym. I was an awkward band kid and grew into a very pretty lady. Hey, idiot Chad. For real. His name is Chad. I'll never understand how parents will look their newborn child in the eyes and say, "My beautiful Chad," much less tell their family, "This is my adorable Chad." Bad boy is now manning the front desk of the local dry cleaner. Bad girl got married, got divorced, and is desperately trying to get married again, but everyone is taking a bite, but nobody's buying. Why would you buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Our local bad girl is actually my neighbor. During her last 2 years of high school, both her parents passed away from vastly different illnesses. She shut herself away for a while after. Now she can't keep a job to support herself because she's still permanently trapped in that bad girl attitude from how much they spoiled her, that she has to rely on her brother 2 states over to pay for her food and apartment. We had a few criminals and idiot heads, and for the most part they turned out the way you'd imagine. But in terms of bad boys, there was one guy who you could say fit the mold. He never followed the rules, always butt heads with authority, smoked weed every morning before school, got a full tattoo sleeve by 16, but for the most part was kinda well liked by his peers. He ended up dropping out of school, getting kicked out of his parents' house and selling weed while being homeless. After that, he got heavily involved in a local church and did a complete 180 that shocked everyone. We're talking complete sobriety, mellow attitude, and getting his GED. He continued to be involved in the church, at one point trying to go down to Mexico to help build a church for a small village. He ended up starting his own construction company, which ended up going under, and when I last talked to him a few months ago, he told me he was working as a project manager. My best friend was the school bad girl. Dated guys in their 20s when she was in high school, did drugs, did not deal well with authority, etc. She's had her ups and downs, like getting arrested during her 3rd wedding, but now she's in law school in Hawaii. What happened at this 3rd wedding? She got blackout drunk and started throwing drinking glasses at her new husband and waitstaff. Yeah, the 3rd marriage did not last long. The 2nd marriage cheated on her with a man. first marriage was arrested for dealing drugs. All this before she was 30. She has also been deported from China, mugged in Prague, been arrested for a drunken disorderly in West Virginia, worked for the Senate of Guam, taught English to Koreans, lived in an ambulance in Kentucky. I was the nerdiest guy in high school, but somehow we always got along and still remain best friends to this day. I didn't find out until well into high school it was me. I started going to private school freshman year and got ghosted by my friends. Had no idea why, but at a party in our town, I rarely went to parties, I saw one and asked what the deal was. Apparently, his mom called all of our friends' moms and told them I was a bad influence and I needed to be excluded from hanging out with him. So one mom cost me 95% of my childhood friends. So, I'm well, married, no kids, no plan on having kids, own a home, work in advertising, didn't finish college, but didn't need to. I stay fit, my wife is beautiful, we're healthy and happy. As for the friends, 2 dead from ODs. One cashier at a liquor store who lives with his parents, one moved to Germany to be a European homeless person, one convicted of abusive nature, one pizza delivery driver and addict, one just disappeared at around 17. I guess his father worked in the state government and when he was busted with drugs, they just sent him away. No social media or contact with anyone. At one point I asked his sister and she just said she didn't want to talk about it. He could literally be dead and we'd never know. One was an internet pioneer. In that, before he was 20, he was facing federal trafficking charges for selling drugs online. And that covers it. So it's clear to everyone I was the problem. You were so bad, you corrupted them from a distance and got away with it. No one's the wiser. And your poor mother tried to warn them. Whatever happened to Mom? Why did she sabotage you? Parents of Reddit. What are some things you bought for your first baby that were useless or a waste of money? Christmas last year, and I was with my 1-year-old cousin. She had well over 150 pounds worth of toys from various members of the family. She spent the day playing with a potato. My son has been playing with a massage ball, wooden spoon, and old Diet Coke with dry pasta in it. That's all he wants. On the airplane, he cried if he didn't have the bag of pretzels to crinkle. What? Not a father, but I am an uncle. When my first nephew was born, I used my savings, I was like 12 at the time, to buy the little guy a tricycle. I didn't know that the little baby couldn't even sit up on his own. Money down the drain. This is the cutest thing I have ever heard. We bought stuff to make our own baby food, like we were going to be these super parents or something. By the time your kid is eating anything other than breast milk or formula, your wife is back to work. Some babies sleep pretty well by then. Ours didn't. Still don't. So we're completely sleep deprived, working full-time, can't keep up with laundry or dishes or anything. And this fancy stuff we bought to liquefy apples and spinach is collecting dust because jars of food are like $1.49 and we haven't slept a full night since November 2016. Also, those baby bullet things are pretty redundant if you have a blender. Wife bought one. We did get a lot of use out of it though, because our daughter was pretty good about sleeping. I had so many family members buy my daughters these frilly, lacy, thin dresses. They were born in winter, so impractical as well as itchy and a pain to put on them. Babies are all about comfort and ease. Luckily, our family never got us anything like that. Our girls are 2 and finally got a girly pink dress. I loved onesies that folded or buttoned in front over the tummy. It was easier to put them on, compared to those that are put on overhead. We bought one of these automated swinging cradles. Even at the lowest setting, the thing would just move too fast. Result? A terrified-looking baby that just wanted to get out. Hilarious to watch, I must admit, but not useful. It's funny because swings are so hit or miss with kids. I've met people that said, it's the only place she would sleep for 6 months, and people whose baby would scream the second you put them in it. Personally, my son never cared for swings either. I'd say to anyone who wants to try one, get one with a good return policy. Clothes. I was so excited, I purchased tons and tons of the NB and 0 to 3 month sizes. I was really young and didn't really have a strong support system to explain how quickly my son would grow out of things. Additionally, I washed them all straight away when I was nesting. Loved the smell of ivory snow, so I couldn't return any of it. The other thing you don't realize is that they all grow at different rates, and trying to buy ahead for winter or summer based on the X to Y months sizing is fraught with peril. Only 5 months in, but clothes. I do laundry so often, every day, that she really doesn't need that many different outfits. She maybe will wear each thing only a handful of times before she's grown out of it. Get 4 or 5 bodysuits, pants, socks, bibs per size, that is plenty. Also, baby shoes. My mother-in-law bought a bunch without telling me. She's never worn any and has outgrown most by now. Also, a changing table. My mother-in-law insisted I needed one. Changed her on it once, but it made me hella nervous. I just change her on the bed or floor. Babies can't fall off of the floor. The only reason we use a changing table is because it's just on top of the dresser, where all his stuff is stored. If it was just a table, it would be useless. The one I am most ashamed of was a wipes warmer. The most important one was basic ignorance, though. Do not buy new clothes for babies or toddlers. Look for consignment sales in your area, where parents sell things as their kids outgrow them for next to nothing. There are several that are held throughout the year. Since babies just sit there doing nothing, their clothes effectively never wear out. My wife found brand new, with tags still on, stuff there from time to time as well. There's also toys, strollers, books, etc. You throw a baby shower, and all these people run out to buy clothes. You're 6 months pregnant, and it's June. Now, guess how many people who ran out and bought baby clothes bought not to 3-month size clothes that were appropriate to June, rather than September to November. Yeah. Now, imagine how many people bought the most darling outfit that your little tyke will grow into that ends up being wildly, seasonally inappropriate when they do grow into it. And then there's the stuff that's absolutely perfect and well-chosen and utterly timely that you completely forgot about by the time they hit that stage and didn't find it again until they'd missed it. A lot of baby clothes are consigned well. Changing tables. Beds, sofas, and the floor were what we ended up using. Diaper bags. Had one with the first child but hated it. So for the second child, I just bought a backpack or a book bag. That thing lasted over 15 years and through 2 kids. My husband was also much more willing to carry it than a diaper bag. I loved my daughter's changing table when we lived in a 1-story, fairly cozy apartment, but I never used it once we moved to a 2-story place. My daughter just turned 1. Here's a rundown. You don't need a camera to monitor your baby. Ours broke, so we're down to using our audio-only monitor. We're much happier now we wait for clear audio signals instead of looking to see if they're moving their hands. You need 1 sleeping bag, not 8. You need 4 good, big wraps, not 8 and 20 small ones. You need all the baby wipes your savings account allows. You don't need toys, you need books. Read to your child. New books keep it at least a little interesting for you. You don't need 200 skincare products. You need 1 very good quality shampoo and skincare wash, pseudo-creme, and nothing else. We didn't buy any toys for our daughter's first birthday. We put $200 into her bank account and bought her a single book. The family and friends bought enough to pile up our 8-seater dining room table alone. Don't be too proud to use hand-me-downs. They only vomit on them anyway. That's the one that got me. I ended up spending a hefty amount on a baby monitor that connected to our Wi-Fi, and I could pretty much watch my kid from any room in the house, including on my smartphone. My kid was a wiggle worm, so she would just roll out of view of the camera. So then I adjusted the camera up further so I could see the whole crib. Then I realized 99% of the time I was in the same room as my kid, so I literally spent like $250 to watch my kid sleep for about 3 minutes before I fell asleep. Then it broke. The next monitor I bought was like an army surplus special I found in a thrift store for under $10. The big frilly accessory on it was you could adjust the volume. Worked perfectly. Buy a rocking chair for the baby's room. You're probably going to spend a lot of time sitting on it. Even better, buy a comfy rocking chair and put it in front of the TV. Then pick a show on Netflix with at least 8 seasons and save it for when the baby arrives. With my first, I used to look forward to getting up at night to nurse so I could watch the next episode. 4th child coming soon and already compiling my list and getting new thicker cushions made for my very well-used rocking chair. We bought 3 different sized cat nets to protect the baby from the cat. Supposedly, cat suffocating babies is a big thing. The cat took 1 look at the baby, noped out of the room, and never went near it again. I mean, Maybe some cats would sleep on a baby, but those 3 catnets never left their packaging. My grandmother told us an old wives' tale about how cats would suck the breath from babies because they smelt the milk. And other people were serious about how we needed to protect the baby from the cats. Meanwhile, in reality, when my newborn would cry, our older cat would jump on our bed and meow impossibly loud like, "Help the kid!" And the younger cat would stare wide-eyed and scurry away. She has done that for 9 years whenever my daughter makes noise. Fancy diapers. I do not mean cheap, leaky diapers. I mean the organic, free-range diapers. We spent a lot of extra money on the expensive diapers with our first child. Free range? What do? Let the diapers run around a field before packaging them? Unless you're wrapping your kid in banana leaves, I don't think there is a 100% organic diaper. Now I'm imagining a picket line demanding better treatment for diaper kind. Never buy any bibs with cute little pictures or sayings on them. They lose all absorbency where the decoration is. The best are the ones that are basically a small towel with an elastic neck hole. Also, something I can never stress enough to parents. Buy a set of bandage scissors. Your spawn can and will vomit themselves so bad that cutting off their clothes is the best option. Bandage scissors are made to cut clothing while affording some protection to the skin. It's much better to throw away an outfit than try and pull a slimy, poopy shirt off over the kid's head. Great idea, but I just have to point out that newborn to 12 months onesies are designed to go over the shoulders and pull down. No blowouts drag to the upper body and head. Of course, that blowout onesie goes straight to the trash, but you don't have to cut it off. For damn near the first 2 to 3 years, just about every toy you get is completely pointless. You know that old adage, you get the gift, they play with the box? It's worse. You spend hundreds on sparkly toys and their favorite thing in the whole world is a defunct, cordless telephone. Why bother? Read books to them. Read your books to them. Let them bang pots and pans and hand them a wooden spoon and your old bathrobe. They're happier than they are playing with a model of Lightning McQueen that chirps a catchphrase. Why? Because all that cars can do is be a car. Not any car, like a block with wheels, can be a train car or a race car or a semi. It can only be El McQueen. That's worse than useless. That kills the imagination. That's how you end up with a 6-year-old who calls dragging an Elsa doll back and forth while monitoring, I'm Elsa, playing Frozen. No, Elsa can't walk to the store. This is skating Elsa. She has skates on, so she can only skate. God forbid you suggest we pretend she hasn't got skates on and wants to do her shopping. It's skating Elsa. Does it show I met this kid? Christ, having no imagination would be terrible. Hell, as a kid, I pretended my hand was a little friendly monster. I got hours of enjoyment from that. Serious. Parents of Reddit, what's something your kids do without realizing it hurts your feelings? Part 1. I have a daughter, 12. We've always been pretty close, and in most ways we still are. We've always done everything together, but she's at the age now where friends, etc. are becoming more important. I'll bring up something we can do, like watching a movie that I think she'll like. 5 minutes in, she'll get a message from a friend, light up, and just disappear for the rest of the movie. Now, I get it. I'm sure I was like that too. I'm not gonna freak out about it or anything, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt my feelings a little now and then. Dads just want to keep dadding. I don't know about you and your situation, but my parents had a rule that kept us in contact with them even when we didn't want to. No electronics at the dinner table. That meant we had to talk to the people around us. Sometimes all you could hear was the shuffling of forks around on plates, sometimes crying, sometimes boisterous laughter. But when we sat down and had dinner together, even once my parents divorced, there were no electronics at dinner at either house. I'm speaking from the kids' side, but sharing it because I was devastated the other day to hear my mom's side. When I was young, my brothers and I would tease my mom's singing voice every time we sang together. Church, scouting events, whatevs. From our side of things, it truly was done very lightheartedly. I loved singing with my mom. Her crooked voice was part of that love. A few days ago, I was driving with her. She's in her 70s. A great song came on the radio that I know she loves, and I started to sing along, asking her to join me. She did a little, but soon stopped. I asked her why she wouldn't sing with me. Because I have a funny voice. Alright, Jack Daniels it is. That was it. When my daughter was 5, I let her watch The Lion King. She's a fairly emotional little thing, so we were concerned about how she'd react to the death of the father. We get to the scene, and I'm watching her carefully, but there's no big reaction. This is a kid who cries during some commercials. Anyways, I don't beg the issue and let it roll. Later in the movie, she asks where Simba's dad is, and I think, here we go. I pause the movie and talk with her about how he died in the stampede. Her reaction? What's the big deal? He still has his mom. Ice cold. That movie came out when I was 5. I remember my mom brought me to see it in theaters. After the movie, she took me aside. I was an emotional little girl as well, and I suppose she thought I would be bothered by it, and asked me how I felt about Mufasa dying. I remember looking at her and kinda chuckling, and then said, I don't care, it's not my dad. She sort of just didn't say anything else, but your story got me thinking it must have freaked her out a bit. Also, I feel it needs to be said that I am a very empathetic person and still quite sensitive as well. I have no idea why I said that, lol. Kids are weird. I didn't realize this until my sister started doing it. There are 7 years between us. My mom was a teacher, so when I had homework, it made sense to go to the teacher for help. I never asked my dad because I didn't see the point. My sister starts school and does the same with her homework. One night he said, I can help you with it, and my sister, who was about 7 or 8 at the time, walked past him and said, no thanks, I'll just wait for mom to get home. He looked really upset. I think it was the assumption we thought he was stupid. We didn't, or we didn't want to spend time with him. Not always true. One Halloween, when my son was like 4, our little nuclear family went to a corn maze for fun. To make things a little more exciting, the proprietors had also set a teepee with a giant pumpkin inside. You were supposed to go into the teepee and make a wish on the pumpkin. So we sent my son to make a wish, and he said, I wish was just me and mommy, and daddy were at work. My heart shrank 3 sizes that day. He's 20 now and is still mortified with guilt over saying this. If my kids ever have night terrors, I am normally the first one to wake up to go and comfort them. Majority of the time, our 2-year-old daughter just screams at me, I don't want you, I want mommy. Hurts every time. Every morning as a kid, I was always woken up to the sound of my mom singing. It was her way of, wake up, it's time for school. I'd sometimes wait beside my door or pretend to sleep, just to listen to her more. When I was 10, I was in a bad mood and my mom was singing while driving. I yelled at her, stop singing, you don't even sound good. She stopped singing after that. Ouch, even I felt that one. My 4-year-old is always talking about how she wants her mom to do things because she loves her mama. She spent the first 3 years of her life saying she didn't like me. I know she's just a little girl, but once in a while it gets to me. Hang in there. My daughter is recently starting to come out of this phase and she's 5.5. It was hard for me to understand it was something normal. I haven't changed a bit with her since she was born, but now she is very affectionate to me and even sometimes wants to hang out, only with me and not mommy. Be patient. When my daughter gets a night terror at night, she will tell me crying that she wishes I died instead of mommy. She hasn't done it for a couple of months now, but it hurts more than I can bear. I calm her down and get her back to sleep and usually go to my room and cry. Fight, where they really try to hurt each other. I had no idea as a kid how bad it is for the parents. The first time it happened when they were very small, it felt like watching cannibalism. Just horrifying. And to think I used to worry about the dog. Yes! I'm an only child. My husband is the middle of 3. When our 2 started doing this, I would freak out and yell at them that they were supposed to love each other. My husband assured me it is normal. Now when they fight and come tell on each other, I declare it a fight to the death. Once they see mom's on board, it's not cool anymore, and they lose interest real quick. I spent thousands of dollars in court to stand up to my ex-wife so my son could attend an internship his senior year. He didn't finish the internship, accused me of never supporting him, and then went to live with his mother after he graduated because he wanted to smoke weed, forgetting the experience he learned during his internship. Damn, I'm sure that's tough. As a son who has benefited from my parents pushing me through internships and stuff like that, unwillingly at times, I just want to say I came around and hope your son does too. My parents worked their asses off to open doors for me. and it took me a long time to recognize it. I'm grateful for it now, but I know it hurt them then for me to be so selfish. Give him some time. You sound like a great dad. My kids are 19 and 15. This year, they didn't even acknowledge me for Father's Day. For the most part, my wife didn't either. You know who did? My 8-year-old nephew and niece. Made me feel pretty idiot. When I was a teenager, I didn't realize the importance of things like Mother's and Father's Days. As a 37-year-old, I do now, of course. I wouldn't put too much stock into that, dude. At that age, I feel like they need to be prompted, like by your wife, to make it an occasion. Yeah, at that age, I'd have probably let it go by without caring much about it, and I've always loved my dad and had a great relationship with him. Both of my kids make a lot of comments about my body, and some of them can sting. Last week, my 5-year-old said my arms were like bags of cookie dough. Less than a month after having a baby, my 6-year-old asked me if I was going to start working out so my belly would go down. I said, thanks, and she said, no, not in a mean way. I just want to hug you closer. Right now he's a toddler, so he's just hardwired to be a bit of a jerk. But it bothers me when I get him up in the morning or come home from work and he doesn't want to hug me or tell me about his day at all. Also, he begs me to play with him, but when I do, he generally takes whatever toy I'm using or tells me I can't do that. My teenage son came across some old wedding photos that his dad had put away for him at his office. When his stepmom discovered these photos, she became upset, so my son threw them away to avoid the drama. These photos were 24 years old. There are no duplicates, and my son doesn't understand why I'm upset that he didn't just bring them to me. When I drop them off at a party or day camp and I go to say bye, they've already gone off with friends. Kids are getting older now, so it's not cool to kiss or hug dad goodbye. But man, it stings. And I sure don't want to embarrass them, so I just sadly walk to my car. Maybe say your goodbyes in the car so they know how you feel, but gives them the freedom to go off on their own. When my son begs me to help him make something in the garage, and then in the middle of explaining to him how we're going to do it, asks me if he can go play Minecraft instead. Before the "you're boring" comments, we were designing a fidget spinner in CAD to print on the 3D computer. He was doing the work himself. How old is he? Most kids, and some grown-ups, are often impulsive and not interested in the boring parts of creative work. I am a game developer, and I see multiple times a day people who say, I'm going to learn how to make games, quit when I send them a 15-minute video on some easy beginner topic. Depending on how old he is, it might be time to teach him that you need to do boring things for a big reward, that you cannot let inspiration and impulse decide all you make. Basically, discipline. One thing that is also very important to remember, not that I know how you were teaching your son, is that it's supposed to be your son who should do the fun stuff, and it's important to explain to him exactly what is happening and why something is being done. It might be very slow, and it might be quite boring, but most kids hate watching, especially if it's something they don't understand. Those are at least my 2 cents. Definitely keep trying to teach your kid creative things. I am very grateful my father did, even if I hated it back then. I like Dad. He's more fun. Look, I don't like being the disciplinarian either, but I feel like I have to sometimes. Sucks to be seen as the less preferred parent for doing something I wish I didn't have to do in the first place. I used to like my mom way more when I was little because of this. My dad was the disciplinarian. Now that I'm older and about to move out, I sincerely appreciate all the discipline and strictness. Is that a word? That came from my dad. Do discipline and raise your kid the right way, and they will deeply appreciate it. Serious. Parents of Reddit, what's something your kids do without realizing it hurts your feelings? Part 2. My 4.5-year-old daughter screaming, I hate you and I don't want you as my father anymore during a tantrum, or after I discipline her. She has no idea what she's saying, and she doesn't mean it, but it still stings every time. Basically, toddler cursing. I have a daughter who at that age would firmly say, I don't love you anymore. It killed us. Took a long time for her to knock it off. Context? I share 50-50 custody of my girls, ages 4 and 5. Their mom and I were never married, but did live together until they were 2 and 3. We live in a tiny town, 2 blocks from one another, and get along great. Dad's answer? We want to go to Mom's because she has more fun. Mom's answer? We want to go to Dad's because we like his house better, was their original home. Both of us answered, Why can't you two just live together? Then we wouldn't have to miss mommy or daddy. I bet that last one really stings. It does. Because from an overly simplistic standpoint, they are right. But we tried really hard and it just did not and was never going to work. We get along well because we don't live together, and they are just too young to understand. We tell them that we love each other, but we are not in love with each other. I am a long-time widower. Me and my son were left alone and used to be really close. After he moved to college, he used to call every day. I lived for that phone call. Gradually, they started decreasing from once on 2 days to twice a week. Now he has a girlfriend and rarely talks to me. I sometimes watch his Instagram and feel sad. I wish he would call more. My mom kind of has this issue. I have a life and move on. She never calls. She has a phone. I have a phone. We all know the numbers. Pick a dull time, Sunday morning or something. Call. Whenever I cook a big dinner with a new recipe of something I thought my kids would love, my son will always tell me it looks bad and he's not hungry anymore, and my daughter will follow with anything he says. Of course, 15 minutes after I eat alone and sad, they ask for chicken nuggets. I have been assured my dad ate several crappy burnt meals my mom made before us kids came along. By then, she had figured out how to cook, and even if something looked bad, a burnt orange soupy liquid with slightly unidentifiable chunks in it, it tasted amazing. We called that one taco soup. I remember my dad thought he was going to drive me to San Antonio to drop me off at the military entrance processing station, but my girlfriend at the time did it, and I just watched my dad look super sad at the gate while we drove away. Ah, man. He wanted to be there so he can see you step through the gates and get to feel proud of his son. Man, I felt that one. I'm a stepfather. 3 girls, 3, 7, and 8, and their dad isn't around at all. He sees them for an hour every 3 or 4 weeks when he can't be bothered. They are my life, and I love them, and they always say I'm the only dad they care about. But when he shows up randomly with loads of gifts and buying their love, it all goes out the window. It's, I love my daddy. Daddy, you're the best. And, did you see what daddy got me? I know they're just children, and I know they're just sucked into the false pretenses he gives. But it makes me hurt when it happens. It's crazy to be jealous, I know, but I just want them to myself. Especially when it's clear he has no interest in them at all. I bring them to school, I pay for their trips, their parties, their clothes, their food. I go to their gymnastics lessons and watch their plays. Was raised by my stepdad. My mother was generous concerning my biological father. She told me he loved me, read letters he wrote to me, etc. But later on, I found out his first real reach out to me was when he found out I had a job. There were never any letters or anything. She just didn't want me to feel hatred or a dislike for him. It made me really appreciate my stepdad. Dude was there, supported me in every way he could, even when I was an idiot's son. I'm close to him and call a few times a week. Mom is gone, so I make sure I support in all ways I can. I couldn't have asked for a better father growing up. Stepmom here. His kids are teenagers, and it hurts my feelings when I'm obviously the one who is cooking dinner, and once it's over, they look over to their dad and say, "Thanks for dinner, Dad." Lots of things they say hurt my feelings, but I just chalk it up to teenage girl madness. My dad did an awesome thing in those situations. Guarantee he was the first to thank anyone for dinner, and it was always his girlfriend. My parents did really well making sure neither of them talked bad about the other, and my dad did an awesome job making sure his girlfriend, now wife, was not above or below my actual mom. My husband works in a different state all week, so I'm doing the single mom thing. I do everything with them, take them to all the fun things our town has to offer, etc. Every time we do things like that, someone at these events or places always says, "What a fun and awesome mommy you have, huh?" My 4-year-old says, "I like my daddy better." I understand he misses his dad. Yes, I miss him too, but it still makes me feel awful, like crying myself to sleep awful. Kids and teenagers, hell, even young adults tend to take for granted the one that takes care of them. They love you and their dad the same, but you're always there and he isn't. He's new and shiny in a way, and hence gets more attention. I'm divorced with split custody. My ex has a large extended family that lives nearby, and they're always together, letting the little cousins all play together. My family is the exact opposite, live hours away, and nobody young to have playdates with. So, weekly, my 5-year-old cries when it's time to go to my house because it's not as fun as dad's. I am on a budget and can't afford to take her out every week to the zoo or movies. Every single dollar is budgeted. It makes me cry often when I see how excited she is to go to his house because mine is boring. I just want her to know that I'm trying. As your child grows older, she will value the time spent with you more than any material things or activities you could provide for her. Unfortunately, it will take a long time for her to realize this. Hang in there. She loves you. Younger kids are the worst because they will just blurt out with no regard for that crippling self-esteem issue you've managed to build up over the past few decades of your life. Just an offhand comment about my hair or something can really hurt. I found that preteens do it as well. Little kids usually do it because they don't fully grasp the effect they're having, but preteens do it because they know exactly what effect they're having. There was one time that I was playing Xbox with my friends. My dad wanted to play catch, and I told him no, I'm busy playing Xbox. I went to the bathroom a little later and walked by his office towards the bathroom. My dad was inside, holding his baseball glove and mine, tears silently running down his face. I never said no to time with my father again after that day. This is why I don't get the parents that try so hard to shield their kids from what inconsiderate little assholes they can accidentally be. I know most kids don't mean to be hurtful, but if they don't know how much their actions hurt others, how will they learn? I'm sure your pa was a stand-up guy and didn't want you to see him sad, but I feel you got a great chance to not end up feeling guilty years later for something it was too late to change just because you saw that moment that he didn't want you to. You get so few precious years with your parents. You probably made some amazing memories that could have been hours of forgettable Xbox sessions. Yeah, it's one of those things I think about now where I play Xbox with my friends, but my dad lives several states away, so I don't see him anymore. I guess now I finally realize how precious our time was. My 6-year-old makes levels in Mario Maker that make me die too many times before I can beat them. Petty? Maybe, but I used to be good at Mario before he came along. Also, he prefers to watch YouTubers play games over me, despite having all the games they're playing. They're funny. Mommy feels like chopped liver. Don't feel too bad about the YouTube thing. It's literally their job to be entertaining, and they have editors that help them, while you just have yourself. It's like being hurt saying your kids would rather watch any famous stand-up comedian over you making jokes. Before my back surgery, I had to use a cane to get around. My son told me that it was embarrassing to be seen with me. I acted like it didn't bother me, but it cut deep. After my surgery, I was determined to get rid of the cane so my son wouldn't be embarrassed by me. It took many painful months of physical therapy along with surgery, but I haven't walked with a cane in 3 years. I don't think I would have worked as long and hard as I did without my son hurting my feelings like that. My 5-year-old makes comments or noises when I have issues relating to a bad right knee. Sometimes I will stumble as I'm walking, and he makes an exasperated, "Really, Mom?" noise. Sometimes I stall my car, manual engine, have trouble balancing clutch to gas ratio when moving from a stop, and he'll actually say, "Ugh, really, Mom?" as traffic is backed up behind me and I'm trying to get the car in neutral, turned off, back on, and get it moving again without my 39-week pregnant ass stretching out too much. I love him to death, but honestly, my 5-year-old can be a huge asshole sometimes. I actually hurt my knee protecting him when I got hit by a car in a parking lot. Sometimes I really have to bite my tongue to keep from saying so when he gives me lip about it, lol. I don't want him to blame himself for it. If it helps, on most cars you don't need to put it back into neutral and you don't need to turn it off. If you stall, push the clutch all the way in, leaving the car in first gear. Then, turn the key forward to crank the engine and it should start. Make sure you are on the brakes to keep from rolling, and don't let the clutch out while you are cranking the engine. My youngest is 15 now, but has always been a daddy's girl. It's okay, I'm fine with it. I'm happy they have such a great relationship. I don't want to sound jealous here, but when she was little, she used to say to me, "I'm going to sit on your knee now for a cuddle, but when my daddy gets home from work, I will be sitting on his knee." In other words, you're okay, but I prefer him. She always made it very clear I was just the one who looked after her until her real hero walked through the door. I have 4 boys, and they were all mama's boys. They used to prefer me so much that I felt bad for my husband, and he is a terrific dad. However, as they got older, they have transitioned slowly to relating more with him, and I think now they prefer to be with him. I think as your daughter needs a woman's perspective, she will gradually appreciate what a mom has to offer a little bit more. You are given a time machine and one task. Solve one of history's greatest mysteries. Which mystery do you solve? I would find out what happened to Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. It crashed on the island. There were around 40 survivors. They met some others. They all died eventually. I'm pretty sure they made a documentary on it called Lost. For some reason, Mary Celeste has always intrigued me. They probably just ran into an emergency that required immediate evacuation, and their lifeboat unfortunately sunk, but I'd still like to know exactly what happened. They were carrying high-strength alcohol, like way beyond drinking grade, even for sailors. I think what happened is that one of the casks leaked, filled the ship with flammable vapor, and they took to one of the boats, tied it to the ship, and retreated to that while the fumes dissipated. The line got away from them and they drifted apart. That's why there was still food on the tables, cutlery out. They had to evacuate ASAP, drop everything and go. I would go back in time and fix the temporal loop created for me to get a time machine so I don't mess any time up. Kill your grandmother so you would never be born. LOL. Oh! Who killed King Charles XII of Sweden? He was a Swedish king, and one night while on a military campaign, someone murdered him. It's not too much of a huge mystery since it's sort of obvious who was behind it, but there's no concrete proof. And then, I would figure out who actually wrote the book, A General History of the Pirate. 300 years still no one knows, the secret remains. Who revealed the location of Anne Frank and her family to the Germans? Not as grand or mysterious as the pyramids of Stonehenge, but it's still interesting and it's kind of infuriating that we still don't know who did it after all this time. Turns out it was some moron in a time machine. The Nazis followed a suspicious character who led them right to the house they were hiding in. When they arrested him, he spoke only English, no German, so they searched the house incredibly thoroughly and found the Franks. Did Tyrannosaurus Rex have any feathers? Let's find out! It's speculated that they may have had some. It's also speculated that dinosaurs didn't roar, but sounded more like really big birds, which doesn't in and of itself sound terrifying until you think of a hissing goose the size of a T-Rex. MH370. I know at this point we have to assume the captain committed suicide, but we never know for sure, because nobody ever found the black box. I would never take that flight, mate. LOL. That's where GPS tracking technology comes in, because I'm not taking that flight as well. Personally, I would want to know what happened to Amelia Earhart. I think they found signs she was stranded on an island and her distress signals were ignored. I'll Google it when I have time and leave you a link. Did the Sodder children really die in a house fire? Or was the fire a distraction so they could get kidnapped? I need answers. This prompted me to do a Google search. Very interesting. They were kidnapped. No way that multiple people die in a house fire that left smoldering beams and no trace of any human remains. How to make Greek fire or Damascene steel. How to make wood steel has been solved for a while. Wood steel is the raw ingredient in Damascene blades, which is folded wood steel. May as well take a picnic and a camera to that grassy knoll in Dallas. Even if I see nothing worth a photo, it looked like a nice day for a picnic. This is the kind of reply I like. Maybe I just like to take a stroll around a nice town years ago and have a picnic in the park. Stonehenge. How did they build it and what for? It was a strange race of people, the Druids. No one knows who they were or what they were doing, but their legacy remains. He went into the living rock of Stonehenge. What happened to Maura Murray? Not the biggest, but something that always intrigued me. I see you also went down that rabbit hole. When I was out of a job, I came across that mystery and all the podcasts about it. I solved the mystery of that one-time traveler that appeared in the year 1935. Whoever it was, it will surely be a surprise knowing him. You don't find him, but get spotted whilst looking. Definitely see about Jesus. Being raised Catholic, I would love to either be proven right or wrong. Jesus' real skin tone. I don't know why I want to know, but I want to know. I mean, it's pretty much proven because of where he was born and where the majority of the Bible takes place. I think the controversy is from people being ignorant and not wanting the God they look up to be a different color skin than them. Assuming religions are man-made, solve the mystery of the first religion. That would be of great insight for psychology. They're man-made, sure, but not like L. Ron Hubbard man-made. They evolved organically out of naturally superstitious beliefs. Identifying a first religion would be like identifying the first human. Absolutely agree with you. Better way to phrase and explain it with more detail. Yeah, I also don't think we call that prehistoric behavior religion. I would really like to know how any kind of religious behavior first emerged. Go back to when Jesus was born to see if the Bible is real. This is a very good answer, actually. Although I would change it to go back and see if the account of Jesus' life is true according to the Bible. No doubt the characters in the Bible were real historical people. What they did and didn't do is another matter. What really killed off the dinosaurs? Arrives. Holy, is that a stegosaurus? Turns around. Alien. Ack! Shoots a laser and I explode into goo. The stegosaurus was long extinct by the time of the KT extinction event. Also, dinosaurs aren't extinct, only non-avian dinosaurs are. Go back to old London town. 31st August, 1888. Bucks Row, Whitechapel around 3 a.m. and find out who Jack the Ripper was. Atlantis! Is no one else curious about its existence? The myth probably began with a volcanic eruption of Santorini and a series of translation errors regarding numbers, how big and how long ago, and a translation error changing Atlantis from being between Asia and Africa to being larger than Asia and Africa. The mystery of Roanoke, one of the first colonies in the US. Basically, it was a harsh winter, and someone returned to find that everyone had disappeared. There's lots of theories, but nothing has been proven. Except for the blonde, blue-eyed white people folks later found living with the Croatan Indians in the same area. Just track down Nazis who fled to South America or wherever, and obviously stop them ASAP, as some ended up committing sex crimes against kids in their little communes they set up. Also, make sure Hitler died and didn't escape to Argentina. Would Trump have been elected if Comey hadn't made the announcement that the FBI was reopening the email investigation? I've been obsessing over that since the last time travel question I saw here. I'm still pissed off about that. Find and watch the Lost Doctor episodes. Not really a mystery, but hey, I got priorities. Maybe I'll preserve them better if I'm allowed my phone or a recording device. I hope you have room for one more in that time machine. Although, if we're talking about Doctor Who, there should be more than enough room in the TARDIS. Why not go big? I'm gonna watch the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ. Assuming that it actually happens, of course. Gotta remember to bring an extra memory card and a solar charger for the old smartphone. I want that stuff on video. Mysteriously wiped 3 days later. Damn it. I mean, darn it. How does this COVID chaos play out? True, everyone is mentioning going backwards in time, but no one has said going forwards in time that I have read yet. Who made the first peanut butter and jelly sandwich? People say it was from World War II. I don't believe it. I want to know who has blessed us. It's kind of weird knowing that at one point in history, there was no such thing as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. What happened to Anastasia of Russia, and where she went when the Tsar and the rest of the family was killed? Didn't they find her buried a few yards away from the rest of the Romanovs recently? What was the population bottleneck in humanity roughly 40k years ago, and how can I become a god king to these people? Everybody died when some jerk time traveler brought back future diseases. Oak Island. Go back in time to when it was constructed and figure out who built it, how they did it, and why they built it. And of course, what is buried down there. What actually happened with JFK? Even if the official story is what really happened, fine. At least we'd know for sure. When Amanda hurt her arm in the Bad News Bears pitching in the championship game against the Yankees, how come Buttermaker didn't think of having Kelly Leak come in to pitch instead of stupid old Rudy? Who killed Bob Crane? They have a damn good idea, and lots of circumstantial evidence against his buddy in porn. And there was even a trial, but due to the police department bungling the investigation and even losing evidence, he was acquitted. Crane was a dick that belonged in prison. As the murder occurred when I was a kid, I had wondered why it suddenly got hushed up in the media. I found out a few years ago why and was really sorry I did. Can't bring myself to watch that show again. What happened to D.B. Cooper in 1971 after he hijacked an airplane and escaped with $200,000 by jumping out with a parachute without leaving any trace? Didn't he take the fake training one that the police said they left by accident? He's probably dead, which is kind of sad. Part of me hopes that he lived the rest of his life in a big mansion someplace in Argentina. Where the little rubber part on my headphones disappeared to? I even emptied out my room, that's where I dropped it, and couldn't find it. any of the lost cities, El Dorado, Atlantis, etc. We have just enough hints to imply that they may have existed at one point or in one form or another, but not enough to pinpoint a location in modern times. We kinda already know that neither of them exist. Atlantis was one of Plato's AU fanfics. El Dorado was just plain wishful thinking. Also, Plato literally said where it was in his book. It wasn't there, but it's still fun to think about. What is the laziest form of humor in your opinion? Having insanely dumb characters in your show and calling it comedy. Most of them start off moderately dumb and then get flanderized over the course of the show because the writers don't have any direction for the character other than being the dumb one. Notable exception is Jason Mendoza. They treated him right. That stupid Redditors do when someone makes a joke that gets a lot of upvotes, and then people keep replying to it by repeating the joke but with different words, like it adds to the humor somehow. Sometimes I see something here on Reddit and think of a good, funny reply, but then I'm too lazy to type it and think, nah, forget it. That's the laziest form of humor if you ask me. Saying, did I ask? Yeah. Similar vein, but I hated when cool story bro was going around. People immediately used it to death. So when I was 5, my dad locked me in the basement and left me for the day to get drunk, but he got arrested. So I was down there in the basement for 2 days and I almost died, but the neighbor lady heard me crying. Social services came and found me. Since that day, I can't go underground. I just can't. Me. Cool story, bro. LOLOL. Jokes whose only attempt at humor revolves around referencing tits or vaginas. Sounds like middle school boy humor, but lots of middle-aged men seem to sit around and giggle about it. Middle-aged men and Amy Schumer. Recurring Reddit jokes. Thank Jesus people stopped posting "Le Broken Arms" over and over again on AskReddit. Last summer, it seemed like that joke would pop up in every thread. The same thing with Roll Tide, which was posted to thousands of upvotes anytime Alabama or incest was mentioned. To the point that people were effectively going out of their way to mention those things to encourage people to post it. Reference humor in general is incredibly lazy because it is an implicit admittance that you have nothing original to contribute. Shock type humor. Let's see who can say the nastiest, most offensive possible thing we can think of. Like, how is this considered part of the art form? It's just lazy garbage 99% of the time. Pretty much every game of Things in a Box that I have ever played ends up being like this. It just gets progressively more cringy as the game goes on. Cards Against Humanity can sometimes be like this. Sometimes the answers don't even make sense, but people will find them funny just because it's shocking. In my opinion, every form of humor can be lazy, and it all depends on execution. Some people will say that shock humor is the laziest, but it all depends on how it's executed. If the comic is simply saying randomly inserted, inappropriate things, then that is poor and lazy execution. But some comics take shock humor to a level of complexity that requires detailed story building and commitment. Louis C.K. is a very good example of this. I completely agree with this argument. It can literally apply to anything, like YouTube or movies as well. Just because one person or thing didn't do something you like, doesn't mean you get to all over that community. Just go off with your life and ignore it, unless you have valid criticisms for that community. How about the stupid stuff that happens on 90% of Reddit, where the top comments are like, well, that made my day. Well, made that my day. Well, day my that made. It seems to get upvotes every time and I just shake my head, LOL. React videos. You're making zero content. You're using other people's content and filming yourself watching other people's content. I understand reaction videos even less than I understand unboxing videos. Unboxing videos can be interesting if you aren't buying the thing and want to see what's in it. Reaction videos can be fun if there's some part you remember reacting strongly to, and seeing someone else do it for the first time, like a kid seeing an iconic movie moment. How people make entire channels of reactions though? I don't know. Watch me react to the scary game. Get scared. Wow, thanks. Probably jokes that rely on the punchline being a curse word or something. It's not the curse word that's the problem, but it gets old really fast. The Dane Cook model of comedy. High school me thought he was hilarious. Adult me thinks even his acting is cringeworthy. This isn't the laziest, but what I'm noticing at the moment because of the coronavirus is songs masquerading as comedy songs just because they have swear words in them. And singing swear words over an upbeat, chipper arrangement doesn't make it any funnier. Stay inside is not a funny lyric, so stay in limits inside is also not funny. For a song to be funny, it has to have funny content. Like a Bloodhound Gang, those dudes were pretty creative, and not just their sexual lyrical content either. Every time I listen to their music, I get a joke I didn't hear before. The laziest form of humor, in my opinion, would be things like the circle game, or where people pick on someone and find it humorous. It's not funny, and it's boring. People can be funnier. I always thought the circle game was only for groups of friends who don't really mind being punched on the arm by each other at frustrating times. Comments on YouTube videos that are just quotes of funny things the YouTuber said during the video, sometimes with a laughing emoji to end. They typically have a high number of likes too, which I don't get. It's so lazy. It's not even adding commentary. Lazily implemented pop culture references in TV shows like The Big Bang Theory or Family Guy. They don't really add anything but make people feel smart for getting it. Memes and trendy internet jokes. One person came up with something funny, then thousands of other people copy it until it is no longer funny. Self-deprecating jokes. Done in the right way, they can be a little funny, but all I constantly hear is people just ragging on themselves, thinking it makes them humorous, when it's just sad. Like, go get therapy type sad. Nobody wants to hear you spouting about how horrible you are and how you want to die, then laughing as if it's supposed to be funny, when it's just downright uncomfortable. It's funny when you're depressed, too, in an absurd, hopeless kind of way. There's plenty of humor to be found in depression and self-loathing. It can lead to a lot of irony that is genuinely quite funny. That is not what those jokes are, though. I agree 100%. It seems to me that lacking an easily identifiable solution to their problems, people are just building an identity around their mental health problems. And once they notice that this behavior is becoming more common, it becomes a community thing. And you're only allowed in that community so long as you can relate. And you can't relate without holding on to your mental health problems. Humor that's shoehorned into a product to help take the edge off. It usually happens to all good things eventually, and a lot of my favorite things have started doing it. Take Infinity War, for example. Most of the movie does a really good job of maintaining a dark and urgent tone, while also balancing in some genuinely funny and clever quips. But then you have scenes such as Drax eating a bag of chips, while Quill and Gamora are discussing a heavy subject. Cue a scene about his half-proclaimed stealth that goes on for a minute too long. It took the wind out of my sails for a joke that serves the same exact purpose a simple transition to the other protagonists would have done. To put it in Professor Oak's words, there's a time and place for everything, but not now. Comic relief is nothing new and can be incredibly effective, though, as with most things, subtlety and timing are key. Cue is not a word in English. There is cue or cue. You want the latter. Memes with the same punchline but different template, and making fun at the expense of others. I mean stuff like bullying. You should actually be ashamed of yourself if you do that. That recurring Family Guy joke where they drag the punchline out long after it stops being funny. It might have been a little funny the first few times, but it was just done to death. In later seasons, they started making a bigger deal out of the punchline than needed, which just undermined the punchline. Like Peter says a double entendre, then for some reason does a dance or there's an audience applause. Memes in the modern sense. Honestly, I used to be really along for the ride, but then I began to notice how very single-minded and predictable they were getting throughout the last decade. He turns himself into a pickle. Funniest thing I've ever seen. Has somehow gotten to be 100 times more obnoxious and annoying than anything Larry the Cable Guy puts out. His entire shtick can be boiled down to, I'm a dumb and you are too, yee-haw! That's why Ron White, in my opinion, is the best, by far, comedian of that entire blue-collar crew. Well, never found Engvall funny anyways. He was able to have an act of his own without that blue-collar stuff the others relied on. And can I add Amy Schumer's I'm a slut laugh shtick? What they do on Family Feud. It goes like this. Make up a survey question that ultimately leads to NSFW answers. Steve Harvey asks the contestant for responses. They answer with something NSFW like a body part or something else that's dirty if you read between the lines. Steve Harvey pretends he's shocked and makes faces. Repeat. Yes! It's annoying because there are some genuinely hilarious accidental moments on Family Feud where people say stupid stuff because they're nervous, and they should just let those moments come out naturally. Taking a joke and saying it again to the same audience. This happens all the time on Reddit. If it was funny the first time, it doesn't need to be said a second time. YouTube comments are filled with people literally just quoting sentences from the video. Anything involving animals. It's one step down from fart jokes. YouTube comment sections with comments such as, quote from video that everyone just saw, YouTuber, year. Yes, I know the quote is funny because I laughed at it in the video, you mong. Somewhat related to two, when people repeat the punchline of joke IRL. I've said some bangers and heard other people tell amazing jokes, or a joke is said in a film or TV show, and there is always that little twat who thinks repeating the punchline adds something. The, I hope this specific thing doesn't happen, and then it instantly happens kind of a joke. It is very common on stupid shows like Paradise PD. Don't watch it. The nobody person meme.